Right, hello and welcome to the Prague Dual Commander. Now we are here with me, Yujindra, and with.
Honza Ivak.
All right, we'll be your commentators for today, and we'd like to welcome you to one of the biggest Dual Commander events in Europe. Definitely the biggest Commander event in Czech Republic, for
Yes,
sure.
indeed.
We've got 172, I believe.
Yes, players.
Yeah, 172 players, which is fantastic. It's very great to see. And we also wanted to give you some basic rundown of the meta that we will probably see today.
While we have the time.
Yeah, exactly. Would you like to comment on some interesting
Yeah.
decks that you've seen?
Yeah, sure. As expected, there is the biggest players in the metagame presented in Tameo, of course. We've got Feldon, Slimefoot, Aragon, but there are also some more interesting decks that we might not see every day.
Definitely.
So that's really fun to see. I hope we get some of them on the feature match so we can talk about them a little bit more. We got, for example, Ratchet, Field Medic, presentation from the Universe Beyond Transformers set.
It's a very fantastic deck, honestly. I played against it once, and during the match I was learning what the deck exactly does. It's not the best idea. It's
Yeah.
very interesting to see, actually. Very interesting.
The fact that you don't know exactly what the card does and which side does what is a kind of a best way to lose against it. And
Exactly.
the Ratchet pilot uses it to its advantage. And also we have some goodies, all these here. For example, the Gitrock monster.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can call it a good old deck. You're absolutely right. We can see a lot of new cards for sure. Well, we mentioned the Tameo, right? There's also the Aragorn, King of Gondor, so it's also quite a new card. We also see the return, you could say, of White Weenie by the leads of our favorite best girl dog that's there. It was interesting actually to see the return of White Weenie. I
Well,
would say.
that's not exactly White Weenie. It has some kind of twist because the deck heavily leans towards abusing 800 battlefield effects thanks to its
Absolutely.
commander. So it's not like basically as cheap as possible, as many as possible creatures and overwhelm your opponent with aggressive advantage. But it's like incremental advantage thanks to your flash commander and abusing the ATB effects
Absolutely.
throughout the game and granted value, which is kind of really interesting to see how it matches up to the biggest players in the meta, for example, Slimefoot. It has some very great matchups. For example, the failure ability can be used to reset the Yoshimaru to reset its
Absolutely.
counters. So it is kind of a really interesting way to also not only use your abilities,
Yeah.
but also abuse the opponents or to use the failure even as a removal spell
Exactly.
in combination with some
Yeah,
other.
that's something that I missed originally when I was like evaluating the card. I was just thinking about it like, okay, it's an instant card, but you need to attack, or it's got flash, and you need to attack to get the value of blinking your own stuff. Not seem very good, but there is no line about your own permanence, which
I remember
is crazy.
first time I saw this card, I thought it was an enter the battlefield
Yeah.
effect. So it's kind of like 2-mana restoration angel, like
Yeah.
flash that on enter the battlefield blinks some stuff. And then I realized it's on attack, and I said, oh, okay. And I haven't realized the potential yet.
Exactly. And a lot of players were not evaluating this card as they should have in Dual Commander. Well, to be honest, there was a Johnny also as an option, which got away quite soon. It was a little too much.
Yes.
Johnny the Cattle Pariah. Also, Nadu had to be cut from the new cards, basically everywhere. But when it comes to Dual Commander, we have a lot of new interesting toys to play with.
Well, Nadu is present here, not as a commander,
Exactly.
but as a card in, I believe, numerous deck lists. And some of them use it only as a value mid-range card to use its great power, but some of them are maybe specially built around using it and abusing the effect as a primary win condition of the deck.
You're absolutely right. And we will see a lot of different versions of Tameo in this case, most likely.
Yes. If you see that the number we have like 15 players
Yeah, 15.
that play Tamio today, but it is not just single deck. At least I believe don't have the confirmation yet, but it means that it is like 2 or 3 different variations.
Absolutely.
So you don't have to like be afraid that this meta is so stale.
So not only control,
Same decks.
but it can be also control and combo. Fantastic. Yes. Yeah, we can see also a lot of representation for Felden. So our mono red lovers, fast decks will be present absolutely quite a lot.
Yeah, it is some, I believe, result of some logical thinking.
Yeah.
And you see, we have like 7 rounds of the base tournament.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of games. It takes a lot of time. So and Feldon is kind of like consistent.
It's a swift and consistent deck. You're absolutely right.
Kind of a safe choice in some views, perhaps, that you can use to. I don't want to think maybe too much.
It's
just
true.
go aggro, go face everything, and like because Feldon, even with its hurdles, with some matchups being really toxic. To
Like
it.
Tamio is not very nice to play against, for example.
Yes, but I was I meant more like the Aragorn.
Yeah, yeah,
Which
absolutely.
is a really tough one,
Yeah, sure.
considering you are up against tempo control deck
With a
that
lifelink
has
commander.
for lifelink,
Yeah.
giving you card advantage, etc.
Yeah.
But it is still present, so it means that players still believe in the strength of the deck,
Yeah.
in the consistency of the red deck wins in general, because you have singleton format, 100 cards, only one card per deck, and some decks are like, or some archetypes, some strategies are kind of nerfed by this fact that you have only one card per
Yeah.
pair, so you have only one per the strongest cards in the deck.
Absolutely.
But the red deck is like 20 one mana creatures,
Yeah.
25 2 mana deal 3 damage to your opponent.
Yeah.
So it like heavily uses the singleton, but throughout the Magic history, so many red cards that deal damage. So the consistency of deck is very high, thanks to the effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it's not the, let's say, the older modern style of burn deck. It's more like the traditional red deck because it uses a lot of aggressive creatures as well. So it's not just burning your opponent with just lightning bolts all over again. And there are some even new cards that players would love to play, but we have to give you some important information about
Noreen,
the new
for example,
cards.
yeah.
For example, Noreen, or even the Screaming Nemesis, which is a card that I'm very excited about. It looks very wonderful. Well, depends on which side of the table you are,
I don't.
but it looks very scary. But we have to say that due to the fact that a new Duskmourn set came out just yesterday, basically, or 2 days ago with pre-releases, there has been made a choice that the new cards will not be legal at these tournaments. It basically came to be, I think, with Bloomberg, they decided to make the cards legal just when they came out.
I believe it was way
Maybe Outlaws as well?
earlier,
Yeah.
throughout like this
Maybe
year.
Modern
earlier.
Horizons 3?
Maybe.
Yeah, something like that. Bloomberg was the set where it was true.
Yeah.
You could just play the cards right away when they came
Once
out.
you physically own
Yeah.
them, you can play them in every sanctioned event, etc.
That's right.
But we, like the organizations, made this, in my opinion, very correct decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you have this biggest dual commander event ever in Czech Republic and outside of France, you want to prepare for it.
Absolutely.
And, you want to prepare for it by the cards you know you can play with. And if the spoiler season started like 3 weeks ago, you don't have the time or space.
There's absolutely no way to playtest the cards, to try what to cut, what to put in. And also there's like the physical limitation, you know? You have to register the deck list before, but you don't really know if you have the
If
cards.
you ordered the cards, they couldn't come out
Yeah.
to this day. So it is really tough. It is like even like putting another hurdle to us players because
Exactly.
if you talk about any other card, you have plenty of time to get it, but with the Desmorn, you couldn't get it sooner. And it is kind of a choice, like who has the access to it and who doesn't. So it's in some sense kind of more fair.
Yeah.
Just put the Desmorn next time.
Yeah, it would have been an interesting option, of course, but it's more fair for all the players, absolutely. And we will just look forward to new changes coming with Duskmorn. Definitely, I'm a big fan of the Screaming Nemesis. I just love the card, but
Yeah.
we're gonna see that at some other events, but not today.
I'm more of a scared of the card because I'm not that aggressive player,
Yeah.
so
Well, I
scared
like to
about-
play Yoshimaru and Bruce, so
Yeah.
I'm more of the aggressive side
Right.
of this.
So I'm kind of afraid of not gaining life ever again.
Well, this might be also a problem for judges. I don't really want to be in that position to just come to the table and basically two players arguing, I used it, I did not use it.
Yeah,
Those
then
could be-
you open the door, enchantments.
Yeah,
etc.
yeah, as well, yeah, that's
But
right.
like, imagine if this was not Duskmorn, but Modern Horizons 3.
Yeah.
Said that heavily impacted the
Absolutely.
metagame.
As we
Imagine
spoke
if
about.
like you have 172 players and you have 50 of them playing Nadu.
That's right, that's right.
If you don't play test the cards, you cannot say if the metagame is diverse or
Yeah, yeah.
regulated enough. Because there would have to be some emergency bans, for example, etc.
Absolutely. And there have been actually, because Nadu and Ajani, the Cattle Prime, both got cut. Just right away. Well, right away after a couple
Not
of...
right away.
Well, couple of weeks they survived.
No, one week.
Sorry.
And during that week, I managed to win one event with it as a commander. I love it. I love the card. This is my the Screaming Nemesis kind of sorts that
Yeah.
I really love. I have playtested way before it was, or since it was spoiled.
Yeah.
Way before it released, and I played the commander. I abused every single member of my player base.
Well,
with
as
it.
they said, it was designed for Commander, right? Maybe not for the dual one. We're talking Nadu, right?
Yes, but the set's name is Modern Horizons,
Yeah.
not Commander Horizons.
Well, you're not reading the set name correctly, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Nadu screens Commander card, even it made like significant waves even in Modern, etc. And it also got banned in Modern, but it presents with such a power,
Yeah,
the card,
absolutely.
that it is maybe in some senses more powerful in the deck. It is, of course, way less consistent.
Yeah.
So you don't have it every single game if you don't specifically tutor for it.
Right.
And then it is kind of a slower. But still, if you see on your opponent's side Nadu in the command zone, you know exactly what to expect. If you see, for example, Tameo or some partner combination, you might not expect it much, but when you see Urzasag on turn 1, on turn 2 something, on turn 3 search for Shuko Nadu,
Yeah.
and you go to town and you might be a little bit surprised.
Absolutely. So there is still a place for those of you who are missing Nadu in Modern. We still have an option,
Yeah.
of course. It's just like a hidden commander, you could say. But there are some cards also moving from Modern Horizons 3, moving the dual commander. I've seen a lot of Flash as well.
Yes.
A lot of Flash,
We
which
got
is represents it's in the meta.
six
Yeah,
flages.
6 flashes, which is also an interesting choice. I really like the style of Flash. It's basically a different version of Yoshi Bruce. It just plays aggressive borrows, and then it ends the curve with Flash, and then it tries to finish the game.
Well,
the
I
escape
believe there are
option.
some more variants. They are more aggressive
Yeah.
side of play when you like have a deck full of 1-2 mana early board presence,
Yeah.
aggressive creatures, burn spells, and you like top off the curve with the Flage,
Yeah.
and you like spend your hands, spend your cards, dealing as much damage as possible to your
and
opponent.
then you can
Then
escape
you
it,
have
right?
cast Plage, escape it, and have like guaranteed finisher in command zone.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if they are also that much present or what the ratio is exactly between those two versions. But I believe at least in the very start, when the set was spoiled and when the first deck list was made with Plage,
Yeah.
that was some kind of mid-range grindy control version.
It's absolutely an option because it's a removal spell basically, and then a
Yes.
creature.
Yes.
Or you can just let it come back to the command zone and have another Helix.
when you see commanders, for example, Atraxa and
Yeah.
Pivot, they use the deck is control, and you have win condition in command zone.
Absolutely.
That's the same kind of
Kind of style, yeah,
strategy
you're
style
absolutely true.
that,
Yeah.
the Flage can use. Also abusing the turning off and the battlefield effects.
Yeah.
So you can have Flage on turn 3 right away without the battlefield trigger.
Like a
but,
Hushbringer style of cards. Yeah, that could be brutal, absolutely.
besides turning off away a big number of your opponent's cards.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're abusing a lot of things. And then if you just remove it, well, you don't have to remove it because you've got the attack trigger there.
Yes.
That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's a very nice style to go.
You do not at the battlefield trigger. You don't have the removal part of the cast Flage right away, but you have a 6/6 that
Yeah.
does it every single turn. And if your opponent don't deal with it, it's most likely game over.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, and also there is the option with Arena of Glory, which became quite popular in Modern, just to give it haste.
instant
as well.
haste right
Yeah.
from the start.
There are
Got the
some very nice
trigger
options.
and-
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see, and also this is the nice thing about the dual commander. You don't really know. Well, some decks like Feldon, it's probably going to be a red deck wins aggro. But with Tamio, for example, or Flage here, you don't really know what exact style it's gonna be.
Yeah,
If it's
so
aggro, if
when
it's
you
combo.
go into game 1 and you don't know the opponent, you don't
Yeah.
know the player, you might not expect what version you are playing against.
That's absolutely true.
And cannot as much plan beforehand, like when deciding mulligan options, etc. How are you gonna take this matchup? How are you gonna approach?
Yeah,
it?
what's your approach? What do you keep even? Like, especially, okay, with aggressive decks, you basically know what to keep, right? Like a nice, smooth, aggressive hands. But if you keep, like, slower hand as a control deck because you think the opponent is slower as well, but then it turns out to be aggressive Flage,
Yeah,
it can be a problem.
yeah.
This can play into the advantage of the Flage players or those diverse players of those decks.
Okay.
And there is also, that's why I showed you this, is the fact that we have about 40 or 42 different one-off decks, which means there are some absolute winners in my book, at least. Those players who really try to go against the meta and just play a nice, interesting deck. For example, there is the Gitrock monster. Well, that's like an older style, but I really love the Swaylune of Sea and Sky, and I hope that it's a Merfolk deck, but it's not gonna be a Merfolk deck.
No, some kind of a tempo blue
Yes.
control-ish version. It's some kind of a different or interesting choice, because when you have this type of decks,
Mm-hmm.
you would maybe play the Malcolm, which is also
Yeah,
present,
that's also there.
one-off.
Or we would just go for
So your hope is still alive.
Yeah,
Maybe
it could
is
be.
really a
It still
Merfolk
could be a
deck.
Merfolk deck. Absolutely, I would love that. Yeah, but there's a lot of nice one-offs, just some interesting decks. As you mentioned, the Ratchet, which is like a crazy interesting deck. I also really enjoy, depends how you see that. But there was, I think, Alicia, Smiles at Death. I don't remember if Alicia, yeah, that's right. I
Yeah.
think she was there. Yeah, Alicia, who smiles at that. One of them. It's an interesting deck, very interesting style. It's sort of like aggressive reanimator as well.
When the Cans of Tarkir block was released, it was really like regular commander that was played a lot during that time. But since then, I don't know how many years it is.
It's
It
been like 10
was
years,
not
yeah.
already. Oh man.
Yeah, it's been like 10 years.
Yeah, so it's was not present anymore, but maybe because I was personally thinking about some really nice Marduk commanders use those all sweet new cards like the Ajani, the Chthonian Nightmare, etc., etc., which has the 2 power that Alicia can. Can we, for example, try out the showing the card?
That's right. Yeah, can we?
Can?
We can't. No, it's alright.
Not yet. It's gonna be.
But Alicia is very, very interesting and very cool in this case. Well, there is also like the good old combo with Master of Cruelties.
Yes.
which is just fabulous to die to.
Yeah, the Master of Cruelty is, for those who do not know, maybe we can show it right away. It's a card that when it attacks, it has to attack alone, I
That's
believe.
right. Yes,
And
yes.
if you hit your opponent, they go to 1, which means the card is designed to be this really scary threat that
Yeah.
when you attack with it alone, opponent has to block it, and
Due to the first strike and the touch, it will just
yes,
die.
maybe
Right.
most of the time loses the creature. But if they doesn't, they go to 1 life.
Yeah.
But also there was another commander, Kalia of the Vast,
Yes.
that also used this interaction.
Yeah.
When you put the creature into play attacking, you go around the condition that you can only attack with 1 creature. So that means opponent goes to 1 if they don't block, of
That's
course,
right, that's right.
with the trigger, and they get hit from the other card
Yeah,
and die.
yeah.
So,
And it
it's
worked
sort of
just a
weird.
little better with Kalia because Alicia also has first strike, but Kalia does not, which means
Also-
Kalia just finishes them all.
Yeah, also Alesha went through the graveyard, so it
Yeah.
was can be stopped with
That's
the
right. It can be
graveyard.
hated. We are absolutely.
But Kalia, it is. I'm attacking you with Kalia. Any actions? Okay, I'm putting Master
Yeah.
into play, and you.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Of course, we have only one representative of that, and this is quite common in Dual Commander. That basically newer cards, stronger designs, more pushed things, sort of change the meta with every single
Yes.
new release, especially with the Modern Horizon sets, and also there is. Well, basically the commander sets that come out
Also,
with
yes.
different editions. You know, like the Outlaws Thunder Junction. You know, the it got banned very quickly. The Izzet commander with Outlaws and Thunder Junction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ares, yes.
That's right, Ares.
No, not that fast as Nadu, for example.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, yeah.
It stayed in the meta in a while, but the Outlaws was kind of an outlier
Mm-hmm.
when we were playing one of the first like local events in our player base in our club on top, and we got, for example, like 4 or 5 new commanders
Mm-hmm.
from the Outlaws in the top 8. So we had Marchisa, we got Vadim, is also presented.
Yeah,
today.
absolutely.
And Ares was that time also presented 1 or 2 times. So that was kind of a really like our outlier when the Outlaws is some not really often stand-up legal set affects the dual commander that much, because we are talking about the whole history of Magic.
You're
All
absolutely
the
right.
sets that have released in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
But the sets that have, because they are not standard legal, way bigger at power level.
Yeah, they are
like
pushed
the
much more,
Modern
yeah.
Horizons, Commander Legends, Commander whatever, Commander sets, they affect the meta way more.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to say that this is one things about what I love about Dual Commander. It doesn't get so much affected by, oh my god, this is new commander, everybody plays it. There's a lot of like personal pride and personal
Absolutely.
feelings about what kind of commander you play.
Absolute
There's
heroes
also, like,
here with their
a
personal
strictly
techniques.
rational and logical choice, what you're gonna play, what you're gonna net deck, etc.
Yeah.
You also like because in Dual Commanders there is this huge variety with all the different cards,
Yeah.
and you have 100 card decks and 1 card per deck. You have way less consistency.
absolutely.
Play, and that can be used to the advantage of these rogue decks when an opponent and you see, for example, Tameo, not perfect example, for example, Feldon,
Yeah.
Yoshimaru maybe, etc. You know what I will playing against, but when you see a commander you haven't seen in years, you don't
Or
know
ever,
exactly
even.
what to expect.
Yeah.
And we can go and you are not exactly sure what you are about to see. So they can those decks that are not exactly meta can have the advantage
You're
of surprising
absolutely
your
right.
opponent and making them play also not really that
Yeah.
well, or not mulliganing.
Absolutely, like they can keep suboptimal hands absolutely for the deck because they don't really know what to do, or even play suboptimally in the situation because there is no clue on their regards what to do.
You keep like 4 removal spells, but then you have all your opponent doesn't play anything, and it's playing control, for example. Okay, we are about to start.
I
believe,
think
right?
we are going to start in a couple of minutes, so I think there is an option to just show the audience actually how the hall looks and take a short break in between this initial commentary. We will of course continue during the intermission time with some meta breakdowns for you, just so you know. We just touched on a couple and then we got carried away. But we would like to show you the whole, and then we will see you at the first match.
Yes, let's go. Okay, we
so-
have a first match upcoming.
We are going to see the first match, which, as we were told, is going to be our favorite control deck in the meta. So Tamio, we're gonna
Maybe
see
combo deck.
maybe a combo deck. We don't really know yet. We'll see. And against that is my absolute favorite, Yoshimaru Ever Faithful and Bruce Star.
Okay.
So we're gonna see an aggro deck against combo or control deck. We will see 100%.
Yeah, and you claim that
gonna be.
the Tamio has an advantage. For
Okay, we can see the start already. Okay, we came to it just a little later, so we can see that Yoshimaru already started. They start with the new land from Modern Horizons 3 that gives you 3 damage, I believe.
yeah,
And then Yoshimaru on first.
starting on 17 life, it's no bother against Tamio.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
You see, like prime example of the start.
Okay.
Turn one commander. Turn one.
Yeah,
second
absolutely.
one.
Then we can see Den of the Bugbear, which is a thing that it's nice to see on the second turn, and Felden. So that's gonna be a counter on Yoshimaru, if it goes through, of course. Because against Tamio, you never know. Against a control deck, you can't be sure. Okay, so presumably it
A
went
bit
through.
pity we haven't seen a legendary land, because that would mean that Yoshimaru can run straight through the Tamio.
That's true,
Then this case, it's about to be blocked.
So one of them got blocked, and Philip on Tamio took 2 damage.
Yeah, Yoshimaru starting means they have a really great advantage, because
That's
now we have
absolutely true.
2 creatures in play against the control deck. That primary interaction is going to be counterspells.
Okay, and on Philip's side, it was just a fetch land and pass. Okay, you're
Yeah.
gonna see some interaction, definitely.
Yes, there is a huge decision between solving the actual base, the creatures that are already in play,
Yeah.
or preventing something even nastier coming on turn 3.
Absolutely true. And as a Yoshimaru lover, I can say that this deck really loves to play their 3-drops, which the 3-drops are absolutely crazy. Like a lot of them are super scary. Oh, okay. Another non-legendary land on the side of Yoshimaru.
Suboptimal.
Maybe a
but you
little
can see-
suboptimal, but still. Okay, Stoneforge Mystic. So we're gonna look for something. If it goes through, which might be unlikely.
Yeah, I don't believe
Yeah.
he can afford that.
That's absolutely true, because it would probably be either GT,
Shadow Spear?
Shadow Spear as well as a nice choice. So Philip fetched into Tropical Islands, I believe. Yeah, and we're gonna probably see some response to the Stoneforge Mystic.
Also, I would point out some useless fact. We see on both sides the creature land from the Baldur's Gate.
It's not Baldur's Gate, it's the Forgotten Realms.
Forgotten
It was the
Realms,
standard set. I think that the one on Yoshimaru's side might even come in handy,
Yeah.
because it's just 4 mana for activation and it's 4
On
damage.
Tamio's side, it is kind of rough. I don't think, or maybe we will see.
Sometimes the games just come to an end like this, you know? The deck will just control.
And since
then
we
win.
see that Yoshimaru is currently going more wide rather than
So there is
high.
Mana Leak as a response. Yeah.
Yes. So as we expected, the Stoneforge Mystic didn't come into play. We got a dog.
Okay, Selfless Savior. So a doggo came to town. Once again, just a block on one of those creatures, probably Felden, and 2 damage via Yoshimaru.
Yeah, another non-legendary permanent comes into
Absolutely.
play. A bit unlucky on the Yoshimaru side, but what I wanted to say, the fact that Yoshimaru is going more wider means that the Tamio, if it gets flipped, it's even more powerful. Because it is
Absolutely.
like -1 to attack for every single creature, meaning the dog card, the Selfless Savior,
Yeah.
can do pretty much nothing in this matchup, because understandable. I
Absolutely.
don't think it is really relevant if it would be the the bodyguard. Or
Yeah, you're right.
That gives protection. It would be a bit more relevant.
You're absolutely right. Especially, blue does not really have a lot of destroy effects, so it's probably going to be more like bounce effects style, or maybe even like the flip Tamio with the plus ability to get
And
minus.
going on
1.
defensive, because This is something, even if it's not the most powerful, I believe, Yoshimaru start, the Tamil player has to deal with it, some sorts.
Oh, and there's been a very interesting play, Harbinger of the Tides.
I really wanted to notice the forest basic going fetched. I firstly assumed that the fetch land is going to be to basic forest.
Yeah,
because
Harbinger of Tides
the
was
player,
the result.
yes. The player cannot afford to take damage fetching breeding pool if he needs to have the untap land. But yes, Harbinger is actually one of the cards that I used to defeating Yoshimaru, because as you already pretty much know, the Yoshimaru player he plays a lot of non-basics.
Absolutely. The deck does not have a lot of room for basic lands because you want a lot of legendary lands, which we haven't seen, unfortunately. But they would make Yoshimaru much bigger. You even play Hammerheim, which is kind of useless mountain.
The Ganjo.
And yeah, absolutely. You don't really activate the cards. You just play them for the +1/+1 counter.
It come into play.
Yeah.
But we had a situation when the Yoshimaru is kind of a lockdown.
Absolutely locked out of mana, basically. There might be some artifacts, potentially, as we mentioned, the Shadow Spear or GTA.
From the Eastern Fort that countered, really nice for the Tamil.
Yeah.
But as I wanted to say, not a big board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been Vendelian Clique on the side of Philip, which means that we're gonna see the hand full of interesting cards that can't really be played.
Just checking out, there is nothing that Yoshimaru can use
absolutely.
in this situation, and we see that there is not.
There is
anything.
But there is a lot of interesting choices, especially the Flowering of the White Tree on the right. That's a crazy card in the deck, which will probably go out. Yes, it's getting discarded.
This is kind of interesting because I don't think in this situation you don't have to put any card in the bottom of your opponent's library, and drawing them extra card means they have one more chance to draw a basic land.
It's true.
And start playing the game again.
It's true. It's absolutely
there is
true.
a situation where maybe I would not want to put anything from my opponent's hand, just checking it. If there is not some Fury or Solitude, something they can play for free. And just blocking the board, checking, okay, nothing's bad, Flowering can stay.
Yeah, and there we can see the power of a flyer, Shadow Spear being equipped. So we have a 4/2 in the air with Trample and Lifelink going to the red zone, and now stabilizing Philip on Tamio, which will probably be very hard for Jacopo Yoshimaru to come back from.
Not only he managed to stabilize it, lock down the mana, but also there starts
and there's been a scoop.
Gaming life, pretty obvious because there is nothing much the Yoshimaru player can do at that point.
Absolutely.
Cannot cast anything. Your opponent has a pretty nice clock for a blue deck.
For sure.
For 4 or 6 per turn and gaining life in the process. So there is not even a chance for Yoshimaru for the game to go
There was
wrong,
basically no way
chance to drawing something, for example, Pyrokinesis that can deal with the Harbinger, or drawing some kind of lands so Yoshimaru can finally play the game again. It was finished.
There were still options, but maybe it was more nicer choice. He could have still gone for the Fury line, just to hope to draw Fury and get out of the game.
But in 100 card deck, that's
also that's taking into account the fact that it would probably not resolve. Because you're playing against a control deck with a lot of counter spells.
Since you don't get to play match cards afterwards, your opponent, every counter spell they draw since that point, it is online and it is prepared for the situation when you finally can hopefully resolve something and the Tamil just swoops in and dash the rest.
Absolutely. Well, this was just quite quick game.
It was crazy draw.
But we have also seen the power of Tamio on first turn, because she basically blocked about 6 damage.
Yes. be not only that she can fly, she
Yeah.
can generate the card advantage through the clue tokens and flip into a planeswalker that can its bunch of situations
Yeah, yeah.
serve as a win condition because
Absolutely.
you just plus go into ultimate, draw half of the deck, and your opponent concedes because there's nothing else you can do.
Absolutely.
Also, you have a turn 1 0/3 blocker
Yeah.
that due to the fact that Yoshimaru never lived to the free third counter.
Yeah, that's right, that's
Second
right.
counter free power
Yeah.
that can go through, meaning Tamio was blocking after blocking after blocking
Yeah.
until he managed to deal with the situation.
You're absolutely right. We'll probably see, well, definitely see start from Jakub, which is certain, and we just missed one little fact that it's not the Bruce build; it's a Tana build with Yoshimaru. So there is an access to green.
I haven't noticed.
Oh, I haven't
The
noticed
mana
as
base.
well. Yeah, the mana base did not really sell that, but there is usually just a little bit of a splash to the green color because the majority is in red and white, especially white. So we once again see Yoshimaru on turn 1.
Yeah, just be fixing the life total so it can
Yeah,
manage the
it's
situation.
Jakub is on 19 due to the fact that he played Battlefield Forge, so every single mana is gonna hit just a little bit, but in this particular matchup, it does not really matter.
Well, when we saw the last game, there was the Vendelian play
Yeah.
hitting back, so there can be some considerations.
It's
about
true,
The
it's
life
true.
because there is some kind of situations when
Yeah.
the clock can be met both ways.
You're right, but more aggressive on this side is definitely Yoshimaru. Now, we've seen turn 1 Tamio, a classic, nice play. Now,
again from the hull of the giant lord.
yeah, that's right. It came
It's a
again.
card this way.
Okay, now we have Arena of Glory on the side of Jakub, which
Coming
is
to play tapped
yeah, that's right. It's gonna come into play tapped
because there is no mountain.
because there is no mountain. I think we'll have to just
Call judge. Maybe.
do judge call them. Sorry, we'll have to stop the boys just for a moment. So there's. Can you do judge call?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there was some kind of confusion on
Yeah,
how
on the
player.
yeah, that's
played.
right. The Arena of Glory card is still quite a new one, and yes, you do need to have a mountain for it to come into play untapped, which was a little unfortunate on the side of Jakub.
I will mention I got caught with this kind of Modern Horizons lands before. It was the green one, the Shifting Woodland, and I also played it not having a forest.
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
it coming to land.
It can happen. The cards are quite new. On the side of Philip, we can see Shadow Spear and just the fetch lands. Okay, and now another tapped land on the.
We kind of
side
missed the
of
fact
Jakub.
that Yoshimaru managed to deal with Tamio, which is
That's
a big
true.
deal.
That's
because
true, that's
the
true.
strength of a one mana commander means that you have board presence from the start
Absolutely,
of the game.
absolutely.
And if your opponent deal with it, the recast 3 mana Tamio,
Yeah.
not that great.
Yeah.
And again. So
Absolutely,
One-
and you know the 3 to the back is quite important. The 3 toughness creature at the start is very nice to see and very nice to deal with. Well, not very nice to deal with for the
Yeah.
Yoshimaru player. So the lightning bolt was very prompt in this case.
also meaning that once the Tamio player wants to recast it, this is meaning free turn for the Yoshimaru player.
Absolutely.
So the player is tapped out, and Yoshimaru can do whatever he wants to.
Yeah, and as I said before, on 3 mana, Yoshimaru players have a lot of options to play, a lot of interesting legendary 3 drops.
Yeah, I just kind of noticed that Yoshimaru player is Czech Niemec, which I believe is the one that lost to me because I knocked him out with Harbinger.
Well, he got the same result today as well.
Yeah,
We've also
unlucky.
seen the power of the new surveillance from Murderers at Karlov Manor. That was I think Maze Henge. Ooh, and we see Oko.
You got David Tamio, but you got kind
Now
of
there is a new problem in town, which is sort of an unkillable planeswalker due to how big he is.
yeah, you need something like Skycraft Apparition, which I don't know if you include the card in the
It
deck.
usually is, depends on the build, of course, of Jakub.
What I have noticed, and it's really weird, that the Yoshimaru player got 2 untapped lands and didn't play anything. So
Yeah.
the draw, the
The
deck
keep-
is not really helping.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The keep was not
situation.
the best, and also none of these lands are legendary, which means they did not really help him to grow his Yoshimaru, which
We got
could have been
Yoshimaru
swinging.
since turn 1, and it has 0 counters. Now we finally maybe
Now-
see something.
Yeah, now we see Boromir, which is a nice and interesting card. It's a 3/3 with vigilance, and it also can deal with free spells.
Yes, and coming
And
with
it
haste
probably
from
came
the
out with
arena,
haste from the Arena of Glory,
dealing
which
damage
would
to-
deal 5 damage to
Yeah,
Oko.
I believe so.
Yes, so Oko went down to 1.
Not quite unkillable. We went
Yeah.
from the situation when it was just Yoshimaru,
It's
nothing
true.
else, into dealing 5 damage.
You're
to the
absolutely
player.
right. It can get through quite quickly. Now, Philip is reading the Boromir card, which is very interesting. And as I mentioned, it has 2 interesting abilities. The first one is whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell.
Yeah, the most interesting of the abilities. The second one is a protection.
Yeah,
basically.
it's like basically a selfless spirit kind of ability,
Omitting
entering
the
tempt.
Ring Tempt too. Exactly. But the first one is way more interesting
Absolutely.
and more also needed
Yeah.
to be mindful of.
And here comes Nadu.
Here comes the bird.
Yeah, here comes the birds. Here comes the birds.
Fantastic.
Now-
And in combination with Shadow Spear, I must say.
Yeah, well, it's only in combination with Shadow Spear, but it's still there. And we all need to remember the fact that even if you just have Nadu and opponent tries to destroy it, it still triggers.
Yes, if it's a targeted removal.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a huge strength of the card, because even if it gets answered right
Yeah.
away, you still get a card, which means
Absolutely.
the answering it is a card at disadvantage for the opponent.
Yes.
We also see the food is now a 3/3, which
Yeah.
means a huge board presence.
And
against what's
as we
written.
were mentioning, it gets swords to plowshares.
Yeah, so first-
but
Oh
there's a
my
flip.
god, mental mistake from the top!
And there is a flip on the mental
This
list.
is the huge strength of Dadu, and this is what I've done to players before.
Absolutely crazy, and he's gonna counter that. My lord.
Yeah, you wanted to deal with Nadu? Too bad. Here, misstep.
This
right
is
from the top of your
crazy.
deck.
This is
Thanks.
absolutely
Oh
crazy.
my
That's a scoop on the side of Jakub.
That was
Yeah, we can see the power of Nadu. Absolute craziness.
I have to say, in combination of not really carrying the deck in the Yoshi
Yeah.
player, that didn't present with.
We're absolutely, yeah, it's absolutely
big
true.
best place
That's right.
possible.
The Yoshimaru did not really show its maximum potential. The deck did not really support, or at least the mana base did not really support Yoshimaru to make it grow much bigger than it should. It's absolutely possible to have like a 5/5 on the third turn.
That was a
haven't
huge
seen that.
discrepancy between what
Yeah.
both decks presented. On one hand,
Absolutely.
you had Yoshimaru that missed the legendary lands,
Yeah.
missed a really nice curve.
Yeah.
And on the second hand, you see Tamio that first game it solved the board presence.
Yeah,
very-
absolutely. With Harbinger and just
Gameplay.
lock the opponent out of the game completely.
And then presented very fast clock with Shadow Spear.
Yeah, and the Vandalion
And
click.
when
Yeah,
you click, and on the second game, you dealt with Tamio. Okay, here's Oko, here's Nadu, and
Yeah.
Nadu got mental misstep, and it is kind of a sad situation you see when
Yeah.
you have the fastest and most powerful aggro deck
Yeah.
in the meta, and against it you have a deck that is mostly control mid-range,
Yeah.
and it has a way bigger board presence on the three. than
yeah,
you.
it's true. Well, the deck was able to answer quite a lot of things. And especially, I think it was maybe also the breaking point for Jakub with Yoshimaru, the fact that the mental misstep just came out of the top and completely
that
destroyed his
is
play.
a huge psychological hit.
Yeah,
and
but it's crazy, the odds.
Yeah,
one in
that happens.
90, basically.
But there is like flipping miracle spells from
Yeah,
people, like
absolutely.
very kind of play here. I am so happy, or not happy for like move players because
Yeah.
I don't want to be mean, but I'm really happy that
But it's-
we get to see some fantastic
Yeah.
situations.
And it was a great play. It was very interesting, you know.
How powerful the deck
Yeah,
can seem to
absolutely.
be, because I mean you have commander turn 1,
Yeah.
then you have a counter spell,
Yeah.
then you have Oko,
Yeah.
that is like the most broken planeswalker ever printed,
Yeah.
and then you have Nat,
Which is probably the most broken, well, 3-drop in green and blue. There's been a lot of
very
those.
closely,
Yeah, very
kind
close.
of in that
Yeah.
ballpark kind
Yeah.
of creature, and then you just have it. And
Yeah.
a free
Also-
mana counter spell from the top.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, also interesting thing, one last thing that I wanted to mention is the sad part on Yoshimaru's side of the table. Imagine that there was just one more legendary land. The
Then
Oko would
Oko would
die,
die, yes.
and there would be no 3-3 made from the food. So that was also a breaking point. All right. Thank you very much for watching this match. We will take a little break and see you in round number 2.
Okay, see you.
Bye for now. All right, welcome back. So we were discussing here a little situation that came to us during the first match. We've been reading the comments. There have been some questions about it or some notices, and we know. So let us just remind ourselves
My
about
brain
the
was
situation.
exploding from the chants.
Yeah, like the craziness of the play was there, absolutely. But thank you very much for the coverage. We can see the two cards that were there on the interaction. Let's just rewind to the moment that we had. On the side of Yoshimaru, so on the right side, let's say, here, there was Boromir, Warden of the Tower. And as we said, there is the
Yes.
nice passive ability. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell.
Yeah, couldn't be paid, and an ability that you need to take care of, to watch for, because if you don't,
That's
you get
right.
horrible.
That's right. It's quite common to forget about these kinds of abilities. It can happen. We even forgot, even though we spoke about
Yeah,
it.
and on the left side there
Yeah.
was an Adu,
Yeah.
and there was a mental misstep that came into hand in response to
Yes.
Force of Plowshares.
That's right. There was sorts of plowshares from the side of Yoshimaru targeting Nadu, which triggers the ability. So whenever the creature becomes target of a spell or an ability, you basically flip the top. If it's a land, it goes to the battlefield. If it's not land, it goes to your hand.
A huge situation that was exactly mental misstep
Yeah.
in response to a 1 mana removal spell.
Absolutely.
But the point is, the Boromir or the player played mental misstep in such a way, played
Yeah.
by paying life, that Boromir should prevent
Yeah.
the casting of the spell,
Yeah.
or like resolving the spell.
You're
by
absolutely
countering it
right.
with his
But
passive ability.
in that specific situation, there was still a way for the Tamio player to resolve it correctly,
Yeah.
as he had still a fetch land
Yeah.
to use. So there was an option to pay for it legitimately. We wanted to go back to the game with the players, but there was no option because the Yoshimaru player just scooped on the spot,
Yes.
which was quite a... I understand the mental torment that he went through, honestly.
Playing as it was, the situation presented, we do not hear the commentary of the players,
Yeah.
so we don't know what dialogue was
That's
there.
right, that's right.
If like the player fast forward and said, okay, I will fetch,
That's
I'll pay
right.
mana, I'll counter with mental misstep, which
Yeah.
gotcha is probably GG, right? But,
Absolutely.
it was a legit situation, but as it was presented by on the stream and on the camera,
Yeah.
the mental misstep should be countered.
Yeah,
by
it
the
should have been
player.
countered by Boromir, you're absolutely right. But there was no option for us to intervene, as
It
the
was so
mental
Yeah.
misstep done in this situation was a little too fast for us.
Yeah, misstep.
But still, just to touch back on the match that we've seen, we really saw the power of Tamio, how strong the deck can be, how good a 0-3 blocker is.
Do we know exactly what kind of the variation of Tamio
Well,
it was?
we do know that it was the variant that emphasizes green quite a lot, because we've seen Nadu as well in the deck list. So it was not the mono blue style. It was not a complete mono blue Tamio.
I believe I've seen versions where there is like 50 blue cards.
Mm-hmm.
Tamio is Naru is one of the green cards that's presented. But if you could see on the deck list,
Yeah, I'm
what
trying
I'm
to remember.
most interested in is if this is really the combo version of
Mm-hmm.
the Tamio Nadu deck, or it is just a Nadu in the deck for value.
So
which-
basically, your question is there Shuko or not?
yeah, exactly.
That is a nice question. That is a nice question to have, absolutely. I'm not really sure if we can go back into the deck list, as I'm a little lost on the name of the player we had here.
Could have it.
But we will get that in a moment. Also another thing that I wanted to touch on, and that we will get into just in a moment, is the rest of the meta, because we did not really touch on that. So you can look forward to a lot of squee, I would say, as
Yeah.
we mentioned.
Slimefoot and Squee
Slimefoot and
is
Squee.
one of the most present decks recently
Yeah.
in this meta and in this event.
Very good. Okay, we are looking for the Samio deck just to give you the idea if it was for value or not.
When I was walking past the desks on the event, I saw just Slamfoot and Squee getting exiled forever by Philia.
Yeah.
So really interesting situation.
That's also true. You can actually mention that events or actually that situation that you just said. Because I was absolutely fascinated by the mono white situation you mentioned.
It was a really nice synergy. The player is a judge, so he's very aware of the rule shenanigans going on there. But if he could get card Philia on the stream showed,
can
how
we
exactly
can we
the
show
ability
Philia as a card
works.
just so we can give you the idea.
So basically, the Philia uses its Philia.
Yeah, I'm looking into the deck list of our friend here, and basically, as I'm looking into it, I see no Shuko.
Such a shame.
Such a shame, right? Such
I'm
a shame.
disappointed.
So the Nadu was there just for pure value, basically,
Yes,
which still works.
maybe. Yeah. Well, it kind of makes sense because Shuko is not that fantastic card on its own.
That's right.
Then we have the Philia, and I want to touch on one of the situations.
Yeah, give it to us. It was just great.
The Philia can not only abuse your enter the battlefield triggers, but it can also sometimes temporarily exile your opponent permanents because they usually return on the VM step.
You just blink it. It's fair magic, right?
But
Nothing
when
crazy.
you basically, for example, end your turn
Yeah.
prematurely in response to the trigger, that means that your opponent unknowingly gets the commander to the real exile zone, not in the command zone.
Exactly.
Doesn't expect any of those foul shenanigans by this little dog.
Like the situation you explained exactly was basically the Philia player was attacking with the Sundial of the Infinite. Sorry, was attacking with Philia.
Yes.
Targeting the Slimefoot, right?
Yes.
So the Slimefoot player just like, okay, it's good. It goes to
The
exile.
Sundial is a card I would want to show.
Yes, Sundial of the Infinite.
Perfect. Yes.
Fantastic card, just normal.
Yeah,
Simple.
very weird card. Yeah, it is an artifact that ends your turn
Yeah.
because it sets end your turn, but you can activate it only during your own turn.
Yeah.
And you might say, why would I want to end my turn? Well, it does not only ends the turn, but it also by the effect counters or removes
Basically,
all abilities and spells on the stack currently. Yeah, it's written on the reminder text there.
Yes.
So what happened is Philia attacked, exiled Slimefoot. Slimefoot went into the regular exile zone, not to the command zone, because the player, the Slimefoot pilot, expected.
You would expect
Slimefoot
just to get your
return
commander back. Yeah,
It's
fair
just-
magic, right?
It's just the Philia wants to attack and not
Yeah.
be squashed by the free.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What can go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. And after the combat, the Philia player cast the Sundial, so the opponent also said,
Yeah,
I'm in trouble.
They realized the problem.
And once
Absolutely.
the trigger was on the stack, the turn was ended, and the Slimefoot ended up in the exile zone for the rest of the game, out of the touch completely.
Yes, so kids, remember, don't let your commanders get exiled. Be careful with the sundials.
Yeah,
It can
exactly.
get very scary.
Especially around little white dogs.
Yeah, especially about fleshy white dogs. Now, as to the meta breakdown that we wanted to continue with, we actually touched on the Slimefoot. Now, what would you say about the deck? What do you like about it? Or do you even like the deck?
I like the deck a lot. It is one of the most played decks that I coincidentally also like to play, so I built it and brought it on regular many local events. I love the deck because, and I also think this is why it's so present. Today,
we actually
because-
have 13 players representing Slimefoot and Squee.
Yes, because in my opinion, not only it's a very powerful deck, it is also a really fun deck. It is my favorite archetype, mid-range,
Yeah,
I'd say.
it's absolutely a mid-range deck.
When you have a commander that can come into play very early, also.
Well, the most common, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, is turn 2.
Turn 2,
because
exactly.
first turn, you're in green. You're playing a lot of mana dorks.
Yeah.
Basically, all of them that are available to you that are worth something.
Or just slide one guide, second guide.
You're absolutely right. You've got 2 guides as well.
one.
Absolutely.
But basically, you put a Slimefoot and Squee come out early and started to make those tokens,
Yes.
building a burr presence, and the rest of the deck is mid-range threat after mid-range threat after mid-range threat.
Yes.
Planeswalkers, big scary creatures, Pyrogoyf, etc., etc. So the deck can pivot towards being aggressive against control players. It can pivot towards controlling the game against aggressive players, removing threats, building more presence, and just by the sheer fact that the Slimefoot is a 3/3 that makes tokens, but that is not quite all that the card is about.
Yeah.
Right? There is also this.
There is also another ability. Don't forget about it. But also another thing.
Important one.
It's not just enters the battlefield, as we say.
Yeah,
it's also attack trigger, which means for 3 mana you get basically 4/4 on the board, 3/3 and a 1/1, and then another 1/1 each combat with Slimefoot. And you don't really want the Slimefoot to die as the opponent, because there is the activated ability for 4 mana, which requires to sacrifice a sapling. Now, how convenient! You're making those already with the Slimefoot, and then you reanimate 2 creatures, which is 2 creatures is crazy. The first time I've seen it, I was like, okay, you get a Slimefoot back, whatever. But there is another creature coming as well. So you return Slimefoot and Squee and up to 1 another creature.
Yeah, so you don't want to be attacked. You block
absolutely.
the Slimefoot and Squee, you prevent it from hitting your face, and for that you are rewarded by Slimefoot coming back along with something, way scarier than that.
Absolutely. Well, you can get a Colossal Dreadmaw even, guys. Now here, thank you from the coverage. The greatest option is to reanimate Colossal Dreadmaw. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, this is why it's omnipresent in every deck.
Absolutely. I've seen it in a lot of those lists, 100%. But on the serious note, there are some creatures that have crazy even ETB effects. You know, like there is the Edict Lich. Even the Pyrogoyf, you're absolutely right. Or the Lich with Edict effect on enters the battlefield with the Monarch trigger as well.
Yeah,
there are
initiative which concurrently the Slimefoot can very well fight for, because lots of tokens that can block opponents' effort to take it from you, and also lots of creatures that can, in case that you lost it, you just simply can that. And this is why I think it is a very good matchup against Aragorn, because Aragorn is the king.
Aragorn, King of Gondor, the 3 mana one. So the one that's actually worth playing. I'm sorry for any 4-color enjoyers of the bigger Aragorn, but this one, so the King of Gondor, is the only one that's actually being played today. Today. Well, I mean, competitively, let's say. Especially today. Yeah. You can try the 4-color one. It's got some nice value, but this one is really the thing that you need to watch out for.
Yeah, the Aragorn King of Gondor is a general that's most likely about setting up the board presence, controlling the board, and then winning by getting the Red Monarch and hitting your opponent for 4 life, while having Vigilance, Lifelink, 4/4 Defender as well.
Absolutely.
As a blocker.
Yes.
And against Slimefoot, there is this curious situation when the Slimefoot cannot block you very well, because Aragorn is often unblockable. But if Slimefoot attacks, you have the option to block it, but you usually attack with some Superling tokens along as well, because Slimefoot usually comes out sooner than Aragorn himself.
You're right.
So you lose Monarch as it is, and if you block the Slimefoot and Squee, then
it's coming back.
It's coming back
with a friend.
Even. And if you want to attack with Aragorn, the slime food have multiple creatures, so
Yes.
you cannot go through.
That's right. That's the ability on Aragorn. You know, when Aragorn attacks, up to one target creature can block this turn. But if you're the monarch, just creatures can block this turn. So you really need to keep the monarch to have the free attacks, basically. Which is, well, it's the tempo. Opponent is losing life, but something you care more about, at least earlier, is to stabilize on big enough life total so that you can't be really bursted down.
But the slime food SQE is a very scary deck to play against.
Absolutely.
In my experience, I'm kind of exaggerating here a little, but it loses when it doesn't have enough mana to play its cards.
You're right.
Either color or mana, but often then that the slime food is really one of the biggest players in this tournament.
You're absolutely right. We get
And
13
I would
players
be
of them. Yeah.
really, really surprised if we don't see No in the top 60.
I think we will see one. At least I really hope to even show you one during the coverage before the final rounds.
Sounds special.
I hope
Okay.
I will see that, because Slime Fight and Squeeze is very interesting deck. But as you mentioned, the fact that sometimes it has problems with its mana.
Right.
One of those is the fact that it's a 3-mana creature or 3-mana commander, but it's super hungry on the mana pips, right? You need specifically black, specifically red, specifically green, which can sometimes lead to problems where you can't really play the card. You know, your lands do not really help you out.
Especially if most of the mana dorks you have are giving you only green mana.
That's right. That's
you
right.
are usually just with 2 green and not red
Yeah,
and green
yeah.
at the same time on turn 2, 3. So
You're absolutely right. You can get into the problem that you can't really play it on turn 3, and that's very sad because the deck really needs that. It really needs to have a fast start to push the tempo.
the slime food on turn 2 is just so much scarier than
Yeah.
slime food on turn 4. because
Absolutely,
it has,
absolutely. And this is what makes or breaks the deck. Absolutely.
I agree.
Yeah. And when it comes, for example, in Noble Hierarch is a nice option, or Birds of Paradise, you can have the nicer mana dorks, but also you've got basically the 3 elves.
Yeah. If you want to play them nonetheless because they give you the mana.
You
to
always
cast it,
want to play as many mana dorks, you're right, because the sooner you play, the better.
maybe not the Boreal Druid card.
Okay,
because
yeah.
it gives you the colorless
That's
mana.
right, that's
This one that you don't
Yeah.
really need so often. Or
You're right.
To cast your commander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you even play like Gilded Goose, for example, even though it's like one stop mana dork.
Because that turn 2 power play by casting your commander is what you need, especially.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
if you don't follow up with a 4-drop
Yeah.
right next turn, it sucks, but it is not that.
Yeah,
important.
it's still workable.
It's
Like
not
you can play
terrible.
turn 2 squee, turn 3 a 3-drop, or like a removal spell and a smaller creature. It still works wonders. So on the other side of those, let's say mid-rangey tempo decks would be the Aragorn, which is still quite fast, I would say, but it tries to go for a more controlling angle.
I think it also depends on
Mm-hmm.
the version. Usually Aragorn includes like 50-50 creatures
Mm-hmm.
to instant sorceries, just to ensure that you don't have only the interaction in case Aragorn gets answered and
Yeah.
you are left with no pressure at all,
Mm-hmm.
which is not a situation you want to be in except against some more late gamey control.
Yeah, like you can afford it in some cases,
Yeah,
but
if against like for example Tevith or Atraxa,
Yeah.
you don't want to be just left with the Aragorn.
Mm-hmm.
You need to put pressure on
Yeah.
the opposing player in other ways. So that's why
That's right.
Usually the build contains the big number of some other like cheaper
yeah, like more little
fly,
aggressive, or yeah.
usually, or flash.
Yeah, there is like the 3-drop from Counts of Tarkir. I don't really remember something Raider. It's a human 3/3 flying, vigilance, and haste.
Yeah, you need. You think the
And
Mantis?
Yeah, Mantis Rider. That's it. Mantis Rider, for example, it's like a nice card that's
Used to be
aggressive.
modern staple.
Yeah, it used to be a modern human staple. Well, humans are no longer played competitively in modern.
Which is weird because it is a huge mantis. But
Yeah.
I guess it's the monk.
Yeah, you
riding
care
it.
about the guy, not the beast. The guy is the big one.
The guy is 1/1 and
Yeah, and the beast
Mantis
is 2/2.
is 2/2,
You're
and
absolutely
flying with
right.
lance haste.
Yeah, but this card is very nice. For example, in Aragorn, because it's aggressive, so you start hitting your opponent, but
Yes.
it still has vigilance, so you can block, and it's a flyer, so you can keep your monarch the next turn 100%
You got
usually.
hasty threat, basically free to your opponent's
Yeah.
face, a blocker, and an evasion threat
Yeah.
all in the one package. Considering it has no other text other than that, I never quite like this
Yeah,
card
I
so
understand.
much.
I understand.
But I admit it has some uses.
Yeah, there are some uses. Well, the biggest problem is whether or not to play it actually, because in some cases you really want to have like open interaction
You
with
tap
Aragorn.
out,
Yeah, you
and-
tap out usually for this one.
The Mantis Rider is usually the nice follow-up after you casting Aragorn,
You're
and
right.
it gets answered because usually you lose the Monarch, and the Mantis Rider provides you with, at the time you have more than 3 mana,
Yeah.
so you can play it while keeping
Yes,
mana open
that's
for
also an
interaction.
option, which is
So you
nice thing
Play
with that.
Mantis Rider, you hit your opponent, get Monarch back, have a blocker, and have a mana back from the interaction.
Which is fantastic because you really want to get the monarch
Not
because
as powerful,
yeah.
so on turn 3, but
Yeah.
way more powerful on turn 4, 5,
Absolutely.
and so on.
Absolutely. And you know, Monarch is one of these kinds of abilities that I'm not really sure if I'm super happy about, like existing in total in Dual Commander.
And the initiative.
And the
even
initiative
more.
is the other one that
you
I
get-
wanted to mention.
You get mechanic, you
Yeah.
can say, that is originally thought of as a multiplayer.
You're absolutely right.
That it provides you with this fun aspect that you attack
Yeah.
different players,
Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
gang up on one, and if someone hits you, takes you the monarch, you want to gang up on the player who is
Absolutely.
who is in front.
Yeah, like someone who's ahead and they are trying to, you know, win, well, not win, but get value with the initiative or get value with.
Also, when I play the CDH,
Mm-hmm.
that I know that the effects that trigger once per turn are much more powerful when you have only one opponent
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
against when you have 3 of them, because
Yeah.
there's so much stuff going on between those 2 triggers. But in Dual Commander, it is all against grinding resources and grinding tempo.
Absolutely.
One player against the other, and so every single card you have is the card your opponent doesn't have, and it is one card extra against it.
Yeah, and like the initiative, especially if we can put up the White Plume Adventurer, which is a card that kind of broke Legacy back when it was legal still. Turbo Initiative deck in Legacy, well, those kinds of designs for multiplayer can sometimes be very destructive for our like normal 1v1 formats.
Yes.
So
We
it
are
can be
following
very
up
nice.
now with the second round.
Yes.
Do we know?
And soon enough we will get
we
to the
can
coverage.
Look forward to
We will hopefully even get the players who will be playing.
the second turn. The second round is just around the corner.
We will
just
see
don't know
who do we
what-
have. Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully Tamio versus Tamio, right?
I'm really hoping for that, yes. I would like to just take a break, you know, just say land pass.
Hey, maybe there will be Nadu and Oko on turn 3.
Maybe,
and,
maybe.
Misstep getting on to the
Yeah,
trigger
like combo
and
Tamio
game
against
over in
control
10
Tamio.
minutes.
Yeah, it would be fantastic.
Probably not.
But you know, based on the numbers, it is quite possible to get Tamio Mirror, especially due to the
Not
power
unlikely.
level.
Yeah.
It's not unlikely, and especially due to the power level, it would be possible to see that in higher rounds that we will see later
Right.
today. But we will see
I
about the
know
results.
About several other Tamios that won this round,
Yeah.
but we are only joking. I'm not so distraught by seeing a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, this is where the skill of the players
Absolutely.
really
Absolutely.
show. Because if you play with the same cards, also the one that's starting has maybe some advantage, but when you play basically the same deck, it boils down to how well you can play.
You're absolutely
What are
right.
you as a player?
And especially in the singleton format, which we have here, there can be a lot of variance even in the mirror matches.
So we
Okay.
get.
So on the left
Aminato.
side on the right side we can see Aminatu, and on the left side I think it's Marchesa,
Yeah, this
dealer
is
of
definitely
death.
Marchesa. I recognize that.
Yeah, it looks like Marchesa, dealer of death, in the hands of David Stepanek, and then Aminatu. I'm not sure what.
Aminato, the Fate Shifter.
That's
I believe.
right. That's the Planeswalker Aminatu in the hands of Leonhard Heindel. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly.
Yeah, I believe.
Now, both of those decks are quite interesting. Both of them are not designed to be aggressive. So
Right.
we will see longer gameplay.
The Marchesa is one of the outlaw commanders that we talked about before, I believe. That revolves around the trigger whenever you commit a crime, whenever you target your opponent or something of them. You pay 1 mana and you get a card extra.
It's
from
just
the
a
top.
great value. Yeah, it's a criminal deck, I would say. It's very
You can
great.
say that.
Yeah.
And against it, a bit of classic in a dual commander. You could see
Absolutely.
it for years and years since it was spoiled. It is some kind of evergreen presence.
Yeah.
Considering the recent power creep, it is maybe a bit of the wayside, but it's still really a menace.
Still
to play
usable,
with.
still good, still very clean.
We get a fetch on Badlands, I believe.
It
and
looks
Dragon
like
Rage
it, and
Channeler.
Darcy. Yeah, Dragon Rage Channeler.
So
A
we get a
nice
bit,
value card.
Yeah, and also a kind of a aggressive start.
You
It's a
could say
great
that,
to
definitely.
Put, the Aminato player under pressure, and when you are playing against Planeswalker commander,
Right.
you want to have something on board so you can pressure it and fight for the board presence. We see Chain Lightning and Nedergoyf.
Yeah, there's Chain Lightning, Nethergoyf,
Lorien
Lorien
Revealed.
Revealed, and 2 lands. One of them is a Czech land, so the Sulphur Falls, and the
Yeah.
other one is the
Survey.
new Survey land.
Yes, yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
So
Okay.
there's been a discard on the Chain Lightning. And
If we spoke about the decks not being so aggressive, we just see DRC to
another
burn
Nethergoyf,
spells
yeah.
and also another 1 mana creature.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
true.
not a really control hand per se, right?
Absolutely, but you know the Marchesa deck can get a little aggressive. Definitely more than Aminatsu.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
As we spoke before, against some like big control decks like
There is the
Artifacts,
Nethergoyf.
you need to put out some kind of pressure to
Absolutely,
put out,
absolutely.
as long as you maintain the advantage. Yes, we got the Nethergoyf,
Yeah.
and if we have a nice board presence, we'll see what the Aminato is all about. I don't see.
That's right. It's
any-
probably going to be a reanimator style. It's always. Although we are not really sure what hand does the Aminatsu player have.
just
So-
to land,
just
play,
to lands and-
do rest to
yeah.
check the opposing players. Huh?
Now there is the push, I believe, for 4 or 3, if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah.
There has been a land and a Chain Lightning, so that's a push for 3, and then 3 mana. There is going to be a
Marchesa,
play. Okay.
Yeah, the Marchesa.
Yeah, there is an
being
attempt to
attempted
cast Marchesa, and then there is a fetch on the side of Aminatsu.
Well, let's say attempt to resolve Marchesa.
Yeah, there is an attempt. Well, there's been a cast. The
Yes,
cast has been made.
Yeah, and the Aminato is most likely to respond because there is
Absolutely.
going to be a bit scary.
Yeah.
Board presence, or maybe let it go and went.
Yeah, there is some sort of counter spell, maybe
they-
even the counter spell.
Yeah, I see 2 blue mana.
Yeah, it looks like 2 blue pips, counter spell, and as a result, days as a response to the counter spell.
So the going all in on creatures
Yes.
makes just that much sense.
There's been a
suddenly.
trigger as well on Darcy, and I think it was Pyrogoyf
Yes,
that came to the graveyard.
So you now have the situation that the Aminato's counterspell got counterspelled, and Marchesa gets 3 creatures on board.
Absolutely, and now there is a lot of pressure on the side of Marchesa and David Stepanek.
Yes, so not really, not looking that good for.
It's not
Aminato,
looking good for Aminatsu. You're absolutely right.
But if the Aminato truly is the reanimation variant, it is kind of a type of deck that doesn't really fight necessary for
Absolutely.
the board presence. We get Jet Kit, that would be fantastic.
I'm going to do that.
But basically, even if your opponent is really ahead, you can still reanimate some big threat, and suddenly the advantage is on the other side of the table.
Yeah, I can see reanimate in the deck list. I can also, can I see reanimate the dead as well potentially? Well, there has been definitely reanimate, so there are some targets.
Do you have the correct Pirogoyf? I see.
Yeah, there's also Pi.
And the Aminatou.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that doesn't really work.
Shouldn't be.
You're absolutely right, but it's the name of the player.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we seen a bit of confirmation because there is the
Yeah, we've seen the Falaji archaeologist used.
yeah. Sorry, I completely
Yeah.
spaced out on the name, but
Yeah.
I know the card. It's used in Aminatou because it is an battlefield creature that provides nice value by
Yeah.
having 3 cards and keeping non-creature.
Non-creature non-land, which was Teferi Time Reveler, the 3-mana small Teferi, which is nice bounce effect. It's a 0-3 on the board, although I don't really believe it can effectively block anything. It can just chomp on the side of...
Well, I can block the DRC because I don't believe the Delirium has been met, or it was.
There
yeah,
is-
we do have.
There is
Delirium, 'cause
instant
it's
sorcery, creature, and lands.
yes.
We have Delirium. And
Okay.
I believe we are on 4 types.
That means that the power of this board is
It's
way
quite a lot.
higher,
It's like-
considering it's 2 1-drops and 3
Yeah.
for commander. Now we have facing 10 power on board.
If I'm counting correct, should be 9 because Nethergolf is 0-1, right?
Yeah, but we got 4 types at least.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right.
4,
Yeah,
3, 3.
yeah, you're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
We get, as you mentioned, the champ block because this is lots of damage coming through,
Yes.
and we'll see what the Aminatou player can do.
Yeah,
really
how can
about
they
that.
come back from this? Because there is also, don't forget that David did not really play anything.
Yeah,
They just kept
so
open mana, just
And
ready to
we
respond.
see only the Teferi.
Teferi
We
and
get the counterspell,
Counterspell,
memory lapse,
Memory Lapse, you're absolutely right. And there
and
is also...
Marches Africa.
Absolutely. And there's been a scoop on the
Yeah.
side of Aminatou because the value is just too great, the speed is just too much.
Yes, the Marchesa player got the tempo and
This
never
was-
let it go.
Absolutely. This was very aggressive start on the side of Marchesa.
That days on keeping the commander countering the counterspell really sealed the deal.
Absolutely.
In my opinion, because it provides you with, okay, now I have those 3 threats on the
Yeah.
table. My commander can later turns provide me with the card advantage.
Absolutely.
What you gonna do about it?
And also pressure, don't forget that, you know. That was probably the pivotal moment in the match, the Daze counter to to the counterspell. Because from that moment onward, the Aminatou player
Exactly.
could not really do much.
Well, I was kind of expecting or hoping for balance on the side of the
That might have been very nice,
Getting rid of the third land, getting rid of all creatures, resetting the board. Let's go, let's play. But sadly, we didn't see much. We didn't really see any big reanimation target built with the Falaji archaeologist, which I half expected.
Yeah, but there's gonna be definitely some targets. I really look forward to what the Aminatou is going to bring out. Well, the Broodlord is one of the common targets you want to get out. Archon of Cruelty is
Archon Cruelty
quite
is the
strong.
most well-known
Yeah.
target. Again, from the previous Modern Horizons that really shaked up the reanimation archetype in Dual Commander as well as in Modern.
Well, in Modern, they basically printed Reanimator
Deck.
and Orzhov
Yes,
deck
yes.
just in Modern Horizons 2.
We got Unmarked Grave, we
Yeah.
got Persist, we got the Archon, so whole bunch of new cards and made the reanimation archetype so much more consistent and
Yeah,
powerful.
very viable. So we will see what exactly, which cards, which targets for reanimation we'll see.
David Stepanek is in the lead, Aminatou is on the play.
Absolutely, and we'll
keeping-
see.
We
just see a little bit of
currency
the
converter
hands.
and frantic search, meaning that would for further the mention that it is going to be a reanimation version.
I would love to see one day just a fair Aminatou, you know, just blinking,
Control it.
just like, you know, enjoying your day, but you need to play the best version you possibly can. So you have to abuse your stuff.
The reanimation as the archetypes really like changes the game in the metagame, that you have a control deck that also can present your threat very early
Yeah,
in the game.
you're absolutely
turn,
right.
Turn 1, draw this card. Turn 2, reanimate. You get
Yes.
Archon in turn 2. Turn 3, you can play Aminato,
Yeah.
blink it. And
You basically seal the deal with
Yeah.
that. You're absolutely right.
see the game. We got some mulligans from
Yeah, David kept
Hispanic.
6 probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a fetch.
Leonard is on 7, I believe. And
Yeah.
we'll see. I believe there is the converter coming into play, and that
Most
means
likely.
turn 2 onwards. There is a possibility to draw this card, getting some big threat into the graveyard, and on turn 3 maybe the reanimation.
Yeah, we will most likely see that happen.
Yep. Here we go. The Marchesa, I think, I don't know if it's really present in the deck list, but it is because you want to have cheap cards or cheap effects to repeatedly trigger the
Marchesa,
commit the
yeah.
crime trigger.
You want to have some
ability.
criminal cards, you're
Yes.
absolutely right.
You usually include the lands that can target your opponent's creatures, like Hammerheim, etc. The
Yeah.
Shizo first, Shizo second. But I'm mostly talking about the other card, the 1 mana artifact that can exile a target card from the opponent's graveyard. Like, I'm talking about Relic of Progenitus,
Yeah.
the Phyrexian Furnace, etc. Scrapping
yeah.
claws that trigger the commit a crime
Yes.
ability of an again and again, and also are a bit of a sideboard cards against
Yeah,
the
in a
reanimation
way.
archetypes. We don't see them. We saw attempt on Psychic Frog.
Yeah,
coming
a
to
new,
play.
very nice new card, Psychic Frog, but it got countered by Mana Leak, so
Yeah.
it did not really hit the boards.
No days this time.
Yeah, no days this time, but Psychic Frog has been a very interesting card recently, even in Modern, but also in Dual Commander.
Very powerful.
Yeah, the card can just run with the game on its own, basically.
I still have a trauma by losing it on the pre-release to it.
Yeah.
Just putting it turn to discard the whole hand, and you have like 6, 7.
Yeah, it's much
by
stronger
drawing cards.
version of
Nothing-
Psychotalk. It's just a brutal version of Psychotalk, mainly due to the fact that you can get the cards by hitting your opponent.
Yes.
You get them into a situation where they are choosing between blocking and not blocking, and both options just
Prime example
bad.
of power creep, right? You get
Yeah.
cheaper card that is way more powerful, way
Absolutely.
more useful.
now the Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, in response
Coming in,
to
yes.
the currency converter trigger,
Absolutely.
to get the most millage out of the ability.
Yeah, well, he's gonna get 3/3 on board basically, and 2 damage to face, which
Yes.
is a nice way
Also
to
some-
start being aggressive.
A board presence.
Yeah.
It maybe there's some consideration of keeping your mana open for what your opponent is gonna play on that turn, but I believe the Orcish Bowmasters are there to have the most value
Just the
possible.
most value. You're absolutely right.
We
Yeah,
don't see any other reanimation big target yet.
nothing yet. Nothing yet. We will
Just-
slowly
just
go
an
there,
Neverland.
probably.
But other than the Orcish Bowmasters, having the currency converter is a nice situation for the Aminato to be with.
That's absolutely true. It can come in handy quite quickly. There is also the surveillance on the side of Leonard.
Maybe hitting something big finally.
Potentially. That's a very interesting situation that can happen when you just hit what you need. Okay, there's been
There's a-
probably. I'm not really sure. That's a card we are trying to
I think it's
release.
kind of those secret lair lands.
It's definitely. It doesn't look like a land because it has mana cost on top.
Oh no, it might be those symbols for the
What?
like Windows.
tapping.
No. It's like the Windows program.
Okay,
So,
could be. Yeah, there's too many
exits,
arts.
minimalize, etc.
Yeah, I
etc.
understand. Yeah, we have too much. So it's probably a land, like snow-covered
Yeah,
land. Could
because
be.
you see on the Aminato side there is a basic snow-covered swamp.
Yes.
That's in the snow-covered variant. We
Yes.
see the nice plains.
Well, that's a fire action plains, just a normal, not snow-covered. Well, we don't really know if there is any reason for being snow-covered. And on the side of David, we see Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Putting foot on the gas.
Yes, exactly, and getting value out of the card because the card
It resolved.
It did resolve.
Despite the Aminato player having 4 mana open, not even the attempt to use the converter, which I believe is there just to make a treasure.
Just to get value, I think.
Probably
Just
not wanting to get the Orcish army too big.
Absolutely. Well, it can be quite scary. Remember, Leonard is only on 13 life now.
And apparently with no real interaction or
Maybe.
meaningful interaction.
Yeah,
just
there has
yet.
been a fetch into surveillance, putting away another surveillance, and now looting.
No,
No,
we
not
get
looting.
the treasure token.
Yeah, we are getting the treasure out of it. Okay. Now let's see if there are some options with
I'm hoping
four-
for something to change
5,
the
maybe even
situation.
6 mana on the side of Leonard. Maybe we will see hard casts on some of those big targets.
Not sure 6 mana what would
That's still not enough,
Um,
right?
Don't forget that David also have 1 mana open.
That's
and as we saw
right.
from the previous round, previous game, there is most likely to be some kind of interaction.
Yeah, there can be a Jace even without mana, but there can be Bolt, for example, Push, whatever. There are a lot of
spikes
things.
also.
4 spikes even, right? So many options. Okay, we have another land, so we are currently on 6 mana on the side of Leonard with Aminatu. We will see how he'll attempt to get out of this sticky situation. Because there are still problems
Can
coming
we have
this
the
way.
meta share, please?
Yes, we can take a look.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there was a question if you have Tivit commander here, and we have it 2 times.
Yeah, there are 2 Tivits in the in our meta here. We will talk about those little off choices in the in between time, but for now we can see that there is an attempt to cast something for 5.
Beza?
Now
No, wait.
it is very hard for us to distinguish what exactly the card is.
It's some kind of
Wrath effects. It
Yeah, board
looks
wipe.
like a board wipe, a wrath of some sorts. We are still trying to figure out what the card is based
It is
on
the
art.
new energy wrath for
Could be Wrath of the Skies,
because it went
potentially.
with all the artifacts and enchantments, and I don't recall any
Yeah.
other card that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Wrath
And
of the Skies.
It could be Wrath of the Skies.
Sorry, we didn't recognize this beautiful foil.
Yeah, it
card.
looks like it is Wrath of the Skies. We have the confirmation. Fantastic. So Wrath of the Skies is a very fantastic new board wipe. Well, it's in the alternative art here, but still. You can see that it does not only destroy creatures on board, but also it gets rid of enchantments and artifacts.
Yeah, sorry for that converter that didn't get its job, but we see that there was no interaction from the David side.
That's
it just
right.
went through, and because I'm cheering for the really back and forth games, we see that this situation was reset and the Aminato player kind of saved the day.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there's been the Phoenix. Yeah, the Detective Phoenix
The Phoenix
on the side of David Stepanek from the graveyard.
bestowing for collect evidence,
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah, you
so-
collect evidence 6 and you pay red, I believe.
Yes.
And you can bestow it from the graveyard, which gives haste and +2/+2 and flying.
Yeah, commentator's curse. I just spoke about the situation being resolved, and there
Yeah.
we go with putting even so much more pressure.
Yeah,
within-
now
in the
this
fight for
looks
5.
like frantic research.
Frantic search.
Sorry, on the
to
side
draw
of Leonard.
discard, get into some.
Maybe some
cards.
reanimation target, maybe some answers. We are
Probably this card was already in the hand. I believe if we saw it
Yeah.
from the start. So
That's true, that's
it was
true.
extra painful with Acrylic Masters in play.
That's
but
right, that's right.
Since they are gone, the frantic search can be used to dig for some kind of answer or
Yeah.
finally some
maybe even some threat on the
Action,
side
yes,
of
yes.
Aminatu. Also remember, even if they kill the Marchesa, the Detective Phoenix will come back.
No,
It's
not
just the
coming back,
2/2.
it just remains.
Yeah, it will
It
stay
remains
there. It will
as a
stay
creature.
there as a creature, which still means there is a 2/2 in the air that really pushes you to answer this as quickly as possible, because Leonard is only on 8 life currently. Now we have the collected brutality on the side of Leonard to discard
The peak.
It's peak,
It's
yeah,
peak.
that's
It's
right.
look at the opponent's
yeah,
hand
yeah.
and draw a card.
Yeah.
And we saw in the David Stepanek's hand the red removal spell Galvanic
Discharge, you're absolutely right.
So there was a new like Modern Horizons
Yeah.
3 energy cards on both sides
That's
of the
right.
table.
And now the
finally
impulse.
we get some action from the Aminato player,
Now,
and we
what's
get
it
to
gonna be?
reanimating.
Yeah.
And usual suspects.
So we have Unburial Rites.
which is a reanimation spell that you can flashback. So it doesn't matter if your opponent puts it in your hand or in your
Absolutely.
graveyard. You get it either way, and you get the two most powerful.
And now 2 brutal creatures,
Yes.
Archon of Cruelties, and the other one is the
Agent.
agent of something.
that takes control of the
Opponent's creature, which
no,
is
the any permanent.
any permanent.
But in this
actually.
case,
it
is
would
the
be
same
Marchesa,
effect.
right?
It definitely would be Marchesa, and it would completely change.
I
the
think that
game
would just
in
break
the
David's
Aminato
back
spell.
in the situation.
If it resolves and it
That's
goes
right.
on the agent, we will see agent stealing Marchesa and threatening to do
Yeah.
it again on the second turn.
Okay, so
We get 6 mana in hand.
Okay.
And
so the Archon has been put into
the hand.
and
sorry,
in the
I haven't realized fully that that was main phase intuition.
Yeah,
which
it wa-
means David has a full turn to figure out something to deal with.
even potentially to end the game, which he has got 5 damage on board. He
and
just
having
needs 3.
card from
Yeah,
3 damage
but
from
we
one
do
of the
know
cards.
that there has been 2 cards in his hand that did not really deal with the situation. There was the Galvanic Discharge that just deals damage to face. To creatures.
Do anything
right?
else but
Yeah.
face.
Non-face targets.
Yes, okay.
And now there is the Surveillance,
Digging for something.
just finding things. Okay, putting away a polluted delta.
And here we go. Let's see if there can
Now,
be some.
The Archon cannot really be hardcasted right now. It's
No,
still
it's
too
for-
expensive, but there will be the Unburial Rites
On the agent.
targeting the agent.
Let's see what happens. Because if it resolves, the situation
Well,
can be
yeah,
completely lopsided
it's
in the
absolutely
favor
true.
of the Aminato player. Outside of the fact that he is on free life.
We'll see if the spell even resolves. Okay, there is
Yes.
the Galvanic Discharge.
In response, in order
Yes.
to get the final
Trigger.
commit the crime
Yes.
trigger. But we are resolving the
Absolutely.
battlefield. So
Yes.
it's also it is done, and the Marchesa is fully on the side of
Leonard, yeah.
Yes. The Marchesa is stolen, and David Stepanek is now suddenly in an unfavorable position and has to find something else to close out the game.
That's absolutely true, but remember that Leonard with Aminato is only on 3 health.
Agent of Treachery is
Yeah, Agent of Treachery is the card, but now he's only on 3 health, which means any bolt
Yes.
off the top
is fine.
is final. And also the Marchesa is tapped right now because it was
any
stolen.
haste threat
So any
is
hasted
the
threat
game as
also
well.
resolves this. Although we don't really know.
We
Okay,
see
there is a
looking for the-
graveyard check. Maybe looking if there's anything else to be afraid of.
Lights are gone, so
They are gone.
I believe
That can't
that's
be really
something
played again.
Interesting.
But let's see how David chooses to resolve the situation.
If we are about to see Reanimate or Agent taking Marchesa back, that
That
would be
would
crazy.
be very nice. Murktide Regions. Okay, so how many counters do we have? It looks like 2 or 3. Yeah, it's been 2 instant or sorceries and a land, I believe.
There's a question if he have
So
the players
It's
switch,
2.
perhaps. John is playing. If you have,
It's absolutely true. We have the players switched.
Sorry, so David Stepanek is on Aminatu and
Yeah,
Leonard
and
is on Marchesa.
So we
Sorry
take
about
back everything we said. Just switch the names, please. In our commentary, in your minds, you can probably switch it back. So the game suddenly became much more favorable for Leonard, even though we did not know that. It's still the same players, just we did not really realize the names. Now there is a card that looks like something from the Warhammer 40k.
Lord of
Yes, Lord of
Change.
Changes. That's the demon. That's quite a common reanimator target.
and we are looking at 2 flying blockers against the flying Murktide region.
That's right. There's only a meagerly Nergoyf, which can't really solve anything in this
Well,
position.
not that meagerly, I would say. I believe we have 4.
Well,
At
remember
least
the rest is in graveyard. It's exiled via the Murktide.
No, but on the
He's checking only his own graveyard.
it's your graveyard.
Yeah,
okay,
this
well,
one
that's
checks
it.
only your own graveyard. That's the new one. Not the good old days of
And it's 1 mana,
Tarmogoyf.
so it would
Yes.
be broken if
Absolutely.
we get
So
Tarmogoyf for
it's
1 mana.
just 1-2 basically.
And a Castle Study to
Yeah.
finally get the
And yeah, the
both-
Broodlord
both-
in the graveyard.
both the Archon and the Broodlord
Yeah.
hits the graveyard. Let's see if we have some reanimation spell or perhaps Aminato blinking a lot of change,
Might
looking
be.
for some cards. And
Okay, we are going to look for
the reanimation
yeah,
spell,
the
maybe?
reanimation spell.
Perhaps.
Absolutely. I think I don't want to predict that soon because there can still be some burn spells coming to David's face, but I think we might be able to see round 3. This looks like
Oh
Wash
no!
Away.
Yes, that's Wash Away.
It's Wash Away from the Midnight Hunt special feature, you know.
Yes, the black and white.
Yeah, so you can't really see anything on the cards.
We still recognize it, so it's fine.
Yeah, but we managed to recognize that.
Now we have some kind of stalemate, right? The David Stepanek Aminato is
Okay.
on 2 life, but he has slightly
Yeah,
favored
he has
or-
some options even.
position.
Gitaxian Probe on the side of Leonard just to look to David's hand.
We are looking at animate that
The whale.
Magister that
Yeah. It did
basically
destroys-
destroys all
yeah.
creatures, and the last blue card is
This was the Wash Away. And there is a whale. I think you can also discard it to basically ponder or some kind of effect like this. Anticipate effect.
not really recalling the name.
Yeah, I don't remember the name, but it used to be played a lot in Living End in Modern back in the... Well,
Okay,
quite some time ago.
it's not that
It's like
old card.
Yeah, it's like I think M19, M20, maybe
Yeah.
M21 at max.
Feels
Okay.
like yesterday to me.
Yeah. Well, we will see if there is any option for David to really go through. Although it doesn't really seem like it. There is a consider.
Consider on end step, I believe. The
Yeah, that
Leonard is just
Waker
passing
of
the turn.
Waves is the creature. Now you can discard it to look at the top 2 cards, get one of them.
Yeah.
But also it has a nice passive ability to just make...
Reminder of Tamio. Tamio's
Well,
plus
in a
1.
way, yeah, it does have... a
Opponent
similar
creatures
thing.
have -1 if I...
Absolutely.
Yes. It does.
Now, interesting thing is that David on Aminatou does not really want to push through an attack. Because, okay, we are going to the red zone.
As you said
As I just said that, right, I wanted to say that he does not really want to
The
do that.
Murktide
because
is 5/5, I think.
Murktide is 5/5
So
right
the
now.
Lord of Change is the biggest threat.
Yeah, it went through right away. But you know, the problem is that David is still on a very low life total, just
Yeah.
2 life, just on the razor's edge, just
The
trying to
problem is,
survive.
I believe the Aminato was cast. No.
Yeah.
It is coming
Now it's
into
being
play
cast.
when you have enough mana for a counterspell, so you start getting the advantage.
That's right, you
and
can just blink.
solidifying the
Yes,
position.
absolutely.
So either not even the counterspell.
Yeah,
burn
and-
spell can solve this situation.
I think this game is going to be quite soon sealed.
I also believe we are going to see the game 3
Yeah.
finally.
Yeah.
After a 2-0.
Well, the first game was very quick and very fast, but this one is getting very interesting.
But exciting.
Yeah, it's absolutely exciting. I don't really see any out for our Marchesa player. I'm not really sure.
There are
if
still
is
several cards in hand, so it can be a burn spell plus counter spell, and
could
it
be.
can. No.
There's been a
there's
skew.
conceit.
As we just say, there are options.
Yeah.
There's
We
been
have
a
the
skew.
power to predict the elements
but-
by saying opposite.
That's right. We have the power of predicting just the opposite.
And we are seeing in game 3. I was kind of afraid when we had this situation that the Marchesa player, as we don't change
Yeah.
the names, because
Yeah.
I'm a bit confused now as well, that the Marchesa threatened have or cripple masters, which is a great card against
Absolutely,
Aminatou, because
absolutely.
it makes the +1 ability, for example, quite painful. Also, every single draw discard spell that
Yeah.
the Aminatou wants to play to get the threats into the graveyard and to increase consistency, they are really punished by Bowmasters.
Absolutely.
And the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And if I was in the Marchesa seat, I wouldn't anticipate my opponent to deal with everything.
I would just be
with a
comfortable.
Single card.
Yeah, I would just
Yeah,
be super
so-
comfortable. You know, great board stay. Even if they play a Wrath effect, I have the Fable. Well, the Wrath of the Skies just says sorry, no creatures,
Yeah.
no effects,
So
no
the
enchantments, nothing.
Power of the card
Yeah,
that is not so high because you in modern,
Yeah.
for example, you use it along with all the other cards that create energy
yes,
for you.
absolutely. You can just play it for 2 mana. You can abuse it very well. in
And the
modern.
card in this format, when you have a lot less consistency and you don't play usually that many other energy cards,
Yeah, I'm not even
realize
sure
it itself.
if you could.
So
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, like why would you play Tune with Ether, for example? Like, what is it good for? It's just draw a card, get you energy. It doesn't really help you.
Tony a nightmare, but that would
Yeah.
mean the Aminatou can blink it, so you can get additional free energy
Yeah,
counters.
you're not wrong.
And start reanimating something bigger, but still not.
The problem
card
is
for
getting the cards together. That's what I feel is the big problem, because you don't have the consistency in a singleton format.
Okay, and I believe we
I've
see,
seen the Psychic Frog. I'm
and
gonna.
I see Phyrexian Furnace, which is a great card against
okay.
Reanimatou, because
Okay.
Leonard, to get it right, with Marchesa, is on the play.
Yes.
Which means most likely that we see the Furnace being in the play as soon as possible.
Yeah, I
And
believe
that
so.
spells bad news for Aminatou. because
Absolutely.
It makes attempt to reanimate something that much harder.
You're absolutely
Yeah,
right. And
it
there is the
does.
Phyrexian Furnace coming in.
I saw the yesterday's stream, and I believe Phyrexian Furnace also made some play here. So we see per Modern and Dual Commander, we play the same cards.
Yeah.
Phyrexian Furnace all the way,
Now there has been Surveillant on the side of David,
which is
probably keeping the top on top.
so less powerful and useful now. With
Yeah, it's just
what you get in the graveyard gets X'd out immediately. So
right
it's been
away.
kept,
Right.
I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, he kept it on top, so it's probably something
And on
nice.
David Stepanek's hand, we see some reanimation spells, a Shallow Grave, I believe, etc.
Could be
along
hard to
with
say right
the,
now.
2 mana.
Well, does it
baby
even
stuff.
matter right now? That's the question for us, because the Phyrexian Furnace will not allow for any. I think I see anime dead there.
And even further,
Mm-hmm.
the Shallow Grave is, I believe, the one that can reanimate only from your graveyard,
That's right. That's
which
right.
means that you can sometimes use the
Now-
animation spells
Yeah.
on your opponent's graveyard to force them to use the Grave Hate, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you can like open up the
It's
situation.
an option, but now we see the power of modern design, which is the Psychic Frog, the value engine, and a killer in one single frame.
The power of pre-modern and modern at the same time.
Yeah, harvesting the same power. Now we can see an interesting art. We are trying to recognize what the card is.
I believe it's
Is it the flying thing? You know, just the bird.
it has flying that touch.
Flying that touch.
Belfast Strix.
Yeah, Belfast string. That's it. It's probably the Belfast strings.
I have never seen this art in my
It,
life.
it's not commonly seen, but right now it's a great option against Psychic Frog, honestly. Because
Yeah.
Psychic Frog can't really walk around that.
Even fly around it.
Yeah,
because
it
Strix
can't
has
fly
a-
any higher than
has a-
that. So this is a nice counterplay to Psychic Frog, although we might see some sort of interaction. We are playing on side of Marchesa, there is black, there is red, a lot of interactive spells, a lot of killing, basically.
The streaks don't believe will be around
I
for
think,
much longer.
yeah, I think it's a high priority
if,
target to get rid
Leonard
of.
wants to get in, which considering who's the beat down, I think the ball is definitely on the side of the Leonard.
Absolutely.
Because he is a favorable position,
Yeah.
and he wants to stay that way by closing out the game as soon as possible.
Absolutely, but even with the Psychic Frog, just to get the value and draw more cards and have more interaction,
Yeah.
it's also a thing that I would promptly, yes, exactly, use some sort of, there is a fight over it. So there's been Galvanic Discharge and Mental Misstep as a counterplay, countering the Galvanic Discharge.
This time fully legally.
Full illegal, we might say. Thank you, comments. It was full illegal play just for 2 life.
Yeah.
And a pass, because the Psychic Frog can't get through. That's very interesting play. Nice save on David's side, I
Right,
must say.
and an interesting reminder, Leonard put the dice on his
On top of his deck, yeah.
I believe it is because of the Phyrexian Furnace, because you really want to start digging into your opponent's graveyard
It's true.
to keep the count of the cards in
Yes.
graveyard low, because the Phyrexian Furnace is not that potent graveyard hate piece as are printed nowadays. That
Yes.
cannot take the whole graveyard.
You're
with it.
absolutely right.
It has 2 abilities. One takes 1 card from the bottom
Yeah.
of the opponent's deck, and the other one is targeted and
Yes.
it draws a card, but it costs a mana.
Yeah, and you have to give up the first.
sacrifice it.
Yes, you have to sacrifice it.
Now we see
Once again,
a combat of 2 mana multicolor creatures and 1 mana artifacts, currency converter versus Phyrexian Furnace, which is quite an interesting synergy, or I mean anti-synergy, or like fight how the cards work, because the currency converter discarded cards keeps you in exile.
they are exiled
But
and they are
they are-
protected, basically.
Yeah, but
There is
they
the
are-
Unholy Heat,
Oh.
targeting the Baleful Strix,
So the
which
Strix-
means the Psychic Frog may finally start hitting the red zone and drawing cards. Okay, so
Which
there's...
is the most meaningful.
Yeah, that's for Leonard. This is an absolutely great news because he'll have more options, more lands even, and he might start to get his gameplay going.
Doesn't need to go crazy with the frog
Absolutely,
and discarding whole hand.
You don't have to. You just draw a card, get the value, and if the Aminatu player, if they don't really have any good answer to it, the frog will just run away with the game with the value that it provides. And then, by the end, it will just eat you alive by
Yes.
discarding the whole hand.
Yeah, that's kind of also the strength of
Mm-hmm.
the frog, that not only it grinds the value by attacking turn after turn, drawing your cards, hitting your opponent, but when the opponent gets low enough, you
Yes.
can just discard a few more cards and close out the game.
Absolutely. And there is the furnace activation. There is a Goyf. That's the newer one.
Yeah, this
Grave Goyf, I think it's called. Maybe different.
Barrow Goyf.
Yeah, Burrow Goyf. That's it.
You-
Burrow Goyf. I'm lost on my Goyfs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, with the grave you wasn't that far. It's
Yeah.
a barrow. Also a really powerful card.
Yeah,
from the
absolutely.
Modern Horizons Commander set.
I've seen like a lot of spikes on this card, not only in Dual Commander but in Legacy as well. It's been doing a lot of works, and the card seems very, very interesting. The Burrow Goyf.
It has lifelink that touch.
Yeah.
It has power now about the both graveyards.
Yeah,
I
it's
believe.
like the normal Goyf.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the normal Goyf
Oh.
stat line.
Only the Nether Goyf is confusing.
Yeah.
And if you hit your opponent, you mill that many cards
Yeah,
according to the damage you dealt, and you can put a creature card from among them into your hand.
which is fantastic. There's just more and more and more value. Now, there's been some discussion about the Phyrexian Furnace, like what cards are
Yeah,
going to get exiled.
Which is important to notice in a format when you have all the cards from Magic history. There are several cards that care about the order of your grave, and that's why the player that includes those cards in the deck should, if I'm not mistaken, always remind your opponent that they cannot just randomly shuffle your graveyard,
Right,
because you have a card that is not errated yet for some
Absolutely.
reason.
Like the shallow grave, you're absolutely right. You
And
need to care
cares
about
the
that.
order, so you need to remind him that the order matters.
Right.
It does.
Well, in this case, there is just 2 cards in the graveyard, but yeah, it can get a little messy. You're absolutely
We
right.
perhaps might see an interesting window on David Stepanek's side, because the protection furnace has been used. There is no mana to activate it.
Now, this looks like Fateful Mending.
Yes, Faithful Mending in order to maybe put something in the graveyard finally
Yes.
and start remainting.
Because the furnace is now tapped, and there is no
still
mana.
The shallow grave, which
Absolutely.
is so much more dangerous.
Yeah.
Because it gives the creature haste.
You're absolutely
the creature,
right.
so.
But
there they
wouldn't
go.
there be a problem with the money-making machine that makes it
No,
into graveyards?
It doesn't have to. You doesn't have to put it under it.
Okay,
You
okay.
have the option to not, but
You can hide
David
it.
Stepanek can.
Okay,
he
and he
uses
just-
it
yeah,
because he wants to
He
get
cashes
that
in
to
and- yes.
rogue token. And now we may see some reanimating going on.
Yes, okay. Reanimate, just good old reanimate and force
Oh,
of will as a response.
So the
Oh
Leonard was
my.
not that.
Okay, so
Uninteractive
Leonard
as
was
possible.
prepared,
Yes,
and
was crazy.
once
Oh
again,
my god.
power of Psychic Frog. You just get the cards.
Extremely powerful
That was
display
great.
of
This was
March as a player. Not
absolutely great
only
play.
having Gravehead since turn 1, going on with the Psychic Rock and then Bargoyf, putting on pressure.
Yeah.
And the turn that he got tapped out and say, hey opponent, I'm tapped out. I have no interaction.
Try
Let's
it,
go.
try it.
Something.
Yes.
Bam! I have force of will. None of that reanimating today.
No, it's great. Now it looks like Leonard is preparing to use the ability on Psychic Frog and just trying to be as clean as possible with the Goyf.
Counting good Goyf.
Yeah.
We are still on pretty healthy life total, 16 and
Absolutely.
16. So
But it's going to swing. Now we are counting the number, how big the Goyf is. I believe it should be, yeah, okay, there's nice representation. So it's a 5-6,
yes,
which means there will be 5 life coming to Leonard's.
blocking it in order
Yeah.
to get the most value out of your
Absolutely.
opponent.
And also drawing a card with the Psychic Frog, once
Yes.
again.
And the trouble on the David Stepanek's side is that he used one of his attempts, and
There is
then
animate
Oh.
that on the side of Leonard going in.
I am the one who reanimates.
Yes, that's right. He's turning the tables on the reanimator and taking
If
the
in you
Broodlord.
attempt anything, I have still this Phoenix and the Furnace. So
Yes.
thank you, opponent, for putting those cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
And now he
Gladly.
took the Broodlord. And
Yeah.
the Broodlord is
2
absolutely
mana
crazy.
open, you get to tutor a card which you can cast for
Yeah,
provoke.
that's right, you can
that
also convoke it.
means that this is probably some kind of second reanimation spell.
Well, it could be
on
even like
the
interaction.
second threat.
It's potential, or it can be just a counter spell, right?
To seal the deal.
Yes.
To close out the game. Say, if you have anything to deal with this situation, that
Absolutely.
you are dead next turn.
Well,
5, 7,
essentially.
and maybe the frog pumped as well.
Yeah, he can just pump the frog, and I think that it could potentially be a kill next turn. I think that David on Abinato will really need to look for something.
He has the option.
There
and
are options.
Since Leonard is tutoring, this doesn't look good for
Yeah.
David Stepanek.
We will see what kind of card will be hit. Well, we will see maybe at the time when it will become relevant, but still, it's very crazy because the card is exiled face down.
Yeah, David
So,
has
yeah, David has no idea what's hidden there.
there.
Okay, he's going to consider at the end of Leonard's turn,
Considering his options.
considering the option keeping the card. So it's probably something that can help him, hopefully. Now, David's main phase, playing a land, now some 5 mana.
Let's see what we.
Let's see what he can do about this situation. Playing Aminatu.
That's a good start, but
Yeah.
I don't think that solves it.
And the hidden card was Manleak, which
Oh,
was
yeah.
responded to by counterspell.
Aminato is great actually, because that's one of the dangers
Yeah.
of the reanimating from the graveyard.
Absolutely.
The Aminato's -1 ability
Yes.
can exile permanents you
Yes,
own.
he will
which
blink the Broodlord and get it back.
Meaning, not only the Aminato will have a Broodlord
Yeah.
on his side, he also gets the extra tutor
Yes,
from it as well.
absolutely. How
So-
the tables have turned. This was an interesting play.
I'm really happy that there is some crazy turnout that's to be.
Absolutely. Those are very crazy turns we are
And
seeing.
Leonard was prepared. He had the Manalik ready.
That's right.
but,
Not
David
good enough.
Stepanek
Not good
just-
enough.
I don't know if there was a land drop from David's side.
There was a land drop
Yes,
from David's
so
side, so he had exactly 5
He
mana.
counted for it. He
Yes.
said, my opponent is gonna play Aminato for free, has only 2 mana available, so I'm gonna mana leak it to
Yeah.
save it, but
Yeah, there is also like 6 power on
because
the
the
Goyf.
anime that
Yeah,
hit the yard,
because there is the animate that, which
that's-
means
yeah,
the
jump.
Goyf can just attack. It can just try to go to the red zone because the Broodlord is 7/6.
the situation is far from solved on
Absolutely,
the next
absolutely.
side, but he finally gets something going on
100%.
through the graveyard. The way you can, when your opponent has a graveyard hate and has all those interactions possible, what you can do is just simply let your opponent reanimate it for you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now this was very interesting. So there is the Goyf attacking.
Simple attack. Frog, no. Frog,
Frog
is scared.
Frog is probably scared to do so. Now there will be
Simply Tutu Rook token to
yeah,
block.
just
and
making chum blocker.
nothing
but,
happens.
Yeah, but no, well, allowing Leonard to heal a little bit. Well,
Right,
a little
but
bit for 6, but
that's
still.
that's not the most meaningful
Absolutely.
situation here. The big way is that David Stepanek possibly gets to keep his Aminato, his Broodlord,
And that is the scary part.
blinking Broodlord, and
Absolutely.
getting any card you want from your deck,
Yeah.
which means there can be lead to some really big chain of events.
There can even be like, we don't really know what the card that was hidden is, or exiled a moment ago with the Broodlord is, but it could
there
be
has
just
to be some free interaction.
could be interaction, but it also just
yourself
could be
on that stuff.
reanimation spells as well.
We
and
see
just
Marchesa
preparing.
on Leonard's side.
There is
to
Marchesa being played,
put
so
something more on the battlefield.
little more pressure, but still the Broodlord is too big
Yes.
just to freely attack, and
No.
David is still at 15.
Not only
so
big, there are more relevant
Yes.
facts about
the
the card.
ETB will be important
This is the
just
most-
in a moment. So there is an attack.
There's as another situation that Aminato provides. You blink your creatures, so even if they attack, they come back
Yeah,
untapped. So
and not
they can attack and block at the same time.
exactly, and not just the vigilance, but also the thing we care about maybe a little more is the ETB effect on the hoarding Broodlord, because there is another card being exiled.
And we see
Another
what
option.
it's gonna get. This is interesting because he
What is he looking for? That's the
out
question.
of reanimation target, or there is one?
Well, there could be once again the Wrath of the Skies coming in. It's an
dealing with
option.
everything.
Dealing basically
Commander,
with everything.
All the creatures, including the Frex and Furnace Pesky that threaten
Yeah,
him.
and you would just keep the Broodlord and have that as an option.
Breath
We-
of the Sky doesn't hit Planeswalkers, right?
I'm not sure if
If
Wrath
so,
of the Sky-
that it
if
would
it
be
does not
extra
deal,
sweet.
yeah, it
And
is.
here we go.
It is Wrath of the Skies. Nice predict, and we can see. We will see just in a second. I'm not sure if it's able to deal with Planeswalkers. Now there is the activation of the Furnace, also criminal trigger on Marchesa.
Yeah,
But
an
I-
attempt to get
Maybe
some volume
find
going on.
something,
Yeah.
maybe an answer. But Force of Will has already been used. Don't forget.
There's Force of Negation.
There is also Force of
But there
Negation,
is no
but there
Force of
is
Negation.
nothing
Everything
to stop
goes,
that.
and the Aminato
and Aminato
Hoarding
stays.
Lord result
Yes,
stays.
Rev does not really deal with Planeswalkers, so now very
see
interesting
what the-
turn of events, and,
And
David came
we
back.
see for the second time Wrath of the Skies completely turning the game in their
Absolutely
controller's
crazy
favor.
card, and honestly, it basically won. it won the second game, and it might even win this game.
It was more than 2 because it took Baragoyev and Marchesa, but Wrath of the Skies, as we see on the stream, it doesn't hit Planeswalkers,
Yeah,
which is great, and maybe the reason why
Yeah.
he includes this card in the deck.
absolutely. It definitely was an interesting play. Very strong
And
play.
here we go. One great hate card was dealt with, where we see second in Scrabbling Clause, but it is used only to cycle. Draw this card in attempt, kind of slightly desperate maybe,
Well,
to
just
find
to
some
find
answer.
something. Okay, there is a Fury evoked.
Yeah.
So there will be like cast attempt. Let's see. Okay,
But
dealing with
That's-
just
this is
Aminatu.
not
Is
very
that
good.
good enough? He can just play the Aminatu again.
It
I'm not sure if
Slows
this
down
helps.
the gameplay.
It
definitely.
does, it does.
It is some kind of interaction.
Okay,
but
once again, Leonard
Not great.
taking 7, going down, and I'm not sure how long can he survive this, or if he even has any option to answer.
problem is
Okay, there is the spell seeker.
now situation gets worse if
Yeah.
Leonard tried that hard to get the Fury
Mm-hmm.
to deal with Aminato, which frankly was just about to be replayed.
Yeah.
But we see Spell Seeker for Mana League just in order to
David is-
defend
yeah.
your board presence.
David is very open about the fact he has counterspell, but
Okay, let's
it just
go.
works.
Do something.
Yeah.
Try it.
Just he's basically saying, yeah, Leonard shocked himself for 2 right now, so going down to 11, getting very close to being there, but
That's kind of the same clock.
it did not really change anything on the
yes.
clock. You're absolutely right.
We just cannot forget the face down exiled card. on the
Yes,
side.
and there is just a cast on, Marchesa for 5 mana, that's being dazed. That's brutal. There is still a mana leak on the side of David. And I don't want to predict too harshly against Leonard, but
Yeah.
I think this game is close to being sealed. Leonard is going down to 3 mana.
Yeah, the Marchesa was countered.
There is
Inquisition of Kozilek.
Inquisition of Kozilek, discarding.
See,
Yeah,
That
and,
misstep.
and there is only Fatal Push. I think there is
Not
nothing
good
that
enough.
could help. Not good enough.
Interesting
There is
card.
Also new reanimation card from Modern Horizons 3. And there is the scoop from the side of Leonard's. Now, very interesting results.
all right. But
Honestly, Wrath of the Skies.
we have a
Great.
slight question. If the Wrath of the Skies, how many mana was it played?
I think it should have been 2 or 3. Was it 3? It looked like 2, but boys played it as 3 mana, I believe.
I don't know.
I don't know 100%. You know, it's 2 mana basic, like you need to
Yeah.
pay 2 white,
Two
and then
white.
you put in X. I don't really know if there was any energy left. I remember noticing that as well, that there was only 4 mana being tapped into that.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
I guess what's that the Wrath of the Skies is about to happen.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it was just tapped for 4 mana. I'm not sure if they played it for X equals 2 or X equals 3. I don't recall
Wasn't
the
that,
situation.
for example, the treasure token from
That-
the currency column?
That's
maybe
also possible that there was the token from the
it's just an
converter.
idea. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might have been used for the treasure token. I'm not 100% sure. Or yeah, tapping the dragon. That's true. It has got Convoke.
Yeah, the Horde Lord paid.
Yeah. Thank you very
the
much,
cost.
comments. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Good Patrick. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And
Nice.
we managed to get there.
It
Now,
was a bit lost in the translation because it
absolutely
happened
true.
all so fast. The attack,
yes.
the untap, the tutor, and then the cast of
right.
the Europe.
And we were just amazed by the fact how strong the card Wrath of the Skies
Yeah.
turned out because it won both of those games.
In Duel Commander, you don't really see that much board wipes because you usually fight the board presence 101.
Yeah.
And when you start losing it, and all your opponents has different types of permanents, not only creatures but also planeswalkers, enchantments, artifacts, it's kind of really hard to deal with
Absolutely.
all at the same time. And the Wrath of the Skies kind of solved
It
this
solves
situation.
everything. It just deals with everything. And
I don't
also
know
it
if-
kept in Aminatu, which was
Yeah,
also fantastic.
Yeah. It leaves the high mana value threats, it leaves Aminatou in play, and deals with everything else. Okay, so we are going to have a pause
Yeah,
here.
soon enough, or right now, we are going to have a break, and then we will see you before the next round with, once again, a little touch on the meta game. We still did not get to shield
Yeah.
red decks, which I
Getting
would love
it
to get.
interrupted all the time with those matches going on.
Yeah,
So-
we've got those demo matches to care about, my lord. Now, we will see you match 3, and before that with another meta breakdown. So come back and enjoy.
Goodbye. Okay.
Alright, welcome back, guys. After an exciting game, I must say, it was fantastic to watch. Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't want to go against our players, but I just expected that the Marchesa player will just win the game quite soon, and it was crazy.
2 times the game was all in the Marchesa's favor,
absolutely.
but then the skies got angry.
Yes.
Bit of wrath going on, and
The Wrath of the Skies just showed its power.
everything went bye-bye.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
It was
here we
crazy.
go. Round number 3, very soon. Players are ready as we speak.
Yes, we will get the round soon, but as I was saying, I wanted to touch upon another part of the meta that I've seen at least some players out there. That's our mono black enjoyers, which they also have some new toys that came with Modern Horizons 3.
Yes.
Because the most common commander to start with is Shieldred, which is the normal start. You can then pivot to other options that can happen. So Shieldred the Apocalypse, that's the starting commander.
Yeah.
But there is also an option to pivot towards, I think Tiny Bones is the very common change that I've seen.
Is that so common?
I've seen
Yes.
it quite a lot. I'm not sure, what else would you change?
Well, you got the Turach.
That's true,
to help
Torach
with
is
the
also, yes.
Black, because it has protection from
Oh,
white.
yeah, if you're
It's
playing against White Vini,
yeah, or Yoshimaru, so you
Yeah.
can like kill it with the or kill it with the kicker trigger to discard 2 cards.
and we can see there will be another match with Tamio.
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic. So that'll be
Spoiler
Tamio.
alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. There will be Tamio on the left here. We'll see what will be on the right. Just give it a moment. The boys or the players are still preparing. We shall see. Maybe they will even watch us on the live stream.
Yeah.
Which I know our fantastic coverage is beloved. I'm not sure if it should be beloved by the players right in the action.
Yeah, while playing like
Yeah, while playing, just listening to the others. But now, we don't know yet what commanders we have. On the left is definitely Tamio, Inquisitive Student, led by Wojciech Lavička. We'll see what exactly he's cooking up. I'll
Curious.
try to. I'm very curious what style. Of,
Shuko check
if-
right now.
Yeah, that's right. Let's do a Shuko check. And Nadu check as well. Well, I can definitely see Boseiju here.
Edimura crap, what's that?
Borrower, counter.
S.
I'm going down. Worry not. Shark Typhoon.
SH. No.
No Shuko in
I
the
believe we are
list.
looking at the blue version.
Just more, yeah, more blue, a lot of counter magic, but I've seen Oko. Yeah, there is Oko Thieves of Crowns, there is Nadu in the deck
is
list.
always.
And on the right, with Michael, it looks like Squee and Slimefoot in the very interesting stained glass print, which is quite confusing to distinguish. I'm not 100% sure. Let me
Yes, this is
wait.
Slimefoot and Squee,
Yes,
100%.
it
I
is
recognize the art. And now we finally, or not finally, but we see the prime example of what the top tier decks of this meta look like.
Absolutely.
Tamio on one side, Slimefoot on the other. I've been on both sides of the table. I've played Tamio, I've played Slimefoot a lot. Each time I faced Tamio in the semifinal, or I played Tamio and faced Slimefoot in the semifinals, I've lost.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah. But so let's see how it's gonna go.
Now, both of those decks are, as you said, top of the meta, but both of them go about their game a little differently. The Wojciech's build on Tamio looks more control-y, and which basically allows the game to slow down.
I don't think it provides an advantage in this matchup because you usually against Slimefoot that has sorcery speed threats. You want to close out the game suddenly.
Okay.
Just get the Nadu, get the Shuko, equip everything, play out your whole deck over and over again, get the loop on. Thank you for showing us.
Thanks to Michael, it was a little too quick for us.
I've
but
seen
some lands.
Simeon Spirit Guy,
Yeah.
Arbor Elf maybe.
Might
so we are looking at almost very likely slime foot on turn 2.
Most likely. Well, there was definitely a fetch land, which will allow 100% to let the slime food leave on turn 2, be played very quickly.
And
On the side of...
chat is disconnected or something? It's just live? Yeah.
Okay, we might have a little trouble with the chat, just so we can see it as well. Hopefully it will be fine. Yeah. We'll just do a little check here, don't worry. Now, I really look forward to this kind of game and this gameplay. Mainly due to the fact that Wojciech's, Tamio and Michael's Slimefoot are probably, well, some of, I will not say the best decks, but some of the best decks we can see.
Yeah.
And also we have the fight between control and mid-range, which will also be a little different styles, different approaches
Yes.
to the game.
The Tamio basically most of all needs to keep the slime food out of the battlefield.
Absolutely.
So doing everything it can, either by countering it or bouncing.
Absolutely,
Or
yeah.
the second like favorable approach Tamio
Mm-hmm.
can go for is to flip the Tamio as soon as possible,
Absolutely.
keeping
And
the board clean
Yeah.
and protecting it at all costs, and hopefully win by the ultimate ability that draws half of
Yeah.
your deck.
well,
That
you
is
then win by something you find, but you're absolutely right. Yeah, turn 1
granted
Tamio,
the advantage.
just a nice blocker.
We see Alano.
No, there's a Finhorn elf, yeah.
And Tamio is alive. And
Okay, now
I-
there is
Usually,
the attack.
I've lost with Tamio against Slimefoot when they get to answer it on turn 1 immediately.
Okay, like-
because as I said in the past, if you answer Tamio right away, the deck plays way worse than
Absolutely.
it gets the benefit of Commander online turn 1. Then we see
No.
Slimefoot.
Absolutely, there is turn 2 Slimefoot answered by
Gets
Manuleak. Okay, and Slimefoot, let's see
maybe-
where it goes. It goes to the bin. Interesting
That's very
choice
interesting
on
because,
Michael's side.
Potential reanimation spells that you
Might
can
be.
use to buy the Slimefoot back into
Absolutely.
the game,
Or maybe
can
some-
be also countered by
Absolutely.
Tamio, and you are stuck with your commander permanently
That's true.
indisposable. So,
Maybe he just has a lot of Saplings in his deck.
and maybe some like self exile graveyard cards like
be.
Delve or something,
Could be.
using the extra card in the graveyard.
Okay, so there is the Ravenous Theater. So the Surveillant, probably keeping top. Yes, keeping on top.
But the matchups
Now
basically
for
boils
2 mana,
down,
yeah, Lord of Bones.
and this is maybe the reason why.
I think Emperor of Bones.
Emperor of
Sorry,
Bones.
I mistitled the guy.
Yeah, he is not just some lord.
He's not Lord.
the
He's the Emperor. I'm sorry. Not the Emperor. He's not legendary.
Okay.
He's just a Emperor of Bones.
And let's see if Emperor resolves, because this is one of the reasons
It's
why
a-
maybe the Slimefoot went to the graveyard.
Most likely, because there is an option just to counter it. Just to exile it and then get a counter.
Yes.
And just
Most
allow the
likely
Emperor
you
to
don't
grow.
need to exile it right away, but you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is also the adapt ability.
For the Simian Spirit Guide.
Yes.
Suddenly to like play around this card, because if the Emperor is cast,
Yes.
the opponent see that you only have 1 mana
Absolutely,
available, so you
absolutely.
don't plan on being able to put it into to adapt it right
Exactly.
away.
And he can't really respond by countering because it's
And
What a
against-
Vara, it's a balance effect.
okay.
As a response to the adapt trigger.
Yeah, and then
It
we
works.
have a tough situation compared to the previous Phalia one, because in order to Emperor of Bones being able to reanimate Slimefoot, basically,
Yeah.
he had to put it into the exile zone, not to
Absolutely.
the command zone.
Yes.
So I believe this Slimefoot is unavailable for the rest of the
It
game.
looks like it's gonna be gone. Just
It is.
in exile forever.
Finito, because the Emperor of Bones,
Yeah.
or is it with some counter on it?
No, I think it was a response to the adapt trigger, not the exile trigger.
No, this is put a creature card exiled with Emperor of Bones onto the battlefield under your control. It doesn't remember it, so while Emperor changes the zone, they discuss it here. I don't know if there is some judge call to be made to clarify the
The
situation.
Otavara, yeah, there might have been some. We don't really see the comments. There was a question about Otavara costing 3.
I believe the response.
Just a little thing.
Okay,
The Otavara needs to cost 3 because Tamio is legendary and the Otavara gets cheaper for every legendary.
Yeah, that's fine.
Permanent. Yeah, that was just
See,
a question.
Slimefoot is
Permanently exiled. That's brutal.
the game suddenly
Okay,
looks
that's brutal for
very
Michael.
favored
Absolutely.
for Tamio.
Yeah, I can see that. And also we can see that Tamio has mainly just islands and that's it. I don't see any green, but the core of the deck, as I checked,
It doesn't matter. The not doesn't matter, but doesn't matter that much.
Yes.
Because as we saw, the deck list heavily leans towards blue.
Absolutely. There is a lot of just counter magic, counter spell.
Right.
Okay, the Emperor of Bones
I
is
just
coming
want to
back.
say that the previous play with the Emperor of Bones firmly first letting resolve by only 1 mana available, letting your opponent think that you don't get to reanimate it that turn, and then having the Symbiont Spirit Guide surprisingly having to adapt it and put it in play back. Right.
It
that
was a
turn.
great play
It
by
was
Michael.
Amazing, like thinking. There.
Yeah, absolutely.
But unfortunately, it was met by maybe a bit uncommon kind of interaction.
Absolutely.
You would usually
Yeah, you
want
don't
to
really
do counter
expect it.
spells,
Absolutely.
but you get the bounce spell, and now Slimefoot is gone.
Yeah, and now Michael just played 2 creatures, basically the Emperor of Bones and then the Canker Bloom, which is
That
like a
was-
nice reanimation target with Slime Food, but unfortunately we don't have the Slime Food here,
no
so
Slime
it's
Food
just a 2-mana 3/2.
And like curiously, Michael just cast 2 spells, and they both resolve
Yeah.
with all the mana available for.
Yeah, there was a reaction on Wojciech's side. He just drew a card via the clue.
Yes.
Yeah, and there was a attempt to destroy the saga.
Yeah, Urza Saga was played, attempt from the Canker Bloom to kill it on response, I think, and there was a Stifle to counter the ability.
Absolutely, very good. And now we have a Tarmogoyf.
To
Good
put some,
old Tarmogoyf
Yes.
to put on some pressure. Absolutely.
some more percent. on
Yeah,
the
Arbor
side.
Elf.
And
No, sorry, Dryad. Sorry, Dryad Arbor. My bad.
Dryad
That's the
Arbor.
Dryad Arbor. That's
Left
the famously controversial art of Dryad Arbor.
the one I have,
Yeah.
I like it so much, but I'm also not putting it into the lens
You're putting it in the correct place
Yes,
where it
exactly.
should be.
where the creatures belong.
Absolutely. So there was activation on Emperor of Bones.
Because Michael lost its commander,
Yeah.
and that would mean he's in bad situation.
He's not in a good
But-
spot. You're absolutely right.
But he has some game going on. The Tamio has a limited amount of interaction. As we see,
Absolutely.
so many things are hitting the play.
And there was just 4
Michael's side.
damage coming through by the Emperor of
Yeah,
Bones.
and
And
he's
another
under pressure.
attempt, and now successful attempt to destroy the Urza Saga.
Yes.
Okay.
That was, and it should be in exile because that's what the finality counter god does, I believe.
You mean on the
On the Canker Bloom.
yeah,
Because
it should
was
be.
reanimated with Emperor of Bones.
Yes, there should be the finality counter. You're absolutely right. So the card should be in exile. So
If we get
I'll just pop in and
Quick,
give
just
them.
call
Yeah, just a good call. So Judge Cole was really quick. Just we quickly
Sure.
resolved it.
Canker Bloom was
Okay.
exiled, and there's another goodie from the Modern Horizons, Chtonia Nightmare. Unfortunately, got countered, so we don't
Yeah.
see the strength of this card in this game, particular.
Absolutely great. The card is absolutely great. and
There was an
it does
enchantment
well.
hitting the graveyard, but there is no more creature, so that's why Tarmogoyf is still for free. For
3/4.
3/4,
Yeah.
sorry.
But still, it can continue to be an effective blocker. It might even get big enough to block the Emperor of Bones.
yeah,
And Tamio
in
is
some
just
time.
grinding the value. 4 clues,
Clues,
so
clues,
many
clues.
cards. And you can see on Michael's side, he has only 3 cards in his hand. He's gonna run out of gas quite soon.
Yeah, there's still some.
There are
things
options.
on
I'm not
play.
saying he can't really get back, but the options are really.
The missing slime food
Yes,
is a big hit.
that's
now,
true.
I don't think he get to exile any card with the Emperor
He
because
did
just
not.
he
He's-
just went into the red zone
He just skipped it. Okay.
because he can still exile cards even if they are not creatures.
Absolutely.
Emperor has the ability that works as some kind of a grave hate, and
No.
That
There
is Elvish Mystic.
Elvish Mystic.
Just
Yes.
Mana Dork.
Just another Mana Dork. So you have 3 Mana Dorks
Yeah.
basically. Or,
that is not a really best play on the Michael's side.
yeah, it doesn't really do anything, right?
Doesn't help you much.
Yeah, and now Wojciech just casually popped 2 clues, drew 2 cards, grinding the value.
Exactly the situation you don't want to be against
Absolutely.
Diapneo because you got basically draw an extra card. each
Yeah,
turn,
and he's
back each
just
other.
drawing and drawing, and he flipped the Tameo,
And
used the plus.
when you are
ability.
facing board full of 1/1s,
Yes.
the best thing you can do is just turn them off.
And now even the Emperor of Bones can't really swing through freely because the Tarmogoyf is a 3/4
Yes.
and the Emperor is
Yes, Bob.
also a 3/4.
Called it, right.
Just a bounce. Nothing really happens. Of course, Michael can have some bonus interaction,
Tameo
but
under
Wojciech
pressure.
has a
Some take, maybe?
lot of cards.
No,
Nothing,
just pass
Just
it.
pass.
Not looking good for the
It's
Michael.
not looking good for Michael.
Losing slime food first and then letting Tamio do everything
Absolutely.
she wants, basically.
I think that
as I said.
Wojciech is just running away with the game, just the value.
Plussing one, and
He doesn't have to
in
do
2
anything.
turns we get the
The ultimate.
we,
What do you mean?
we are not going to see it.
You don't
there,
think so?
There will be a concession maybe before that. I
Okay,
suppose.
okay.
But yeah, the game leads firmly towards Tamio getting the
Absolutely.
ultimate, drawing
Absolutely.
half of the deck, and from that point on, there is
Okay,
almost
we
no
see
chance.
Malcolm, which is also a
to win.
value card, just a beater in the air, but it slowly gets it goes through your deck,
Yes,
right? The other Malcolm, the new one. Yeah, it goes if it hits. It does. Yes,
newest
that's
one?
right. That's
No,
right.
the second new one,
Yeah.
because there was a new
True.
red-blue with the
You're
outlaws,
right.
which is also present as a commander today.
Yeah,
There are
you're
two
right.
Malcolms.
But this one is quite interesting because it basically loots every single time you hit. But if you manage to do it 4 times, you can just play the card to discard it.
Which is a crazy card
It's a
advantage.
great
and
advantage, yeah.
considering you have 2/1 flash flying for 2 mana, which are the great stats, long time from the Stonecrow times.
Remember Flash as well.
Yes.
So you can just
Yeah,
do it whenever you
2/1
want.
flash
And
flying.
it's a concession on Michael's side.
As I said, not gonna see the Tamio ultimate,
Yeah.
no need, the game is finished.
Exactly. So this was a very interesting display of the ability of card draw, just advantage. Yeah, also a little bit of a flex point on the
Yeah,
side of Wojciech to show.
There was no concession, there was
No
some
concession.
kind of vibe.
Okay.
Okay.
It just looked
Sorry.
like a concession. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
because
for
they just
disclosing
scooped
that.
up the cards, looking like the Michael conceded. But
Yeah.
actually, there was some kind of a instant speed.
It looked like some sort of a board by the fact that we missed in the heat of the play.
Yes.
But there is still option for the Tamio to just
There
Get
was
into-
creatures returning to hand, or
the creatures just came to the graveyard. You can see them in the bin.
it was on the Michael's side then.
Yes,
Perhaps.
it was Michael's board wipe. Interestingly,
Living that perhaps.
could have been.
It's 5 mana, so
Yeah,
it
it
counts.
does check out, right? It could have been living that. Yes.
But doesn't really solve the situation
it
of Tamio
does-
just getting to the
True.
ultimate and
Okay,
sealing the deal.
It does do a little bit. Like you lose. Okay, Malcolm is gone. The Goif is gone, but you don't really get anything, and
Since
the
you
Tamio
get
is growing.
40 new cards from your library. Does that really matter? No, it doesn't.
Now it looks like a final
A
school.
proper concession this time.
Now it's a
I believe.
proper concession on the side of Michael. We apologize, but still the game did not really look good for him. Now this really showed the strength of drawing extra cards.
I just want to see if the slime food, is out of the library. Okay.
Yeah. We have it. Slime food is out of the library. I have to say, not gonna lie, it doesn't really happen often to me because I play partners. But I remember even like back in the day when I was starting to play Dual Commander with Feather, the Redeemed, very fun deck actually.
Yeah, I played it against on Arena in Brawl format.
And it happened to me quite often that I just took the card and shoved it in with the others.
Yeah.
It's not very nice to realize that.
If you finish the game,
Right,
maybe
right.
a bit tilted or something.
Yeah, like you're
and
a
you
bit
go,
off.
okay, let's go next. Okay, so
Okay, now we'll see another game quite quickly.
and I hope Slimefoot will be back with vengeance, so we can possibly see some game 3.
Well,
We
in
see.
this case, we see a very interesting start, very heavy on green mana, because there is Utopia Sprawl, I believe, I've seen.
Wildcroft. It was
Wildcroft.
Wildcroft
It was
and
Wildcroft,
Yavimaya,
right.
the land that
Yeah.
makes everything forest,
Absolutely.
but there was also a fetch land.
Yeah,
so
there
that
was also
makes
character.
that makes the hand keepable, I believe, because
Absolutely.
there is also some little cheeky Mincent Bull, a very powerful threat, I believe,
Absolutely, that's crazy. Yes, the card is
and
absolutely brutal.
Bombardiers, the
Also
new
very strong. Yes,
3 mana 2/2
Yeah.
haste menace.
and it also just shoots others from the board by boasting. Very strong option.
Especially if you're playing Slimefoot.
Yes,
So you
can
can-
just do that.
So you can both hit something for 5 and get your Slimefoot in the graveyard
Yeah.
to reanimate it.
Absolutely.
right away.
Ideally, you just hit your opponent's face and push the damage. We'll see. Now, Wojciech also kept a hand of 6.
Yes, mulligan is to be expected, especially if you are no draw. You really wanna stop the early plays of the
Absolutely.
Slimefoot, stop it in the tracks, as we
Right.
saw last game when it really didn't pay off for Michael.
Right.
He attempted this risky play. And
It was a little risky, but
It
I would have
was.
gone for the same play. I would not expect
really
a bounce spell.
okay.
I would expect a counter spell,
Yeah.
but not Otawara.
You are
Otawara
true.
was interesting.
The aspect that there was the Simian Spirit guy that surprisingly gave the extra mana to
Yeah.
adapt it right away was the touch that maybe it was really
Yeah, and there is Wild Growth.
justified.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, we are on the right track to cast Slimefoot as soon as possible.
Just
And
next
follow up
turn.
with
Ouch,
Magic
Taxium Probe. So we're gonna see the hand, and there is a lot of gas. We are cooking with gas, to be honest.
Fatal Push.
There is a Fatal Push, there is Yavimaya, Minskembu, the Bombardiers, and
Tlasotep Quarry,
land.
new
Yes,
land that
the
sacrifices
quarry.
creatures and can reanimate it, sort of.
That's
Okay,
fantastic.
Tameo, which means that you either get to cast your commander or kill it with Fatal Push. I think. you
I
got
I
for
think the
first win.
Slimefoot has squeezed better
Definitely,
option. You can
yes.
just kill it next turn, right?
Do
Play
you?
Bombardiers.
Do you?
Can you?
We see.
Well, I think that there is still the option to play the Bombardiers next turn and also keep up the Fatal Push.
I completely agree that having Slimefoot in play on turn 2 and letting your opponent have their Tameo is a fair trade-off.
Yeah, like the Tameo did not really do anything, it just created a clue. Okay, there are 2 open mana, Counterspell is available.
This is anything.
A Thoughtseize.
Oh my god.
That's a great start.
really great draw.
Thoughtseize is a great
because
start.
You are in a situation when you start putting out all those huge threats,
Yes.
and now you can also check it
Mm-hmm.
whenever your opponent has the interaction or not. So means basically that the 3 mana, the Bombardiers
Yeah.
are most very
They,
likely
they
not
might
to
come
resolve.
even through. We will see about Wojciech's
many-
hand. How many counterspells does he have?
Yes,
He's got a
Sarcasm
Snapcaster, a
Mage.
Lance, Nadu, Snap, and Counterspell is the card we can't really see on the coverage. That's the card on the left. And that's
Counterspell, yes.
Counterspell going away.
And make frog from everything with
Yeah,
storm.
that's a Storm Frog. Let's call it Storm Frog.
Yes, and Nadu.
And a Nadu as well, but nothing that can really do a lot. Maybe Snap can
Snap
respond.
does a lot because you snap, then crack a clue in the same turn and prevent the whole shebang with the bombardiers
Yeah.
attacking with everything, including
And
Slimefoot.
He preemptively snaps
Yeah.
just to get away the attack.
The Michael didn't commit it on playing the Bombardiers,
That's
even
true.
if there was the mana for it, because he wants to fatal push the Tamio.
Yes.
As I said,
He drew a card and
even if
yeah,
you don't have that much mana, just putting her out of the battlefield is a priority.
absolutely, because it's still a blocker, right?
Yes.
Like it generates value, it's still a blocker. And on the side of Wojciech, if he doesn't have another land,
The
that
Nadu is really, really sad
The Nadu
poopy
is
because
sad.
there is no green mana for it.
absolutely.
Unless Michael plays the Yavimaya in hand,
That's true.
turning on the own green
That's
mana
true.
for
But
Wojciech.
still, even though Wojciech has got a Snapcaster Mage, there is nothing to target effectively because he has only
Nope.
3 mana available,
You
so
can
he can't really do much.
get Exam Probe for it. Okay.
Could
Oh, we don't have green mana?
just play,
Okay,
yeah,
they
okay.
realized, okay.
They just realized it's alright. It would have been a nice play, but there is no.
I wouldn't love it too much because you are staring down the Mince and Boo, and once
Absolutely.
that resolves, you are in big trouble.
I believe that Minsc and Boo will still resolve, though. There is only one secret card, I believe.
I believe there are two because there is the clue cracked.
That's
and
right,
That's
that's
the
right.
draw step.
There are still
So
options.
let's hope for Wojciech. There is a counterspell, but let's see that.
Yeah, and interestingly, well, quite logically, Michael chose to play
Just went
Fetch
into-
Land, and he did not play the Yavimaya,
Yes.
because that would unlock the option for Wojciech to
Maybe
try to use
if
Nadu.
Wojciech didn't attempt to cast Nadu last turn, he wouldn't realize that he opponent has out of green mana and to play it.
Yeah.
But also really good thing that and we see that Mince and Boo
Minsk
is resolving.
resolved, and now the fun is on because the wee little hamster is gonna grow very, very fast.
Into not so wee
Not
little
so
hamster.
wee and not so little hamster.
And remember, there is no Wrath of the Sky in
That's
the Vortex
right.
deck. No way to get rid of everything.
Honestly, I don't even see any good option for Wojciech to get rid of this
He had
Minsk.
land.
Just
He-
land pass.
Well, there is some stuff going on
There was a
because
land
there is a Snapcaster
Yes.
into Snap that deals in combat with the Boo token
Yeah,
quite
absolutely.
handily. Because if the Michael goes for plus Boo again,
Yeah.
or even the -1, he can respond and just completely foil the plan.
That's true, but it just slows down the tempo. It
and-
does not really stop Minsk itself.
Yes, this is a great and brutal opportunity and power at the side of Michael because he has a Planeswalker
Mm-hmm.
that does something without any mana being spent.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
his opponent has to deal some kind with the Minsk and Boo and the Boo token.
Okay, he went up on mana trying to target Minsk, sorry, Boo,
That's going
and
to
there
be
is the Snapcaster into Snap.
Snapcaster.
Snap, 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 snap.
Nice.
So the Boo token is out of the game, and
In
it will
response to the trigger.
yeah, it will come back on the upkeep, but for now, it's gone. Now we'll see also if Michael chooses to play Yavimaya or just keep it in his hand. I'm very interested to see
Yes.
what he chooses to do
You
with
see
it.
this
Now,
Slimefoot
once
and
again, the
Squeak.
Slimefoot and
Makes
Squeak
sense,
coming in.
putting it on the play as soon as possible.
Just from hand, remember? It was not cast from command zone.
Yeah, still in play, this commander this
Yeah.
time. And the Bombardiers are just like
They are
ambushing.
ready. Now he's thinking about it.
And he's thinking about not.
Will he
playing
or
it.
will he not?
Okay.
It's tempting, but also it gives the Nadu to your opponent.
The
or
question
option
is-
to play it.
Does Nadu really help that much in this situation?
That's absolutely the
Oh,
right
and we
question.
see the Bombardiers.
Yeah, he's making red mana to be able to cast the
away.
Bombardiers, and there is Force Spike coming
That's huge.
as a
That doesn't solve the
answer.
situation,
That's right.
but helps it a lot.
It does help. And also there'll be Nadu, which is a 3/4,
The-
which can effectively block
Yes,
the
yes, yes,
creatures
yes.
for one turn
And
at
the
least.
amphibious, whatever, how it's called, it can save to
Winter Moon, my lord. Now that's a
4
spicy
basics
card.
versus 5 non-basics.
Winter Moon is a very spicy card because it allows you to untap only one non-basic land
Yeah, we
during
see
each
the
turn
land
cycle.
with the Valgrove that's not getting
Not
untapped.
really.
That is
Interesting choice.
Maybe a misplay because we
Might
got
be.
a green black land,
Yeah.
and green like land that's enchanted. There's no
Right.
reason
Why-
I can think of.
Right.
But problem is, Winter Moon is all nice, but doesn't solve the immediate
That's
problem.
right. It doesn't solve the board. It solves the fact that Michael
facing
may not play so many cards, but he only has
7
two.
and 4, 11 damage at most, if we count the minus,
There is the Ice Fang.
with enough
yeah.
snow-covered lands to be lethal that touchy.
Yes, that's right. And also, Ice Fang Cloud, that's the name. And yes, it has got that touch, and it came after the Slime Food. Interesting.
Well, the Mince and Boo had a trample, so
That's
blocking
true.
it with 1/1 pretty sucks.
Yeah, that was the
But
choice
the
of life.
blocking Slime Food, I agree, is not the best, because now he is ready to reanimate it and bringing the Bombardiers back.
Well, you say already. I
Not
say he's
really
not.
with mana.
That's
alright.
right.
But if he untaps the enchanted land now and plays a land, he has 4 mana
Absolutely.
available.
That's an option. That's an option that we may see.
We see,
And
but-
I believe we'll see Nadu potentially coming in. Because
That's a right. That's a right moment.
That's a fine moment for
2 mana
that.
untapped still to get some interaction. in
Remember
case-
that the aura, the flash aura, does not really solve the problem with Boo, because it will still have the counters on it. So it does not really solve the problem of a 3/3 or even 6/6 in a moment coming in.
the amphibious downpour, which I finally
Yeah,
remembered. the name,
downpour, yeah, that's right.
Was
Amphibious
kind of a interaction for the slime food itself,
Yeah.
not for the boo. As the most it does is to turn off the trample and haste ability,
Yes.
so we can jump block it better. But
And there
still,
is a full take on the attack, so Wojciech is coming down
if
to
you
2 life.
if you sacrifice the Nadu, you are just guaranteed to lose next turn. You're just
you're right.
prolonging the inevitable. But
Absolutely.
if you keep it in play, you might do something with it. Following turns, fight for the board
You're
presence.
right, but I'm not really sure. What,
7 Mince and Boo. You have ability to attack it. You can then sacrifice it and
Right.
killing with outside the combat. There's just so many options, and even the Winter Moon doesn't solve the situation.
and there was also, I've seen a blink of endurance coming from in Michael's hands. Now there
That
is an attempt.
Most will probably come into play now
And-
to as another threat.
Yeah, and it may just solve the fact. Yeah, there is a read
downpour?
on the downpour.
I believe it will.
It is a
be
very strange card because it has got storm and it's also a permanent.
Wait. It's a blue frog creature.
Yeah.
It can it be used on the Saprolink token
Could
to
have
make it
been-
not Saprolink, so that it cannot be used.
It's
to
true,
sacrifice it?
but I wanted to say that it would not matter at all because the
install it.
Minsk would just use the -2 ability and just hit the face with anything on the board.
It's just solving 1/4 of
Yes,
the
exactly.
bad situation, and
Right.
you need to solve it whole or nothing.
And thus we are going
We are
to
going to
game
game
3. That's fantastic to see. And we will see Wojciech with Tamio on play now, which means he'll have more time to stabilize, to find more answers to Michael's plan.
And to do not let the slime food come into play ever. Because,
Absolutely.
Slime food, as we said, usually comes out turn 2. On turn 2 on play, Tamio has 2 mana available, which means probably every single counterspell
Yeah.
in the deck is
anything.
just ready,
Yeah.
waiting to counter the slime food and send
Absolutely.
it to back to the command zone.
And once you
or
do
in the
this, it's
graveyard.
great. Like, once you counter the slime food, you basically slow down the deck a lot, like by a long shot, because casting slime food for 5 mana does not feel right. Like the card is not really worth that.
Slightly better than casting Tamio for 5.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. But still,
Yeah.
so we will see how the hand goes.
Slight problem or like hurdle for Tamio to get through is just the Slime Food deck is just full of the high power cards, and
Absolutely.
you
They don't
usually
really care.
don't find an answer for everything, and we see
And
the
the-
lighted half lane.
Now, on the
for
first turn
Michael.
by Wojciech, as expected, Tamio, but on Michael's
Commentators
side,
for curse hits
Yeah.
again. We talk about slime food being countered, and bang! you get
absolutely.
half
And
lane.
now the option for countering slime food is very slim.
Off the table. You
Yes,
need to get
and there is just slime food coming in.
snap something.
And now let's see what will be attempted.
There are-
Just drawing a card, and that's it. Slime food resolved.
The downpour, for example, and other cards that like
Yeah, like a frogify effect.
erase
Yes.
abilities and make a creature 1/1 is also a really nice answer
Yeah.
to slime food, because it is way worse if it's way worse.
No.
If you wanna flip Tamio, it is also like the 1/1 now does absolutely nothing.
You're
because
right,
It
you're
has
right.
0 power, but yeah,
I
this
think
is a
that Michael is in a
situation.
nice situation now.
Which
Thoughtseize. I mean, Michael
Yeah,
is
sorry,
in a nice
sorry. Yeah, yeah,
situation.
right.
On slime food.
Because has commander in play,
There
and we
is
see Thoughtseize
Thoughtseize,
baiting out
and
the
now
force
let's
of
see.
negation for
Yeah.
2 cards.
There
That's
is a counter by
That's rough.
force
That's
of negation. I'm not really sure how bad is that for Michael. He got rid of 2 cards on the side of Wojciech.
That's bad for Wojciech, not for
Yeah,
Michael.
absolutely, absolutely.
The Thoughtseize should be in exile, but it is not that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's super relevant to do a check for that. We know it should be
I
exiled.
just wanted to notice it.
The boys probably know it should be exiled, but it's not super relevant for this matchup.
There's almost no card.
And
And here we go with the
that's
Downpour. Yeah,
right.
that's and for 2 because we have a storm count.
Exactly. There is a
So,
storm count 3
here we go.
actually. Because there was the Thoughtseize, then there was the counter.
Yeah, it is
spell
supposed to be
for-
3, but they present just 2.
Well, he does not really have to. Well, he should target 3 creatures or
Because,
have 3 targets.
Not really necessary 3 targets. He can target with the copies the same creature,
Yes.
but there should be 3 distinct enchantments,
Absolutely. But
permanents.
I don't think we need to really make that
Yeah.
super obvious. Let's say the slime food has got 2.
I love this because it's the back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Tamio now died to lightning bolt, so we are back to the situation that Michael has board full of 1/1s. Wojciech has slightly behind, but it's not
Yeah.
facing any imminent threat. He
Yeah,
just
like it's just 4 damage. That's not super crazy, and you can just play a blocker like an Addy,
Tavara
or
going to
just
play,
replay
recasting
the
Tamio.
Tamio.
and 1 mana available.
Now
Let's
we
see
will
if there's
see
some
where
kind
this
of
goes.
interaction, because that is the strength of the Michael's deck,
Mm-hmm.
the slime food. There is definitely some kind of powerful threat coming. I saw Chaos Defiler in his hand, flashing
Oh
by.
my.
Not really mana for it enough.
Okay, there's just a full swing coming in, so it's 3 damage. One of those will be chumped by, or blocked, I should say, by Tamio. Now we continue with Arbor Elf.
Yeah.
Just a mana orc, nothing crazy.
Okay.
We will see, and that's
Nothing
a
powerful
plus.
that turn.
Nothing
Yeah.
that really does
don't think-
a lot.
There is maybe some kind of a removal.
And there is Jace the Mind Sculptor coming on the side of Wojciech.
Flipping Tamio?
We'll
Possibly.
see. We will see.
If there is no Oh, there is.
There
Oh
is
my-
Abrupt Decay.
Okay, that
Because-
was the plan completely.
Absolutely.
Because Tamiona dies and Wojciech has only 2 clues.
Yes.
And the chase is facing also certain death.
Absolutely. The Jace
Fate of
can't
all
really
of one
be
months.
defended. Well, he could use the minus ability maybe to bounce something, but does not really solve anything. He could Fate
That's
Seal
the
to get
best
to
value
5.
to get,
He can get to Fate Seal to 5,
but it still dies.
but it still dies because there is 5 attack.
It sucks, but I believe the brainstorm is the best.
Yeah, he just uses the brainstorm. There's nothing else that needs to be done. So let's wait for the brainstorm to resolve. But the Jace is not going to stick.
It
And
was a good plan.
was a nice
Facing
plan.
board full of War Ones and just plussing Tamio, making all the tokens, all the 1/1s, 1 power creatures
Yeah.
being totally meaningless, but
Absolutely.
it didn't went through.
Yeah.
The slime food, another thing of the deck. Not only that is really fast, really consistent, full of those high power threats, also has
nice interaction.
yes,
Absolutely.
bunch of interaction, bunch of removal.
And honestly, it looked bad on the side of Wojciech, but the play would have been perfect if Tamio would have flipped.
Oh, and Arbor Elf now
Now
untaps, casts,
we-
kills the Defiler.
But there is
Force of
Force of Will coming as a result. You
And-
don't really want to let this go through. The Chaos Defiler is a crazy card.
No, definitely not. You need to keep the
Yeah,
Chaos
it
Defiler
needs
out
to be
the
answered.
table, but still, there is the board full of 1/1s. Which
Yeah,
they are 1/1s,
so the-
but they are threatening
Yes.
to kill.
So the
Wojciech
Chaos
in
Defiler
few turns.
did not resolve, but there is a all-out attack coming to
Killing
kill
the Jace.
Jace. Just and the rest hitting the face as well. So there's 2 to the face.
What do you think? You're gonna see Tamio for 5? Just
If we
full
see
attempt?
Tamio
Because
for 5,
if if nothing's happened to
Mm-hmm.
it, Wojciech can the next turn sacrifice those 2 clues. If nothing else, flip it, and then again foil the whole board full of 1/1
it's true.
creatures.
It just nullifies Michael's board
Yeah.
completely.
And since Slimefoot doesn't get to the graveyard, cannot have the or doesn't have the opportunity
That's
to
right.
use the abilities.
Yeah,
accordingly.
remember this is one of the only ways to get rid of slime food. You basically make it into something irrelevant.
And especially if you yourself don't need to attack to win the game, you can just keep him 1/1 forever.
Yeah, you don't care about the 1 damage. You slowly lose life, but you will find some answers soon enough. We'll hope. Yeah, there was the
Fetch to Surveillant.
and the land just coming to the bin. So we'll see.
Okay, is that Tamio or is it something else?
I think
is Wojciech
we'll see how brave
courageous
Wojciech
enough?
is.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If just playing Tamio, is there anything better he can do?
That's a good question.
Also,
It's a very good question. What
the
is
Slimefoot
better
cannot
plan?
have a third removal spell.
Well,
Just
it
cannot.
sure can.
Yeah, he
And
can.
he
but
just passes. Okay, I think it was.
no time.
He might have a different plan prepared. Potentially, he
Yes,
can
fetch
also
land.
just crack the clues.
Fetch land for Mystic Sanctuary, bring something back and draw it by the
Ooh,
clue.
Heartless Scarlet. Or Headliner Scarlet, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Headliner Scarlet. A fantastic card that came out of the Clue edition. It's a very nice aggressive card. It's also card advantage. Well, the first ability is not super relevant at the moment because there are no creatures on Wojciech's side.
No blocking here.
But the second ability is basically card advantage every single turn. It's a
It's-
very nice beater.
Impulse variant
Yeah.
of Phyrexian Arena, basically.
Absolutely,
You
it's
get
just a-
extra card on upkeep every single
Exactly.
turn. And also, the card is face down, so until you play it, the opponent doesn't really know what it
That's
is.
true. You can just enjoy your time with the secrets, have the secret bolt hidden there. All things considered,
3, 6,
there is a lot of
9,
damage
9
coming.
damage coming in.
There is a lot of damage coming Wojciech's way.
And
Also,
if not answered, there is 2 life left on the Wojciech's side.
that's right. That's right.
We have a
So-
really interesting game 3 here.
I think we will see. We need to see what Wojciech is cooking because there was also the option to play Tamio, but he chose not to do that. So he'll
don't-
not be able to flip the Tamio most likely next turn to use the plus ability and to nullify the board.
No.
There
You
must
would
be
need
something.
like Tamio plus Brainstorm.
Yeah, that's right.
With it,
That would be the only
and
option.
even then, you got Scarlet that is 1 minus 2 power.
Yeah.
That also is lethal.
That's right, because he would be on 2
follow-
life right now. He needs to have an answer right away.
And also you get the fetch land
Yes.
studying at the ass, which
So
is
basically,
minus 1 life.
10 life,
given.
not 11. If he wants to use it, of course. But he's on 2 cards right now.
I mean, I don't know the player, but he has to be something better than just casting Tamio
Absolutely.
on 5 mana, right?
Well, he chose not to cast it last turn, so he
yeah.
has to have a better plan.
Right.
I'm just scrolling quickly. There could be Cryptic Command coming in. That would be a very spicy play, honestly. I see Cryptic Command in
Counter
the
tap,
deck list.
yeah.
Yeah.
all the life, but doesn't solve the situation.
It doesn't solve
You
it, but
got-
it postpones it.
Well, if there is cryptic command, he can cryptic command, fetch with the fetch land for the Mystic Sanctuary, return it back, draw it with the glue, and be
Yeah.
ready for the next turn. So, but we are talking about like almost the best case scenario for Wojciech.
Absolutely. And as
I
I'm
don't think it's
scrolling-
gonna be like it. There's no much other
Honestly, there
options.
is nothing else. Like Archmage's Charm doesn't really help. There is probably only the Cryptic Command as like the best possible situation, which Wojciech could also try to dig for it. He still has 6 mana available So worst case scenario, he could just try to fetch, crack a clue, and then try to find a cryptic command. I'm not sure what else he
That
can do
is-
in this situation.
Really not the best plan.
It's not. It's not.
No,
But I don't see. I don't see any good plan coming for Vojta right here.
Well, having cryptic command in the hand.
Well, yes, that would be ideal.
Or casting Tamio the previous turn. because
Yes, but
if
he-
not, there has to be something better. Right?
That's absolutely true.
He cannot. I don't know if the pressure.
It
just
would not
got
make
to the
sense
player.
to not play Tamio, or maybe he was just too scared of a fail push or something. Hard to say. Very hard
Wasn't
to say.
Fatal Push played or?
Or just a different kind of.
Yeah, I
just-
know, I know.
Just like a remove spell.
The more removal
Right,
spells
right. The more we see,
have,
like the less.
have
is
already
available.
seen, the less of them are. The less of them are in the deck still.
Yeah.
So we have a judge call just clarifying some situation.
Yeah, there might be some kind of judge call, but our players are trying to find something out. Maybe there is a question about Heartless Scarlet. I can see it being pointed to. Maybe at the beginning of upkeep.
I might have an idea what's going on.
Maybe
What
flashing
Jack-
in a creature?
Yeah, exactly. And he wants to flash the creature after hand, and he wants to know if he plays the creature
I
after
know.
that, if he is able to block.
He won't be able to because there is creature's target player control. So he would have to get like a
It's a
hexproof for
blank
himself.
effect that lasts at the
Absolutely.
end of run for all creatures, not that are already in play, but
Yeah.
also
Like,
any other that
For
comes
example, you could
afterwards
play Vendelian Click
and still not be
as an
able to
example,
block.
and it could not block because let me just check if there is Vendelian Click. There is not Vendelian.
We saw it in the previous version in
Yeah,
round
but not in this
right?
one. I don't see Vendelian Click. No.
It's not really
Maybe
that.
Shana's Tidebinder is an option.
That is, well, that would partially solve the situation, just
Yes.
countering the enter the battlefield trigger and then blocking.
But it was not played. The same for Subtlety.
Well, we don't know exactly if we are past the enter the battlefield resolve.
That's also true. We don't really know if the card resolved per se. We just know it was played.
Yeah, we haven't seen any attempt at moving towards combat.
Absolutely.
Something.
So we will see how the situation will be resolved. Hopefully it will be swift and prompt. But as I was saying, I don't really see a lot of options for Wojciech in this situation.
Mystical Confluence
Could be? Is it in
or
the
Mystic
list?
Confluence? Yeah, I see. Mystic Confluence.
Okay, Misty, yeah, there is Mystic Confluence as an option as well. I'm not sure. I was still, we don't know Wojciech's hands, but my idea was still to follow the line of playing Tamio. He chose not to do that.
Yeah.
Which means there needs to be something better, right?
Because Tamio would potentially solve the situation.
So we will see how the call goes. And also, if there is anything better on Michael's side of turn. Well, remember that last couple of turns, he did not really play a lot of things.
He played the Chaos Defiler, Michael,
He tried to play that, you're
which
absolutely
was
right.
probably one of the least or last of his threats he
Yes.
had, because I believe the Headliner Scarlet was top deck.
That's true, it's probably true. Otherwise, I think he would have
And in
played
that
it
case, it
earlier.
was a really sweet top deck.
Yeah, it's absolutely a sweet top deck because it's a value, it's a hasty creature, so you can start the beatdown. And I think
And
that Michael needs
In
to close the
extension,
game soon.
yes, and in extension, being 3/3 haste threat that
Mm-hmm.
also prevents blocking the turn and provides a kind of an advantage. Basically, if it resolves unchallenged, it basically seals the game, I believe.
It's probably going to be the game. I think there are still on the Wojciech's side of table, there is still a lot of thinking about how to deal with the Headliner Scarlet, which was put in front. So probably there is still a little bit of uncertainty about it being resolved or not. Maybe on the side of the control player, it's still hard to say if yes or no. But as we mentioned, the ability to not allow blocking does not really affect or is not really affected by when the creature came to play, meaning on the side of Wojciech's table. It's just an ambivalent kind of ability that you have there
Yeah,
for the whole turn.
and to be fair, I am not really sure what are we solving here.
I also don't really know.
What happened? It is some kind of conundrum. Wojciech is facing a bunch of damage.
That's the kind
And
of conundrum.
it is something about the Headliner Scarlet, I think. So it resolved, and there is a combat. Wait,
The
Scarlet is
combat
not attacking?
is without the Scarlets,
Okay.
which there and there is an
And there was a block.
block.
There was a judge, sorry.
There was a judge. Well, I should not be asking that.
It is interesting. because-
Okay, that's an interesting thing. Maybe the judge decided that it should go the other way, not the way we said. I'm not saying I understand the game completely correctly.
That is interesting.
Well, it sounds like if it's creatures target player controls can block this turn, maybe it's the idea that there is no creature to be affected by that ability.
No,
hard to
well,
say.
no, you are targeting the player. And it's,
That's true.
Pretty one-sided for my
Yeah,
taste.
I'm
That
not sure. I'm
player
not really
controls.
sure.
Every creature target player controls can block. But maybe it is.
Maybe it's the fact that the creature wasn't there, so it could not have been affected.
And then I'm not really sure why Arbor Elf nor the Headliner Scarlet didn't attack.
I would text
you,
them.
as we said numerous times. Michal just wants to close the game as soon as possible. because
Absolutely, he
when
wants-
he lets the Tamio to recuperate, to cast the commander, and to wait.
And just to see a couple of things, there was a scavenging ooze on the side of Michael and the side of
In
Wojciech. There was
response, Mystical Sanctuary.
Mystical Sanctuary and finding,
the force
putting
of
back Force of Will.
Because the Owls could snatch it out of the graveyard. if
Yes,
it's
that's-
done,
that's
later. I don't know if
I'm not
Force of
sure
Will
if it
also
helps.
you solves the situation because outside of the Scarlet we have also the Scavenging Owls.
Yes.
like really putting.
There is pressure. There is a lot of pressure on Wojciech, absolutely. And you know, the ooze, there are creatures to make it grow bigger. And the Headliner Scarlet, don't forget the idea. And Michael
to another
even
card.
yes, you get 2 cards. So even though Wojta could play potentially just hardcast the Force of Will, sorry, there can be still another card coming in, and more.
Is that
and
really
more
worth?
threat
In your opinion?
to
Like-
put back the Force of Will?
No. The whole last turn, like fetching for Mystic Sanctuary, playing Hullbreacher as a blocker, rather than playing Tamio and like playing to the best of your deck's ability. If it sticks, you get to.
I
flip it
think
next
I
turn.
would go for the Tameo
Yeah,
play, as
me,
we
me too.
discussed.
Me too.
Okay, and there was the Exile with the Headliner, and also like a normal draw, so just 2 cards per turn.
Lelia.
It looks like either Lelia or Monastery Swift. It's Lelia, it's 3 mana.
It's the full art.
It's just too far. It's just a little too far for us
Just in
to
a corner.
find.
Yeah, the board is too wide.
I will just quickly ask for the thing.
In response, there is Shark Typhoon cycling going on, putting out 4/4 Shark into play. Yeah, Lelia the Blade Blossom. And
Okay, it was Lelia. It's been confirmed.
Yeah.
And also, we asked our players to just stick to the center of the board. So there is a lot of pressure coming in.
you missed Shark Typhoon.
Oh, there's been a shark to the Typhoon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
going in and bringing out the token while drawing a card.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
it's a nice.
Put out some blockers.
Yeah,
in
it's
play.
a blocker, but still there is a lot of things coming in,
Yeah.
and it's just the Leyline, Slimefun, and Squee.
Lelia attacked, which is meaning it just
It
got
just dies.
smashed. Yes, smashed into the
Into the shark.
and the Slimefoot most likely gets resolved. But
Okay,
wait.
there are going
There
to
is
be
a
some
response.
shenanigans, definitely.
Oh wait, but casting spell from the Headliner Scarlet puts
Yes.
a counter on Lelia.
It does.
So it's a really neat combat trick.
It
I didn't
is.
miss it. I
is.
didn't catch it at first.
Yes, I
too.
also did not think about that, but it's true.
I would completely got.
But he's not casting.
wait.
He's just exiling cards via the scavenging
Yeah, because
moves.
if you exile a card from your library or your graveyard,
Yes.
then Lelia.
And Lelia just grew and killed the shark.
I don't believe I have ever seen this situation.
It's a
when
great
you
interaction.
Grave hit yourself in order
Yes.
to grow that in instant speed.
It's a great way
I saw
to
the
deal with
shenanigans
that.
with her and Title Pact when you exile
Yeah.
half of library
Well,
and
yeah.
grow her.
That
into
does work, but
a
we
little
might not see
proportions.
that
No,
today.
no, not likely.
But still, there is a lot of pressure on Michael's side of
Yeah.
boards, and
The
basically
Michael attacked
Wojtek's...
pretty conservatively,
Mhm.
just with 2 creatures. He could attack with everything.
I
but
would
he-
still keep the headliner Scarlet just to get 2 cards and then seal the deal next turn.
She's the best card you have.
Okay, Vandalion Shackles. I'm not sure if it solves a lot.
The Vulcan Shackles, you can take everything, I believe, including the Lelia, but you are taking tapped creature. You want to take something that can then block and
Yeah.
save your life.
You can,
next turn.
but you just take a single creature. It does not really deal with the whole board
Yeah,
situation.
and you have only a second blocker. I
Yeah,
believe.
and there was like an instant piece.
Well,
Okay,
I
we have
would
only
maybe-
3 minutes left, I was told, so we are getting to potentially even extra time. But there are
I don't think I would
still
take
some
the
options.
Scavenging Goose. I would take the Scarlet because even there is the synergy with Lelia and O's. The Scarlet takes another card, which is huge in this
Yes.
situation.
Maybe-
Because every card is a potential removal
You're
that
right.
completely solves this situation.
But
and
maybe
wins the game.
Wojciech
And
is
it's in
thinking
grief.
about gaining life via the scavenging goes, and there is grief coming
That's
in.
true.
Just hardcast grief being countered,
by not hard cast Force of Will.
yes, by exiled force of will. So Wojciech is coming down to 5 life, very close, very much on the
But
edge.
the board, the big board, is still there. Attacks going on.
There is still a lot of creatures,
How?
a
What?
lot of options.
What? Is
We
going
will
to attack?
see. Okay, so just once again a bit conservative. There is Orcish Bowmasters exiled, which they can be played. Remember, there is still the Arbor Elf and a lands on the side of Michael, still untapped. They are very hard to see on the side of the coverage, but
Yes.
we still have them.
Yes, you can play the the Bowmasters because you
Yeah.
can Arbor Elf the Beiju with the Utopia's Pro.
Absolutely.
And you see the block.
So there are, yes, and there is like an exile, probably on a creature, yes.
As you
So the
said,
Chaos Defiler.
maybe better like removing the threats, but that's in my opinion playing more for a late game.
Could be, could be. Well, he can once again use the shackles.
You kind of need to solve the immediate
There is
situation,
the-
finishing of
yes.
the Hullbreaker or Hullbreacher, sorry.
Yes, and putting on 2 more creatures, 2 more 1/1 baddies on the board.
Wojciech is now on 5 life, facing
He's
once
facing
again,
a lethal threat. And if Michael decides to just swing with everything, I'm not really sure what can Vojta do about that.
the Vedalcon Shackles can take something.
Well, they will probably take either Headliner Scarlet or Lelia. I think there are no better targets for that. Both of them are scary, both of them are kind
Well,
advantage.
if they are not Lelia, it is a jump block, meaning Bowmasters could be also taken.
That's an option.
In order to you can sacrifice the clue
Yeah.
and not getting money for it.
That's true, that's true. So
Wait,
there's Mishra's
there was-
Bubble,
There
which
was sucking a clue and not a trigger from Bowmasters, I believe.
I'm not 100%
Because,
sure.
We shouldn't remind
Yeah,
just
they may.
the trigger.
The
but-
guys missed it. That's unfortunate. Though there should have been. I missed it because I was lost in my own thoughts. But
I was just notifying because if we have a good life total, because
Yeah.
the Bowmaster trigger would definitely go upstairs and Wojciech is still at 5 life.
yes. Now we will see. It will be probably the headliner.
There was the Urza Saga, but
Mm.
unfortunately that doesn't really.
I'm
solve
not
the
sure if
situation.
the saga will do.
You have to block the biggest one, which is the Lelia, and you are still 5 mana 1/1 creatures.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 5 1/1 creatures.
Yes.
Coming to you, even if you block the larger threat,
So
and all completely disregarding what Michael can play. Or
yeah, and
draw.
he will get 2 cards. One via. Okay,
Okay.
and there is Winter
Not
Moon,
much.
which won't be a lot of cards played, but still there is access to 2, potentially 3 mana, maybe even 4 if he plays a lands.
No,
4 mana.
you have to count the
And Arbor, that's
which
right.
is-
He can choose not to attack with that and get a lot of mana. So I'm not sure if he is in a tough situation when it comes to mana.
definitely looks dire for the Tamio player.
Absolutely.
You see Michael immediately counting the
Yeah.
possible combat, how blocks are gonna go. Says,
And
I'm
he
going
just
to win.
found a little
And
and that's
GG.
GG. Okay, that was
Got Tamio winning 2-1
yeah, devastated pack. So
to Michael just.
and there was a similar spirit guide in
and
hand.
Titan Pact, which you said we wouldn't see.
Well, we did not see that officially in the game.
Well,
because
it was exiled.
Yes,
by
you're
attacking trigger,
absolutely right.
Before the damage.
That was a great game to be had. Absolutely. I love the fact that we had like
games.
Darren form in 3 games, a lot of fighting. You know, the fact that a Squee basically got out of the game
Yeah,
2
that
times.
really strange interaction.
Yeah.
Which very risky play, but really
Right.
interesting play, got rightfully and really severely punished.
Absolutely,
by
that was
bounce.
just crazy. Like the first game, okay, the Slimefoot and Squee player lost, mainly even because there was no Slimefoot and Squee.
That was mainly the issue.
Yeah.
Also, everything went good for the Tamio then.
Absolutely,
And there was the ultimate.
yeah,
Then the other Planeswalker, Minskan Boo,
yeah. That was the way
pretty
to
much
win.
won the game.
Absolutely.
Because it resolved uncontested, and once it's in the play, especially deck, which interaction is primarily about blue cards,
Yeah.
which means bounce spells that usually target creatures, and counter spells cannot really solve that much. You solve
Absolutely.
a snap on the Boo token
Yeah.
and nothing else. And
That's
then
right.
it just went turn after turn, and it was ultimately too much for the
Absolutely, and even in this game, we saw the weakness, you could say, of the Tamio decks, because there is no good option to get rid of a lot of small creatures, and they just slowly ate him alive.
And compared to the game where Tamio was in the play the
Yeah.
whole time, when you kill her with some kind of cheap interaction spell,
Yeah.
cheap removal, the deck really gets so much worse because you lose
Absolutely,
the source
absolutely.
of the card advantage. You
Yeah.
lose the Tamio itself as a threat.
100%.
Post the game. So
And it's been completely different, you know, like the game where the Tamio was flipped and then slowly was ticking up and up and up and up to the ultimate, before the scoop, basically.
Yeah.
You saw a complete difference. But at the moment, when the Tamio could not really stick and could not really do anything, even like the play with Jace, if you remember, basically just killing.
that was a really sweet
Yeah.
setup, and if that would resolve, I think
Right.
it would really help the Tamio, and they
Definitely.
would still be in the game, most likely.
Absolutely, but that was a nice response by our Squee player, and Wojciech could not really do much about that. He just lost the Tamio, he lost the Jace, nothing else to do.
Okay.
And he could just brainstorm and that was it.
Yes, he wanted to brainstorm to flip Tamio.
Yeah.
+1.
He
to-
even tried to like attack before that, but you know, that was like it wouldn't make a difference because there would be a response to the brainstorm trigger on Jace.
Yeah.
So still, there was no way to get through that.
You really wanted the extra clue token because
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
situation that you flip Tamio, you as a counterpart, you lose the card advantage
Absolutely,
aspect.
absolutely. I understand that, but my point was that there was no way for Wojciech to get through with this play because the abrupt decay was just ready.
The first sign of one more extra ounce of value provided by Tamio would be swiftly met with the what was that, lightning bolt, I think, or abrupt decay.
Abrupt decay was the spell, which is
Well-
even nicer because you can't respond to that as a
Yeah,
new
and
player.
as I recall properly, the Wojciech had Force of Will.
Yeah.
The turn.
It's
and
probably
I don't
true.
know if it was in the Jace's brainstorm afterwards or before. So it would be extra unfortunate
Yes.
if we had a way to prevent
That's right.
his disruption of this interaction.
Which would
but
mean that
it would
yeah.
be abrupt decay.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like it's possible. We don't really know, but I will believe this story.
Yeah.
I will believe this version of reality because it just sounds great.
We might ask afterwards.
Yeah, we may ask the players afterwards. We will take a short break, but we'll come back with the coverage soon enough because this round was quite long. So get ready for round number 3.
Let's go.
Oh, it seems like the microphone wasn't working. Hello again. I'm Petter. I commentated the Pre-Modern Championships yesterday. I stepped by today to commentate one of the rounds in Commander. I don't actually play Commander myself, so hopefully I'll be able to say some meaningful things. I'm joined here by Philip and what's your name? Wait.
Matthew. Hi, my name is Matthew.
And my name is Philip. We hope that we will bring you some information about the decks, about how they should be played, about what the players are doing, and what their goal is. So we are going into the game. We'll see who starts.
Alright, so the commanders are Slimefoot and Gerson Starn. I actually have to read Gerson, I apologize. Actually, source you control this exactly 1 damage. Okay, so it like works with 1 damage spells.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the point of the deck, but I think Slimefoot has a edge in this matchup actually, because it can be a lot faster than Gerson can be. Let's see what the players will keep and if they will mulligan. They both will mulligan. Okay.
Are these commanders like popular commanders in general, or?
Yeah, definitely. I think these commanders are a lot in the metagame today. Sorry. Especially
part of the
especially the
meta,
Slimefoot and Squee. Yeah, it has a big part in the current meta. I think it is only matched by probably Tamio as of today. Gerson is maybe a bit less meta, but he's still played a lot. He's definitely not an off-meta pick. So
So what one damage spells do we see in the deck? I assume there's like Grape Shot and stuff, or?
yeah, a lot of those classic spells, Grape Shot and so on. The main goal is to combo off as fast as possible, whereas Slimefoot is aggro but can be played heavily into control later in game. So I would still assume the Slime be in the advantage most of the time.
Alright, cool. So Machi, do you wanna add anything?
Yeah, let's see if the players will keep now.
Oh, and the Festivities is another cool card that works really well with it.
Oh yeah, true. But yeah, the sad part about it is most of these cards are sorcery speed, which sort of cripples how flexible the deck can be.
So what's the main game plan of the Slimefoot deck? It generates 1/1, so I assume there's like a bunch of combos with that, or?
Yeah, definitely. Well, Slime also likes to use heavily his ability, which is for 1 color less and Juned colors, to bring it out of the graveyard with 1 more creature by sacrificing 1 creature and paying the cost, which is really strong. For example, with
So when they
the
kill it-
incantations.
When they kill it, you usually put it into graveyard and
Yeah.
not the command zone, right? That's
Yeah,
kind of weird, actually.
Well, it's a game plan that is used for the tempo, and basically the deck is really sort of built around this ability also.
Right.
But it can be strong even by itself on the field because it generates a lot of 1/1s. It can be sacked. For example, Bombardiers are
Right.
a big combo.
So we see a turn 1 curse creature against a turn 1 Arbor Elf. Obviously, Arbor Elf is a way stronger play. He can even go for a turn 2 Slimefoot if he wants to. So let's see how the game develops.
Yeah, I think both players will be playing it safe. I don't think we will see turn 3 Slime, especially against Gerson. Let's see what Gerson will do. We see Ponder, okay. So
What Gerson will you mean? Thomas, right?
yeah.
It's not like Gerson is
Yeah.
playing the Ponder.
Yeah, we have Tomáš Nesrovnal against Michal Ždárský, very great players, both very strong in their own fields of decks that they are playing.
Yeah, Dual Commander is quite popular in Czech, right? In Czech, yeah.
Yeah, definitely more popular than CDH, but still not more popular than casual EDH. Definitely.
Right.
But as of today, yeah, I would guess more players would join into a dual commander than, for example, standard or modern. So yeah, it's a really heavily played format in Czech Republic.
So is that a Urza Saga or?
I'm actually not quite sure.
Oh, it's a double-faced land. So
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. It's
so it's the
smashing.
yeah. Well, let's see if he has a removal spell for the Arbor Elf. He's casting something for 1 red, so I would assume that. Okay.
Oh yeah, he does. It's perfect.
Kind of weird to see a curse catcher outside of like a dedicated Merfolk deck. Is that a commonly played card or?
Yeah, it's a normal cloud.
It's
For Gerson, it's a normal cloud.
Okay.
It's a very strong 1-drop 1/1 with a very strong ability.
yeah, it basically has Daze ability, and it's really great to play it turn 1 because you are actually threatening the board and also the hand. So
Right.
it's, you give damage, or you are able to give out damage, but you are still able to counter and interact with the opponent, which is really strong. Because in duel you have only 20 life, which maybe is the
Every point matters.
yeah, every single damage matters, and so it's really nice 1-drop. You see Simeon Spirit Guide
Simeon's very
because
hard to
it
find
was
food.
fourth. Makes sense.
So do you usually run out the commander as soon as you can, or is it usually better to wait, or how does it usually plays out?
Well, it depends on the matchup, but yeah, I would guess you are trying to look for some passages when your opponent can't react. So, for example, now Tomáš was stepped out when Michal played Slime, so only some, only a few spells can actually interact with Slime. In that case, he could have had Daze or some Force, but even if he has it, I don't think it's a great target right now. It's still really early in game, and he will probably want to keep those cards for some bigger threats.
Right. So that's a cool 1-drop that we see being played. I actually played it a lot with that card in the latest limited format.
Like,
So it's cool to see it here as well.
oh yeah, we see Lelia, just like one of the best 3-drops.
Never seen that art before.
It is
Yeah,
new
it's-
art from Modern Horizon 3.
Right. Yeah, I played it a lot with the card in the Vintage Cube online, but
Yeah.
never seen this art before.
In Slime, it's really great because it gives you tempo, gives you cards, and also pushes. So as you can see, Michal already pushed Tomáš to 9 life, which is nice. Can probably, he's probably really close to having lethal. So let's see what Tomáš does with it. Michal only has 3 cards. And
I didn't know that the games of Duel Commander were this fast. I was just kind of assumed that it's going to be this like mid-range fest where the games drag forever, but apparently it's not the case.
well, it can be. For example, when you match control with control, the games usually take a long time, and they are usually land pass, because you don't want to waste your resources in duel, because it's really hard to replenish them. So, and the most valuable thing is card advantage. So, yeah, duel can drag out, but these popular meta commanders like Slime and Gerson, they play out really fast and want to kill their opponent as fast as possible by comboing off or killing the opponent. Yeah, we can see Tomáš is at 6 life. It looks like Tomáš didn't have a lot of answers to Michal's plays. We'll see what he does with it. Okay, it looks like he pinged one of Michal's Saprolings. Flame Slash to Layla. It's a nice play. So basically, right now, Tomáš, by keeping the Slime on board, doesn't want to give Michal the option to return something from graveyard, which is also an option you can do, but still has blockers for the Slime, so the Slime doesn't roll over him. We'll see what Michal drew.
Troll of Khazad-dûm.
Yeah, silently for Swamp.
So that was a big swing. Like last turn, we just saw Michal kind of smashing Thomas, but now the table's kind of turned. Let's see what Michal has for the follow up. I mean, you can always play the Slime, I guess, but oh, is that it? Is that
I
just
think he should.
Oh,
Is it Unearthed? Yeah, it's Unearthed. Okay, this is really bad for Tomáš. He has only 1 card left, and the ley line is back. which will now push for with Slime for 6.
One mana Lelia is pretty good.
Yeah. No, it definitely is.
You can even cast the delighted
the-
halfling on the top.
Nice. Yeah, generate Supperling. Yeah, even the generation of Supperlings is really crucial. Those are great chum blockers and also great for activating the SNS ability. So we see 3 damage going through from Slime. Yeah, we see Halfling being played. It's a really nice card, especially against any control deck. You would really like to have a Halfling
Yeah, this is a fatal
on your
push and
board.
Ooh, Fork Bolt, that's another card that's pretty cool with
With
the
your
commander.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if Tomáš can bring this back. Michal gained a lot of tempo, and right now, even if Slime is
So
killed,
what is this card?
this is a god from Ixalan. It's extra damage for every spell.
Oh right. So for example, if you have both these cards and you play Fork Bolt, you deal like 4 to 2 creatures, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the 5th mana to play the Fork Bolt as well,
Yeah,
and this is gonna be
right.
enough.
Abrupt Decay. Nicely played by
this is-
Michal, and he gets the game 1.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened because Thomas kinda had an answer every single turn, but he still got rammed over anyway. You know, it's just like it just wasn't enough.
Well, the big thing about the deck is he got rolled over by Slime's speed. The Slime came there without any counters or interaction, which is huge for Slime because then he builds upon it, and with the Lelia it was pretty much done. Tomáš tried to set up a combo. He did not get the cards, and he didn't have enough card draw, and was not able to really storm off or try to do any bigger plays. So yeah, this matchup again, I would still guess Slime would come on top, even with rooting for Gerson, but because it's a really nice commander. But yeah, the cards are stacked against him, and he has to find good hands with good reactions and actually try to deal with what Michal is trying to do with his Slime. So what do you think, Matthew? Have you played against Slime or even Michal particularly?
No, I hate Slime for this deck. Is annoying and have a lot of good card at this moment, and I think it's the strongest deck in actual meta.
Wow. So,
Even better than Tamio.
Yeah, even better than Tamio.
but you are a
super
Tamio
strong
player.
too.
You are
Yeah,
a
I am
Tamio player yourself,
Yeah.
no? Okay, so Slime now beats even Tamio.
Ooh, I saw Magus of the Moons, and
Yeah,
he even has a delighted halfling. Oh, it's not, actually not legendary, right? So he cannot.
No, it is not, but this looks like a really good start from Michael.
Yeah, just turn on
Yeah.
Mana Dork is insane, right?
Yeah. And one third one halfling is even more insane, but yeah, luckily Gerson has a lot of spells that can deal with halfling. Sadly, it's one of few dorks that have more than 1 life, so, or at least from those that are played actually in Slime Food deck. Okay, we see, I think that's
Siren Stormtamer, I think is the name. It's a siren. The one if you
oh, yeah,
psych
the
it,
siren. Yeah, the cycling siren.
you
Yeah.
counter something.
We see fetch from Michael, probably
This situation is not good for Tomáš because now Michal can play the Slime Food in the second turn, and it's very bad.
Yeah, and it's even uncounterable, which is even worse for Tomáš. He would most of the time like to do something about it, but I guess he didn't find the answer to the third one halfling.
Yeah, also the
Just
fact that he
not
didn't kill the
great.
halfling means that he probably doesn't have a removal spell, so he doesn't have answer for this as well. So that's pretty bad.
Yeah. And as you can see, Slime Food was able to generate.
He's just showing us how stacked his hand is.
Yeah, you can
I
see.
see bombardment for next turn, and
Yeah.
I think
That card
it's,
is ridiculous,
yeah,
right?
it's win for Michael.
In this format, yeah. You see Gerson on board. I'm not sure if it's the best play right now, but I guess Tomáš needs.
Ooh, there's a
Oh,
Fury.
nice Fury.
Ah,
Okay.
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 Well, that changes things a lot because I think Michal doesn't have an additional land. Maybe he does, but regardless, it's really strong here.
Yeah.
It's just gonna kill all the creatures.
Yeah,
right?
because of Gerson. Yeah.
So
it
now he
kills
has to decide
everything.
whether he puts it back into the command zone or graveyard. He goes for the command zone.
Yeah, right now.
That's pretty tricky, right? Like, oftentimes it's not obvious what you want to do with that.
Well, you are predicting that when you have slime on board and it dies, you would actually like to use the ability, but it was slime turn 2, which in itself is a lot of pressure for the opponent, and he didn't have like pretty much anything in the graveyard, so it's better to have it in command zone, and you
Right,
can
right,
cast it
right.
pretty much any time instead of having it in graveyard and not being able to pay the cost, because part of the cost is actually sacking a creature,
Right, right.
so it's
Sacrifice the upper link.
or say a sacrifice a super link actually. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and if he doesn't have any way to generate those, he has his slime stuck. You can see Abrupt Decay on Gerson. It is uncounterable, so I guess Tomáš will try and get as much value as he
I
can.
wonder why
until
he
it dies,
waited
no?
on the Abrupt Decay, because maybe he would have responded with some burn spell. I don't know. It's probably not gonna matter.
Well, as I said before, Gerson plays a lot of these obscure deal 1 damage sorcery spells, so I think that's a big part in deciding whether or not to Abrupt Decay in instant speed or sorcery speed.
Yeah,
But-
this is a new lizard with offspring. Deal 1 damage when another creature enter the battlefield.
Is it anywhere you want or just player with the 1 damage?
When another creature enter the battlefield, deals 1 damage to the player, I think.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice card. It really builds up the board with the offspring. So if Michal has any like single target removals, it pretty much helps you out. We'll see what he tries
Ooh,
to
and
do.
even a
Yeah,
get shot to kill the elf.
Nice.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, this really cripples Slimefoot.
We kind of thought that this game was over, but everything completely changed.
Yeah, the Fury
Yeah,
is super strong.
Slime had perfect stars. We can see another swim cycle. Okay.
Ooh, wow.
Oh, nice.
I wonder if Thomas is
Okay,
regretting using
so-
that get shot now.
Well,
I mean,
I'm-
this still turns everything into mountains, and you can still burn it with something else, probably.
yeah, I guess like Gerson isn't
Oh.
the one. Oh, nice. Okay, isn't the perfect deck to show off how Magus is a broken card, because he can still take advantage of a lot of the red mana. Most of his deck is red, so I guess he doesn't have that much problems with that.
He even has an island in play. So.
Yeah, and now played an island, which really helps to.
It's Gerson for 5, I think.
Yeah, I would guess so. Really
And
helps out. Yeah.
It's a 2 trigger,
Alright.
6
Nice.
on my client, attack and it's win.
Wow, that was really nice game from Tomáš. Actually pulled back from the pretty much perfect start from SNS. I was really surprised. I didn't actually anticipate that. He had a lot of answers that were perfect at the time. So it's nice.
Great. I'm kind of happy that we're gonna see a game 3. So far, we kind of see both decks just doing their thing. Maybe we can see an actual battle that takes for a while, the third game. Because both of these games kind of ended on like turn 5 or so. Like it was just pretty obvious who's gonna win from that point. And that's pretty early.
I would really like to know if the Ice Covered Island was a top deck, or has he held it to maybe bait out the Megas.
That would be a
Which
next
would be
level.
really, really smart play. Yeah, we'll definitely have to ask Tomáš after game. Okay, so Michal will start again, and let's see how the opening hand goes for both players. And when we have time, let's ask Matthew again. Have you played against Gerson with Tamio?
No.
What is your... No, you have
No,
actually not.
But this is a board presence aggro deck, and this is a very bad matchup for Tamil. Everything would generate a board is so bad for Tamil.
Nice, we see
Yeah, I think it's no blunder.
Really not perfect
And
start for Gerson.
One blunder.
Yeah. Let's see if Michal actually keeps. It would be a really risky hand, especially at 1-1.
This is the risky hand just when the slime food don't play the land creature Dryad, because have a Zenith on hand and can play a green Zenith to the Dryad and it's 2 land.
Yeah, of
And it's
course.
okay situation for slime food.
Yeah, of course, that's a viable play. But maybe still a bit risky into Gerson. Still, it's an okay hand because you have stuff to do, and
I think I see Leyline, Fury
Yeah.
on hand.
those are great cards to
Yeah.
have, especially at the opening hand when you know you can use them at any time. So it really pads out the dead cards in hand. Okay. Let's see how the players will do.
All right, game 3. His hand is pretty bad. But
Yeah,
having a
Gerson
lot of
goes
lands
to-
in Commander isn't that bad, right? Because you can just cast your Commander all the time. Like, it's not as bad as in regular Magic, where if you draw a lot of lands, you have nothing to do. Do you often keep like 5-landers, or?
I would still guess it's up to the matchup, but I don't think keeping a 5-lander is good because you need to be reactive. You have only one player against you, not another two like you do in average or normal commander or normal EDH. So I would still like to go for maybe a hand with maybe even 2 lands. If I know I have the reactivity in hand.
Right.
Because in dual commander we play really low curve. There's not many expensive spells, or if you do play those spells, you play them, for example, to reanimate,
Right.
but or cheat them out somehow.
Right.
But yeah, you usually don't want to play those.
Okay.
We'll see if Gerson keeps
You also
5.
get to mulligan for free once, right? Or is that not the
No.
case? No, you don't.
No,
Okay,
you don't.
sorry.
You go down one card every
Right,
time you
okay,
mulligan.
okay.
So yeah, mulliganing in duel is really hard. So you have to really know if you want to mulligan or not.
Okay.
You should always keep maybe a mid hand or a hand with maybe. Yeah, that's a nice start. Court of to Dryad Arbor. X is 0. You would always like to keep like a more moderate hand rather than mulliganing because then you go always one card down and oh wow, I played Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, this is a Dryad.
Oh, this is
Another
Dryad
art.
Arbor. Oh, okay. I'm so used to the other frame, the future side borders, that I even forgot it has a normal frame. Normal frame. So we saw Green Sun Zenith into another land, so this should probably mean an SNS threat in the second round for
No, because
Michael.
you have a 1 mana. I think it's a green, red.
Oh yeah, he would need to filter it out, right?
Michael needs a black or red mana
Yeah, we see.
for slime food.
Let's see what Michal will try, because I don't think he has many outs right now. I don't think he will actually play anything this turn. He will, okay. Oh, I don't think the plain Layla is very... yeah, 4 spiked.
That was really good for him.
I'm not sure about this play. I would probably not even try it, because Tomáš still had an open mana and he's still in blue deck, so...
There are
The
not
many
many
threat
things
is
that
always there.
there are not many things that can trade besides Force Spike, right? Would you just not play your card? Like,
Hmm.
Like if he doesn't have it, then it's really good. If he has it and you have like additional cards to play next turn, like yeah, I think it's still better to play it. But
Yeah, maybe an SNS it actually is because you can again bring it out with the Slime's ability. He'll probably try Slime Foot. Yeah, he maybe did that so he can have the actual target for some reanimation later down the line and bring out the.
well, also like if he doesn't have the force spike, right? Then like
Yeah, you get the value. You definitely do. I just
it looked bad. Yeah, I understand.
no,
but-
like playing into an open blue mana doesn't mean much good, and I think in dual commander it's even worse because there's a lot of cards, a lot of variations.
Oh, what is that card?
I think it's draw.
Yeah, this is one blue and X. Draw X cards, discard X cards, and create that many 1/1
For every
spirit illusions for every card type discarded. So I'm not sure about the name of the card, but I would guess it's Occult Epiphany. No,
Creature and lands 2/1/1.
nice.
For
So
Tavash.
so he gets 2 1/1s and.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, it's very good.
Nice. So supporting dice and yeah, Occult Epiphany is nice defensive spell. You can play it on instant speed and Death Ray Shaman. Really great Grave Hate card. It's a mana dork that can actually dish out quite a lot of damage if you let it live. It's a really nice diverse card. For 1 black, you can exile an instant or sorcery from some graveyard, and each opponent loses 2 life. So it's really useful when you need to dish out those few little damages. Let's see what Tomáš will do. Gerson on stick and on board.
Ooh, that's pretty good. But he gets he gets
Okay.
to kill it in response. Well, it's still gonna kill the creatures that he wanted to kill.
Yeah, it's still gonna kill the arbor, but the value Michal gets is much better. No?
Okay, so this is a crucial turn. If he has a good play here,
We see Avimaya.
I think he doesn't really have that much. He has like I saw Magus of the Moon, which isn't that great. Oh, he can. Oh, he can stick it to the.
He can,
What is the? Is it Roborg?
I think
Phyrexia Tower or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, Phyrexia.
so. He gets 2 mana, and then he brings it out with the ability with the Layla. So
He could have done that pre-combat, but then he wouldn't get a Suprolink, but maybe he would have hit something with Lelia. I don't know what's better.
well, I would still guess going for the play where you actually know you will get the value is better
Ooh, Fire Confluence. Jeez.
instead of going for lucky plays. But
Yeah, but you get only like 1 Suprolink, whereas you can get an actual card, like, I don't know.
yeah,
You know, maybe he
Slime
would have hit
for
like a
5.
Dulcis or something. Okay, so
Yeah, they definitely can happen.
the
would just not
Tower
count
plus the Slime Foot is a really good combination.
Yeah, it also gives you like the 2 mana for the ability itself.
Right.
Because you fill out the black and any color spot, and then you just need to tap like red green for the ability. It's really nice combo. Yeah. So I'm not sure what's that card. Do you know, Matthew?
No, I don't know. Oh,
Oh, it's Rally. Okay. So he gets 2 on 1 white human soldiers. That's yeah. He gets furied, divided, yeah, everywhere. Yeah, he wants to counter the ability, so. Okay. It's still 1 less blocker, so we'll see how Tomáš decides to block. He doesn't decide to block, okay. Yeah. And again, we see the combo into Fury into 2 damage, I think. It's really nice. Yeah, especially in SNS, you always like to. Oh, okay.
That's not gonna do anything.
Nice.
This value is amazing. Now Slime
Yeah.
Food can.
It's kind of weird that we play best of 3, but there's no sideboard, so we see cards like this even the post-board games.
Yeah, that's. Some say it's a downside, some say it's an upside. Some decks would be like quite unbeatable with sideboard.
Mhm.
So because you have 15 card sideboard, yeah. Hello.
You're famous. Hello
Of
everyone.
course we are. Yeah. Now we saw 3 really nice games. So Gerson bounced back in a really nice turn of events. So it was really pretty. But I still think the SNS is so huge. It has so much cards that have really big value and that you would want to get rid of. Always gets a lot of value. I think Matthew would like to do an interview with someone. It's really nice to hear. So we will bring out the players or player or someone that the production will tell us, and Matthew will conduct an interview with them. I hope you are happy. You will hear more from Matthew Grigar here. And yeah, we can talk about the matchup some more until the players come. I still think the SNS has an advantage. It always does. It has strong cards. It is in good colors. You have a lot of killing, a lot of tutoring. You almost always have a way to kill your own slime food to get the ability in the graveyard. So there's a lot of nice things about it. And yeah, but the matchup is really stacked against Gerson. Even though, as you saw, Gerson can do and dish out a lot of damage when he has the ability to do so. So,
I'll guys let you have the interview. I'm gonna go.
sure, thank you very much for being here.
Bye.
Yeah, let's say bye to Petr, and
Bye.
let's say bye to me. And Matthew will now conduct an interview with, I think, Slimefoot player.
Hi. Hey, Matthew.
Nice to meet you.
What do you think about this matchup?
I think it's favorable for Slimefoot.
Why?
Because I can make out so many shitters, so his attacks are not as great, and basically whatever he counters, I get to reanimate later on.
Do you have some problem at this matchup in some point?
Oh, the second game was a little bit out of my hands, but unless I get like an early blood moon when I'm not ready for it, I'm probably fine.
Yeah, and how are you staying now in the tournament? What's your score?
I am 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's very good. And you playing against what decks?
What I planned.
In the last turn, you play versus.
Yeah, I played versus Tamio,
Yeah.
which is also supposed to be a favorable matchup unless you get on the counters.
And which matchup is now the biggest problem for Slime Food?
Biggest problem is probably combo decks because you have very little instant speed interaction.
Yeah, okay. Something else, what do you say?
Well, I think it's one of the best deck in the meta and probably best positions. Also, it has very few bad matchups.
Do you think the slime food is in a ban rate?
I think it's right on the edge, but not over it.
Yeah, and do you think some another deck now is in a ban rate in the meta?
Certainly Tamio.
Yeah, the Damio is very broken.
Yeah.
And the slime food no. In the deck?
I mean, the thing is, the slime puts is quite fair. I mean, the reanimation needs some kind of setup, so it's not like, one card does everything. So I think it's just enough, or just not enough, to be banned.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the rift.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we take a break, and after it we are back. Thank you.
All right. Hello and welcome back. Well, we welcome ourselves back as well after an exciting round that we were watching. We're just
Exciting lunch, of course.
and an exciting lunch to basically enjoy the match with as well.
Yes.
I really hope for the Gerson win, but we did not see that. Slime
It
food
was
prevails.
slinky as hell.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
You're
That
right, absolutely.
Fury cleaning everything, and then
That was
the
a nice
Magus, and then the basic island out of nowhere.
I love that. I love that play. Just, I'm going to play Magus. You can't play Gerson. Just casual island. I don't care. Gerson and win.
Kill.
Well, there was a scoop before the kill,
yeah.
but still. It was a nice
I would
match.
as well in the situation.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. But what we wanted to touch on before our next match is the rest of the meta. We wanted to look into what kinds of decks can we see, and we did not really touch on all of them. We spoke a little about Slimefoot and Squee and Aragorn. But
the biggest players.
there is a big representation, 100%. But we did not really touch on Atraxa.
Atraxa is the big one.
Absolutely.
Basically, the big, scary
The big bad.
control deck.
Yes.
More of a good stuff side.
Absolutely.
Full of, not only counter spells
Mm-hmm.
and ways to get into the Atraxa as well.
Yeah.
As there are many other threats in the deck you need to count with.
Atraxa, the Grand Unifier.
The newer
Yeah,
one.
the newer one.
This also has
This one
some
looks
play.
nice, but not as nice as
Also
this
saw
one.
play in the dual commander in the past, but nowadays
Mm-hmm.
it is turn of this card and final cherry on the cake for this deck is the Curious Enchantment.
Dream Horse, yes.
And what crazy shenanigans it can.
Well, I was just thinking about, do you really just cast the Dream Horse and then win? Sort of.
Yeah, no.
Yes and no.
Unlikely, the deck isn't really built on combo deck.
I'm not saying
because
combo
if
win.
you would need a lot of pieces that
Yes,
doesn't belong in the
I know, I
general
know.
strategy of the deck.
Yeah.
But if you mean winning in a sense of gaining insurmountable card advantage,
That was my idea.
getting so many cards, casting everything on
Yes.
the board, even something like bouncing Atraxa to hand, recasting her again, getting new 10 new cards out of the
Yes,
10
absolutely.
library, etc., etc.
They are really, those two cards really work together fantastically. You can just cast Atraxa by discarding, anything, basically, because it shares colors with your whole deck.
Yes.
And then you get the ETB trigger from Atraxa, you get a whole set of new cards, and if you have a bounce spell, you can just continue the loop and just play with that, basically get rid of anything that your opponent has, and then you just untap with a 7/7 lifelink, flying, vigilance, death touch. Just a great threat.
Not to be said, the Dream Halls, it's this good old enchantment that affects both players.
Yes,
So
it's true.
it's similarly to Aluren, for example, works both ways. But the fact that you are playing this huge haymaker in the
Yes.
command zone almost guarantees that you are always getting way more value,
You
way,
will-
way more mileage. out
You
of
will
the
benefit
card
much
rather
more
your
than
opponent.
Slime Food or Felden. You will get more from
In a
this.
situation when you slam down Dream Halls with no mana and you attempt to cast Atraxa, your opponent can counter it.
Absolutely.
Because every counter spell in their hand is
Yeah.
a force of will. So
But-
this is a situation because if you cast your commander for more times, you still have to pay the commander tax.
Yes.
Not to be said, but still. The Atraxa can do all over it again way
Exactly.
more in the following turns. And as long as the Dream Halls is in play in Atraxa deck, it is really scary to play.
Yeah, it becomes super scary. And also remember, there's not a lot of enchantment removal in meta. Not a whole lot of it.
Not as much as a creature removal.
Yeah,
Exactly.
absolutely.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, there has been a question about the number of rounds. There will be 7 rounds in the base stage.
So, for 3 more.
3 more,
in
exactly.
the base set,
Yes.
and then we have the top 16.
Yeah, the playoffs.
Yeah.
So we will see from top 16 4 matches after we finish the base set of 7. And we will see the best of the best competing for prizes and for the championship title.
The most successful and hopefully the even crazier games that we already have.
Yeah, let's hope not for Tamio Mirror. It might be the case. I'm
It still can be exciting if you get
Yeah.
to big flashy plays, ultimates, back to back.
absolutely, but still, it's an option. As we spoke about the meta and about the Traxa, how do you feel about the deck altogether? Like, do you like it or not?
The Atraxa. I also tried it sometimes, but I'm more of the side of preferring something else. The deck in its current version is a bit one-dimensional for my taste. It's
Okay.
just a control deck that tries to survive until Dream Halls or until 7 mana and
Yeah.
then try to win the game.
It's also an option to just hardcast,
There
right?
is this advantage, for example, compared to Tivit, that Tivit is basically only control cards
Uh-huh.
and then killing by general.
Yeah.
Atraxa still have some good stuff cards, Planeswalkers
That's
to
true.
cast in the meanwhile. So it is not so one-dimensional, but still, I would much rather prefer to playing something that has better mileage or better like enjoyment
Yeah,
throughout
I
the whole
understand
game.
that.
And also, it's my opinion, but I think the Atraxa has an abysmal win rate against the Tamio.
That's true. That's true.
You have a control deck
Hmm.
that has a 7 mana commander versus a control deck that's a 1 mana commander.
Yeah, and remember, Tamio is a card advantage on its own.
Yeah, and if Atraxa doesn't have early game removal, Tamio can come into play and surmount the card advantage. It is a very hard game to win
Yeah,
for Atraxa.
it would just run away with the game. But as for or do you have anything else you'd like to add to Atraxa, our beloved Dead Angel?
Not much. I don't even think it is that beloved.
Well,
how many are
maybe by
there?
the players of the Atraxa.
Because,
But we've
yeah.
seen a little bit of Gerson, which is an interesting deck. We also seen Yoshimaru. Well, not with Bruce Starl, which I'm a little sad about.
Yeah, but honestly, what's the difference exactly? How many cards between those two versions? I believe that I've played against Yoshimaru, and the player said I have only Minsk and Boo as
Yeah.
the only green card.
Yeah,
in the
it makes sense. Maybe you could play like the new Ozolith from March of the Machine. Maybe it
Yeah.
like deals something with +1/+1 counters. Maybe sometimes some Grul legends, like 2 mana 3/3s do something. But
Hashar, for example,
for
that is,
example, right.
aggressive,
Yeah.
+1, so
But still,
back six.
Yoshimaru is the backbone of the deck. It's the main thing you play. And honestly, I do prefer to play it with Bruce Starl, because there is still a little option to choose not to play Yoshimaru.
Right.
There is basically just one deck on in the meta that I would choose to do this against.
It's Feldon.
It's Feldon. Exactly, it's the red deck.
I remember playing Bruce as a commander
Mm-hmm.
back when partners were both legal in a sense that you
Ooh,
could play
my.
both of them.
Yeah.
And I remember the partner commanders were much frequently used.
Yeah.
It was way before the partner switch rule. Or commander switch.
Yeah.
Sorry, when you can switch your commander with same legal card from
Yes,
your deck.
yes.
And those partner decks have choose to cast preferably one of the partners against some strategies.
Yes.
And namely Bruce, and also if you recall Ikrashiriki,
Mm-hmm.
3/7, that if a creature you control hits your opponent, you gain life equal to the toughness. So you have 3/7 against a mono red that
Yeah.
hits your opponent. It has menace, I believe, as or trample or something,
Mm-hmm.
and you gain 7 life.
Which is crazy. It just
Yeah.
swings the game.
One of the partner options is sideboard, basically.
Yeah.
Completely gives you incredible advantage in certain
Absolutely.
matchups.
100%. I do like the option.
I believe, but in the case of a recent version of the deck,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you really prefer every single game to cast or save the commander cast for Bruce rather than Yoshimaru. If you have no turn 1 play, it might impact
Yeah.
your overall tempo.
You're absolutely right. Like me, as a humble Yoshimaru Bruce Starl player myself, I do know that you can't really go for Bruce every single game against Mono Reds. You have to have a good enough hand
Yeah.
to survive until the turn 4 mana to place Bruce. So, for example, you start with some Mother, so Mother of Runes, or you need a mom, basically. You need a mom. Without a mom is sad. Mother of Runes, or Giver of Runes,
Skrelv.
or Skrelv, the fake mom, stepmom, as we call it.
Legendary mom.
Yeah. It's a legendary mom, but a little fakey. And if you have something like that, or like maybe, it can be like a one drop, just like Kithian or Legion's Landing, something like that.
Which you should have numerous ways of.
Yeah, there
right?
is a lot of
Because,
options. Yeah.
in Yoshimaru, I recall that the best early game first turns
Mm-hmm.
are when you have Yoshi and not a 2-drop or 3-drop, but multiple 1-drops.
Absolutely.
So you go incredibly wide
Yes.
and incredibly tall at the
Yeah.
same time, especially if the all 1-drops,
Like-
of course, are legendary.
100%,
Like
yes.
Kiteon, as I said.
Not just one drops, my dear child, not just one drops, but the lands as well. Because
which we
it's
haven't
just
seen
crazy.
much in the first.
It was very unfortunate, but if you remember we will see Yoshimaru again to see the wording. It does not really care if the permanent is a land or not,
Yes.
which means you're playing every single legendary land that makes sense. So even Hammerheim,
Yeah.
which like the ability to put away a land walk, I think, is interesting, but you will never use it. You just play it as a mountain. But it's a legendary mountain that puts a +1/+1 counter on Yoshimaru when you play it.
Right, but basically it is a mountain.
Yeah,
right?
it's just
it
a
doesn't
mountain.
have besides the obvious blood moon,
Blue moon, you mean?
Blue moon rather interactions doesn't have
Yeah.
much weakness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, it doesn't stabilize your mana, so you can get stuck on multiple one legendary, but
Yeah.
not of all colors you would need.
It could
cast
happen,
your
but
cards on
honestly, you need to keep a land where you have at least one white mana to play Yoshimaru, so you are usually golden. You can stabilize with that. There is an interesting idea with Hall of Heliod's Generosity.
Okay.
What do you think? Would you play that
Uh,
in Yoshimaru? What is your humble opinion?
Well, the colorless lands are pretty tricky because
Yes, they are.
They make your mulligans that much worse. But
Absolutely.
I believe there is some crazy shenanigans.
There are people who like to play them. I've seen some builds where people push them.
Oh, Caracas, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well,
about that.
Caracas would have been beautiful. Okay. Let's just.
Bouncing your own legendaries to
Yes, I would. I would never abuse it. Please, rules committee, hear me out. I will never bounce my opponent's cards, only my own. Hear me out, please. Allow me to play Caracas in my Yoshimaru. I will only use it to protect my Yoshimaru. Nothing else. But yeah, like the colorless lands, you don't really play them because you have very hungry mana base.
Yeah.
Like the legendary creatures usually cost like one blue, one white, one red, and one general colorless mana.
And many of them like to colorless at once, like the two double colors.
Yeah.
The Anafenza, etc. Those cards.
Or yeah, that's right.
Double white, double
And now we can see that every single new set brings something nice because we've got also those lands which are just fabulous with Yoshimaru. Because turn 1 you just play a land and you put in Yoshimaru. Turn 2, this one gets untapped, either Minas Tirith or Mines of Moria. It's legendary. You get a counter. It's just fabulous. Like every single new edition brings more and more legendary creatures. I think I'm getting to the point where I just don't know what to cut anymore. It's quite
The
common.
new universe beyond the Assassin's Creed set, which I have played against Yoshimaru that fully abused those cards for the first time, and I was Wait, they printed what?
Yeah,
How many legendary cards?
there is
There
a lot of them.
That was a set, like chock full of legendary
Yeah.
cards.
Absolutely.
Bunch of them for all different colors,
Mm-hmm.
and even the cheap ones. The Abrasmir, Cassandra,
Yeah.
that also brings the legendary equipment.
Yes, the Spear of Leonidas, like Cassandra and Spear of Leonidas are fantastic duo. Of course, you are running into the problem. What if you draw the spear?
Well, it's a legendary.
It's still a legendary enchantment, sorry, equipment, but
and it
you
is
know it's good, still good
albeit-
enough.
Albeit it's very mana hungry. It's
Yeah.
free to cast, free to equip.
Through two to
If sorry, two,
two,
two.
but still.
It is pretty nice effects. Like
Yeah.
the strike, the free to legendary
Yeah.
creature token that creates, which puts another counter on
Yeah.
Yoshimaru.
And I just have to call out the Arbas Mirror because this card is probably the best thing that came to Yoshimaru recently. Because this works just like Yoshimaru, even with lands.
Yep.
Even lands trigger this one if it's legendary.
I see that it doesn't count non-tokens.
Well, yeah, it needs to be historic spells. So it needs to be an artifact, a legendary, or a saga.
But for example, when the Spear of Leonidas puts out the creature token, wouldn't count because it's
Yeah,
says
well,
non-token.
you're right.
But
in
it
this,
is very slight
yeah.
situation.
You don't really care about this particular interaction, but you care about the fact that every single legendary gives you counter on your Yoshimaru and also a drain for one,
Yeah.
which is very good against
It
aggressive
heals you.
decks, and it
Yep.
heals you. Yeah, sometimes against like Mono Red or
And even
Gerson or
legendary
something,
lands,
you need it. Yes, even the legendary lands.
And even Ursa Saga. Because it
yes,
is
it
a
is a
historical
saga.
mana. That doesn't work with Yoshimaru, but it works with...
You do play it
Abrasmir.
in Yoshimaru because you really want to find Shadow Spear.
Well,
Or Lost Jite, that's also fun.
even if you dislike colorless lands for some reason, which I totally agree, Ursa Saga is the one you just cannot pass.
Honestly, the majority of decks do play Urza Saga. I think only maybe Felden, they don't really care about it, but the majority of decks do play. Some of them do. Some of the I've seen builds with and I've seen builds without the Saga, and honestly, the card is just
maybe,
too much.
like as we talked before, Atraxa doesn't.
Yeah,
before because usually cannot play it and not lose the land.
That's right. That's right. They can't really afford to lose one land. But okay, apart from those specific cards,
huge
or
combos.
specific commanders, this land really proved to be like one of the, if not even the best lands in the format.
Yep,
Just
it
to-
definitely is a staple.
Yeah, absolute staple in the format. You're absolutely right with
And
that.
not only in dual commander, but any other format that
Yes.
is legal on.
Yes, like it made modern into what it is now. Like a lot of decks play it. Even the Nadu was just a little better thanks to
Yeah, and
the Saga.
the Nadu deck was perhaps the only one that wanted to play this land on turn 1.
That's right.
Because turn 1, Ursa Saga, turn 2, anything, turn 3, float colorless,
Yeah.
cast Nadu, fetch for
Well,
Shuko,
ideally turn
and
turn
go
to
on.
Nantuko, right?
Yeah,
And
in
you
ideal
just
situation.
win. That's the ideal situation because you can't be stopped at the moment. All right, what else do we have here? What else can we see? We spoke about Gerson and about Yoshimaru. What about Grist, the Hunger Tide? What do you think about that?
Well,
Planeswalkers being commanders. We've seen that with Aminatu, but still.
yeah, Grist is one of the ones that have been slightly considered to be banned in some point. Very highly played and very highly
Placed,
win
you
rate.
mean?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
very good
placed,
win rate, yes.
in the format. But since Slimefoot and Squee and other commanders came out, I think the Grist itself, especially in its archetype borders, it is probably one of those commanders that doesn't get much played anymore. We are about to see the round 5 players we are about to see Yoshimaru, but with blue, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. We spoke about it here.
Put it here, we
Blue
got-
Yoshimaru.
and Silas Ren.
Okay, that's
I
gonna be
believe it's,
interesting. I might get inspired. Why not? Now, the build is a little different because the majority of Yoshimaru builds use red. which is super common.
It is an aggressive color, provides you with bunch of burn spells, bunch of aggressive red creatures. But this build is more of a tempo.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah, we
Very
will see
interesting.
about that. And we will also see about the opponent. What's he bringing? Well, that's also Yoshimaru and Chrome.
Okay,
So we are going to see non-orthodox, I might say, builds on Yoshimaru. I'm not saying they are worse. I love them. It's the dog. I'm happy about that.
the Jeskai version is the one I am most inclined on, wanted to play because like maybe before all those sets printed new and new legendary lands, the legendary lands themselves are very powerful in the
Yeah,
deck.
absolutely.
And the more colors you have, the more legendary lands you can play, right?
It's true. That also adds the consistency for the green version, let's say with Timna, sorry, and you can really get more of those legendary things out.
especially in green version, there is maybe Yarima.
Yeah, you can play Avamaya, right?
They have a huge utility outside of just being
Just legendary, right? You can play like the Shire, for example. Why not? Which is also like the legendary style from.
Yeah, the Shire.
Yeah, but still, we will see a lot of interesting things here. Well, we will see on one side 3 colors, on other side 3 colors as well. Both of them share white and blue, which is
difference
not.
is red.
Yeah, difference is red and black, and we are gonna see some interesting gameplay.
The both players have 4-0 or what score? Do we know?
We don't really know about the score. I think it should be around 4-0 or 3-1 at worst.
So we have definitely contenders for top 16.
Absolutely,
right here.
absolutely. We have people who are fighting to be the best, fighting to get to the top. Now, I'm not sure. I think that Jakub on left will probably start. Seems like it.
Martin or
I think Jakub
Jakub,
will
okay.
start. If I'm not mistaken, I think I've seen the results of the throws.
well, the starting player has a huge advantage.
Absolutely. In this matchup, it's absolutely a big advantage to start because turn 1 Yoshimaru, turn 2 legendary land and legendary creature, 3-3 Yoshimaru.
Well, and if your opponent plays Yoshimaru on turn 1 and you on turn 2 have an interaction and your own Yoshimaru,
It's true.
even in this situation, you are still kind of bit behind.
A little bit, but still, if you manage to answer Yoshimaru quickly, ideally turn 1, it can be a huge swing.
It is force of negation or
I'm not-
Rona?
I'm not 100% sure.
I see. I know.
We will see. Yeah, the glare does not really help. I hope also that we will see a lot of legendary lands, and we see on the side of Jakub
Huge surprise
a huge surprise. Turn 1 Yoshimaru. We will see a lot of that
from
today.
cool basic planes.
Basic plays is fine.
Setting up for those blue and red blood.
That's right. That's true. And also, the first land is actually better if it's not legendary because you're
Because
not
you
wasting.
want to save the legendary lands
Exactly.
for further.
You want to
And
save the
they
legendaries.
usually come into, or
Some
they-
of them.
The Lord of the Rings, they come into play up. So
Yeah. The Lord of the Rings have restrictions. You need to have legendary creature, so you need Yoshimaru out.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a fetch coming up and a pass, I presume, or at least it looked like it. Okay,
Okay, so
just a
no
fetch and
Yoshimaru.
pass.
No.
No,
I wanna play differently.
could be.
Nothing. Oh no.
Ah,
We got
there's just the dog. Okay,
And-
doggos on both sides.
it. Yep.
Lovely to see.
The first turn we have that's pretty obvious.
Okay, now surveillance. We
So
can
no
see
legendary land.
they are not legendary and they are also quite slow. Now it's an interesting choice. I'm just going
Swords
against
to
that.
Plowshare.
Swords to Plowshare. So
Setting
Jakub,
even further behind. in the
that's right.
situation.
And as
It
an
was force of
answer,
negation.
force of negation.
Pitching
Fantastic.
stifle, I believe.
I think yeah, it looks like stifle. You're absolutely right. So the dogs are going to live, and there will be no attacks.
Martin losing cards. Yeah, Jakub not really want to trade. which
That's
would be
right.
funny.
It would have been funny, absolutely. But now I think Martin has the option to grow absolutely
Legendary land.
legendary lands.
Check one. Now some legendary card perhaps,
We will see.
some big creature.
So it's the legendary land that can give fear to a creature, I believe.
Honestly, this deck being played having counter spells and
Uh-huh.
just putting in play Yoshimaru turn 1 and just growing him with the legendary lands,
Yeah.
it might be also a fair play.
And don't forget, you have all counter spells and also basically a lot of interaction in black, right? You can have discard spells, you can have kill spells as well. There's a lot of options. You're not limited just to Swords to Plowshare and Solitude.
Yep, exactly.
So there's a lot of options. There is Plateau on the side of Jakub.
Another not legendary land.
Non-legendary
sadly.
lands.
Yoshimaru is still sad 1/1.
Yeah, just a sad 1/1, but I think our good boy
It's about
will
to grow.
grow. He's
Yeah.
gonna grow.
Or not.
Or not. A
There's
lot of
attempt
fighting. A lot of
Number
fighting.
2.
Okay, and it was successful.
Of
Now
interaction.
Yoshimaru going to graveyard, I must say.
That is interesting.
That is very interesting choice. So we might expect some reanimation.
There is
A card.
Goro, I think.
It
the red
looks
red Kamigawa
yes.
goblin.
Yeah, it's the red Kamigawa
Samurai,
goblin that can give haste to others.
You know the card,
Yeah,
right?
Goro.
And
right.
can eventually create those dragon
You can create
tokens.
yes, you can create
Yep,
dragons
that's
if
it.
you get that's right. It's just an alternative art. It gives a counter. The nice thing about Goro is the fact that you can give everything haste,
Yep.
which is
So
very cool.
It's basically either 2 mana 2/2 or 3 mana 2/2 with haste.
Absolutely.
And swing everything,
Yeah.
including each other card that came into play that turn.
Yes.
So,
And if you
the-
go to long enough
Yep.
game, you can do the 5 mana make a dragon, which
And you
makes the
need
card quite scary.
And coincidentally, all you need for the ability to work is a modified creature.
Attacking
which-
modified creature. What
Yeah.
what could that be? Which one?
That's exactly as I
I
wanted.
can't really see any on the. There is the good boy. Yes,
Yeah.
you've got the commander
A
right there.
very coincidental situation here.
Yeah, there is Island on the side of Martin in 3 mana. Now we will see what was his original plan with putting Yoshimaru in the bin.
Needs something to.
There is the Fairy Time Revelers, so we will see what will be done with that. Going down and bouncing Yoshimaru. So
Like
basically,
fighting for the tempo.
fighting for the tempo, but
Buying
giving
time.
up. Yes, exactly. He's buying time, but giving up any resemblance of board presence, as the Teferi will just be destroyed.
Yes, most likely, unless there's some another shenanigans.
Might be Solitude for well.
The
we
bouncing
can't play
Yoshimaru-
Solitude. We can.
The bouncing Yoshimaru feels bad. It resets the counters, it slows it down and saves lots of damage. But
It's
other than that,
true.
it doesn't do anything. It doesn't provide card advantage.
That's
you
right.
can very easily repay him. Another non-legendary land.
And also, it was only one counter. Let's remember that it was not a big 5/5 6/6
Not many
Yoshimaru.
value was lost.
Yeah, that's right. I think that Jakub is not super sad about this trade. Also, remember the Goro can easily give haste to anything that comes to play right now.
So, was there better play to bounce the Goro maybe?
Hard to say. Hard to say. I would have probably gone for that, but
Tough situation, but we
yeah,
don't know the
it
Martin
is.
hand.
Yeah, we don't know
what-
the hand, we don't know the
is
situation,
played.
and there is
Adeline.
Adeline. That's a
Adeline.
fantastic card to be had, because Adeline will grow Yoshimaru by 1 and also provide fresh 1/1s every single time he
Well,
attacks.
unfortunately, there is no haste. That would be insane.
With haste, it would have been nice, but I presume the 1/1 will just kill.
Arrive shortly.
Yeah, it will arrive shortly on the board and will kill Teferi, and then Martin will just take 2 to face by the Goro. Now, next turn.
Adeline grows in power,
She grows
has
quite-
vigilance,
yes.
and whenever you attack, and with everything else, not just her, you get
Yeah.
attacking one counter.
So next turn, she's gonna be basically a 5/4, maybe even bigger. And remember, still there is the option to activate Goro for the haste ability. So we
Yep.
could be looking at a lot of damage coming Martin's way.
Took care of the Teferi, but Martin was at 15 life as before. Here we see.
There is the reanimate. It was kind of expected. I'm not really
1 mana for
sure.
1 mana.
I'm not
That's
really
value.
sure about the life total. Maybe there was a mistake with the stacking. But Martin should have been down by 2.
And this is
This looks like Pippin, maybe. Yeah, it is Pippin. That's the steward of Gondor, I believe.
one of the better.
It's a new mom.
legendary cards.
He's a mom.
Yeah, and
He doesn't know it, but he's a mom.
he's pretty good, man.
Yeah,
Say.
Pippin is a very good mom. He's a 2/2 ward 1, I believe, and vigilance as well, and he can give like protection from a card type.
Yeah, not
Pippin.
to say, not to
Yeah, that's-
say he cannot protect
Yeah.
himself. He has ward though, so
He is
that-
ward 1 at least, and there is Fleisch coming in.
taking care of
Yeah,
this.
taking care of Pippin, so no protection coming there, and also growing Yoshimaru still.
The situation looks increasingly dire for Martin.
Absolutely. And now remember, Adeline, another token, and
huge
Adeline
power
is just
coming in.
just a beast.
If
she's
not,
got
are we
5.
in the jump with Yoshimaru territory?
Might be. Yeah, that is actually going to happen. Martin is jumping with Yoshimaru, which means he'll be taking only 7 points of damage from Yoshimaru, Goro, and the
We have
2
20
human tokens.
to 6 now. Martin is fully in defense.
Yeah, and now you can see the power of starting
Yeah.
in this kind of matchup.
Not that much because the Yoshimaru didn't grow that far.
You're
It's just
right.
only 3 legendary cards in total.
You're right.
But I think what made the situation as it is that Jakub forced Martin to play fully on defensive.
Absolutely.
Had 2 removal spells for
Yes,
the Yoshimaru,
yes.
so it like denied him like the growing snowball potential
Yes,
completely.
you're absolutely
And
right.
now finally beginning with the Adeline finally starting to get some really good board presence.
Yeah, like I believe that there might be some options for Martin still. We've seen Wrath of the Skies, but there is the scoop
Yep.
coming from Martin and Yoshimaru's silence.
I don't think those decks. I don't think
You don't
I
really
don't
want to
know
play that.
The Martin's deck.
We can
It
check the
has
deck list, but I don't
some
believe you want to
good
play
cards. I don't know if he runs, for example, balance. That would like reset the board and give him. We haven't seen that card yet.
that. Balance is
right?
not present in this deck list. And
Yeah,
let me
kind of
see.
makes sense because
And the Wrath of the Skies also not. I understand the choices to not be present.
that would be crazy.
It would be crazy.
Wrath of the Skies, like saving the day once again.
Yeah, but you understand why you don't want to play that because those are both aggressive decks.
Yep.
So you want to focus on the aggressive
Shooting your own
strategy.
foot. Yep. You don't just want not cast anything, thinking you wanna board wipe your opponent and then start casting those spells because that would be too late.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like you don't really want to give up like consistency, or you don't want to really give up the speed
Yep.
of the whole deck for some very special situation where the rev would be just fantastic.
Yeah.
You really want to be consistent and just
Because-
go for it.
That what your deck is trying to do. The Wrath is most likely a dead card in your hand.
Yeah,
most likely.
absolutely.
So now I'm really curious what Martin's deck is
We-
gonna show.
We will see
We
a
had
game
some-
2 and start from Martin now.
Yep. We get some really powerful legendary cards like Teferi and Pippin, but so far in between, and other than some counter magic, he didn't really show that much.
That's right. I think that it was also prompts to Jakub. He managed to deal with basically everything that
Yeah.
Martin put his
Not
way.
only 2 removal spells, the second one finally stick
Yeah.
to the Yoshimaru
Yeah.
himself, but also the third to deal with Pippin and deal with final
Absolutely,
blow
absolutely.
by the attack.
And also adding pressure, like Adeline, for example, or the Goro. So he was just able to put in more and more pressure and still answering Martin's threats, which resulted in quite a clean victory on Jacob's part. Now,
With all those alternative arts.
yeah, there is a lot of alternative arts. I see a lot of lands in Martin's hand. Honestly,
Mostly knowing cards by the art.
yeah, there is
pretty rough.
mainly a lot of lands, and he's choosing to
Too much
mulligan.
to-
I think I've seen like 4 or 5 lands in that hand.
And you don't want to do that.
Yeah, maybe there was a Duress,
Gonna
I think so, or Dark Ritual or Duress. One of these.
The rest would make more sense than
Duress
Ritual.
would make more sense.
And Jakub is mulliganing as well. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So both players go. Martin is slight tougher mulligan
Yeah,
to play.
yeah.
But let's see how well can he bank on the
Yeah.
advantage of going first.
That's right. Both players will start on 6, which basically means no big disadvantage for both of them. Although it's a bit tougher on play to go down because you don't really have the access to extra cards right away.
On the other hand, you get a second chance for having a really good
Yeah.
opener.
Absolutely.
So, that can snowball and not have opponents
Yeah,
much
you
chance.
you
to-
really want to get like a strong start. Yeah, absolutely. And if you manage in Yoshimaru style decks, if you really manage like a strong hand right at the start, you can just destroy your opponent very swiftly. Although I believe that Martin's deck is trying to be more interactive.
But yeah, more control-y, which
Yeah.
I don't know how well it will do on play.
It's an interesting choice nonetheless, because you're harnessing the tempo and the strength of Yoshimaru and you
And
support
he
it with
went-
interaction.
He went until then pretty fine, right?
Right. I'm still looking forward to that. So we have both players at 20 life, and now we will see the starts, which might be land Yoshimaru, which is quite common.
Jakub, yes.
There is just resolving mulligans on Jakub's side as well. So both players kept 6. Land Yoshimaru,
Usual,
and
yes.
just the usual. Nothing crazy here.
Also,
Looks like Command Tower and Yoshimaru quite easy and quite
as
simple.
the other game. This
Yeah.
is where we're gonna
Now
start.
City of Brass, so there will be damage and Bowmasters.
Not legendary.
That's not legendary, but still good enough. It's a nice
Very
tempo play, very nice tempo play.
Yeah, and when you are on play in this matchup, you have a chance to catch it on just one toughness. So
Yeah,
you can kill
absolutely,
it with the masters.
absolutely.
You have 3 buddies on the board. Your Yoshimaru is 1-1, but you don't care too much at that point.
Right, and-
You have really slowed your opponent down, and you are
100%.
definitely in the driving seat.
And also remember, because he chose to play Yoshimaru, he can't really play the other thing. Now this
That
looks like Talia, Guardian of Traben.
Yes, I can
Which
see
is
that.
a nice blocker with first
Text.
strike, and also it might tax Martin's attempts to use interaction.
He seems to have some non-creature spells. right?
Now Tokenuma coming from Martin.
A legendary land
Legendary
that usually
land.
doesn't grow Yoshimaru because that's not
That's not the
usual.
colors,
Yes.
but it does work here.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
let's see what we gonna get here.
Now we will see, like, the City of Brass will cost some life, but I think that Martin is prepared for that. There is
Pippin
Pippin
again.
once again.
Not caring at all about
good
the
mom.
ducks.
He's not really caring. And now Yoshimaru is big enough so he can freely attack, and
Yeah,
Talia
and
can't really block him.
The
so it's-
board is getting developed to the position that Jakub don't know if can handle much more.
Right, and it's just one spot removal away from getting swung on by a lot of creatures.
If you cast here Yoshimaru recast for free, you are just stumped your whole turn for
yeah.
a 1-1, and if you don't, you are losing
Yeah,
very substantial advantage.
you're
of
absolutely
steamrolling
right.
the
You're absolutely right. But I believe he will just choose to play a 3-drop from his hand, which is quite common in these decks. I don't really think he
Have
can
any idea
afford.
what can it
We
be?
haven't seen, but
Yeah.
there is usually some. Like we've seen Adeline last game. There can be Brimas, for example. Fleisch we've seen.
Second Talia.
So, yeah, like the bigger Talia it could be as well. Also, we could see Initiative, though I'm not sure if he would like to play that. There is-
Initiative would stink in this
Initiative would not be the
situation,
best player in this situation.
Yeah, because you got Pippin, you can attack free
He will just lose it, right? But I think like Big Talia
and
could be
not
nice.
get it afterwards.
Yeah, but also Brimas. We are going to see a 3-drop.
Yeah.
Maybe we are going to see a 3-drop. We'll
Well,
see.
You are the Yoshimaru specialty here. So.
Yeah. I can't see into Jakub's hand or head.
Yeah, but
9-1.
Yoshimaru is just so weak overplay here, so that I believe Jakub will choose otherwise.
Yeah, like I would never probably go for it. And if I would have to, Slice of Ghostfire. Now that's a nice new tech.
Already paid
I
for the
absolutely
ward.
love.
Used,
He did
filter
not.
land.
He did not. He had to pay for Talia because it costs
Oh,
one more.
Okay. Or,
So
wait,
Slice of Ghostfire
In that case, it
is a very interesting card, but he had to pay one more and then one more for the ward.
but he didn't though.
But he didn't though, and I think guys are arguing about that.
Okay,
And
that's
we will roll that back.
yikes.
probably.
That was not really well
Yeah.
played because this might result in
Yes.
the Goldfire being countered.
I think there was just a misunderstanding on this side. He can't really play the giver. He has to commit fully. Yes, and that's how they resolved it. Because the slice of Goldfire costs just 1 mana
That's-
because of multicolored card. Then Talia, so 1 more mana, and Ward, one more
sure,
mana.
Sure. Yeah, pretty benevolent to get
Yeah.
it back as Jakub, but yeah, here we are.
Well, it's information he showed he should not have been.
Well, he let
Feeling.
the Ghostfire resolved and cast another spell, so...
Well, I think he acted a little too quickly.
Yep. So,
But fortunately, there was no need to call a judge. It was easy to resolve. That's very nice to see. But still, there is no big change on the side of
Gone?
Jakub, honestly. Pippin is gone, but that's it. That was the whole turn.
another legendary card.
Yeah, Odawara and Yoshimaru is just growing and hitting. He's
Hitting.
biting his opponent. Now Jakub is going down to 11
The other
life.
creatures are scared of Talia.
Yeah, they should be, but you can see that Martin has got 4 mana open, and he can just keep up interaction, counter spells, and other things.
Yeah, but
Or he
it
could
thinks
potentially develop his own world. Dark Confidence.
He's playing.
That's a good old magic card, I must say.
Yeah,
Good old Bob.
makes sense if your curve is low enough.
Yeah.
I wouldn't include him in, for example, Slimefoot that often because you have those big cycling cars, etc.
Right.
And you can hurt yourself. seriously.
Definitely. And also on turn 2 you want to play Slime Food. But in this case, you can easily play this on turn 2 and just get more advantage and just enjoy your free cards.
Especially if you play this more tempo-y kind of Yoshimaru deck.
Absolutely.
The card advantage is really nice.
You really need it, actually. You really need it. That's the most common way you lose. You just run out of gas. You just have nothing else to play. So Dark Confidant is a nice choice. And that's the option Martin got from playing Silas as his partner to Yoshimaru, instead of being more traditional and going with Bruce, which is interesting to see. Even the Bowmaster is very
I would
familiar.
use this segue just to say I am sad that the Vial Smasher is still banned because that would be a really interesting choice.
You're
having
right.
Yoshimaru as a Mardu variant.
You're right. Yoshimaru
Just to
with
have
Vial-
the Vial Smasher in the command zone. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be played maybe at all.
As we were saying with Caracas, pretty please, rules committee, unban it. One condition, only in command zone. Thank you.
Okay, so you got Caracas and
Yeah,
I got Nadu. Yeah?
or you can just give this Wild Smasher partner.
Aye.
It would be okay. Now,
Yoshimaru for 3 mana got dazed.
that is brutal, especially because Jakub had the mana. He was just hungry, and he
He
wanted
didn't play
to,
the land beforehand.
because he wanted to get the 1/1 counter on Yoshimaru and then play Giver.
Yes, that's true.
Now there was also something with Brazen Borrower.
No, that was revealed as a Dark Confidant.
Yeah,
trigger.
okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Now,
Dark
I think
Confidant
that Martin
three.
has a lot of
Dark-
options.
The Brazen Borrower is also
Yeah.
nice card
He can just bounce Talia and swing to town.
with everything.
But, well,
no,
I'm
no.
not sure if he wants to, but he can try to threaten a lot of damage. And we don't really know what else he'll play. He might even put up another creature.
Jakub is in 11, which is still not far from dying.
He's
territory.
not really dead, but he's getting very close.
K9.
Now, that's the K9. That's the robotic Dugo. Yeah.
Doctor Who Universe Beyond card.
Yeah, I think that's the only card I'm sad about that I can't really play
In blue.
in my Bruce.
It is a one
version.
drop.
Yeah,
It protects your commander and it can give him unblockable.
yeah, absolutely,
All
absolutely.
three things incredible and
It's-
maybe the difference or the reason why to play.
I think we can agree it's a dog mom.
Yep. It is
It's
kind
a
of
dog
a
mom.
document, yes.
Yeah, it's a dog mom, and she protects, but she also attacks.
Not sure if it's Doctor Who correct lore.
I'm not really sure. I think I got only through like 6 episodes, so
Oh.
I haven't really seen a lot of that. But we can definitely see that Yoshimaru is growing very rapidly and becoming quite a big boy.
Swinging along with maybe something else, but not.
He can just go in the
Talia
solo.
is still
Yeah.
too scary to handle.
Giver,
for
Giver is
other
still
creatures.
summon sicked, so it can't really give protection. So this attack is just free
That
fight
is
damage.
maybe an argument for Brazen Brewing the Talia now.
Could be, and it is.
Yep.
And he has to pay one more because of the Talia attacks. So Brazen Borrower goes on an adventure. It's still an option.
City of Brass Pinks.
Okay, so there are more creatures actually going to swing. Okay, so the tab was just preemptive. Just the Yoshimaru was just getting ready.
If it was communicated clearly,
Yeah,
then
I believe I believe they communicated that quite well.
Yeah.
It was just getting ready.
Pretty
Yeah?
obvious because he wasn't too excited to
Right,
go out.
right.
Like
The
the
dog
Tsar.
needed some friends.
Yeah.
Now there was a big swing. And yes, the Bowmaster was blocked by Giver, and now
But-
Jakub is at Razor's edge.
The damage that went through definitely justified losing the Bowmaster.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
Now we have Arena of Glory. I'm not sure how much work can this
this
land
is
do.
Yoshimaru recast for 5 mana with haste. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, it would be like a lot,
And with protection.
very much a swag play, but I'm not sure if it's a good play.
I don't think there is a way back.
There is a flash, which is a nice option.
Kills stuff, gain life.
Yeah, it can't really kill Yoshimaru because it's too big, but it can gain 3 and also negate some of the incoming damage.
But still not developing the board enough.
Still not
and
enough.
the confidence.
And there is
still
Natalia coming
grinding
back.
more and more value over time.
Absolutely.
Yoshimaru grows over bigger and bigger over time. This is just one small piece of the puzzle solved by
Yeah,
Jakub.
and Dark Confidant revealed Command Tower, so no damage taken on Martin's side.
Sadly, no legendary land again.
Well, I'm not. I don't really think he's too scared. Although one more legendary
We got Arena of Glory.
should not have entered tapped. Thank you
Okay,
very
wow.
much, chat. I'm not sure if we can return it. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nemesis. Thank you very much for
Would be
noticing.
judge call.
Uh,
I think we should go
Should we?
Yep.
Yeah.
and stop them. That okay, that happened, and it changes the game quite tremendously. So wow, this is great. Let's see what judges can do about it.
Okay, so there's been a resolution for that. We made a quick judge call. Basically, there were so many things that happened, and also Martin started his turn, so there was no way to roll it back. So both players got a warning.
Yeah, and situation stays as it is.
Yeah, it stays as it is, though a little bit advantageous for Jakub, of course, but I'm not really sure, now from the commentary viewpoint,
Yeah,
if
no
it
judgment.
will change much. Because when we go back to this, I don't really see a lot of
Absolutely.
options for
Yeah.
for Jakub to actually do something about it.
The Flage just
Even though,
dealt with one card.
yeah, I think there is still probably just a scoop on Jakub's side. Looks like it.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like scoop on Jakub's side because Yoshimaru will just swing through and a lot of things. There was also Rona played just to highlight the card. It is a very spicy and very interesting card that I love, honestly. The flip one from Dominaria United, I believe.
An all-star in the previous standard format.
Yes, absolutely. In the standard legend Rona,
Works very well with legendary cards, legendary
Absolutely.
spells, so it has a
I think
nice
it's Herald of Invasion. I think it's Rona Herald of Invasion. We will get the card here.
This is one, I believe, right?
Yes, it is 1-1 because now Jacob could not really hold his own, even with the misplay that happened. Martin was just in the lead in the situation. There was nothing else that could have been done.
Since the Bowmasters, the game went wrong.
Yeah,
from the Jakub.
absolutely.
From
Like
the
the
very
Orcish
start.
Bowmasters killing Yoshimaru because it's not only the kill of the Yoshimaru, but it's also 2 bodies on board. Well, yes, they could not attack right away due
One
to
once to Talia.
Yeah, that was the
Talia
Talia. It's
hold
true.
the fort against all those
Yeah,
pesky.
but still, there
big
was just so
ones.
much. It's true. It's true. The Talia really stopped that, but the fact that Yoshimaru got killed
Yep.
and also the board was developed was very, very important for Martin.
Well, we see both games. Once when the Jakub went with the overwhelming advantage right from the start, had the 2 removal spells. Martin didn't really develop his board, and we saw it like mirrored in the second game when the Martin had all the answers and Jakub just couldn't get the game on. You think that this is like a common side in the Yoshimaru mirrors? They are that one-sided. We saw in the like Marchesa Aminatu matchup that we had a lot of back and forth. There are no board wipes.
Absolutely, there are no board wipes, and if you are able to answer if you are able to actually answer your opponent's Yoshimaru before your own Yoshimaru dies, or even your own does not die, you are in such a good spot because you get like a 3-3, 4-4, or 5-5. It just grows, and they have to develop again.
Tough situation indeed.
It's very tough situation, and both players are really both of the decks are built around Yoshimaru.
Yeah, and so you don't have it, you are very far behind.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I love the fact, well, especially on the side of Jakub, I think I did not really see much of blue, I must say. Basically, the
That's
deck,
correct.
yeah,
I haven't seen anything blue either.
that's right. Like the deck basically seems to be mainly just Burrows, Bruce, Yoshimaru.
Yeah.
But there is Chrome for maybe some extra late game value if you really want to choose it.
Maybe he wants Chrome in the comments and cast it sometime.
Could be, could be.
No, but really, as you said, as we talked before with the Tanya variant with
Yeah.
green, there is an argument for having 3 colors to have all different legends that a 2-color variant doesn't have, and more of the legendary lands that are
Yeah.
just so much powerful. And usual play turn 1 Yoshimaru again.
And just to put that to or give this information to all of our viewers, the advantage of starting in Yoshimaru Mirror is such a great deal. We basically saw both games being, well, not just softly won, but quite harshly won by those who started. Basically, the starting player in both games kind of dominated the whole event.
But I would argue that in turn one, game one, the Jakub didn't have overwhelming.
Yes, it was not
powerful,
explosive start. You're right.
Start, but rather had better answers.
Yes.
Which is not really decided on if you start or not.
That's true. That's true. You're absolutely right.
But I definitely agree that starting player has
Yeah.
a huge advantage.
The thing is, and you have the starting opportunity on turn 2 answer opponent's Yoshimaru.
Yes.
They are tapped out. It's just
You play Yoshimaru.
Yeah.
They play Yoshimaru.
And you just want
have
to-
one mana
Absolutely.
legendary.
Yeah.
Legendary land, a removal spell, and it's game over almost.
exactly, and it's crazy how close can this come to it.
Let's see.
Yeah.
About
Now, there was a question about a French ban list. Basically, yes. This the thing that we call, the French commander, the dual commander. It's if you Google dual commander ban list, you will find that.
MTCDC
Yeah,
info. .info.
it's absolutely that. Now, we've seen a legendary land. We've seen Enganjo, the old one,
Yes.
and Counter on Yoshimaru. Now, Selfless Savior, and it looks like Mother of Runes
It is
in
Mother of
some
Runes.
kind of special arts.
So mommy and daddy. Are
Yeah,
both
there is
present.
mommy and a daddy, and I think that the Yoshimaru on Jakub's side will be very much able to survive anything thrown his way.
Yes, to answer the chat, there will be deck list on the MTG top 8, definitely.
Yeah.
In the dual commander section.
Yeah, at least for the finalists and final top 16, 100%. I'm not sure about all the players.
So now Jakub doesn't have a really a powerful, aggressive start, but at least did one legendary land, right?
There is a lot of
protection.
Absolutely.
I don't know if the game can be won only by protection alone, but maybe it can work, considering the Martin's list is the most interactive one.
Now, there is a new assassin. There is a new assassin from Assassin's Creed that Jakub is reading.
Bashim, I believe.
If I remember correctly, he's worded so that whenever you play whenever he deals combat damage to...
No. Whenever you play historic spell, you draw a card. Once turn, Bashim. It's
Bashim.
yeah, and when it hits player or attacks, you put
I think
plus
on
1%
hit.
counter.
I think on hit it gets a counter,
Yep.
and on cast of a historic spell you draw a card, which is a very nice thing.
As I know, the Premodern was.
It was yesterday. Yeah, you can find of the pre-modern coverage was yesterday. You can find the whole tournaments uploaded on YouTube. Now today we have the dual commander, basically our Czech championship. Now another legendary land, what a lovely thing to see for
Cinca.
Yoshimaru. Now this one is actually relevant because it
still
can
no
give
blue
first
lands,
strike.
right? Yes,
Still
no blue lands.
no blue lands, and there is the Dogo number 2.
Well, both of those legendary lands, Eiganjo is really useful as well.
Absolutely.
Especially if you get into those trades with creatures, protecting your Yoshimaru from being killed by
Yes.
the such creature or some other combat
Yeah.
damage, champ block or chain block, for example, can be really relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And as is it's a land, as you have figured out yet, the lands are not really the main focus on the player's radar, so they
Absolutely.
can forget about them
That's
being
a
hidden.
very common thing. I'm not saying I'm very proud to admit, but sometimes I really want some interactions based on the fact that my opponents forgot that Enganjo actually has a relevant activated ability.
Yes. On the
Now
Martin
there
side,
is Pippin for the 3rd time. He's
Yeah.
really coming in handy.
the deck is just full of Pippins.
Yeah,
it seems.
full of moms, full of Pippins.
Bashin,
And he, that's
draws
right.
card.
Which is a nice value, honestly.
And the land for a turn was Dol Amrod, which I don't know which legendary. It is Minamo.
I think it should
It
be
is
Minamo. It looks like
Minamo,
Minamo.
Hunter's Edge, untapping blue.
Yeah, untapping legendary creatures, which also not super important, but still a legendary land nonetheless.
I would say it is very important, especially if your opponent doesn't really, again, have it in check. Having to attack with your Yoshimaru,
That's true.
untap it, and surprise blocking something,
Yeah.
it can turn the
It
game
can be very
around.
tricky, and now we can see how quickly
K9.
is the board on Martin's side growing.
The Bashin triggered, and not only that he draw a card, but also make Bashin unblockable.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely. So
Bashin
he will just attack for free and get a counter and grow
hits
once again.
unmolested. I don't know if Martin has 12 life. How it came out. Yoshimaru attacked
There
a few
was attack
times.
with Yoshimaru and no
Yes.
blocks.
Okay.
Okay, so Martin is quite low, but you can see that the board has been built on both sides. But don't forget that there is the option for Martin to just attack with Leia and just blink the Yoshimaru away.
Yes.
And basically just get rid of all of those counters.
Cause K9 just Ward 1, Pippin not online yet.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
You can reset it.
Martin's big advantage is that Yoshimaru is now not the only main point of his
Absolutely.
board presence. The machine is also really nice, drawing extra
Exactly,
card each turn.
exactly.
And hitting from unblockable damage.
And very soon Pippin will be a problem because once Pippin is up, there will be no way to interact with
Yep.
a lot of cards on Martin's side, or at least it will be 2-for-1.
It can bait the reaction for the failure trigger
Good.
that would result in him not being able to block, for example. But still, I think Martin has still better board presence.
Now here is Goro Goro coming to town.
As I see those board states now, I think the game is about to be decided who can put through the more damage.
Absolutely.
There is no just kill your opponent's commander, grinding for value.
Yes.
This is a pure race because basically both players have their commander virtually unblockable or very hard to block,
Yeah.
considering Jakub has protection from Mother of Runes, the Martin has K9,
and Pippin in a moment active.
Yes,
So
both.
there is a lot of blockage, sort of, in a way. But and, yeah, Thalia
dogs go
attacking.
in.
That's right, the dog is attacking, and exactly as we predicted, it will blink Yoshimaru to reset it.
Yes.
So it will be exiled.
The trigger was paid
Yeah.
from Shinka, so
Yeah,
no first
No
strike.
first
That
strike,
would
but I
be-
think that's not super important. The dog
well,
is
you have,
2-2.
but you have Philia that attacks, and that way it can be traded.
That's right, but trading failure for Pippin, I think is
There is Mother of Runes online.
that's true.
Okay.
Even if I think it's quite a favorable trade, even without just any activation of anything. I
Then,
think getting
I
rid
think-
of Pippin is very important. In
I
this
think
case.
I kind of jinxed Martin because now suddenly the situations look heavily for favor towards Jakub.
Yeah, like
I
Jakub
just said
is still
the-
in a nice situation, honestly.
And also life total, because in a game of racing, more life you have, the better you are.
Absolutely. Like even though Martin can potentially every single turn attack with unblockable Basim, which will
Six not
grow.
enough. It
It's
grows so
slow.
slower.
It's
than,
slow. It's not
opponent's
enough.
Yoshimaru. And if Felia attacks this combat, it can reset him as well.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like,
Oh.
and it seems like Martin just took all the damage.
This is game 3.
This looks very dire for Martin on his side.
Yep, went to 5.
So full untap.
Let's see if
Now we will
can
see if there is
see
any option.
anything good.
Wrath of the Skies. Anyone?
Oh, we already established that's not going to
Well,
happen.
honestly, it would not help because there is the benevolent bodyguard, or how
The
it's called.
bodyguard gains not undestructible, the protection.
That's right.
Is the
So it would
protection.
not. It would not help. You're right. There are 2 protection, but not indestructible. Okay, it would not really help.
But if you, and this is also the situation why the board wipes are not included in the aggressive decks, because you spend the resources, you spend the card to wipe everything clear.
Yeah.
It's a symmetrical effect if you don't have anything to abuse it really,
Yeah.
and your opponent gets their free turn.
Absolutely.
and you are still behind.
And now there is just Dark Confidant on the side of Martin. I'm
One
not,
mana left.
I'm not really sure if it helps anything.
Not that. Other than the Dark Confidant can take those last precious life away.
Yeah, well, yeah, he could just die to his own card.
Usually,
I think he would just prefer to block with
Yep.
that.
it is a champ blocker, I know.
Absolutely.
But the trouble is that Martin doesn't missed his land drop.
Notably, yes, Martin is really low on lands, and
Let's
he has
see
only
if this
one.
Tundra remaining includes something that can change
And
the
honestly,
tide somehow.
what can it do? Because on Jakub's side, you can see two creatures that can just protect.
Yeah, removals not
Yeah.
enough.
There's
Even a Genjo plate.
Another counter on Yoshimaru.
Not
Well,
sure if that was necessary, because
maybe for the man.
Yeah, let's see if something gets played.
We will see.
Oh, 5 mana tap.
That's gonna
Dragon?
be something big.
Can it be the red dragon?
Not yet. It has to be attacking.
Okay, okay.
If it's headliner Scarlet, I think we are done for. And
It is almost a
another-
headliner Scarlet.
Yes, it's
Galadriel's gift,
Galadriel's gifts.
It is
Fantastic creature.
opponent,
card.
you are dead written all over it.
Basically phases out all because he played it with kicker.
Overload, I believe.
I think it's kicker. This is kicker. The spell has got kicker.
Sorry
And,
about that.
Galadriel gift, you said?
Yeah. I'm talking overload because it for 1 mana it faces one creature, and for 3 mana it faces everything. So
Yeah, but it's kicker.
yeah.
But it does work like that.
Okay, looks like it's
Looks
GG.
like it's just the end.
But
and
then, so the Martin's deck included some
Yeah,
four vibes,
it d-
and he didn't have the mana. He has.
true.
He is showing right now. He
That
has
he-
a tap land.
that's crazy.
God,
And
so
it's
okay.
the end. It's
Jakub Pecik
interesting game.
wins the very exhilarating.
It was interesting.
Yoshimaru
The
matchup.
last game was really fantastic.
Wow.
Honestly, like the first match and the the first game, the second game was very fine and very interesting, but in also very quick, just one-sided. But this last one was super interesting.
Okay, Jiří will catch Martin. Sorry, not the Jakub for possible interview. If he can do that, that would be nice. Wow, the players themselves are all over the game. How close and how really interesting it was, right to the last moment. So give us a minute here.
Okay, so I have the confirmation that just in a few moments we will get the winner of this round, Jakub, to come here for an interview, and we will just ask him. Well, I personally will try to ask a little more as a Yoshimaru enjoyer to get his take on the whole situation and on everything. Yeah, we can see very good on our players to put in the results into companions. Do that, please. Your organizers are going to love you.
Kudos for that.
Yeah, I will just grab Jakub and...
So, hello?
Can you have the scene? All right, yeah, we'll just come to you.
Hello?
just a
Okay,
little
okay,
bit.
okay.
All right, Jacob, first of all, congratulations on winning. Great
thank
game.
you, thank you.
I like that.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, even though we had just a little mishap.
Yeah,
with the
there
play.
was a misplay. I'm really sorry for that.
Can happen. But honestly, as you were talking about that, even though it happened, there was probably no no difference on the result of the match.
Oh, probably, but whatever. Just when the judge came, I was just okay.
Yeah.
I will concede it because I failed, and then I was thinking, oh, yeah, I will do it because
it can happen, you know.
Yeah.
And the day will be longer and longer. So
Yeah, it will
hopefully, keep those wits and be ready for the finals as well. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Well, what about the game one? We saw
Okay.
that you had prepared. If you recall correctly, you had the 2 attempts at killing Martin's Yoshimaru. The second remove went through, and you just put so much pressure that you couldn't handle it. Any comments on the first game?
Well, this match was so intense. You're just trying to remember what happened in the first game. But it was like really pressurizing. I was happy with drawing that Adeline, which created that one token, which go directly to the
Finally
Teferi.
some pressure, right? Because
Yeah.
You had just
Before
the
that-
Yoshimaru and Gorogoro, that was it.
Yeah. And I was like, before I draw the Adeline, I was like thinking that I will keep Teferi B and
Yeah.
go for head. But when I drew that Adeline, it was like, okay, this is that one nice damage that can go to the Teferi.
Honestly, it was fantastic. Like, and the fun thing was for us, at least for watching, the first game was won by the first player, like the starting player. The
Yeah.
second game was kind of the same. That, well, I'm not saying the first game was a complete beatdown, but still.
yeah, the second game you mulligan to 6, I believe.
I believe so.
I believe
yes.
both players did.
Both
yeah.
players. Yeah,
We talk about that.
beginning, yeah.
Okay, so have you thought him yourself that you are in the losing position from the very start? Because
That was the Bowmaster on turn 2.
Bowmaster was nice. It killed Yoshimaru, but I knew that with Discord combination he had, he will probably have some spells. So I was pretty happy with the Talia.
Talia was very nice. Also as a blocker, right?
Yeah, it's a
Just
really,
kind of
really good blocker and making more expensive all the.
slightly slowed you down with the Ghost Fire Slice.
Yeah,
true.
but I know okay, it's one card in my hand, but probably 3 maybe cards in his hand.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So yeah, then came some wards into it, and it started to be even
Yeah,
more complicated.
It got,
Showed
it got a
himself
little
in
messy.
all
Yeah, that's when the game started to be messy.
Yeah, you're
The
right.
Pippin, it's already a card you are playing yourself, right?
No, because
Okay.
basically this deck is like Boros with mental misstep.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that.
We had no time to really check your deck list. If you have some other blue cards,
Well, basically there is still Volcanic Island. In the case that I would want to play Crown.
Yeah.
So I can fetch into Volcanic Island and play Crown because basically, if I have Volcanic Island and I get Bad Moon, it's okay, nothing happens. So I replaced one mountain by Volcanic Island because sometimes it can happen that you start with Gemstone Cavern, then opponent is starting, so you have it already on the play. You put second land and you go with some 2 mana haste creature, and there is no space for a dog anymore.
Yeah.
So you can turn 4 fetch for Volcanic Island and go
Absolutely.
with Crown.
about the crown, have you cast it today?
One today? No, oh my god, no.
In my life, yes.
Once.
Okay.
Once, and this was because of Curse of Silence first turn to dog. So
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Still, you have the option, right?
yeah, that's option.
And it does not really restrict you in any way. So
Yeah.
And also,
Blue Magus make it a little bit worse.
Yeah.
And until that, there was only Blue Moon or
Red Moon.
So
Right.
it was okay. You turn my duel
Yeah.
into mountain, which I replaced for that's fine.
and the game 3 really
It was
back
great.
and forth. Interesting.
Yeah.
We both have a lot of protection for Shimaru. So,
Yes.
The bodyguard
Bodyguard,
and
yeah.
Mother of Thrones on your side,
Yeah.
and the K9 and the Pippin on Martin's side,
Yeah.
and the Faria. They did its work, right?
Yeah, that
Thalia is great.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
just did a lot.
yeah, like putting down like 4 counters from Yoshimaru. I guess.
Yoshimaru's best
Nice.
friends. If you
Yeah,
have
just
it on
2
your side.
Dragons going into town, just destroying everything. I also seen your opponent thinking about trading the Pippin for a moment.
Yeah. The
Would you be
trading.
happy with the trade?
Well, it would be probably no trade because I will protect Feli.
With
Well, with Mother of Thrones,
right.
yes.
You are thinking about it. Okay, there is the option to protect it, but do you want to keep the protection maybe?
No, I was like looking for
Yeah, you were decided.
Decided, yeah, I was
Right,
decided
You made the
that-
decision, right?
that yeah, if he block, I will definitely do
Because-
the protection because I still have bodyguard, so
Right.
probably okay. I can maybe get some removals because I like will you be using one protection, so
Mm-hmm.
maybe, but whatever. It was like definitely Pippin will be away. That's really good
Yeah.
for me, and Fairy's still on the battlefield, which is also really good for
Yeah,
me because.
still getting away those blockers. It's a
Yeah,
fantastic card.
yeah. And then the draw of Guardian's Dismissal. It was
Yeah.
like,
The deck
okay.
you have today, was it the first choice? What you are going to bring on this event? Or have you been thinking
Yeah,
other
I like
options?
knew that I will play this.
Yes, okay.
It's
So what's your
fantastic.
score for now?
Like 5-0.
5-0 is fantastic.
Yes. Okay.
We were not sure. We were not giving the full information. We were
Yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
certain if it was 3-1 or 4-0. So you're at 5-0 now. That's fantastic.
5-0.
That's nice to just. We'll look forward to see you in the top 16, hopefully in the finals.
Yeah.
And we wish you the best of luck in the two matches that are coming up.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Best
Thank
of
you.
luck. Jakub.
Congratulations.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck.
Good
and
luck.
good job with like commenting and interviewing
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
and judging.
And it was the chat. It was the
It was the chat. Okay, thanks to the
guys.
guys on the chat.
Yeah, thanks to the chat. You notice everything. Thank you very much. We will take a short break and then visit you and come back to you with coverage of the next 6 rounds. See you in a couple of minutes.
See you.
Bye for now. Right, and we are back and slowly but surely coming to the second to final round
Yes.
of the base stage, which will be round number 6.
The players are starting to finalize the top 16, those with the impeccable record, as was Jakub.
For example, our Yoshimaru hero,
His top 16 pretty sure.
most likely,
But
yes.
there are lots of players which are now competing, fighting for their lives for the spot in the top 16. So
Absolutely.
and we hope we get some kind of those games on the camera, because
We will, yeah,
those are the most valuable,
exciting even.
exciting
Yes,
matches.
absolutely. We will definitely see someone who is competing for the place in top 16. Just to remind you about the system that we have for the coverage, or sorry, for the tournament itself.
Yeah.
You don't only need to get to top 8, you can just get to top 16. But there are some bit particular special things. Yeah, we just got an information that we will see a very spicy first sliver deck in our feature match, which we can be very excited about.
Yeah.
But just to finish the idea
yes,
with
sorry.
the
Continue,
tournament,
yes.
we'll have top 16, and after the first round, we'll have 8 people who won, 8 people who lost, and then there will be the winner bracket, just a normal top 8, and then the losers bracket, we can call it that, why not? And they will be fighting for the 9th and the 10th place.
Yes.
Because those 2 players will also get a dual land. I think it would be revised, I
If
would
they
presume.
won in the 2 rounds.
Right, yes. They will be fighting the top 8 losers, basically. They will be fighting for the chance to, basically, they will need to win 2 more rounds, and they will get a duel as well.
Yes. Basically, everyone who gets to the top 16 has a chance to win some cool prize.
Yeah, and place 1 to 10 will get a duel. So that's why there is also the second top 8 for
So
our
we now have
fighters.
6 more rounds coming in on Prague Dual Commander.
Absolutely. And we are
Biggest
still
Dual
excited.
Commander event in Czech Republic yet.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as I was told, it's probably the second biggest in Europe, right after our French friends.
And now we see that the first sliver is facing classic slime food and
Food
squeeze.
and Squeeze. So we're gonna see more of this card, of course, but I'm very much interested in Andre Miller's deck and the first sliver.
Yes.
Now, what do you think about it?
The first sliver is for me such an fringe
Yeah.
commander,
Absolutely.
and such interesting build choice. I think I saw it once or twice in the NTG top 8, its deck list. I think I even saw a Nif Mizzet Reborn variant, because you play basically around the Cascade, similar to the modern Cascade deck.
Like the
variants.
rhinos. Exactly.
Yes, that you are playing all those cards that are cheap or more expensive than the cards you want to cascade into.
Absolutely.
We are looking at the deck list right now to see what exactly is going on there, but I think we better see it in action actually.
Absolutely, but I think I was told there is an option that it will go for Hypergenesis, though I'm not really seeing Hypergenesis in the deck list. There might be something else. It is trying
Living
to-
Death.
It
for
could
ex-
be Living
or, sorry,
Death.
it is Living End.
It
The
could
variant
be-
is the Living End is
Could
the
be.
the 0 mana value
Yeah,
variant.
Let me. I did not see Living End either.
Okay, I guess
We will see.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's get surprised.
very interesting. So
Yeah, we did
even
not
we
see-
don't know what exactly is the game plan. So
Yeah.
this match will be a complete surprise, and I don't even think the Slimefoot player knows exactly.
Definitely. I think that this is the advantage of playing a sort of a, let's call it a fringe deck.
Yep.
Because your opponent has no idea what to expect.
And also the Slimefoot and Squee. It is, in this case, a kind of a linear deck.
Absolutely.
Considering
Absolutely.
doesn't have much option to differentiate the interaction.
Yeah.
So if you just do the game plan.
Yeah, just
as
the
it is,
good old turn 1 mana dork, turn 2 Slimefoot and Squee.
and then putting out the threat after threat. So,
Absolutely. You can also
let's see
on
how
the other-
well it will check out compared to the first sliver
Yeah.
game plan.
We also saw Ondra very aggressively mulliganing down to 5.
Mulliganing to the Gemstone Cavern.
Absolutely. There was the Gemstone Cavern, exiling something, which you will see, or won't, because it was just put little
It
too
doesn't
far.
matter. It is
Exiling
exiled,
something.
it's
It's
exiled,
away.
it's
It's exiled.
Yeah, Slimefoot, as you predicted, Mana Dork to
Yeah.
1, pretty
Yeah,
obvious play.
turn 1 mana dork. Now turn 2, what they just need is a black land, and then there is an option to continue. I think this is the lands that they can store counters, I believe.
Yes.
Which is like a pop commander from back in 2015 style of decks.
Not even that. I mean, I think I've played 2016, and we even then didn't play those
Yeah,
cards.
I would like to know what's the plan, but it looks like storing
Well,
counter.
It is, in that sense, kind of obvious because you want to play your commander as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
And those are one of the few kinds of lands that can produce a multiple.
Absolutely.
Mana.
Yeah.
And when you spend those first turns, turn 1 storing, thanks to the Gemstone Cavern, and also give you a color of multiple types. Also.
That's
Because,
true.
The depletion counterlands, for example, they are one color, and you can't really afford that because if you produce multiple types of the same mana, then it is useless.
Absolutely, because
5 mana, 5 pith color.
Absolutely. Just to remind our viewers, the first sliver has got 5 different mana pips, so there is a lot of.
Yeah, Slimefoot missed a Saprolink figure,
That's true.
or
That's absolutely true. That there should have been a Saprolink on the board. I think we'll just let it slide as a miss trigger for the players.
yep,
That's on their own. Oh,
happens. It is a really tough day.
yeah,
lot
it's
of
a long
games.
day also. It's a long day for our players. This is, just to remind you, match number 6. It's also a feature match, which can be very tricky for some players.
And also being on a camera and against Rust Sliver, you have
Right.
next to no idea what's going on, so your brain is racing, trying to figure
Exactly.
out what your opponent game plan is about, so you forget so meaningless things as Saprolink.
Absolutely,
We have
absolutely.
Mavlog here.
I think it is Madlock, right? It's the
Because
nice
your opponent
fighting
has
guy.
no creatures, so just Mavlog.
just a simple
Fighting
Madlock.
nothing. Not
Yeah.
not feeling like
He's not
fighting-
feeling like it today.
fighting someone.
Yeah, he's just
Well,
okay now.
He's with 2 counters, so he's not that
Yeah,
small. and
he was
chubby.
a bit ravenous. You're absolutely right. Now we will see what we will get from Andre on his side of the board, because the race is on. Jan is still trying to push him to lower and lower life total.
Well, yeah. Well, in this situation, this is not racing. The Slimefoot and Squee has a board presence, threatening a very fast clock, 3 turns, I believe, because the power is more than 6. But on the Andre's side, if he gets to do his thing, whatever his thing,
Whatever
is,
the thing is,
I
let's hope
don't
it's
think
good.
In some cases, Jan Hurt's board state can not even matter.
Yeah, well, we can also agree that Jan could have had 2 more Saprolink tokens, though by a choice or by just forgetfulness, he managed to miss the attack trigger on Slimefoot and Squee.
Well, maybe he's really.
I
He
will-
doesn't need.
Yeah,
a
I will
support
believe.
defense.
I have my headcanon for this. I think he just became a big fan of playing the Sharpie cube, and he just put away the attack trigger.
Yes.
Now we
We
will
have
see.
First sliver Lands,
a lot of lands, and a lot of big cascade things,
Oh,
but
okay.
just a lot of
This is
lands.
interesting.
I've seen
See
a lot of
how-
lands in the deck list. I wasn't sure if I was just missing the cards.
Fusion.
Well,
stuff.
so many lands.
I think there is going to be one hit possible.
I
most
think so
likely.
as well. We are just looking for something specific.
Not in this part of the
No,
deck.
we are still looking for it. Italy as well. We are still looking for it. Let's see. What is the Emrakul? That's not the thing.
He-
And Sybil's Trickery,
Yep.
which is the trick in there. My lord. Now,
All right.
logically, Tybalt's Trickery will now try to counter his own first sliver
Yes.
to just go into town again and try to find
Try to cast some
yeah.
big thing.
try to find the biggest thing possible and then just
Military
see
cards
what it
that
is.
we don't see really, but
Yeah.
doesn't really matter as well. And we go again through the library.
Whee!
This time hitting first big creature, and it is
It's a
something.
it's something. We don't really know what it is.
It
It's
is a golem.
yeah, some sort of
cascade.
It's a cascading golem, okay, and it's 8 mana. Let's just keep it at that. So we are cascading again because
And I don't think there is only one cascade. There is multiple cascades.
there are more cascading things, which is the idea of the deck.
We are.
I'm not really
right as well
sure.
hitting only 8 mana.
Yeah,
cards.
I'm not really sure. And this one has got Discover 5 on enters the
Yes.
battlefield. Honestly, I'm not really sure if there is anything that Jan can do after all of this finishes.
He can watch. And
He can
maybe prepare
watch.
for the next game.
That's true. He can watch, certainly. Can be a nice show for him. So now the Discover 5.
Yeah, cascade after cascade after cascade.
Yeah, Discover is just, as Wizard said, fix Cascade. I think they broke Cascade, honestly, but they call it
I
fixed.
think the
Now, I don't remember what was the 5 mana spell, but yes, there was the replicating card, which was very strong in Legacy, but I'm not 100% sure.
we can show it in the.
Yeah, well, if we know the name.
I think I can. Add up E. Wait, E.
R?
No, or E.
We will just try to find the name of this card, but I believe that we will be just... It's not E card, it's something else.
Okay.
But we will just go through the deck probably again based on the situation that's unfolding. So let's go through it again. Doesn't this deck just lose to Counterspell? That's a good question. I honestly think so.
Yep.
And there is a scoop
The
on...
no. Scope. It's kind of a board wipe.
It's just a board wipe. Okay.
It's a Lord of the Rings card. If you can.
Got something. Let's find it in the deck list. They're saying no. Geothermal. Looks like God to the first thing. And
Go lower and go down.
Ugh.
So we can show you what exactly cards.
We really want to show you the cards, but we are unsure what exactly they are, as there's been a lot of things and there is a lot of glare on this one. But we can see that we are still cascading. There was Hit the Motherlode as a card. We can find that one, yes.
Yeah, hit the mark.
So we can just continue
Discover
the
time.
chain. Honestly, I
Oh my God.
believe that we will just see the majority of the deck and every single spell that is there. It was Creative Technique, the card. that we saw.
Technique.
It's Creative Technique, I think.
Yeah.
The card next to the golem was probably Creative Technique.
Lo and
Yeah.
behold, we are cascading again.
We are cascading again. Now, I'm not really sure if there is any... And Italy, we will do that again, basically.
Casting something.
Well, he'll get Gilded Goose from Jan, but he'll get
Such a great hit, right?
Well, the best you can get.
But I think you can get something even better from your
I
deck.
believe that Andre's deck will have something nice to show.
Yeah.
Now, this deck is very interesting. Now, he unfortunately chose a spot on the camera that we can't really see anything.
Yeah,
He's flipping.
100% clear that.
Yeah,
Emrakul.
Emrakul, the hopes ends. Now we will stop the chain, basically.
Yeah, but the Emrakul is cast, so he gets its trigger.
Absolutely.
Claiming control over.
There is probably another trigger coming in
Yes.
from
It is.
the Lord of the Rings card, which we are still not sure about.
I'm not.
Okay, I think that we will just have to live with the fact. We will just have to live with the fact that we don't know. You know, life is also.
You don't search the correct.
I know. It just does this thing. I think life is also nice when you have a little bit of mystery.
Yeah.
You know.
And somehow the whatever the red card is
Yeah,
played again.
I'm not sure. Maybe a rebound. Maybe just I don't know. Blink.
I think.
I trust our players to correctly resolve their things, because in this case we haven't really seen this first sliver deck, and we are just stumped.
As I said, is just watching and
Yeah.
can't really do anything. His deck is not the most interactive sort.
Yeah,
when
it's
it comes
not
to
built-
instant speed or stack interaction. Milestone Wanderer. Everything has gaze.
I think,
another two cascades, so everything swings.
Yeah, and there has been scoop on Jan's
After
side.
wiping the whole board.
Yeah, this is interesting deck. Very interesting.
I'm not really sure if this deck does exactly all this in this particular order, but basically the cascade triggers the way for the one of the big creatures you have
Absolutely.
in the library.
Yeah.
Because you are guaranteed to hit the Tibbles trigger.
Yes,
Then
absolutely.
you counter the first sliver,
Yeah.
and you hit one of the creatures.
Yeah.
That creature get another cascade effect. That cascade effect gets another cascade effect.
Exactly.
And you go over and over again. So don't play one this way.
Like, honestly, this was surprising.
Yeah.
Absolutely surprising.
Well, we kind of expected that since the first sliver has cascade,
Yeah.
the strategy will definitely entail something, including the
I
cascade.
was
right?
personally hoping for honest sliver aggressive deck. Unfortunately, once again, I have to say I'm still surprised because this was very cool.
Yeah.
Like, with Svelun, I also expected a Merfolk deck. It's
Maybe
probably
it is.
not
I
that.
don't
Maybe it is. We still don't know.
Let's keep the hope alive and
Yes.
see the game too if Jan Hurt can do anything
That
about
is
this strategy.
my question. Like, is there really something that Jan can do about this?
I don't know how much
kind of-
mainstream his
Yeah.
decklist is, but the first thing that comes into mind is not letting the first sliver resolve.
Yes.
And since he has no stack interaction,
Absolutely.
my idea was either Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, Contamination.
Those
Attack his
kinds of-
mana.
Yes.
Once you attack his mana, he cannot play the first sliver, and his deck basically, I don't think, can function at all.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
the first thing. Turn off all those pesky non-basic lands. Second, since Jan Hurt is on the play, he can just kill him
Yeah.
before he gets to play his commander.
Definitely.
Because this was a particular situation when the OJ was still at two-turn clock
Yeah.
from the Slimefoot player.
It's true.
And the only saving grace that he gets to perform his combo as
Mm-hmm.
soon as possible. It was the Gemstone Cavern in combination with the storage land.
It's absolutely
It
true.
was what, turn 3, I believe, for
I think
him?
it was turn 3 or turn 4. at
Because he had
worst.
4 lands.
I think it was turn 4, yes. Or 3, because there was
Because
the Gemstone
Gemstone
Cavern.
Cavern.
But
Yeah,
also
so-
remember that Andre was very aggressive on mulliganing, giving down to 5 lands.
I believe
Sorry,
this
5
deck
cards. Well,
has
lands.
to mulligan
Yes.
quite effectively or quite often because you don't need any of those big pale spells.
Yes.
You want them in your library. Cannot have the Tablet's Trickery in the
That
hand.
is a problem.
You cannot draw
absolutely.
it because then your deck doesn't do anything.
Absolutely.
And you need at least some way to accelerate yourself by using the land cards,
Yes.
basically. Because, let's be honest, if Jan Hurt's deck won't stumble greatly,
Yeah.
the first sliver won't live to turn 5.
That's true. And that is probably the only hope that Jan can have. He needs to basically make his deck as fast as possible. Just
Okay, so
quickly try. We see basically
Andre
a
keeps
land full
6
of hands.
or 5. I think he decides.
Yeah, he's
over the
deciding
second
on
card to
the
pitch.
second card. He went down to 5.
Right.
And he just kept solid 5 lands.
Well, as you could see, there are many lands in this
Yes,
deck, and
absolutely.
not many spells.
Now, Elvish Spirit Guide into cycling the
The troll.
troll of Khazad-dûm and reanimating the troll. Now, this is what I call clock, ladies and gentlemen, because
Well,
this
I
is
don't
very
think
good.
Andre will live to turn 3, not even turn 5.
Exactly.
In this sense.
Exactly. Now, this is a nice way to make Andre basically not be able to do anything.
Well, I have to admit, I've seen an Otawara in Andre's hand, but I don't think that will be quick enough.
Not good
as
enough.
well.
Also, I see a lot of fetch lands, and those fetch lands can be really nasty because
Well,
there is a clock coming in.
And you can afford 1 before, because 3 hits from troll is 18. So
know.
You can pay only 1 life
I know.
to turn 3.
But I'm
turn
also
3
I'm
for-
also
for-
expecting a follow up on turn 2. I'm expecting a creature coming in. Any kind of creature, any kind of
Yeah,
mana
mana
dork.
dork. So the turn 4 has slime
Yeah.
food, and turn 5. No, sorry. Turn 2 mana dork, turn 3 slime food, turn 4 kill.
Potentially.
As it looks right now.
Yeah.
Well-
The Maze of If is a very nice option. Let me check the deck list because I really want.
I don't trust you. I don't trust
really
the
want this
Maze
to
of
be
It.
true.
I don't trust the Maze of It is present, just because this deck really needs its land untapped and producing mana in order to get the first sliver in play.
I'm sorry to
It was-
announce the fact it's not in Andre's deck list.
It
Maze
would
of
be
If is not
incredibly
not
funny
possible.
if it was, because imagine if he just plays Maze of It.
Yeah.
But
It
then-
would work.
Well, and Slime Food player would play either Urborg or Yarimaya,
Right.
and enabling him to
Ramp him.
use the mana,
Absolutely
use the Maze of
fantastic.
It to cast.
Now this is what I call a big brain play. Absolutely.
Yes. Like we saw in the Slime Food Tameo matchup, when the Tameo player had no green lands and the Slime Food player thought about playing Yarimaya or not.
Yeah, now there has been Amarth, I believe, discarded, or sorry, milled from Surveil. Now 3 mana.
Surveil,
I think
yes.
we will see more aggression just
Lelia,
coming
turn
Andre's
everything,
way, and
right.
Lelia slam
And
down.
I believe we are going to see game 3.
Absolutely. Now there is Exile on Lelia on the Detective Phoenix. Little unfortunate, but you care about the damage itself. That is the important
Yeah,
thing
for
right
sure.
now. Which, if I'm counting correctly, Andre is going down to a single point of life. Maybe I miscounted.
No, it's he was 1 hit from the troll.
True. Yeah, I was miscounting.
It's 14 and 8 with 4 is 4.
Yeah, okay. It checks out. That's on me.
No
And
way.
that's a scoop
Yes.
from Andre Miller.
Definitely.
But do not forget, well, Andre will start, probably, it depends on the choice.
That means no Jameson Cullen.
That's true. I'm not really even sure if Andre wants to go first or second, but we've seen what kind of aggression is Honza's deck capable of
I
doing.
believe the tempo, or not tempo really, but the beginning, the start, and the speed of which you perform your strategy pretty much guarantees you need to go first.
Absolutely.
Because as you saw, it was a kind of unstandard situation that Slamphone player had troll turn 1.
Yeah, that's not super common.
that does happen.
It was a crazy play,
every
honestly.
game. But the first sliver needs a start very quick
Yeah.
and basically help ramp himself with those sluggish lands mostly, and cannot like rely on gemstone caverns because
Absolutely. But I think you can rely on at least some mana acceleration because there is a lot of it in the deck. So potentially first sliver turn 4 could be
we'll see
viable.
about that.
We'll see, of course. But if it's possible to do that, I'm not really sure how Honza would be capable of killing Andre quickly enough in just 3 turns. I'm not really sure if Slimefoot and Skew would be capable of that. Of course, that depends on the hand that Andre will have. This is a very interesting style of game. I'm not even sure if Jan ever played against such a unique
I would
style
be
of deck.
really confused, or
Yeah,
I would believe not so.
I would be confused as well. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
How is this even legal? This
Well-
would be my question.
It is a very clunky.
Absolutely. One
for the
counter
gym.
spell and you're done. Or stifle effect, for example.
Yes. As I said, there is not just a fast clock.
Mm-hmm.
The Slimefoot can combat this deck to win the game 3. He can also find some of those personation cards. For example, Magus.
Absolutely,
Bone,
absolutely.
Contamination even.
And I
that
think
will lock down.
Blood Moon could be
Andre's
an option as well, right?
Andre's lands,
Yes.
and he has no way of winning anymore.
I think in this case, Jan kind of needs to mulligan into these cards.
Because I don't think I've seen a single basic land. in
That's true.
Andre's,
Well,
deck.
there are some.
Yes,
I've
yes,
seen
there are.
some in the deck list, but when I say some, I mean like 5 snow-covered forests, islands, 1 snow-covered forest, and that's maybe about it.
Interesting.
So just some filling
Alright.
lands, basically. The majority of lands in
Oh.
this deck are just interesting one-offs, and a lot of interesting. Well, there are the channel lands, so they can do at least something.
Yeah,
That is
so
an option.
Both players are mulliganing to
At least 6.
to
Yeah, Andre went down to 5 actually, I believe, which is quite common for him.
Yep. Or for his deck.
Yeah.
The worst kind of situation if you keep some non-land cards
Yeah.
and you are drawing them.
Yes, absolutely.
Since if you hit
Okay,
your
only 6.
land drop,
Only 6.
if you hit your land drop every turn, you should be theoretically fast enough to
Yeah.
perform the strategy. And as we saw, if he gets to cast his commander, the game is basically over.
It's absolutely true, which is crazy, but that's how the deck runs.
Yeah. So
It's a
gonna
very
see.
interesting. Now, the majority of decisions, at least in my opinion, is now on Honza's side of
Yes.
the table.
And the actions, because he really needs to plan his whole strategy for this game in order to really win in
Yes.
a lot of time he has.
And he's going down to 5, maybe just to find some
sense.
answer, maybe
Needs-
just to find the Blood Moon or the Magus of the Moon or Contamination.
Like
some
frankly,
kind of effect.
even the troll on turn 1, on turn 2 would
Yes.
theoretically be fast enough.
Yes, theoretically, yes. I think that Andre would easily be capable. A little cheeky joke for the audience. Now, Andre would theoretically be capable, like every single time, to do it on turn 4 because he will be aggressively mulliganing down to those depletion lands that can give you more mana, basically,
Yeah.
or storage lands, let's call them.
And do we see what Jan is keeping?
We don't really know, but
I
I
don't
think
think
we
I've-
will find out very soon.
Yes.
Okay, there's been a land on.
Sacrificing, you get 2 land. But it provides you with 2 mana
Elf
of the same
of
kind.
Deep Shadow.
Yes, a mana dork from the Slimefoot side,
Yeah.
not really surprising.
It's quite
Still,
common start.
no idea what the game plan is. He has a basic forest, so he can now play Blood Moon without locking himself out of mana because he had
Absolutely.
black from the mana dork and green from the basic land.
Yes.
Opponent played some kind of
Land. let's just call it a land. There is a land. I think it's a tapped land that could be like a depletion land. And now we can see a fetch probably into a red source. Well, it needs to be a red source. And then slime food and squee.
This is the verge.
Yeah, bad lands.
I don't think
Is it
either
a
of those
storage land?
lands can Ondřej help casting
They are not.
Commander earlier.
They're not storing, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
We will see. Okay, there is like a
Classical
just a
fetch land?
fetch land.
Yeah, and
I don't really. I'm not really
Crossover,
sure.
if you look
I will check it
look it up.
if it's there.
Crosan Verge.
There is no cross and verge.
I'm reading it around. It's hard to see.
Maybe isn't it Ancient Springs? Could be. I think I'm seeing A as the first letter. Can we try to find Ancient Spring? Might be the card. Might not. It might
see.
even be relevant. We don't really know yet.
Yeah, Jan Hurt, do we get the support link?
Well, he once again missed the trigger.
I know, he has only one token
That's true.
by himself.
That's
so
true.
He cannot create
He
more.
only, I think no. As I said, Jan Hurt is just appreciating the new rise of Sharpie magic, and he just crossed the attack.
Yep.
He does not like to have triggers on attack. We also have Tarmogoyf, which means we will be putting up pressure, although he's only a measly
Huge
one.
Tarmogoyf, yes,
Yeah,
only
just
lands.
a 1/2. There's nothing much
Sadly,
else.
only lands in play.
Okay, so maybe it's the kind of a fetch land.
Yeah,
Maybe
that fetches two.
Maybe it's the one that fetches too, but for like tapping and more mana.
Let's see.
Seems likely. That does seem likely.
And you need to pay mana for the effect.
Yes.
Something along the lines of the colorless that fetches two basics. So
Sounds like it. It sounds maybe not basics, but basic types, because it looks like
no. I mean the similarity. of
you mean
the-
like the myriad landscape,
Yes,
something
exactly.
like that.
That's what I wanted.
It's
Yeah,
some
yeah.
effect like myriad landscape.
Well, if it's so, that means Ondřej has 4 mana. If he has a land drop,
Which he does because he
we
only
might
has lands.
see First Sliver doing his shenanigans again.
Now, I'm not really sure what is Jan Hurt's plan to solve this. The question is
counter
there
spell.
enough mana? Is there enough colors? But seems like it.
Yeah, there is the old school filter land.
Yeah, we have the
colorless
filter
one,
land.
2
Right, so we have the Wooburg. Okay.
Yes, we got 2 triumphs, basic, 2 and 1 black.
Yeah. I thought I saw double blue.
Okay, we see the stuff going on again. Sorry, I'm not really
Isn't
sure.
this blue and blue?
No, I believe that's a black line.
Okay.
The first one.
Okay. Okay. That's on me, sorry.
I don't think this deck has a fail rate at this point.
It doesn't, well, it can fail in the case that
It can-
you just hit Emrakul, but still you got Emrakul,
You can hit Emrakul with what?
like
Exactly?
Tibble Trickery.
Yes.
Like it would be
So-
the first spell to hit.
Right. You still have Emrakul against those board.
And you control your
Still pretty
opponent for
bad.
the next turn.
Yeah.
I think,
So let's see what we hit.
did Ondřej just break the meta?
Well, you still get what you already said.
You can-
Huge vulnerability against
Yes.
any type of interaction that
And Cameo
considers-
is quite a popular thing.
me milled some.
He milled 2, but it's not super important.
Isn't the third card like important?
It was-
for maintaining the cascade?
Well, right now, not really, because anything. But
And-
that's what I call
What?
it, ladies
What?
and gentlemen. I
how
call
many,
it all
how
the
many
time.
creatures? You just called one that.
Well, that's the one that I was thinking
Wow.
about. That could end the cycle because this one
Yeah.
doesn't really do anything else. Now we have a flashing in of.
And the flare.
Yeah,
Killing
there is a flare,
Emrakul.
which basically makes Ondřej sacrifice the Emrakul. But there was still the trigger of Emrakul.
Yes.
So Ondřej will control Jan for the next turn,
Yeah.
during which there might be a lot of things going wrong for Jan.
Ondřej can recast his commander maybe next turn But the fact is, it doesn't do anything. I believe the only
Absolutely.
hit you can cascade into is just the double trickery, which
That-
is now cast in the
That
graveyard.
is the problem, absolute problem of the deck. That once you fizzle,
Yeah.
you are done. Basically, if we understand the deck correctly, I'm not even sure if there is something you
your
can do.
opponent deals with the threat, which now
Yeah.
happens.
Now we will see all the cards.
Yeah.
Uh,
Andre
that-
now controls Jan Hurt.
Absolutely.
And makes the decisions for him. So we will see what will happen.
The
Then we
Chthonian
have
Nightmare.
Barogoyf and Chthonian Nightmare, which I believe he can
I'm not really
use
sure.
it to some effect. No, he has 4 lands. He can play it and sacrifice something to return something meaningless. I'm not sure if there is something in the graveyard. No, there is no creature.
Yeah, so he can't even. There is the Bowmasters, but like,
yeah, there is Bowmaster.
what
sorry.
can you do? Like, you sacrifice the Goyf and you return the Bowmasters. Does it achieve much?
You pink your Saprolink, so sacrificing Slimefoot means
Yeah.
he remains in the graveyard. Maybe that's the worst
Well, my question.
scenario, but it's still there are other creatures, other spells
Yeah,
on Jan Hurt's
and-
stuff, and his deck can function furthermore. He has
Yeah.
Baragoyf, he can play next turn and
Right,
start grinding value.
right.
Andre is being stopped, and he can still maybe 1-2 turns if he lives cast one of the huge.
That's true.
mana
That was
cards.
what I was thinking
And
about.
if he, for example, resolves Maelstrom Wanderer or the Galta, and
Yeah.
or sorry, the Etale,
Yeah.
the Red Dinosaur, and
Yeah,
it's
Italia.
2 meaningful threats,
Right.
I think the game is kind of far from
Like
over
Andre
yet.
is not done for 100%. Definitely, he will not take any damage this turn, and he will disrupt Jan's plan. That's for sure. But I'm not really sure if he'll be able to survive long enough. Yeah, he sacrificed the Slimefoot and Squeeze, reanimating and
yes.
putting back the Bowmasters, pinging. Yes.
That's what I caught. Yeah,
Absolutely, very good
killing
call.
Slimefoot, killing token with the Bowmasters. You are resetting Bowmasters, and you got Goyf.
And Squeeze just gone.
And unfortunately, Emrakul went bye-bye long
Yeah.
before Jan Hurt could be forced to attack
Right.
something into it. But still, Jan Hurt now takes another turn, but doesn't have much options other than play Barogoyf, attack with everything.
Yeah, there
and
will be just
praise-
smashing, right?
And praise that Andre doesn't have some huge follow-up going on, because well,
Absolutely.
if he has untapped land, I think thanks to the sacrifice land, he can have up to 7 mana, if I count correctly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Depends if 7 is good enough for anything that he
I
draws.
believe it hits some.
It is some.
Of the threats.
Some, yes. It could also
interaction
be
pieces.
used to just replay the first sliver, although it will just not find anything. It will
Yeah.
just be a 5/5.
Sacrificing the land for first sliver kind of seals the deal. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
the right call.
Definitely not.
Unless he really has nothing to work with, and this is just
Right.
the last
Uh,
attempt. No, they just. Okay.
there has been a mistake on my end.
Everything's alright.
Everything's all right. Yeah,
You
I
just
think-
mistake that he only passed the turn.
That's right,
And
that's right.
realized that it
Emrakul-
was Emrakul's extra turn
Yes.
that he was given.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yep.
yes, 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 yes. That was completely on me. I'm sorry. Maybe I was just dreaming that Emrakul was much better.
Never mind. It is a difficult day for us
Yeah,
too,
it's
right?
also long. And
Yeah.
well, in this case, I'm still thinking like, what can Andre Miller do?
One of those huge.
And that's the only
deals a bunch of damage.
Yeah,
to
but now it's the
creatures.
only option. My analysis was based on the fact that he'll just get his turn back. But now I can see that.
Well, he takes
he'll
some damage
die.
first.
Yeah,
But
true.
let's see what's gonna happen.
I think this will be probably
I fully
last
believe that
turn-
this is not a good situation.
yes.
And the game is probably done.
Yeah. Use the Catonian Nightmare to get the squee back.
It is such a uncommon
Yeah.
way of the card function
That's true. That's true.
enchantment that acts by returning itself. To the
Right,
hand.
right. But we will see if there are any options for Andre to get out of this sticky situation.
I see land.
Well,
and
there
maybe
will
something.
be lands. Depends if there is something that can do something.
Well, in Andre's case, every land does something interesting, almost.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe he will find some way to figure out of this
Yeah.
nonsense.
I think this is like a nice deck for people who like to collect lands. What do you think? You can basically play all of your lands in this deck. You have all the options.
You are missing a bunch of the usual suspects because you have your land slot filled with those storage lands, etc.
That's true. And
yeah,
that is scoop on Dre's
nothing
side.
to be done. Not
Yeah.
enough mana for anything meaningful.
Absolutely
and,
true. But
the game is over.
yeah, but as I was saying, hitting the Emrakul was probably the only thing that could have stopped Andre.
Yeah, I think all the other cards are cascades, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I will just. Okay, let's have a quick break before we get an interview possibly going on.
All right, and welcome. We are here with Andre, and we would like to show you. Hell, well, he was not the winner, but he was definitely winner in our hearts because he showed us a crazy deck, 100%. Now, what would you like to say about it?
So the deck is first sliver. Originally, the idea came with like, is there a card that I could play like always in the command zone consistently that would win me the game? I found Thibaut's Trickery. So when I play sliver, hit Thibaut's Trickery, I counter the sliver and I play something else.
Absolutely.
So for a little while, the first version had Cultivator Colossus and 98 lands.
Okay.
And it won through like Glacier Chasm and mazes. But that's not what I'm playing.
great.
I'm playing a Cascade deck.
Yes.
So it's playing 13 non-lands, and there's like a structure to it that like some cards play other cards.
Yeah.
Then there are cascades, but I only play like cascades of like cost 8 and more, because a cascade of a cost 8 or more can hit a card with cost 7 that can, for example, like go up.
Yeah.
Like it's about going up and down and basically
Okay,
making sure
okay.
like decreasing the chance that like the sequence stops. It's about the chain reaction.
Makes sense.
Okay,
Okay,
have
okay.
you taken the idea? Because I think I've seen in Historic, in Arena, MTG Arena.
Yes, you can play
So
there. I tried it a couple
double
of times, and
trickery
people
decks-
without counters lose.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed. But when the Tibble Trickery was printed, I've seen the decks that was countering their own spells, cast something big.
Yes, it's banned now, no?
Yeah,
Tibble
it's
Trickery was
got
banned.
banned,
That's-
right
because of
away.
Tibble.
Yes.
Okay.
Tibble Trickery got banned. Okay, how about the games? What's your game plan? Is just to... How do you manage to cast first sliver as soon as possible?
Yes, there are like we would need to talk about like the lands specifically. There are like certain lands that allow you a turn for sliver. Like I can, I guess, go through the deck
Storage
and
lands, right?
right. Okay, so these storage lands, I don't know if it's
I think
yeah,
the green
it
screen will
doesn't
just
really work with the camera.
You
Okay,
can show some cards.
so probably the best cards are these like old from I think Onslaught or
you can
Uh,
maybe
the-
you can just explain them if
okay,
you want to.
Ancient Spring. So they're nice because they give you basically mana of 2 different colors. So I want as many of these as possible.
Yes.
Then there are others that basically give you like 2, either by sacrificing themselves or they're like
Ancient Springs. You can see it in the stream.
Yes, good. Then there are others that basically give you 2, like the depletion lands. So for example, what's it called?
Yeah, the depletion counter, like
But they give two of the
Decay,
same.
Woodlot, something like
yes.
that.
the
But
Calibre
don't they give two of the same man?
They give 2 of the same, and they only work thanks to these other cards, which filter.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
it's basically a
Right.
combo between two lands to
Right.
give you enough mana.
So you need to
And
make
enough
sure,
drops.
even in your opening hand, that like you can add like the 5 together.
Yes.
Interesting note: I don't play Command Tower.
Okay.
I don't play any gold lands because it's so consistent.
All right. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. So of course, when you have a deck with 90 lands, you have like some free slots.
Yeah.
For a while, I played like temples, or now we play survey lands, because I thought, hey, what am I doing? I might as well scry, but that's not good. You don't want to hope that you draw into the combo. You want to have the combo in your opening hand.
Yes.
And you can mulligan very aggressively, because a combination that gives you the sliver has like 3 or 4 cards in it.
Right.
So you're completely happy mulliganing like 4 times, and every mulligan is like a Wheel of Fortune, right? And you
We
see
have
7.
seen that.
For land drops, and you are here, right?
Yes, exactly.
We have seen that actually. Like even in the first and second game, I think from all 3 games, the highest count in your hand was just 6.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
you get 5 cards, and 6 cards. So
Yeah.
aggressive mulligans all around.
Yeah. So if I know I'm going to mulligan many times, I will be able to see like maybe 35 cards out of my deck.
Yeah.
So we're getting into a situation where if I'm playing against Burn and I know that I'm losing against Blood Moon, there's like a 1/3 chance that I get Boseiju because I can mulligan so aggressively. for it.
Right.
So yes, against Burn I lose to Blood Moon. Against Mono White I lose to like Boromir,
Yeah.
Dranic Magistrate, Thalia.
Yeah.
There are some removals, for example, if they attack into an Eiganjo, or there's like the trumpeting Carnosaur, like the deals
Yeah.
that you discard to deal
I
damage.
also see the snow-covered land, the Mount of Ronom.
Yes. I lost a game against Mono White with Boromir, and after that tournament, I put this in because I was just so desperate for removal.
But it's a colorless land, right?
It's colorless. Yes. It's really like a removal slot for long games, and I have like so in the real version, I would play like 2 snow-covered lands. I don't have the dual lands, so I'm playing like 4 islands instead of it.
Yeah, 4 or 5 even, right?
Yeah. So just to note this deck regarding like the fetches, shocklands, and duels, it plays many islands. Like all the dual lands have islands in it, and it plays Mystic Sanctuary, because I can sometimes surprise people by playing Sliver, they can't trade, Mystic Sanctuary, Sliver again.
That was something that we wanted to, and we have a question about how does it beat control decks. So
Okay,
how
so
do you deal with the fact that somebody counters your Tibble Trickery? So this is
yes,
one option,
I
right?
won some slow games, and basically like the best cards for that matchup are like these storage lands. You have like the Time Spiral storage lands, which require another land to be tapped.
The name?
Like for example, Bottomless Vault.
Bottomless Vault. Yeah.
But then you have like this land, which can basically like adapt mana by itself. So imagine you have 2 of these on your hand, and you play against the deck that does like land pass. So if you have 2 of these, you are getting 3 mana every single turn, and like they're not pressuring you. So by turn 6, you maybe play Apex Devastator from your hand. How do they counter 5 spells? They don't.
The first game, we
Crazy.
saw the stuff with the Gemstone Cavern
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the storage land.
Yeah.
Was that turn 3 even?
Yes, that was turn 3.
And
I
because
could
the
actually,
tournament that
I could actually activate the storage land turn 1 thanks to the cavern, which doesn't usually
Right,
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were like, what can Jan Hurt just do about this? He was just cooked at the point, basically.
Okay. A big part of why this deck wins is people don't know how to play against
Exactly.
it. So, like if somebody meets it and like they lose to the combo, they have like 2-3 minutes to think before the games,
Yeah.
before going to game 2.
Yeah.
And there are some things you can do. So, for example, if Jan Hurt played like Blood Moon or Contamination,
Yes.
I would lose. So putting the information out there, Thalias can swap into Thalias, and once they know it, I won't beat them anymore.
But there was the idea we were thinking about
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
That he should also aggressively mulligan
And
into
because I'm
something
so
like this.
because I'm so all in,
Yeah.
like I could literally mulligan it to like 2 cards, have the Blood Moon, and you would win.
Yeah.
Vitalia, also means you will get to pay one more to cast your
I have
spell
to-
trickery.
Yes,
and
but then also for
cascading-
each subsequent non-creature
Yeah.
spell.
But if you hit creatures, you can still win, right?
True, but I think like half of the cards are non-creatures, so it would be very expensive.
Very big roulette.
Yeah.
Right. And one thing that I'm sorry for calling out before, I basically kind of predicted the sad reality of the last game, that you can basically break by hitting Emrakul as the first
It's
spell.
funny that like Emrakul is the worst thing that I can pull out.
Yeah,
because
that's-
that
it's
means that I
interesting.
don't play my deck.
And isn't
Right.
that the only card that doesn't lead to other spells?
There is some chance that I start by playing like the cheapest cards first. So, for example, the Expressive Iteration and then the Carnosaur. And if after that I hit something that like, 6-cost Cascade, it hits nothing and it breaks. But there's like a very low chance for that.
Right. I believe that you have the deck figured out. Maybe this was the situation of swapping out the Emrakul. Is it still worth it to play it?
It was just an
I
unfortunate
know.
series of events.
I
cutting
think
it
true.
Maybe.
Basically, when it works out, what I do is I have a big board. It has haste thanks to Wanderer,
And you wipe the board
I wipe
to
the
your
board,
friend?
and then I take the next turn. So if I put, there were some games that I lost because of Emrakul, but also there were some games that I won because of Emrakul. So it's hard to say. Or it also plays Eye of Uranus, which is another like option that's
Yeah.
against control. You could have like Tolaria West transmuted into Eye of Ugin, which finds Emrakul, and maybe you win like that.
Yeah. But
Okay.
still, it was very interesting to see such a, I would even say crazy kind of deck, which is it's
Absolutely,
wonderful. It's
you have to be
wonderful.
prepared for very silly games.
If
Yeah.
you can go just a little bit further, the first game, then the Sliver turn 3,
Yes.
Johnson Cavern Storage Land. Is this the fastest that it can go?
It definitely can do it turn 2.
Oh, okay. With the storage land.
No,
sacrifice
it can't. It can't.
No.
yeah,
So
no,
it's
no.
the fastest.
Turn
Okay,
3.
yeah.
I think my like favorite games are with like basically 2 double lands and then like the creative technique.
Yeah.
Which can completely replace the sliver, and it's also good play. For example, against Aragorn. What's the chance that they can counter 2 of your spells?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
And it's interesting that I also love the fact that you showed us the fastest possible version
Yeah,
right off
it's
the
nice
bat.
that it happened on the camera, and then
Yeah.
I played solitaire for 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Playing
And
my deck.
we were also here playing a game of what the hell is that card?
Uh-huh.
Because we were like
True.
trying to figure out. We've never seen such a card.
Okay, some opponents don't care, but I had like an opponent in turn 2 that read every single card, and
Yeah.
our first game took half an hour because of that. Obviously, like I play lots of nonsensical cards.
Yeah,
And
we
every
also-
single land, of course, as well.
Which land?
Not every single land.
Yeah, yes, very unknown lands. Like sometimes I win,
what does one do? What
and I
does
play
one do?
like Teferi's Isle. Like
Yeah,
who plays
yeah.
Teferi's Isle?
Right.
But if you time it correctly, like you can use it.
Okay, that's fantastic.
What was your run up until today? What was your matchups? Good ones?
Acererak combo where I was faster than like a partner for color reanimator, where I think I won because my opponent didn't know my deck and like used Stifle for like a transmute, and I was then able to combo out.
Yeah.
Felia where I won. I'm thinking. Grixis partner Storm which beat me.
Yes. Your Grixis.
Which
Right.
it's a faster combo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
understandable. But still, it's a very nice and very neat deck. We still wish you to maybe try to squeeze into the top 16,
What's the score?
which we really look for.
I think it's for 2 now.
Yeah, could still be possible to
see.
squeeze
It's possible,
in.
it's
still
possible.
possible to squeeze in, and I would
Okay.
love to just see
Okay.
this kind of madness, let's say.
Exactly.
In
Winning
top
My only
16.
hope was like for people to see it.
Yeah,
So
and
maybe
people
it
saw.
won't be on top 8, but it's still on camera. And it's here. So
And it's a fantastic.
it's a
Mission
success in
completed.
my heart.
We love that, honestly. Andre,
Okay.
thank you very much. Even though
Thanks.
you lost, it was very nice.
Thanks for the showcase.
Super cool deck.
And
Yeah.
it was fantastic. So
Okay.
we will see you in a couple of minutes for our final round of the base stage. And then we will continue with top 16. See
Let's
you in a
go.
moment. Bye for now. Right, and welcome back before our final round of the first stage, the main stage. And then we will be getting to top 16.
This round is just about to finally finish the last extra turns that are given to players who are finishing their matches. And how are you feeling, Easy?
Well, like the last game, that was just crazy. I loved the first sliver deck. I was just flabbergasted by the whole concept and by the whole idea of it.
Usually, when I see some decks played on the feature match, I have played those commanders. I have played against those commanders multiple times, so I know exactly what to expect. We have deck list, but even the deck list itself, even we have it, they are just names of cards, and you cannot comprehend fully the strategy of the commander.
I think it is the fact that we were not looking for Tybalt's trickery. If we would find Tybalt's trickery in that, we would probably get it.
Yeah. I have seen first sliver in the metagame, in the MTG top 8, some lists. I have seen it played also as basically like the common sliver variant. That also worked pretty well, and because you played your commander, that cascaded into sliver, that cascaded into other cards.
Just fair magic, basically.
Yeah, but these types of variants, I have seen the Nifmizet with cascading towards living and cycling, not unlike the modern deck variant.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's also true, like I enjoy the fact that there are some people who are going after the 5-color decks. It's not super common, I would say, like to have the biggest representation of our Wooburg friends.
Not nowadays, but a few months ago, Nifmizet Reborn was one of the most powerful commanders.
You're right.
Using the best 2-colored multicolor spells ever.
Yeah, just the guild support for those 2-color pairings.
Huge flying threat in the command zone.
Yeah.
Also refilled your card. Not unlike the Atraxa, for example. But
that was my idea. Like this looks very much like Atraxa.
Yes. But it, after all, is, even if it's cheaper, it's not that good of a body.
Yeah.
And the Atraxa is not so fettered by its triggered ability.
Yeah.
Because Nifmizet, even if the variants were finally built ultimately towards also a huge number of just blue counterspells, and only a portion of the deck was multicolor cards, the Atraxa could pivot almost fully towards counter magic,
just
removal spells.
complete control.
Yes.
Yeah, deep control.
Then having a few of those payoffs haymakers.
Right.
So
you would say that Atraxa version is much better than like what the Nifmizet was trying to achieve?
Right. Even the fact that Atraxa works much better for the Dream Halls combo.
Absolutely.
Because when you face the Atraxa, you count the mana your opponent have and say, okay, 5 mana, 2 more turns, I'm okay. I don't need to worry. But they can just tutor or just play right away. Dream Halls at the game can be basically over.
Absolutely. We explained some loops that you could basically go through, that you always find a flick for Atraxa and cards to just go through.
Jace the Mind Sculptor, Teferi Time Reveler, they all put
they bounce
creature in your hand so you can recast Atraxa and go again. Now for the final round, I think we could have some interesting commanders.
I'm still expecting, well, we will see actually, because there is something that is quite common at big tournaments. I think you've been in the position quite sometimes, I've been in the position quite sometimes, that you don't really play out your final rounds.
Yeah.
Because it's much more advantageous to just, take the split. Just take the time off, agree on a tie, and you will both qualify for top 16. So we specifically asked to have players at feature match who will actually be competing for their spot in the top 16.
So this is incredibly interesting and exciting.
Both players have a lot of the line.
lots of prizes on the line.
Absolutely.
And also the title of the Czech championship.
Well, yeah, they are
Dual
still
commander.
fighting for their place to be there.
Right. We
Yeah,
set up
yeah.
The
There is just
game
set
as we
up.
speak.
Right, just to see where the borders are.
I see blue.
And I see
I'm fearing
blue.
Tamio.
Well, I see Vendelion.
No,
Aragorn.
Aragorn. Okay.
Okay, Aragorn Grand Unifier.
Here to unify.
No, King of Gondor, that's the name. Right? Aragorn
Yeah, yeah.
King of Grand Unifier is, I think Atraxa, right?
It's the 4-1.
Yeah, the 4 mana cost, yeah.
Yeah. The 3 mana is not unifying anything.
Yeah.
It's here.
He's just a
to-
king.
Yes. To be crowned and go for the win.
Yes.
And who we are up against?
Do we have a mirror? We do have a mirror,
We
yes.
might slightly fix the
Actually.
flick.
Yeah.
So we can see.
Well, there is the glare, but we do know it's
Yeah.
it's Aragorn against Aragorn.
Yeah, but we can fix the glare somehow.
I can ask them.
Yeah, thank you. Right, so this is kind of what I was dreading. If I would if I have Aragorn and compete in such events, I think the mirror is the best.
Yeah, it's not
Mirror.
better. That did not
Yeah.
help. Okay, we will just have to wait for Aragorn to hit the table.
Yeah, he's hidden now. He's
Yeah.
hidden in the glare.
Yeah.
He is in the spotlight.
That's right. But as both players mentioned, just as I popped to the next room, this is their first Aragorn mirror they played today.
Okay.
Maybe even ever. I'm not sure what they meant by it.
I don't believe so, because Aragorn is not that uncommon.
Yeah, but maybe they just did not see
You
meet the Aragorn.
Yeah, it's recommended to consider like training for the mirror matchup,
Mm-hmm.
because it also the fact that you cannot rely on single like good matchup, bad matchup.
Right, right.
You only have to the chance, your deck, what provides, and also how well you can play.
Absolutely. It's about the consistency and it's about the sharpness of your play. Absolutely right about that.
And outside, in comparison to, for example, Yoshimaru mirror, this I don't believe it is so advantageous to go first,
You're absolutely
because the other player usually have more answers.
Yes.
And you cannot just slam Aragorn turn 4
Yeah.
and thinking it's a good idea.
Yeah, just
because
I'm the only king in here,
Yes.
right? You're not.
what
I'm
usually
sorry.
would happen in this situation is that Aragorn gets answered, the other player plays their Aragorn, draws a card, and has both Monarch and their Aragorn firmly in control.
Absolutely.
So what we're gonna see here is to really tight, really skilled gameplay of both players decide if they want to somehow push the tempo
Yes.
or play for the value and try to outreach the opponent.
Yeah. And I think that it's gonna be a lot of value, a lot of grind, a lot
Okay,
of
and we go.
subsequent advantages. And now Christian has started his first turn with Arid Mesa. And
To answer the
now-
comment,
Yeah.
we have a final round of the base
Yes.
set of
Is this round 7, which is the final round, and then there will be the top 16 of the best of the best.
and both players are competing. We have Christian against Felix, German content creator,
Okay.
makes dual commander videos.
Fantastic.
So you can bet on him having the experience.
Well, definitely, but I would not go against Christian. I think that Aragorn players are usually quite experienced in that, and I think that the kinds of
They are the kings after
they
all.
are kings after all, kings of their own game, and I would not go against the king. I'm not sure who is the true king. I think we
Well,
will
if you are
decide
king
today.
yourself, then you can go up against your king.
Well, there can be only one monarch, right? So we will see how this matchup
Only
goes.
one player can have the emblem. kind
That's
of.
absolutely true.
thingy.
There will be a lot of fighting for the monarch emblem or the monarch ability token.
Yeah.
Because both players will also gain advantage.
Felix might
Due to
say
it.
just plays fast land, Christian went for the fetch into a surveil land.
Yeah, and there was the surveying away, but we are not really able to see what card it was because it's
Seacrown
outside of
Coast.
our coverage.
Yeah, Seacrown Coast again.
Okay, and just
it
passing.
seems, it seems that we have this value control-ish.
Absolutely. Both players will probably be fighting on Razor's Edge and just passing and passing. Nobody wants to jump into the other player's counterspell or interaction.
Unless, of course, they have some kind of perfect card that has the edge over the...
You're right. And now we'll see
Christian.
the start.
Okay,
White Plume Adventure.
scratch that.
Yes.
Christian is not afraid.
He's not afraid, but he should have been because he
Yeah.
got force spiked.
Yep, he got punished, but I guess it's a nice try because
definitely.
Felix is going to be on his third mana. If he had fourth mana,
Absolutely.
he could play Aragorn while his opponent stepped out. So
Definitely.
this was kind of a when you have such hand, if you have threats and not many
Yes.
answers, you can just try to push it through.
Absolutely.
And the situation it comes through, and Christian would become have initiative.
Yeah.
He would be in an insane advantage.
Definitely,
Yes?
definitely.
And since Felix cannot punish him directly by just, okay, you are tapped out, I answered your threat, I'm just playing Aragorn and running completely with the game, he can probably just untap. It would be funny if he played his first-time adventure.
It would have been, it would
It's
be
a
very
mirror match
interesting.
after all, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be very funny and very interesting. Although,
see.
there was a surveillant on the side of Felix putting away Inspiring Vantage
Yes.
and continuing his round. Now, there might be some free interaction on side of Christian,
Yeah,
but
as we
basically
saw in
he's
the
stuck
previous
out.
rounds, like with Marchesa, playing Marchesa, having days in reserve.
Absolutely.
But
And there
yeah.
is just pass
Yes.
on the side of Felix.
As I thought, they both just reset the situation, and the threat was answered, and we are back on the bot in the 0.0.
Yeah,
One of the players is gonna try to resolve something,
that's it.
probably in their advantage positions, like end step opponent's end step flash creature of some sort, and try to
Okay, there is an attempt on
Okay.
Christian's side to try the Pyro
either Christian
We will
has
see.
lots proactive.
Maybe that might be the case that Christian, that's a brainstorm on side of Felix.
Like all things aside, this is a very ballsy play. Like
Yes.
against
I-
Aragorn, putting threat after play.
Yes.
Yes, this is indeed the Blitzberg.
Yeah, it's a Blitzberg from YouTube. Yes, exactly. Now, I absolutely agree. It's very ballsy play because it's probably the case that Christian just has a lot of threats, maybe not a lot of interaction. He's trying to stick something through.
And if he does nothing, with no interaction, he can bluff it.
Yeah.
So he has something, but if the bluff gets called, he loses.
Absolutely.
And since both players are fighting for the top 16, they cannot afford to take all their
just rely on chance, right?
rely on opponents not
Yes.
calling the bluff.
Absolutely. Now we will see the resolving of Brainstorm. There is still a fetch line available, so those useless cards will be just fetched away.
And honestly, I fully expect another piece of interaction.
100%. Now, there is a counter spell coming in. I believe it's Mana League, maybe?
One of those
Yeah,
Amonkhet
it's Amonkhet
invocations.
invasion cards. I believe it's Mana League, but I'm not 100% sure if
don't
that
think
is the prince.
Mana League is...
Could be?
It has some big text.
Yeah,
so-
it is a counter spell because
Yep.
the spell was countered.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Some sort of counterspell. Sorry for the typo, is the name. Yeah, but thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, thank you very much for clarifying that for us.
What's
Now
going on?
there is something happening with Fury. I'm not sure.
The Fury's Furious. Oh, maybe it was flipped by a random.
Could
or-
be just unfortunate accident. So they're just like
Oh,
shuffling.
it's days. Okay, thank you.
There's been days. Thank you. Or the card is days. Thank you
Days
very much.
works
Yeah.
too. Yeah, as I said, it is just.
It is
spell.
a counter spell.
Yeah. That's true. And whatever counterspell works.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
Now we've got open and free space on Felix's side. He can basically
Adventure.
try to stick in
Or no.
True Name Nemesis. Now
Okay.
that is a doozy.
yes.
He still kept one mana open, but basically now Christian does not have a lot of options how to deal with this True Name Nemesis.
As we saw on the Christian side, like attempting to cast those interactions. The Nemesis is some sort of different kind when it comes to I just put my creature out
Yeah.
and don't worry about consequences, because Nemesis cannot be punished so simply
Absolutely.
as any other creature, because the Nemesis has protection
Mm-hmm.
from anything that the other player owns. So not only the Nemesis cannot be killed so easily,
Yeah.
also the Christian playing Aragorn would simply mean the Nemesis would just snatch the monarch right
Yeah,
away.
absolutely.
and
That's also
probably
very good
punish him
advantage.
very heavily.
Absolutely. Like the only possibility for dealing with the True Name Nemesis was to counter it on stack,
The Nemesis is
which
really
did not
good.
happen. Or potentially a board wipe, but I'm not sure if he wants to waste a board wipe for that.
Yes, and there is an Aragorn.
So we've got the Aragorn.
Let's see how well
Will
it's
it
gonna
go through? That's the question.
Also, I want to point out that the Aragorn, when the player doesn't have the monarch, it has to target to
Yeah.
make the creatures cannot be blocked.
And it
so
counts
the
target
true name
to the
Nemesis,
Nemesis.
as pointing out in the chat, is really
Yeah.
impactful, because not only it can come through unblockable and snatch the monarch,
But as you
dealing damage,
mentioned, it just
if it's on
stole the
top,
monarch.
the Aragorn without a monarch cannot get through it.
Absolutely. And also no life gain. Don't forget
Oh,
that.
and Skyclave
And
Apparition.
Skyclave Apparition.
So not
Now,
only
Aragorn's gone.
monarch is his, but also dealing with the
Yeah.
commander.
Like, okay, there is a hidden 4/4, but still you need to get rid of the
No
Skyclave.
interaction on Christian's side, and let's see what he
I think that
can do.
Felix is in a sweet spot right now.
Uh,
Of course, nothing's
agree.
won. Nothing's won for him yet. But I'm not sure if Christian can really try to do anything here.
The situation with Aragon matchups, and this is why I think it is not the most exhilarating or
Yeah.
like simple matchup, is both commanders obviously have lifelink.
Yeah.
So what usually happens that my Aragon will hurt you, I will gain 4 life, I will gain monarch.
Absolutely.
Your Aragorn will hit me, you take the monarch, you gain 4 life,
Yeah.
etc., etc., etc. Until at least
And-
the Brokes.
Yeah, but and here is just a pass on Christian's side, so
Well,
he just played a tapped land and
That
that's it.
is kind of expected,
Well,
because
yeah.
whatever he plays, Nemesis gets through, and
Absolutely.
Witzelberg can get far and far
Yeah.
forward. But if he has interaction, he can do most likely at the end of Witzelberg's turn.
Yeah,
to-
there will be some attempt to deal with no attempt, just take 5.
Well, yes,
Okay.
either he has nothing, or as I said, he really plans on doing something on
Yeah.
his end step. So he, taxes his mana
Yeah.
as well as possible, and gives him the smallest window of opportunity to do something.
Absolutely.
And we got end step, I believe,
I
or reaction to
think
the
so.
monarch trigger. And
Yes, and there is Hull Breacher.
yes, a very good card against the monarch.
Yeah, a fair magic once again.
But
Now let's see
have
if it's a reprieve as a reaction to that. So we'll see if reprieve resolves, attempting to return the card.
Yeah.
It did resolve.
Felix will get additional reprieve.
And then there is the Fairy Mastermind.
But after the draw,
Interestingly, after the draw,
oh
but
my.
there is Mana Tide to seal the deal.
did he really played it before?
It could have still
resolved
worked with the. It could have still worked with the Monarch, right? The Mastermind would still draw him a card with Monarch.
No, because it wasn't his second draw for the turn anymore.
That's true.
Because
That's
the reprieve
true.
was second, and the monarch
That's
would
true.
be
That
first.
was a little bit of a mistake.
Not just that, but if he would play it before the reprieve would
Yeah.
resolve, then he would not have maybe the mana tide.
We
maybe
don't
he
know.
draw.
It's true.
right.
It's true. But the mana tide basically allowed us not to care about such a thing.
I think in this such a really important match, the Christian might be a little out of mind.
Might be, but
It is
you
round
need to
7
be
after
as-
all,
You need to be as sharp as possible now. Here, this is the moment, and this is the match where you really need to be as sharp as possible to
I
get to
believe
the top
the
16.
mastermind should be played after before the
Yeah,
victory is
it
over.
should have been, but
Let's see
It did
if
not
there
happen.
is something else Christian can do.
now I'm not really sure if there is a lot that Christian can do. Especially, remember
Incredible
that
tough situation.
Felix is still drawing 2
And
cards a turn.
He could spend almost all his mana casting Aragon, but that doesn't do much because
It doesn't
Nemesis
solve
hits you
anything.
right away, takes you
Right.
Monarch back, and Felix didn't even have to cast Aragon.
Absolutely, and he would also give up all of his interaction. He would also give up the mana, and Felix could potentially just beat him with a simple counterspell
Yep. Which is
or
more
a
likely
removal spell, which
he
he
has.
most likely has.
After all extra cards drawn from
Yes,
the Monarch.
absolutely. There is a very nice state for Felix. I'm not really sure if there is a lot that Christian can do to recover from this.
Well, he still has some cards in hand.
Okay, there is Malcolm coming in, attempting to block.
Well, maybe. Considering it is before combat, I believe. he
Yes,
does.
there is the attempt, and there is a successful block, which will result in 3 damage to Christian
Yes.
and a 4/4 coming to Christian's side of the board.
That was something, definitely, but doesn't really put him in the lead.
And it does not solve the
Unfortunately,
true name
because
Nemesis
you-
problem.
The Skyclave apparition just did its thing. It exiled the commander. Okay.
We should remind them that there should be the apparition.
No. It's not because
Is there a
it's-
problem?
No. The apparition is on commander, and if it's on commander, it doesn't make the token.
Because it did not get exiled. Right. I'm
it did
sorry.
get exiled, but,
but-
it went
Yes,
to the
but
command zone right
yes,
away.
but actually no. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry because the rules are so simple. I just get them messed up from time to time.
Never mind. I'm glad that you are so aware of the situation.
At least I'm eager to try
yes,
to
yes,
help.
yes.
Although my idea still stands, even though this is even worse for Christian, that there is not a lot that he can do to survive in this situation.
And we even see the Aragorn
Yeah.
to have a little next turn on board.
Absolutely, and there is Hullbreacher coming in to maybe deal with the Monarch, but get just
By
the treasure.
not denying a single draw,
Yeah.
it doesn't do anything.
That's
because
not enough.
Hullbreacher in this situation, he cannot attack, it cannot block.
Exactly.
It is like completely useless.
It's just a treasure and a 3/2.
The most it can do is bluffing attack and either claiming the monarch or forcing Aragon to block and bait him with some kind of removal, like a
Yeah.
Ganjo or something.
It's potential. Christian will now check the top of his
So
library.
Christian won't die next turn. I don't see any like mainland. For
No,
example.
not really. There are no manlands on
player's
Felix's
side.
side, but Christian will now do the surveil. So maybe he'll try to find something,
Is there anything?
something.
Hole.
Portable hole, not good enough in this situation.
Not good against 4 mana creatures. and
Absolutely.
3 mana protection for everything.
Yeah, that does not really solve anything. So he chose to put it in the bin. That's
Well,
absolutely
you
reasonable.
can play it, but
Yeah.
I believe you have better draws in the deck.
Absolutely,
in this situation.
absolutely.
And
I would like to see Christian to fight back, but there is not a lot. He's playing his Aragorn,
Aragorn.
stealing back the Monarch. Well, it will allow him to block next turn,
the Aragorn or with one of
which
the creatures.
means, well, one of the creatures which will be the Hullbreacher.
Yep. Unless Felix have something.
If Felix is able to get rid of the Hullbreacher or okay, yeah, Lithomancer's Barrage, I believe
Yep.
is the name of the card.
5 damage.
Yeah, it's
uncounterable.
uncounterable. It deals 5 damage to a white or blue creature. Now it basically deals with the Aragorn right away.
For 1 mana. It's
for
a good
1
card for the situation.
Fantastic in this situation, but it still does not solve the true name
Well, the Christian is at least in better board
Yeah,
position.
he's not dying
but,
this turn.
well,
most likely.
there is a real chance.
Yes.
Felix
Just
have
one-
anything to deal. Pirogoi, for example.
Pyroglyph. That is an option.
That is
to,
something.
to seal the deal, and
Yep.
it seems like
We can
Christian is just
go game two.
scooping, and we
It
will
was
be
too much.
moving to game 2. The overwhelming presence and the overwhelming force of True Name Nemesis, I believe, was something that really pushed Felix to the winning side.
So what happened?
This turn.
Christian tried to put on the pressure first by
Yeah.
playing those threats in the case of
The White Plume Adventure and the
Exactly.
Pyroglyph. It was
Pyroglyph.
brave. It was very brave to try that.
yeah, both have been dealt with, and there was the Aragorn on Felix's
Absolutely.
side that went unchecked.
Absolutely.
And
And Felix
by
had just the right answers for those
claiming
threats.
the
Yes.
monarch started to gain the card advantage, resulting in him putting in the lead. And also the True Name Nemesis also was incredibly game changing.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Now we will see if Christian will be able to come back from this 0-1 loss.
A really tough situation.
It is.
There was that most likely misplay with the Fairy Mastermind.
Yeah.
He played later than he should, and he is one game.
One loss away from
Yes.
probably being kicked out of the top 16. That's very much possible.
We have some sleeve.
Yeah,
problem.
there is just a little bit of a sleeve changing that can happen, you know. Wear and tear during the tournament is quite common.
I don't think that card is in the deck list though. The wear and tear.
I know. I know. That's not what I was referring to. But maybe somebody tried to play wear and tear on his sleeves.
What I'm really curious about is whether Christian can really bank on the situation that he goes first. Maybe
We will see.
resolving something like Mother of Runes if it's included in the deck.
That should be. That
to
should be
put
Christian's
him
deck.
in the favorable position, and we could see the game 3. Yeah,
I would love to actually see the game 3 just to go through more matches and to have more fun. Honestly, I believe that Mother of Runes should be included in the list. It is part of the list.
That was just one example of
Yeah, I
something
know,
that
but
can
I
be
just believe
favorable in
that
this
no, Giver of Runes is not part of it. So it's
I
only
partially
Mother.
agree with the situation. You don't have that many creatures to protect,
Right.
and the fact that the creature itself can protect itself.
That's right. That's the
is,
self peel that it's got.
Yeah,
Yes,
and Giver cannot do that. Giver is vulnerable even the further turns.
absolutely.
Because the biggest advantage of Mother of Runes is if your opponent doesn't answer it right away, the following turns you need to either bait it somehow or
Yeah.
have 2 remove spells, etc. But with Giver of Runes, either in the following turns when it's not summoning stick and untap, you can still just kill it first and then deal with the second phase.
You're
later.
absolutely right. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right. Mother
So
of
that
Runes,
is-
the self protection is important.
In certain decks, when you want as many of these effects as possible, it is perfectly legitimate to add both,
Yes.
or even the Skrelv, which is just
Right.
a slightly bit lower.
Step
even
mom, as we
because-
said. Step
yes,
mom.
yes, because
Phyrexian step
he
up.
cannot block and such. But when your deck list is so tight and you
Right.
want only the best effect, the Mother of Runes is miles ahead from the Giver of Runes.
100%. 100%.
Okay, does Christian have a good way to capitalize on
Yeah.
the fact that he goes first? That's the question.
If I'm not mistaken, neither of players are attempting mulligan. Maybe Christian is still thinking. That
I
looks
have
like
been
it.
monologuing, so I've completely missed that.
Yeah, I believe that Christian is still trying to figure out whether or not to keep his hand.
I think both players, or Felix, they both keep
Both
7.
kept. Okay, both kept 7. And Christian started with Misty Rainforest and passed. Now here is the new manland from
The Restless Anchorage.
that's it, the Restless Anchorage, which is a
Huge
nice
player in
nice
Standard.
yeah, in standard and in Pioneer control lists. It's
a
also
two-for-
quite nice.
2/3 bird with flying that makes map on attack.
Absolutely,
Right.
yeah, and it costs just 3, which is the thing that makes it viable because it's not like the colonnade, I believe.
Yeah.
the old good old
Celestial
colonnade. Yeah,
but the good old creeping tarpit. is also 3
Basically,
mana.
Basically.
That is why it's included even
Right.
sometimes today.
Right.
We see if the Restless Anchorage, but it is some kind of an answer.
And there's been a brainstorm on the side of Christian. We do love those different arts. Just to realize what is what.
This is Doctor Who, I believe, version,
Might
right?
be.
No.
It looks like Warhammer.
Yeah, sorry, it's Warhammer. Okay,
Doctor Who, Warhammer.
slight difference.
it's sci-fi, sci-fi. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Universe is beyond just
Universes Beyond.
get it out of here.
Yeah, it is a brainstorm.
And in
No.
fetching.
And there is the Restless Anchorage on the side of Christian as well.
This is really a mirror match.
Yeah, we can really see the mirror here. Now let's see.
Restless Anchorage-
Brainstorm. No, it's not a brainstorm.
tide.
It's a tide.
You know what that does?
I'm not sure.
Okay. It does nothing because it's countered.
Well,
if it
so-
didn't,
okay.
you are going to search a planes card, any planes
Yeah.
card with the basic land type in
Yes.
your hand, and if your opponent has more lands than you search for 2. So it is some kind of a search land
Yeah,
spell.
it's a nice ramp. Basically, 1 mana gets 2.
It doesn't ramp you because it's in
Yeah,
hand.
I know,
but
I
it's,
know.
some like really useful card advantage.
Basically, yeah.
because you really need the 4 and land drops to have.
And
4
there
land
is
drops.
True Name Nemesis again on the side of Felix. Now
Oh,
let's see if this
damn.
spell resolves.
It
We've seen the
shouldn't,
power. We've
otherwise,
seen the
yes.
power of it last time. Now there is just Fleya.
Felia.
Felia
That gets dazed.
that still is not going to go through. Felia got dazed, and there is
Oh
dazed
my god.
as
Okay.
my lord.
Such a nice exchange.
It was very good play.
This is
very
exactly
sharp
what
play.
I want to see at the last
Yes.
match of the main set.
Absolutely, just
Fighting
the
for their
sharpest
lives.
place.
Oh my god.
This was fantastic
Days
play on the
back
side
to
of
back,
Christian.
And I know we all love the dog, but at the cost of countering the tournament nemesis, it is a sacrifice well worth, I would say.
We can say the dog was just a bit of misdirection. Absolutely, because he wanted.
And-
He was baiting. He was baiting on counterspell.
Definitely, I believe so. That's why it played on
Yeah,
in response.
right.
So hey, I got failure. You got something.
Exactly.
Well, the Felix was, I think, like really stoked about
Yeah.
like countering failure,
Absolutely.
having an nemesis.
Yeah.
In the dual commander, when you have 100 card decks and every card once, you just cannot afford to play around individual cards.
Absolutely.
You can in some
absolutely.
situations, but in this one, I think it wasn't misplayed to.
I would have.
not
I
counter
would have done the
Felix.
same thing. Now Felix just passes third turn. Allowed Christian
Mastermind.
to play the Fairy Mastermind, which is
Hitting
going
for
to
two.
get put into the
hole.
portable hole.
Yeah, one of the like least amount of targets, as we saw the previous match.
Yeah.
The previous game, portable hole was kind of useless. This time, also it finally got some good target.
Personally, I find the card very useful because it can
Yep.
target anything that's non-land.
And in the format full of Tamios and Yoshimarus,
Absolutely.
great card.
And no more lies as a response from Christian trying to counter the portable hole. Now this is like a nice new card.
Yep.
Fantastic counter spell.
It's a mana leak
It's
that
better
exiles.
mana leak. It's a good mana leak.
Well, goes 2 colors. This is kind
Yeah.
of rougher the cast, but still
Absolutely.
definitely
Well,
almost strict upside.
I'm very much of a pioneer kind of player, so
Okay.
we finally got
Yeah.
this kind of effect, and it's even better than the normal mana leak,
Right.
which
And
really changed the way.
I think firing up a counter spell on this is fully justifiable.
Yeah.
Because the Fairy Mastermind is just such a good card.
Yeah, it's a card advantage and also a flying beater. I know the clock is not the greatest,
I don't think
But
that would
still,
matter.
yeah.
This game.
but the card
But-
advantage is the important.
Right. Especially if both players are built about commander that gives you
Absolutely.
Monarch. And Monarch
Absolutely.
is usually a second card draw.
And we've
Oh,
seen
that was-
a mill on flesh.
No. It wasn't mill. It was a surveyor.
Yeah, well,
Right.
that's what I meant.
Because fetch into surveyor.
Yeah,
into flesh, into
survey
graveyard.
flesh into graveyard.
Wow,
which
that's kind of crazy.
is crazy because potentially, if Christian manages to produce another rat, he would be able to cast flesh. I'm not saying this turn,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
soon
yeah.
enough.
But the fledge is considerably
There is
in the
another
very
red.
place that he wants it to be. In the graveyard.
Absolutely. Yes,
Just
absolutely.
don't bother casting it at all. Just put it straight into the bin. So I'm prepared to cast
Exactly.
it.
It's much better there. And Christian just passed his turn with 4 mana open.
Right.
Worst case scenario, he can just activate the Fairy Masterminds, but he could
Yeah,
also just try to play something on instant.
Well, the very fact that he does.
He just activated
that
the
is kind of
Master-
risky because
and Hullbreacher
Hullbreacher,
has
yeah.
a
to
response.
punish this play.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that activating Mastermind is unnecessarily risky because
Yes.
the ball is on the Felix side of the table.
Absolutely.
Because you have a creature, your opponent doesn't. So he has to do something.
Right.
Otherwise, those players just watch each other with mana open and you
Yes.
beat him with your.
And now he
2-1.
just played 4 to give him a card and a treasure, which is such
Yep.
a downer. Now we will see what Christian does in this
Well,
situation.
I'm not sure, but Felix, on the other hand, he misses his land drop.
That's absolutely true.
So he has almost a perfect card to answer this situation and
Yes.
in response to the activation.
Hopefully
But
Felix
on the
will
other
get
hand,
to next land.
yeah, but I kind of like Felix not having fourth land because it balances his advantage he just gets.
That's true,
So
that's true.
it makes the match more
More
enjoyable.
interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
we are
Restless
making
Anchorage, let's go.
Restless Anchorage into a creature and just
hitting and tapping
attacking
for
for
it.
4.
Did this?
So Felix is going down to 12, and Christian will make a map token. Now 1 mana open. I'm not really a big fan of this play. It is very conservative. It's very slow.
Not even conservative because you are tapping 4 mana to deal 2 damage to your opponent
And get a map.
get a map
But yeah.
token. Yeah. I don't think it was in this situation when Aragorn is about to resolve. There is gonna be a huge fight for.
And there is the land drop for Felix, so Aragorn might be coming out. Of course, there was the treasure as well. So
Yeah.
now he's on 5 mana. So even the potential of using Mana Tide or Force Spike
Protection.
is just gone.
for the Aragorn. Right?
Right. So we'll see what
is
can
this-
Christian do. Okay, so there is the attack for 3 by Hullbreacher. He's not basically capable of blocking those flyers, so why not go in?
Yeah, and considering Christian have to tap 4 mana basically to have a bigger clock than him, he races better, I would
Right,
think.
absolutely. We'll see. So there is Chain Lightning dealing with the Fairy Mastermind,
Potentially. But
and it
let us
resolves.
go. You kind of that Hullbreacher is in the play, so
Yeah.
the Mastermind just looks
It,
so.
it doesn't really do much. You're absolutely right. But still, he got rid of one of the things that he could do. And there is still 3, potentially 4 mana for Felix for some interaction on his turn.
Yeah.
Or he could potentially just fetch into Surveillance at the end of his opponent's turn.
I think
depending on
Felix
options.
understands better, kind of, than Christian, maybe. Not trying to be mean, but anything that
Yeah.
he now has a creature in play, and he is 1 life lower than his opponent, yes.
Right.
But he has a very good creature that prevents or taxes a
Right.
bunch of your opponent's cards. He's hitting you in the face with for free, and you just cleared your opponent's board. You then don't have to do anything. You don't have to play a commander because
Absolutely.
that gives your opponent an opportunity to punish you.
And remember the fact I was just about to say that Christian is capable of casting the Flash, although I believe that Felix is just prepared for that.
Right.
And maybe
we
that's
see-
the reason why Christian doesn't really want to cast anything and just use his land bird, to just attack.
that
Taking
is
Felix down to 10. But
kind
it
of
does not really
suspect for
it does not
me.
really develop the board
At all.
But also it doesn't really give Felix any chances to respond to it.
Well-
We will see. Okay, after the combat there is the activation of map, exploring.
giving the necessary lands.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
that
got
the
a
Christian needs.
land.
Maybe this is the reason why he's doing
Might
that.
be.
It is a very convoluted way to
Yeah.
do this.
Now
but
he's thinking
it
about
works.
taking 2, but he just lets the hollow fountain come in tapped and probably is passing the turn.
Yep.
Now Felix at the end of his opponent's turn fetches as we expected. we may see a surveillance once again, just to get some more information.
Since Christian is a game down, I hope he has something good to follow
Hopefully.
up on whatever Felix just
Yeah.
puts into play.
Because he really needs to put up some pressure, maybe even try to finish Felix off. But 9 life is still a lot, especially with a commander that has
I
got
would rather
life
suspect
link.
to finally get rid of the Hull Breacher. That
Could be.
really
Could be
stunts
the
game.
case, yes.
Definitely an interesting way. Let's see if Felix manages to punish his opponent being shut
shall
out.
see. Okay, so there was the surveil trigger to put away Brainstorm, which was not really necessary for Felix. And now Felix is going to draw another card.
I think Christian's game plan main is hitting your opponent with the land, not having an answer. And once Felix steps out for something, for example Aragorn, he can finish him off with Phage.
You're absolutely right. That is an angle he can take, and the fact that he'll just be activating the anchorage means that the counter spells that are potentially in Felix's hand are useless.
Yep.
We'll see.
We saw 2 times the Christian activating the anchorage and going in.
Absolutely.
Also activating the map token, which was like the best way for Felix to interact with it.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
it means that most likely Felix have no response.
Yeah, there is no spot removal for Felix. That's
Yeah, most
absolutely
likely.
true. Well, at least most likely. If there was, that would be some next level 4D chess kind of move from Felix's side.
So we get Hullbreacher in play,
Yeah.
but somehow the advantage still doesn't look in Felix's favor.
I don't really.
We have 7 mana
Right.
on Christian's side. The play around the anchorage apparently really worked. It went unpunished, and also it helped him develop on each land drop.
You're absolutely right, but we need to remember that the players are right now tied on life, which means that the anchorage really needs to get the +1/+1 counter to make it count. Without the +1/+1 counter, there is no way for Christian to raise Felix.
Yep.
We'll see if the style of plays continue, or if there will be any change on Christian's side. Okay, there is the Hieroglyph. Okay.
Well, it can mean he just goes face and tries to finish the game off this way,
It is an option. It's definitely an option.
and it's resolving as far as Felix goes.
We will see.
maybe.
They're counting the power,
That would
right?
be really strange.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, the power should be like 1, 2.
Some sorceries, of course,
3.
creature, land,
I think 4.
4 at least.
I'm not seeing anything more
Any-
special than instant sorcery creature lands.
Any artifact, any enchantments,
No.
any planeswalkers, right?
It's probably 4.
Oh wait, the hole, but it was exiled, so it doesn't count.
That's
right? Oh, and it went through, or what? Or Felix just thinking about?
We will
Interesting.
see. We will see. There is swords to plowshares.
Or in response to the end of the
I
platform?
believe it would be in response to the ETB, because then the power is none.
Not exactly. I believe it retains the last.
It
known
remembers, right?
value.
Yeah.
The last known value should apply,
Yeah.
knowing the power of the creature because it's undetached from the.
You're right. Yeah, the
original
creatures
source.
remember. I remember. Yeah, you're right. We would have to clarify with Judge, but
Well, I
still.
100% believe Felix knows that. Well, he also takes the damage already. But
Yeah.
the Paragoyf should be in the gray
Exile.
that way.
Yeah, we should probably remind the players because it's an important.
Well, we might just remind since when it will be
Well, it might be important with Flage,
Yeah, maybe
right?
a bit
It's just a quick thing.
quick remind. Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Harbleacher gets in. Okay. Well, nice.
Okay.
Situation corrected.
Yeah, quick
and we can
resolve.
continue. Meanwhile, just Hullbreacher went in.
To the red zone, trying to fight.
But the Swords through Plowshares happened, meaning Christian has like, oh,
And there is a Pyrogoyf as a response. But
Wanted to
you,
say
but
that,
you were right,
Christian-
Christian stabilized with life, but he's not going to be stable for a long time.
yeah, second Pyrogoyf about to change this equation, and
Well,
at
we will
least-
see about resolving.
Yep, maybe. Threatening to
Yeah.
put the pressure on again.
Absolutely.
Not
absolutely.
only lowering the life total, but also presenting another threat Christian has to deal with.
Exactly. Now, presumably, it will go face. There is no other option. But we can still see the Christian has 3 untapped mana, and he kept a lot of things. Reprieve as an answer.
Well, to the Hullbreacher though, it is not so sweet as it.
Well, there is the No More Lies as an answer by Felix to counter the Reprieve. And there is the Manatite to
Wow.
counter
What,
the counter.
What? a
Though
segue.
I'm not really sure that there could have been a little better play, in my humble opinion.
Okay. What?
We could have just did the Manatite on the Pyrogoyf to not give treasure to Felix, but that's just a little thing. Do you get the idea?
Right, because you counter the original target.
Yes,
and
exactly.
You don't get to draw a card.
Yeah,
hence,
yeah.
The Hullbreacher.
Hence, no treasure, but that's just a little thing. Now, Fleisch is coming in because the board is basically free.
And Felix is presumably out of resources, out of cards. Interaction.
Definitely, there is not a lot of things that Felix can do in this situation,
We
and
were laughing about Fledge like being so conveniently
right.
surveilled. But now it looks like, after this lengthy exchange, that the Fledge might be what seals the deal.
Well,
here.
definitely, and he can just ignore the Hullbreacher and just go face with the Fleisch.
Not
It is an option.
exactly.
Because-
and that means
yeah.
the next effect is lethal.
Absolutely.
No matter if
No matter the
Felix has
blocks.
blocks or
That's
not.
that's right. No matter the blocks.
The Hullbreacher doesn't solve the situation. Anchorage doesn't solve the situation.
And yeah, he puts it
Felix
face.
needs
So
to have a removal spell.
Felix is down to 2, and Christian is up to 13 life
and have
now.
3 mana available.
And still with 3 mana available to back up his Fleisch.
What I firstly admittedly considered as a questionable play, with
Yeah.
attacking with the anchorages and
It
kicking
worked.
map tokens. Yeah, maybe because
It just
Felix,
worked.
like, didn't have any answer to punish it.
Right. And True Name Nemesis to probably seal the deal completely.
Not so foil and full art as the
Yeah,
first one, but
it still
also
kills
works.
people. It still kills people, Honza. It
That's
still
the
kills
job,
people.
right? And like the Fledge itself would be really
Both of
hard to
them are
deal with,
lethal right now.
but the True Name Nemesis, it is like extra on top. I was assuming some sort of interaction to prevent dealing with the Fledge,
Right.
but the True Name Nemesis is, in my opinion, also a relative situation.
Yeah, and also remember,
Sorry,
even if he would kill, let's say normal kill, not exile, the Fleisch, he could just play it again from the bin.
Yeah, enough cast in the
Yeah,
graveyard.
there is enough cards to cast it again, but there is also the True Name Nemesis. I think the only option would be our beloved card from way back in the day. You know what I'm thinking about?
Yeah.
Wrath of the Skies,
Exactly.
baby. It has to be a Wrath of the Skies.
Let's see if skies are angry enough.
Yeah,
or not.
well, it could be Supreme Verdict as well.
Or attack in
But,
the balance.
but it wouldn't. No, we need Sunfall, for example, because the Fleisch needs to get exiled. If it doesn't get exiled,
Or wrath into counterspell or something.
okay, but I'm not sure, like, how much mana does he have for that? Because
He
it
needs
would
5.
have to be 5 and then
Plus
2
1 more
left. Okay, he would have
trigger
that.
or
Yeah, he
something.
would be able to
Yeah.
deal with that. But still, I think that's a dream. I'm not sure if Felix is such a dreamer to have those cards at hand.
He can also play Aragorn.
Well, he
and,
could.
Hope for some instant speed answer through the Monarch.
But
trigger.
what kind of
No.
answer you need?
It's
no.
the game 3.
It's game. There
As
was
we
no
wanted.
Wrath of the Skies. I will help Felix out after the game. Maybe tell him, this card. It's the new thing.
Is
Give
it even
a shot.
present in the deck
I
list?
don't even know.
So we
Well,
won't
that-
hope for nothing.
Yeah.
Can we hope for the Vrad?
It is not there.
Okay.
And as I'm saying, I will gently suggest to Felix that it might be an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Let's
Next
phrase it
time,
like that.
As he would
Well, at
think
least
about improving
that's
his deck.
Christian. Let me check Felix. It was Christian who does not play Rev. I'm not even sure how to look for Felix. He doesn't have it. Okay, I'm being told. Yeah, it potentially doesn't have it. I might try to check, but we have only the names.
It is interesting because I have the card, but I haven't included it in any list.
But you've seen how crazy it is,
Yeah.
right?
I
Even
might
if without
rethink that.
energy, even
Yep.
without energy, it's just a crazy thing.
To
Yeah, we
4
would
mana,
have-
killing everything for 4. You can also modify it, so it's not necessarily like both-sided
Yeah.
symmetrical effect. It can deal with your opponent's board if it's lower,
Absolutely.
leaving your untouched. As we saw in the Aminatou matchup,
Yes.
it leaves Planeswalkers untouched.
Absolutely.
So unless they are specifically what you need to be dealing with,
Yeah.
it leaves your Planeswalkers
But
untouched.
it
while
deals with
doing
everything.
everything else.
It's just a fantastic card, honestly. I'm not sure if you really need to play that. Because it's basically 4 mana, destroy everything that's 2 or less.
Yeah.
But it has the added benefit of destroying enchantments and artifacts.
As we talked about, there is not much board wipes in the
Yeah,
format
absolutely.
because you don't want to deal sorcerer speed in your opponent's board because
absolutely
they just
right.
play something else and you are behind as well. But
But if you can deal with everything at the same time,
except something you want,
right? That's true. That's true.
it
Now,
might be a point of contention, especially if Aragorn is a 4 mana, meaning he usually is bigger mana-wise
then the ref,
anything
right?
else. No, not exactly, but the opponent's board. I mean,
yeah.
So you can ref for free.
Yeah,
for
that was my
example,
idea, right.
Is Slam Food's board and etc.
And you keep your
Yeah.
own commander. That could be very nice.
Or you can just play it for 3 mana and kill Tamio
exactly.
when it's not flipped.
Right.
Of course.
But still, you can kill Tamio and the clues.
Yeah,
It destroys the clues. There is a lot of option. Now, Christian will be on the draw in
It
this
leaves
game.
Tamio clueless.
Right. Yeah, she's clueless afterwards. Well, she's dead as well, but clueless nonetheless.
Okay, and now
And now
Felix
Christian-
is in the lead
yeah.
by playing first,
And also keeping a fresh hand of 7.
while Christian mulligans, but as we talked, well, it is not as bad as
Absolutely.
having draw because you basically have the 7 cards. as
Exactly.
well.
In this matchup, it's very important to have the answers, not only to have as many cards as possible.
I would even say if you don't have a really good hand to deal with the pressure of your opponent going first, you should mulligan. If
Maybe,
you don't have perfect
yes.
7 because you still have the choice. And from the new set of hands, when there is such low consistency
Right.
in the singleton decks, you always have the worst card you can put on the bottle.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now we will see whether or not Christian chooses to keep this hand of 6.
I trust and
I can-
hope he does because I don't want to have
Yeah.
one-sided
It-
game 3, last game of the base.
Yeah,
set.
of the base set
tournament.
before the top 16, and
Come on.
also the winner of this game is most likely going to qualify
Yeah.
for the top 16. We are not certain on the standings, but still,
This
this
is
is fight.
everything.
Yeah, this is a fight for everything. So only the sharpest plays and only the best choices.
Come on,
that you
give
could
us really, really tight.
yeah.
fight.
Now we are going to see Felix starting with a fresh hand of 7, and I believe that the first couple of rounds will follow the same style as before. So
Yeah.
just land pass, land pass.
I don't believe Christian will be as ballsy as on the first game.
Yeah, but
his best.
he gave it his best. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Maybe he only had threats,
Yeah.
and then
Most
he
likely.
drew some answers. So he just tried it. Sometimes you just have to go for it.
Yep.
It looks like land pass on the side of Felix.
And no red mana, noticeably.
Yeah.
But Aragorn is a deck that doesn't need the red mana
It's
as often.
it's basically splashing red. Let's be real.
Not,
There is not so
I would
many
not
colors.
identify it as such, but
Okay,
it
okay.
is indeed the least important color in
Okay,
the deck.
okay, we can agree on
I
that.
would, I would say it like that.
Okay, well, it's a heavy splash.
Yeah, We have Surveil,
Yeah, Surveillance keeping top.
not milling Fletch anymore.
Yeah, milling Flash was fantastic, honestly, the last time.
Won him the game. In the end.
Basically, yes. You're not wrong to say that.
Not really like
Now there is Qatar Commando coming from
Yep.
Felix's side. It's
As
a very
we-
nice flashy card that
as
we
we
can
said,
use.
the way
I really
for
like
players
Qatar Commando, it's
to
nice.
to break the parity of just passing land go,
Right.
playing it like a control deck, is to have a flash threat, playing it on your opponent's instead,
Right.
and forcing them to either have the answer and tapping out,
Absolutely.
or like letting the creature go and answering it in some further time. But if the game doesn't boil down to hit you with Aragorn heals 4,
Right.
hit you with Aragorn heal 4, then the life total, as we saw in the previous games, do really matter.
Yeah, they were quite important. Now we can see on side of Christian a fetch into another surveillance.
Just
into Thundering
digging
Force.
for the flage.
Yeah.
It has to be there sometimes.
Well, maybe it's in his hand already. Who knows? But you know, the surveillance really show their power because it gives you a lot of choice.
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't really need to use the mana at the end of the turn, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now we will see an answer, a mana tide as an answer to the
Giving it
Qatar
time.
Commando.
Meaning the Christian is now tapped.
That's
And
true. Christian is completely tapped out, which means
Can the Felix punish it?
Well-
Or just surveils?
he'll just surveil. Maybe 2 mana something, but I'm not really sure if there are many 2 mana
You
threats.
cannot really punish your opponent as so much
And
with
that's
2 mana.
Snare going to graveyard. Not good enough for Christian to draw next turn.
For Felix.
Yeah, for Felix, sorry.
I believe so, because it is a really like very focused
Yeah.
answer. And if your opponent plays something 3 mana,
Yes.
it can ultimately lead you to be completely useless.
Okay, there is a brainstorm. We already know the card.
Yeah, it's Warhammer.
Yeah, it's a
right?
Warhammer brainstorm. Now we'll see if it resolves. It will probably.
Or resolves into Fairy Mastermind, for example.
We'll see. It could be nice. Well, it's just one card.
Felix, then.
Hullbreacher can come out, which is at least that. But there is
Wait,
reprieve.
a reprieve on that?
There is a reprieve. Okay. Maybe Felix is digging in to find more cards, maybe even with the 4th land.
He is probably really desperate for the 4th land drop,
Might be.
which you really don't want to miss, because this means Felix is tapping out on the end of
Exactly.
his step. No, it was sorry,
Okay.
it was main
That
phase.
was Christian's main turn, yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
So Felix is digging in. Maybe
And the
he'll
reprieve
find
doesn't look half as bad.
Yeah.
But still, kind of sus.
Now
I must
he
say.
has got 4 lands. Now for 3 mana, White Plume Adventurer. Now
Oh.
I'm sorry to say that, but this is the first time we might
yeah,
actually
and
see.
it resolves.
We see the initiative for the first time in coverage here.
That's right. We haven't seen the initiative yet.
I would like to have some nice song for it, but we don't. Can we just yay? Riveting gameplay, as we call it. Magic, as Richard Garfield intended. Now, for those of you who don't know, read the card. It will explain it for sure.
Not the god itself, but the initiative token.
Well, that was my point.
And then the
And you need also the Undercity,
yes,
the
you
other
need
side.
all three
Yeah, it's basically
things.
like a novel that you read. If you have enough time, you will maybe learn what it does.
To be completely fair, I ironically love this.
I like it as
It
well. But
doesn't like mean Felix just instantly wins.
yes, we can see the Undercity now. The first
Yes,
is the
because
secret entrance.
It, in addition to the Aragorn and fighting for
Yeah.
Monarch,
There's also the initiative to fight for, but now there was Malcolm countered by Force of Negation. Sorry, Force of Will, exiling the Mantis
I was
Riders.
so excited for Christian taking
Yeah, and this
initiative from Felix.
that's true. This was Felix's way to fight to keep the initiative.
Yeah, definitely.
And the initiative is super important because Malcolm was a flash flyer. It could just steal that.
Christian now can play Aragorn, but we
Is
don't
it
know if
good
it
enough?
works.
There is the brainstorm once again coming.
Okay,
in. Probably resolving. Yeah, resolving.
Let's see what it brings, because Christian is now in. You need to answer it.
He's
or
not in a
die
good spot.
pretty fast.
Because White Bloom Adventurer will probably receive 2 counters from Forge next turn,
Hmm.
and then it will make Christian lose 5 life. If Felix chooses to go for the aggressive line.
Yeah, the initiative do be like that, and it would
They do be like that. You're absolutely right.
and it would mean there are like 3-ish turns. Like,
Yes,
in the
exactly.
game. Well, Christian has to do something, and if he doesn't, like each turn he doesn't take the initiative from his opponent,
Right.
Felix gains another incremental advantage.
And if he gets down to the throne of the dead 3,
The Malcolm was such a
basically
nice
over.
attempt.
yeah, and
Because
it was very good for Felix to fight for it.
Claiming the initiative, giving the draw trigger,
Right.
presumably even resolving your Aragon, meaning that you have the full board, because Aragon in play against the Adventurer that is only a 3/3 is just way better.
And there is a flash coming from Christian side to destroy the White Bloom Adventure.
You said it. You cannot surveil
Right.
the pledge if it's in your hand.
Right, you can't surveil it if it's in your hand, but you need to get rid of that because
I like the potential because I love
Yeah.
the Adventurer was dealt with.
yes,
The initiative is also still very good.
it is good, but now he'll have to go through the more conservative, slower line, which is the scry 2, then make a
Not
treasure.
necessarily.
We'll
The 5
see.
life into draw can still be slightly better.
Yeah.
But most likely will for the scry anyway because there are 3 potentially 4 useful effects if we go the third instead of just 3 because the counters on creature is just completely blank.
Right. We will see what Felix chooses to do with,
And to
with
be
his
fair,
triggers.
the surveil is very important. Okay, we got the end of the.
Yeah,
Fun.
we got so carried away that we were told here that we will be going into extra rounds here.
Do the players know though?
Okay, we will learn very soon, and the players will probably be going into extra rounds.
Yeah.
And yeah, so they players just went into
let's
extra
assume
rounds.
they know about that. I hope so. That okay. That makes the match even more interesting.
It will be
Because
very interesting.
If we said that whoever wins this is most likely in the top 8, that means that players have only a very limited time
Yeah,
to fulfill
absolutely,
this.
absolutely.
Not only they play against each other now, they
But
play
against
against,
the
the,
clock.
time and
Absolutely.
the clock as well.
I'm not really sure, honestly. They are on such high life totals, both of the players, that I don't even know if any of them would be able to just finish the game. I would say that I really enjoy Felix's game state at this point, but it would take more than just 3 turns to win.
It would with the adventure in play.
Yeah.
Without it, it is highly unlikely.
I would say, yeah, it's basically impossible in my opinion. Like, okay, let's say if it would be a long normal game,
Considering
it would be okay. We
where
will
we
see
are,
now.
I think the players didn't realize that.
I think they
extra rounds.
might just not know.
But if
true.
Christian would have the first round, possibly Fledge could get there.
We will get some information. So we were given the information that the players will have 4 extra minutes due to the fact that we had to move them basically because we were choosing.
match.
Yeah, we were choosing the feature match so that we had players who actually basically wanted to fight.
Let's go.
So we still have time, and I believe I don't want to go against Christian, not at all. But I do believe that the ball, well, the advantage, all things considered, is on Felix's side of the table.
It really will also depend on it. Whoever gets the first extra round.
Absolutely.
3 rounds versus 2 is such
Yeah.
a huge swing.
And that's
considering
also only 4
initiative
minutes.
is in the play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now there was the Lithomantic, I think, or Lithomancer's Barrage.
Yeah, Aragorn
cast to
basically.
just get rid of the Aragorn, but Aragorn resolved, so I believe that Felix is now swinging with both the initiative and both the Monarch.
Possibly not for long because Fairy Mastermind is here.
Absolutely.
But it was in the main phase.
Yeah, it was just the main phase.
Don't surprise, give me both right away.
Right. I'm not
Yeah,
sure what was the idea.
Dragon
Maybe,
is presented by the Monarch.
yeah, maybe trying to push it through. All right. So now there is a parallax wave on the side of Felix. Parallax wave.
Saying, hello, you wanted to finish in
Yeah,
time?
that's right.
Think again.
Absolutely, and it's a crazy card. Honestly, I do appreciate Parallax Wave being brought. We will see if the players will be now. Denik on the side of Christian. Very nice card against aggro decks. I'm not really sure how much it can do in this mirror match. Now there is a lot of triggers. There is the initiative.
Simply put, Denik is a card that gets possibly exiled by Parallax Wave.
You're
And
right.
That is the
You're
end
right.
of
I think
his
we-
possible usefulness.
We don't have to think about him much more.
He's
because
not really important outside of, I think, like
Right.
Snap Custom Age. That's the only thing that managed to target the graveyard.
Absolutely.
It doesn't do anything against Flage, for example, etc. So
In my opinion, it's very good against aggro decks, but
Yep.
in this case, not super
lifelink
important.
attacker blocker that has to then can be disturbed,
Right,
and that's it.
But we don't have to really care about him right now. Not super important. Now we got the token, the 4/1 Menace, a skeleton. We are still moving to draw step actually.
Interesting thought.
No,
is
it was the end of the turn. Sorry.
maybe Monarch.
Yeah, it was Monarch at the end of the turn, and now there is I forgot the name of the card, but you're
Unexpectedly absent.
fantastic, and you're putting it on top.
Yep.
So just putting it away. and
You
X
can
from
pay
top.
X,
Right.
and you put it beneath the X cards of opponent's
But honestly,
player's library.
2 mana, put it
Zeros
away.
means stop. Yeah, good enough.
Good enough.
Forcing your opponent to recast it
Right.
is just in this situation like completely fine and maybe like hard removal.
Right, absolutely.
Get it up to
absolutely.
here. Not
Yeah,
even put it in the graveyard to so we can decide.
Right.
But as I wanted to say, the interesting thought: do both players in this kind of situations
And now wash
play for the
away.
win?
That's right.
They
That's
try to kill
interesting.
your opponent or just try to not die?
Yeah, and that was wash away countered by manually. No, counter spell. Just a good old counter spell.
Wash away, counterspell.
Yeah.
Interesting trade-off.
Well, wash away tried to get rid of the interaction, and now we get the counter spell as a result. It's still, for some reason, sticking with the lands, but it should be in the graveyard. We know about that.
What?
Now,
yeah.
it should. That's right. Now
Okay,
we've
yeah.
got the Denik and just pass, and that's it. Now we'll go to the throw. Yeah, that's a second extra round. Thanks for the dice by the head judge or by a judge we have there. Now we will go to
Felix
the
is saying,
Undercity. And
do we have the last
we
chapter?
are going to the last chapter, looking at 10 cards and trying to find a creature.
Can it
that-
seal the deal? The
It
dice
might.
presents that Felix has a second extra round.
I will ask, but I suppose so.
Okay. Skyslane, I don't think any light posts are in the top, either 5, 8, or 16, but I'm not 100% sure.
I would love to see Light Pulse up there, but we have only one Light Pulse deck that was registered. I'm not sure if the hero with the Light Pulse deck got there. I haven't really seen them up top.
I'm
We will
not
see.
really a fan of the deck, so
Yeah, it's a bit of a solitaire style deck. Now, I was just about to confirm that the blue die that we have on the table represents which extra turn it is.
Right.
So now it's second
it is
extra
the
turn.
Felix turn because he
yes.
is in the initiative.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, Fletch comes into play.
Flash. Okay.
That's Lightning Helix.
sad.
Nothing better.
That's super sad.
Something that gives you a life, like cementing
Yeah.
the fact that you don't die.
I know, but I'm not. Well, maybe there was just no other creature. That's also
Maybe.
an option.
This deck doesn't play a lot of creatures.
Right. It can just fizzle. It can just fizzle.
For lands, for instant sorceries, 1-2 creatures, it's like the usual. Right.
But I believe this will not really help Felix a lot because,
Hmm.
well, he needs to recast it. Of course, that's an option, but he will not be
has
able to.
Only next turn.
Right. That's what I wanted to say. He's only one more turn.
Then he can unblock, and there's still the Parallax Wave, but can he deal enough damage?
Yeah, now there is 4 damage coming in from the skeleton, that's for sure. Maybe also 2 more damage coming in from the flesh. Now Felix is going through his deck via a fetch land. But I'm not really sure how good are these decks at bursting down. There's Plateau coming down.
There is bursting down, and there's bursting down from 18. when
Right,
your opponent has
right.
to play.
That's the problem, and you have only 2 combats for it. Okay, he's taking away
The Danik.
the Danik because basically the Parallax Wave can't really do more.
It's kind of unfortunate because Felix is in definitive
Absolutely in a
lead, driving
lead.
position because
Absolutely.
both Monarch and Initiative is
Yeah.
on his side. He went through the whole Initiative.
Exactly.
The undercity.
Unfortunately, he fizzled a little bit. Well,
yeah.
the Flash, he can still cast it,
If
potentially.
there was some hasty threat, for example.
He casted 4th Ellingus.
Okay.
Now that will probably do something and swing and seal the deal.
Well, for
My
mana,
lord, can we just get 4th Ellingus there as a
5
card?
times plus
X was 5.
skeleton. That was
Yeah,
lethal.
That was lethal.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
We were talking about
4th Ellingus. Forth.
okay.
That's
why
crazy.
not?
Yeah,
Let's
we've got-
talk about being not able to burst
Okay,
down
yeah.
in any way possible.
Absolutely.
And Felix just proved us wrong
He
immediately.
proved us wrong. He just showed us.
Okay.
Here we can see on the coverage 4th Ellingus. It's a crazy good
was,
card.
For
I think X was 5, maybe more.
5, 6.
Yeah,
hitting,
5 or 6.
And then skeleton. And I don't know
Absolutely.
if he was dead immediately.
But the next turn, but the next turn he could just do this right away without any problem.
Yep.
I really love that.
Okay.
All right, now we'll take a little break in between the normal stage, and we will be coming to the top 16.
Yes.
I'm very excited to see which players will get to fight for the right to be crowned the king, basically. Well, not really, but the champion here, and to see which decks actually got there.
Yeah, I'm interested myself.
All right, see you in a moment.
See you.
Bye. Alright, and welcome back to the top 16. Now, we were trying to give you a bit of meta breakdown. We will get to that, but we already are about to start with a game that will be quite interesting, I must say.
Yeah, and also usual suspects, nothing really interesting going on. Tamio against the Yoshimaru. with
Absolutely.
Crown.
Yeah, but as we had Jakub here, if you remember our enduring students and our enduring
By
viewers,
watching us all day.
absolutely, we had Jakub here, and he basically said that it's just Boros with a little bit of splash
Yeah,
for the
Mental
blue for mental misstep. Yeah,
we might want to see the mental misstep right here,
We might.
almost deciding the game, because
we
Tamio
might.
countering turn 1 is a huge decisive.
it would be fantastic. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, so we see just fetch into surveillance, mana leak right away. Now Plateau coming on the side of Jakub, so no legend, and Ardos. Now Ardos is a fantastic aggressive card. I honestly love that. It is a legendary goblin. It's just a small 1/1, but it gives any creature, even itself, a +2/+0 when it comes to the battlefield.
Lukáš Blohoně reads it, so we can read it as well.
Yeah, we have time to read it, but it's fantastic. I love the card, which means it's 5 damage coming Lukash's way, which is quite a nice start for Jakub.
Yeah. No legendary land again. I need to remind
Unfortunate,
that.
unfortunate,
Because it's
but that's how the game sometimes goes.
but
And remember, any hasty creature that comes to play after Ardos will still be buffed by it. It can be much stronger than just 3 damage on second turn. Now, interestingly, Lukáš just passed. He
Yeah.
did not even play Tamio.
And it was a surveillance on turn 1. It wasn't
Yeah,
anything meaningful.
that's right,
Just
that's right.
tap land, no Tamio turn 1,
Absolutely.
meaning falling way behind.
A little bit behind. We will see if there will be some interaction. And we can see a mountain. Once again, not a legendary creature.
Yeah, also curious if there is some
Sorry, land.
the variant of the Tamio.
We will see. And now there is Scref, the Phyrexian mom,
There is
being
not Scref.
countered, which means there is still 2 mana open for Jakub to try to
heavily
resolve something. And now Hope of Girapur, or Girapur, depends how you want to pronounce it. Hope of Girapur, which is a legendary permanent.
more like no hope.
Well,
for
no
Lukáš.
hope for Lukáš Pur.
Almost.
And then Mother of Runes. Now, there will just be a casual attack for 4. And also, remember, Hope is a very interesting card. Once Jakub hits with Hope, he can just, sacrifice it
And prevent the whole turn from
prevent
interaction.
any interaction. Now, 3 mana, Nadu. All right, we'll see the Winged Wisdom once
I
again.
wanted to ask if what kind of version is that?
We can check.
I believe this is heavily.
Are you calling for a Shuko check?
Yes.
We have a Shuko check.
Give me.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Because-
let's see.
Frankly, comboing out with Shuko is the one of the least chance.
Do you want to know?
No, maybe
There is no Shuko in the
there's no
list.
Shuko.
But there is a Shadow Spear. At least
Shadow
something.
Spear
Well, it's not.
is not that good.
It's 2 mana more expensive, I would say.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and there was Plaza of Heroes on the side of Jakub. Very interesting and very nice land, honestly. And now there is just a full swing
You have
from
basically
Jakub's
a
side.
Mother of Runes, even better. on
Absolutely, just on lands. Now there is a block coming to Yoshimaru. Now there is an attempt to cast Embercleave.
Insanely
Now
powerful card.
Force of Negation as a result.
Yeah.
Because
no
you can't really
Embercleave
let
here.
that. Yeah, Embercleave
Unless
is just brutal cards.
Jakub has Mana Tide. That would be.
That
insane.
Mana Tide would be crazy. Now he just has to use the Mother of
Yeah.
Runes to
He-
allow.
Bluffed the attack.
Absolutely.
Was a great card to potential punish it.
Still,
But Lukáš had the interaction.
right. If Lukáš did not have the interaction, it would have been crazy. Now, Jakub chose to sacrifice the Hope, which means there's no, basically, no spells coming, well, non-creature spells coming from Lukash's way
Yeah,
until the next turn of Jakub.
I don't really believe he wants to cast any non-creature spells during his turn
I'm not
either.
sure if that was the best play,
He-
honestly.
Well, there is basically some window of opportunity Lukáš would have because the Mother of Runes is tapped.
Absolutely,
So,
that's true.
Basically, for example, Archmage Charm, not sure if it's in the list, but for example, on Yoshimaru would set him way behind. And
It
now,
is there. It is there. There is
the window
Archmage's Charm.
when the Mother of Runes is tapped is covered. by
Absolutely,
the
that
hope
makes
sacrifice.
sense. And also, the hope would just get blocked most likely by Nadu afterwards.
The hope wouldn't get blocked by Nadu because Nadu basically blocked / also almost chain blocked.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like next turn. Okay, there is the new Gilded Drake,
Well, seems
which
like-
is not called Gilded Drake. It's the
Volatile Storm Drake.
Volatile Storm. Storm Drake. You're
Seems
right.
like Lukáš, even after the hope sacrificing, found an opportunity
He found a way
to
to get through.
somehow begin to solve this board state still.
Absolutely.
Nadu is the only blocker. Lukáš is a 9.
Which-
and there's this potential attack with everything.
There might be
including-
trouble for Lukáš, but remember, he
Atlas
still
can-
have 2 mana.
Yes. Which is as
Okay.
we saw in
Right.
the past.
Another
that's why we
non-legendary land, Clifftop Retreats.
cast.
Okay.
I'm always getting tired.
Yeah, Jakub's land are not really supporting his style. Now,
Oh.
this looks like Talia, I believe.
Big Talia.
The big Talia, but
Next turn.
that's
we
it's
can-
not her. It's not her. It's an angel. I think.
No. It's Talia. It's
Just a different art. Okay. But it doesn't matter. It's got counters.
It's the big Firmana Talia.
Right.
Well, we should find it because it's coming next turn.
Yeah, that's true.
And no attack. The mother was tapped. The opportunity was
Yeah.
there, and most notably, the Mother of Runes. Not only it is a protection piece, but
Right.
it also a way to really effectively trigger Nadu.
Well,
it is once per turn, let's say, and he might not be wanted to tap it
Absolutely,
all the time
right.
because the Nadu, the Mother of Runes is first place a protection
Right.
more than just some kind of
Yeah,
value piece.
It's not really the value we need.
Yeah, but the interaction is here, and maybe on the end step because Jakub's deck is most likely to be like tapping on the end step.
Absolutely.
Tapping out.
Now we'll see what Jace the Mind Sculptor does.
That's a
It's-
blast from the past.
Bouncing back the Ardos. Now that's an
hasty feature.
interesting play. I'm not really sure what Lukash's plan is with this,
Well-
but Ardos will come back and just be bigger.
Since how Lukáš is a player, then I'm sure
I believe he knows what
he
he's
has
doing.
some opportunity. He has some.
I think there is a plan. There is definitely a plan. Now there is the Talia.
He had opportunity
coming back
to
in.
blink the Drake.
He could have blinked it. Maybe he will do
No,
that
wait,
now.
sorry. It's protection from abilities, including the Planeswalker as
Yeah,
well.
it's true. It's
Sorry,
true.
sorry, sorry.
Yeah,
But
it's got
Yoshimaru-
pseudo hexproof. Yeah,
Resetting it, right?
but I think he'll just do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a daze hitting the Ardos.
Yep.
So-
But Talia resolved, or is
Talia,
about to resolve?
Talia did resolve because then afterwards the Ardos was played. So yeah.
Talia is pretty good.
It's a nice thing to have.
I
I'm
don't know
not
how
sure.
impactful is the non-basic lands coming into play tapped because Lukáš could have basic island for the rest of the game.
Right, I
Maybe
believe.
some fetch land, some-
I believe that the majority of Lukash's land, Lukash's mana base is just islands. It's 21 islands.
Snow-covered
Though
islands,
there
yes.
are fetch lands.
Yep.
There are even like some non-basic lands.
Let's agree that the most impactful ability is that your creatures come into play
That's
tapped.
right. The creatures come in tap. Now there is an attack.
And
Now
things-
both coming into
Important,
the red zone, trying to kill
Yep.
Jace, but
Because not
it's no good because it's just a sad result, honestly. Because the Mother of Rune just gave herself protection, and there was also the Nadu trigger.
this was attack that Nadu got triggered, and the Drake died. Nothing else happened.
Yeah, well, there's been a bit of a misplay inside of the players. The fetch land should have entered tapped.
Yeah, we should.
I think we should just bring it out. Just
Yes.
be quick. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll just tell them just a small convenient thing. What? No, just have it tapped, right?
Yep.
Or should we have Okay, let's see. We will probably have a judge call. That was another trigger lines?
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I'm sorry for.
It is a long day.
I'm always too trigger happy. I'm sorry, boys.
This time
I'm sorry.
I can't pay for it.
Okay. Next time I'll go there.
Sure. Okay.
But back to the idea. I think that it's kind of true that that Tamio is running away with the game.
Tamio got flipped.
Tamio got
Jace
flipped.
does this
Brainstorm, right? I'm not really sure if there is a lot that Jakub can do to deal with that. And there is an Ajani.
Johnny giving flying and double strike.
Yes, we can maybe try to find which specific version
I
is that.
cannot call her.
I cannot recall. I cannot recall the specific name of this one. It is an Ajani. Yes, very
Color
good.
of the
Color
Pride.
of the
Exactly.
Pride. Very good.
Gives either a flying and double strike.
Yeah.
Or +1/+1 contra.
The flying and double strike is the reason why you play this card. Basically, you can also use it for the +1 afterwards. I'm not really sure if it does not resolve. Now, this is the defense protocol, I believe, which is a counter spell that is a little iffy. It costs 3 if you do not use an artifact to tap into it, I believe. But in Tamio, you've got the clues.
This time it was just a cancel though.
It was just a cancel, but still, it can be a counter spell.
Now the Jakub is in heavily an unfavored position because there are 2 planeswalkers.
Absolutely.
There is Nadu that
And he's
triggers every
he's
turn.
just abusing Mother of Runes just to get value.
Yeah.
Just to remind our viewers, we will be discussing the meta of top 16 right after this round. The round started just a little faster than we expected, but you will get the full breakdown of the top 16 meta right after this one.
We get 7 decks out of 16, so it wouldn't be quite
Yeah.
as complete.
But we will give you the full list soon enough. Now, when it comes to this match, I know that...
Can Jakub say something?
That's right. I don't really want to call this an end. I really hope that Jakub will find a way, but I don't really see a way out of this. That's the problem with control decks. You will just get completely
If they had the
stonewalled.
answers, you can't draw anything meaningful.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you
Legend
draw.
Shredder hits the table, gets triggered right away with the Preordain.
Yeah,
Pitching Mental Misstep, because why not? Not really.
yeah, like the connive trigger, you mean? Yeah,
the-
absolutely. Oh, does it really matter though?
Tameo returns
Counterspell, just to seal the deal.
because you don't really need to get to the ultimate.
You don't.
You have a faster clock
Yeah.
on the table.
You have Nadu and Ledger Shredder now, which means you don't really
Lukáš
care.
now is so confident that he doesn't even need the +2 -1,
Right,
-1,
right.
minus-
Now, I know that this is a Doctor Who card, but I don't...
This is Jane Smith.
Jane Smith is the name. Yeah, I cut the card like after one attempt. I did not really like it in Yoshimaru
No.
because it's a little too expensive for my taste. Like
It's
for
mana.
well, yeah, okay. I'm messing that up with different one. I did not really enjoy the effect. It was not good enough,
Okay.
in my opinion.
It makes some kind of tokens, right?
I think it just makes you food or something, or clues maybe. I think clues make more sense.
Investigate or
Yeah. Whenever you
Cast
cast
history
historic, investigate once a turn. It's okay.
Yeah.
But I believe that in
they
this
are
deck
better to
you
mana legend.
right, and you don't really want to spend 2 mana to do this.
Well, it is a last known attempt to
Yeah.
get some advantage.
It could very well bring some long-term advantage. Absolutely.
we see Nadu trigger and a concession. from
There
Jakub.
is a concession from Jakub. Just to clarify with our viewers, yes, we do use the French ban list.
Let's say
Uh,
the dual commander.
That's the Frenchies.
Yes. The MTG DC .info.
Right. But we
can
have
check
also
the
have Czech players who are doing the committee, but yeah, it's the French organization. Now, we saw a dominating position from Jakub at the start of the game.
It looked good for the
It looked
Yoshimaru
very
player,
good. It looked
but
very good.
They came the Stormdrake and it just went sideways.
Absolutely.
Yoshimaru just couldn't manage to have this unbeatable game presence. The Embercleave was a
I think that the counter on Embercleave was the moment that kind of broke Jakub's attempts to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, because Embercleave would kill the Nadu, deal a bunch more damage
Right.
to the player's face, and present a lethal threat next to
Yeah, and remember
Because-
that after that, there was the Drake as well.
Yes.
Which broke Jakub completely because he
Stole-
lost
stole his mother.
he stole his mother. The humanity, like the nerve on Lukáš, honestly, to steal someone's mother, I
Drake
believe.
just came by
the
and
dr-
snatched it
Well,
from him.
no, it was a fair exchange.
Yeah.
He got a mom, he got a Drake.
I'm not sure if
Would you trade? That's the question for you.
I trade my
Would you
mother
trade your mother for a Drake?
Not sure. But the fact that it was the Mother of Runes and nothing else,
Yes.
meaning that he got to like 3 or 4 additional triggers, free triggers from Nadu.
Absolutely. And you know, this kind of thing can easily run with the game quite easily.
Yeah, Tamio is legal at the time. I'm not sure if it's
Right
gonna
now,
stay.
right now. We don't know about tomorrow. We don't know about anything else. But now
Well,
it is.
The as long as we are in this situation of perpetual ban announcement every Monday, if we play till tomorrow, we might see the time.
Yeah, but it's true that Tamio is very strong, like a very strong choice on meta. Now, on the Jakub side, we've seen just a land in Yoshimaru. On Lukáš's side, a land and Tamio.
Yes,
A basic one-mana commanders.
You don't want to cast anything else. They are in the command zone for a reason, to get them out as soon as possible.
Absolutely. And both of those commanders are interesting because Ash, the party thrasher, coming out.
Yeah.
But both of them are interesting because if you answer them, it's a bit problematic for deck to keep up. Now, Ash the Party Thrasher is very interesting choice. 2/2 haste, and also with Celebration, it gets a little bigger.
Celebration when 2 or more normal permanents come into play. on
Exactly.
turn. Because Celebration wasn't really that impactful. mechanic.
Honestly, not really. It was a limited mechanic.
And also mandatory no legendary land for me.
Once again, no legendary land check. No legendary land check.
Yoshimaru was starting. As he was on play in the previous previous game, so he should have some kind of advantage.
I believe so. Well, this is for this game. You know,
Tamio went sideways to make a clue.
to the red zone.
Not using
Interesting.
her as a blocker.
Okay, and keeping up 2 mana. Now there is Plaza of Heroes. Once
Maybe
again, an
because
interesting choice.
The both command creatures that
Yeah.
Jakub has are potentially 3 power or bigger if Ash Celebration triggers, meaning Tamio is not that good of
That's
a blocker.
absolutely true. And Brimas coming down, a very strong
Coming
beater.
to the
Well,
stack,
on stack.
and,
It's on stack.
If it goes to the battlefield,
There
or
was an
graveyard,
attempt. There was an attempt.
There is an attempt, and we see
Well,
see that Lukáš is
He's a fetching as a
interacting.
result.
is searching for
Yeah, for tropical islands, and we will see if. Well, I'm not saying if. I'm asking which counterspell he will use.
most likely, yes.
That's maybe more adequate question for the situation. Now, what he'll counter with? It's Metallic Rebuke, I believe, which will require the clue to tap, but that's not a problem. And now 2 creatures coming in for 4 from the
I would have a
Jakub
commentary
side.
that having the Metallic Rebuke as a counterspell is maybe the decisive way. That's why he attacked.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
didn't keep Tamio as a blocker
Because he needed 3
wanted
mana,
to
right?
have these counterspell online.
Yeah, because without the clue, he would not be able to cast it, basically.
Now reading the celebration.
Yeah, well, it is not a super common card.
Dropping
Now,
down
dropping down
Tarmogoyf.
Tarmogoyf.
Bigger
Still
than
good
anything
enough?
else.
That is the question. Do we believe so? Well, at least in Dual Commander it is. In Modern, not so much.
And now you notice that he didn't attack with Tamio.
Absolutely. Now he's just keeping it back as an 0-3 blocker. That's the absolute strength of this commander. It's a very nice blocker.
Gives you cards. It presents a potential win condition.
Absolutely.
And also blocks really well.
And it's
especially at the
just
start.
for a single mana. That's the thing that we love about the modern design.
The sad situation that because of the Tarmogoyf, Lukáš has almost better board presence.
Absolutely.
We see Inte getting countered.
And Inti countered by Stern Scolding.
Scolded pretty sternly.
Yeah, she was scolded pretty sternly.
So no Inte here,
Yeah.
meaning no counter on Yoshimaru, meaning no counter on Ash, meaning Lukáš's board is
Not
just
good
too
enough.
good.
Now it's not good enough to go through. And Inspiring Vantage coming in tab because it's a 4th land. That's very sad for Jakub to
Pretty bad
see.
situation to be in.
He's not in a nice
Especially
and safe
being
situation.
one game behind.
Absolutely.
Now, turn 4, you cannot attack with your creature.
That's right. He
Especially
needs to
Yoshimaru.
win this game or he's out. Well, not completely out, just to mention. He'll be still able to fight, but he'll
Just-
be out of the top.
Condemned to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be going down to the lower brackets.
Attempt to cast something, I believe. From the Yoshimaru side, Ajani. The counterpart.
Janin Cattle Pariah, one of the best cards that came out for Yoshimaru recently. So good that it got countered. And yes, you're right.
Banned from
Well,
as
yeah,
a commander.
as a commander at least.
It most likely is going to get countered. So
But it got countered by cryptic commands.
for
So,
mana, you got 4 mana.
just-
You gotta use the 4 mana.
just you'll use it. And there is a bounce on Yoshimaru, counter on the
The-
Cattle Pariah, and Ash can't do anything because the
Possible. Not sure if bouncing the Yoshimaru was that necessary.
I think it's
There
just
is,
it is a reset. Nonetheless, or
Yeah, but
you would prefer
tapping-
drawing a card?
I would maybe prefer drawing a card in this situation.
Could
maybe.
be.
But,
Could be an option.
We don't have full information. We don't
Right.
see the player's hand.
Also, Lukáš has a lot of clues. Like he's capable of drawing a
He is
lot
far
of
from
cards.
clueless.
Yeah, he is very much knowledgeable. And Vedelkin Shackles coming in probably to seal the deal for Jakub.
That stuff.
Now-
Welcome Shackles mean Yoshimaru for the rest of the game or until he deals with the other friend
Right.
has no good attacks.
Absolutely.
As if he had good attacks already.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
couldn't attack for the last 2 turns. Oh, and speaking of attacks.
Now,
that is-
Headliner Scarlet. We will see if the card resolves. It is a
And
very nice choice
if
and very nice
the,
option.
The ruling or the resolution of how the enter the battlefield trigger
That's
works.
true. We
Because-
came to it one time before here,
Yeah.
and I still believe the fact that when he sticks it in, and then let's say one of the creatures will come from Jakub's side to Lukáš's side, the creature will not be able to block still.
I believe so as well, but let's see what judge will decide.
Well, we will also see
if the
if
situation
our players
arises.
will require a judge, so he'll just steal it.
And
And just have it there tapped. Okay, so just to make it simpler for everyone. So
thank you.
thank you very much.
I
Thank you
have
very
now
much,
a card
Lukáš.
advantage engine,
That's true. That's the problem. Like, okay,
and the damage was taken.
it was just 4 damage, but who cares? That
Wait,
was a
wait.
misplay there, but only on the side of Lukáš. I'm not sure if we need to point it out, but the card should have been exiled face down.
He plays it
Well, he-
immediately,
yeah,
so I
but
don't think
it-
he revealed
It's true. He should not have revealed it. He should not have revealed the card, but still, what can you do?
In this situation, I didn't think the reveal was that. But what I was curious about, though, the Tarmogoyf was untapped, right?
Yes.
It could have blocked.
No, because of the headliner.
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, sorry. The Entrepreneurs Guild
Yeah,
managed.
that was the ETB effect. So the headliner was there.
Okay, Brainstorm was cast, so Tamil was flipped, and Jakub is in a worse situation than before.
Absolutely.
He just cannot catch a break this game.
Like, well, yeah, I don't really think, well, even though you see like 19 life on Jakub's side and 9 life on Lukash's side, Lukash is in very comfortable position now. And
Both
once...
blockers, and even if the Headliner Scarlet gets rid of
And there is a new tech, Cassandra. Eagle Bearer coming in and bringing Spear of Leonidas. Now,
Unless it gets countered, so-
Unless it gets countered, you're
which
absolutely
is,
right.
let's say, a real possibility.
Yeah, with 2 open blue mana, you never know.
No, it's not 2 blue mana. It's 5
Okay, with 5 open blue mana,
and
you
4
never know.
blues token at the ready.
I think I'm just clueless. Now, just to see Cassandra, it's a very sweet card. She basically is a 2/2 haste, brings out the Spear of Leonidas from hand, library, or graveyard, so basically from anywhere. Just sticks it in to the board, and also whenever a creature that's legendary and is equipped deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. It's a fantastic card.
Basically meaning 2 triggers to Yoshimaru.
Absolutely, but there is Flare of Denial being hard cast just to get rid of the Cassandra.
Completely
The question was not if, the question was what. What
completely
counter spell
understandable
will be
to
used.
deny so much value coming
Absolutely.
in. That would perhaps help Jakub.
It would just allow Jakub to maybe do something?
Yes. I
now-
also didn't want to use any strong words.
Yeah. I don't really know. I think that this must be a very frustrating game for Jakub to play because
Again,
he did not resolve a lot of spells during the last couple of turns.
Again,
I think
Silent
he's
plays
just not realizing the play pattern of Headliner Scarlet. I don't think it will matter as much. Not to be rude, not to be harsh, but it will not matter probably at all. There is Cryptic Command coming
just
back.
because you don't need to Lorien Rebuild at all. You don't want to cast it. You cannot cycle it. It's
Right.
like a given that you don't want anything to do with the card.
Yeah, but you're even not supposed to like show it, right? They should not know.
Yep.
Yeah, like they would not know until the end of the game what was the exiled card
It is
face down.
slightly uncommon because all the impulse draw effects
They are
are
usually-
revealing the card of exiling it face up.
This one is like Bomat Carrier basically style. You just
Except-
put it
yeah.
face down. You never
That's
know.
the fine example that players should maybe know. And we finally have Legendary Land. Eiganjo comes into play.
Wait, first legendary land of those 2 rounds.
How much? Yeah,
Well,
has
Yoshimaru is just will just get third counter. I think it's well, or is it?
amazing.
It's,
Staring
it's a little.
down the returned cryptic command.
It's a little sad, I believe. Well, honestly, now it has only 2 counters, which makes sense because it was reset by the previous cryptic commands. And now, I don't even know if Jakub can do anything, honestly. Like, there is no option for
Feign
him.
an attack because he might have something instant speed to use.
The thing is, what can you do against a player?
The Tameo at least didn't get plussed, so
Well,
the
it's
creatures
true.
have their
They actually
attain power.
have some power, you're absolutely right. But the minus was also brutal because he just got himself a nice counter.
and just the thought of
Just
Lukash,
blocks.
Letting the attack go through, saving the critical command.
Yeah, he
means
just says,
the attack doesn't
Okay. he just
endanger
doesn't-
him in any way.
Right, and there will be like Enganja or maybe Plaza of Hero activation.
Oh, that would not be nice.
Well, there is the
Embercleave.
Embercleave attempt.
Right, because there is at least the corporate command and bunch of other
I
counterspells.
don't know what this can do.
Yeah, this won't resolve almost 100%, but Jakub needs to play something. He needs to do something. He's playing for the top 16. He won game and is out.
Yeah, and
Lukash
there is
even
also the
uses-
Sink into Stupor, a new flip land from MH3, the modal land.
using-
It's a fantastic card, honestly. Like
It's a
from-
fantastic land.
Yeah,
Because it's a land drop
yes.
that serves as counterspell. It is very
It's
useful
just
card.
it's so great we can see it twice.
Not only counterspell, but also a bounce spell. It is both at the same time.
Right.
It doesn't target your stuff, which is
Right.
a slight
Okay, and there is an attempt. It's the white pyrokinesis. I don't remember how it's called, but it doesn't really matter because there was the
I am
cryptic
countered.
command.
It's the name of the game.
It does not really matter.
Creatures are dead, both.
I think that Jakub will not really want to scoop this because it's still the option. There is the Force of Will, just exiled face down. But I don't know what else can he do.
That is almost impossible choice for us to be able to hype this game.
Absolutely. I would love for Jakub to come back, but honestly, you know, just from like game state analysis, I think he can freely just start to attack and close the deal. You know,
Because-
this attack was quite strong
Yep.
by the
For-
headliner and
Yeah,
just the
for
Tarmogon.
control deck.
Yeah, and okay,
Give her a
give her,
freeze.
yeah, just have it. He
Yoshimaru
doesn't care.
Again, because going through the motions, why not? But
Just crack those clues, just eat
Yeah.
that and get those cards.
even if you don't need the card advantage,
Yeah,
by
just-
that point,
Just make them frogs. You know what? You get a frog and you get a frog.
here
Who-
comes the frogs.
Here comes the frogs. Now, and also Malcolm, just to do a little more.
Just
I'm not really
Again,
sure.
slight thing that the amphibian known for has 3 copies.
Once again, maybe two
Yeah.
copies on the giver.
Yeah,
Who gives a giver
Yep.
in this situation?
maybe relevant if there is some disenchant effect. but
I'm not really sure if that's
not-
going to go.
Not
through.
usually, and
Now there is definitely
unlikely it's the
Malcolm
game.
coming through, and maybe even Tarmogoyf. Both of them went through. Now there is the Malcolm trigger.
and now the headliner Scarlet didn't attack.
Yeah, it was kept back. You know, he's still at 9. He doesn't really need to risk anything.
Well, you would present a lethal attack, which would mean the Jakub has to block and
Good.
lose a creature again.
You could. Well, next turn you would present a lethal attack, not now.
Well-
No, he's got a cryptic command back again.
3 plus 2 plus 3 should be 8. So meaning Jakub has to block something.
Oh, true. My math was not mathing. I'm sorry.
Okay. But what's now?
Regardless.
Tamio was returning something.
Yeah,
retrieve
yeah.
the command and then recast.
Right, exactly. So she just minused herself down and was recast. And I believe there is an option for Lukáš to just keep the cryptic command ready, untap. Just be ready for anything.
Yeah,
Once again,
I don't believe there is anything
yeah,
Jakub can do.
I think we don't really have to remind them about the headliner, but it doesn't really change much.
Yep.
It just makes it a little easier for us in the coverage
Yeah,
to see
thank
the
you for that.
cards. So actually, it's a very smart decision on our part. Please, judges, do not come to us. Okay, now we can see just a full swing. Of course, Tamio just for the clues. I think we will also
Vassal
see.
Heroes doesn't do anything.
I think
either.
there will be also a flip of Tamio just right after that.
There is the Embercleave. We are showing again, but nothing.
There is nothing that he can do. There is just one Embercleave in his hand, but there is the cryptic command in Lukáš's hand.
Yep.
Like, this is just a hopeless situation, honestly.
It's like there might be some miraculous top decks. I don't believe it much because
I'm gonna be honest, I will not even look not to be sad due to the fact that there are no uncounterable things. That's the problem. You know, I know that Boros, what's uncounterable here? What can help you?
Barbarian Ring. If you have threshold and you play that land.
Good. Okay. But he'll just now there was the brain search.
Flipping them.
Yeah, there was brain search on the side of Lukáš just to dig through more cards. Of
forgot
course,
you, the
flipping
Barbarian.
Samuel. Yeah, you can see the dream with Barbarian Ring. Honestly, I would just go Ramina Prunes, right? And maybe
Yep.
3 more effects like this because he's at 9.
Mainlands also.
Right, absolutely. Here is a surveillance coming from Jakub, probably just showing him a little more information, although we do not really see anything that he could do. Unfortunately for our Yoshimaru enjoyers in chat, we've seen you guys. I'm rooting as well. I would love for Yoshimaru to succeed, but I think that Qatar Commando from the top is not good enough.
It is that if it didn't get countered, of course.
That's also the case.
Very useful card because
Yes.
it can present the combination of presenting as a blocker and
getting
as well getting rid of the Vedalken shackles,
You're right.
getting other creature back, Scarlet finally, but it is way too late in my opinion.
Absolutely, absolutely.
The commando gets mailed even, surveilled.
Yeah.
Let's see what we have here. If Embercleave for the third time has
Well,
a charm.
well, he can just try it, but it
That's-
will not do much.
We're
Okay.
done. Look at your one, you have
Unfortunate.
1-0.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Yoshimaru player, but this game was sealed by the shackles
Yes.
quite strongly. Now, well done for Lukash. Well done for Lukash, and we congratulate him on succeeding to the winner bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, succeeding to winner bracket, but Jakub will still be fighting in the lower bracket for his chance to get to the 8th or 9th,
Let's
so
see.
9th or 10th place.
Yeah, let's see if we can get an interview with Lukash to know how he feels after winning this game.
Absolutely.
That like immediately gets him to the top 8.
It basically
Right.
does, right.
Yeah.
So we will ask him just real quick, and then we also have a meta breakdown prepared
One
for
wonder.
you. Oh yeah. Okay, that's fantastic.
8.
And then we also have the meta breakdown for you. Now, a very common conception that I would say is that we would have a lot of those Tamio players. Now, you would expect the same, right?
Yeah, 16. I would say at least like 6.
We've got 3.
Okay.
We've got only 3 Tamio players that we have here. 3 players on Tamio, and then
Slime food.
to make it very interesting for you, yeah, you can guess. Let's do a guessing game.
10 slime foods.
How many slime foods do you think we have?
4.
2.
Okay.
Tamio is the most
How many?
represented.
15 slime foods, and 2 of them got in.
Only 2 of them. That's right. Okay, now we have Lukash here for the interview, right? Just a little pause. Can we?
Yep.
Can... All right, and we have Lukash here with us, our Tamio representative of this round. I would say it was quite a dominant performance.
Oh yeah, actually, like when the game started, I was on the draw, and my friend told me that like Yoshimaru is like the worst matchup. So I'm like, well, this sucks. But and he played like I had Tapland on turn 1, and he had like Yoshimaru into 2-drop, and on turn 3 he had 3 1-drops. So I'm like, well, this is not good.
Yeah, and you're right. You were very
But
slow.
then like I played Nadu, which was free for
Nadu
huge
is
body.
Nadu.
Yeah, huge.
It's Nadu.
Huge body. You can't really interact with it well. He like attacked somehow. I blocked. Oh, I had the force of negation.
That was the Embercleave play that
Yeah.
we remember. That was very
So
strong.
so that was like very important that I essentially got time walk
Absolutely.
with force of negation for the Embercleave.
Because
He,
the
he had to use he had to
Nadu-
he had to use his Mother of Runes to tap it, and then I could play Storm Drake
Yeah.
to take the Mother
You
of
stole
Runes.
his mother away.
Yeah, and,
Right.
And then like the rest of it was board. It was just like free freeze,
Right,
And
yeah.
that was free for.
Yeah.
And he had like 1 card in hand, and I left like 2 mana for Memory Labs, hoping he would like play something. Because the play he could have made is like tap 4 mana, make the 1/1 Goblin, attack with everything.
That was an option there.
He,
You're
he,
right.
he would get
We
me
were
to,
kind of curious why you bounced the others instead of Yoshimaru, for example, but it was because of this. You didn't want him to start creating tokens.
Oh, this was actually turn later.
Yeah,
This-
okay.
So this one was the thing was I had 4 mana, right? So I played the Volatile Drake, stealing or trading with the Mother of Runes.
Yeah.
And then I could have played Tameo, but I had Memory Lapse in hand, so I was like, well,
Right.
Tameo is not blocking those free creatures very well, so I would rather keep the mana for Memory Lapse in hope he plays something big.
Right.
I time walk it, and then it's good for me.
And from that moment onward, honestly, it was like very dominant
Well,
position
yeah,
for you.
I think that then it was over.
Right,
Like he
right.
played Talia. I played Memory Labs. He had no attacks. Into
Right.
3/4. Then I untapped with Mother of Runes,
And meanwhile,
yeah.
the value with Mother
Nadu value.
Yeah,
which is
then I have the exactly Mario reference plus Nadu that he counted deck into. I draw a card every turn.
Yeah.
And I still have stuff in my head. I don't know. I had like Jays and something.
Right, you were
like,
just putting stuff
and I
out.
was at 9 lives, so it's not like that he draws lightning bolts and kills
Right,
me.
right.
And he can't really go through the board because I have Nadu and Mario reference. So at that point, it was pretty much over.
Honestly, the second game was kind of similar in a way.
Yeah, the second game, it was like in the first game, when he played the free 1-drops on their free, I thought I can't win.
Yeah.
In the second game, from the beginning, it felt very good.
Yeah.
Yoshi into Ash.
Yeah, it's just 2/2/2. So Tameo blocks 1. Then I have counterspell for his next play.
Yeah.
Like the problem would be if he has like on turn 3 he has 2 plays, I counter only 1. Then it starts to get problematic, but he has 1. So I counter it. Then I play Goif and I still have counter.
Right.
And I counter another stuff, have Goif that stops his board, and yeah.
Basically, when the Goif hit the board, he never could attack.
Yeah.
Right.
From that point it was over. Then I like untap with cryptic command and like
Yeah, like at the moment you were just looping cryptic commands. It was basically
then it was over. Like
Yeah.
the turn 3 where he had just one play that I can counter with Stern Scalding, and he doesn't have answer for Goif. It was pretty much over.
Basically, it was very dominant position.
Besides, what happened in those matches? What was your plan to beat his deck? Since Yoshimaru has such an early board presence, he goes first in first
Well,
game. And the
pretty
second
much
one.
to stay alive.
Yeah.
You need to like keep the board, I guess somehow like small so you can block with your creatures. Good thing is if you draw creatures like Nadu and Goif that are bigger than his creatures,
Absolutely.
then I have like some counter spells to protect those creatures. Like he never got removal spells, but I have some counter spells to protect it. And if he can't attack through those, well, then he can't attack and I'll win from that eventually.
And then the Videlkian shackles were just
Oh yeah, that card is just
that was just brutal.
that card. Just,
And the
yeah.
headliner you stole from
Oh
him.
yeah, it was like
Actually, you did us good because you were supposed to exile them face down, but we could see the cards. So it was much nicer for
really?
us.
Oh, okay.
It's just a little thing.
Yeah.
Scarlet exiles the cards.
Yeah, it should be fixed,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter. You had
yeah,
so much
yeah,
cards,
yeah. He played
so
the
much
Scarlet.
advantage.
I'm like, okay, so I take 4, and then it's over basically.
Yeah,
so I have the
absolutely.
Scarlet. I'm
Absolutely.
going 2 cards a turn. I have I have it all basically at that point. So,
And what was your plan? What role did Tamio herself played in the matches? Like you use it, you played it first turn every time.
Well,
because
not every
you
time. In the first round, he did not.
No.
Well,
you
I-
had
yeah.
Template.
yeah,
right,
the thing was, I had 3 lands, 2 islands, and 1 hedge maze, the
Yeah,
tablet.
yeah.
And I needed green for Nadu on turn 3. So I was like, sure, I need to play Nadu turn 3.
Yeah.
So like, if I could, I would play the Tame on turn 1. But like this look that I need to have 2 mana on turn 2,
Mm-hmm.
3 mana on turn 3. So like, I would rather not risk it that I don't draw.
Right, and it turned out good for you. It
Yeah.
worked quite nice.
I didn't need the Tame at that point, but
Right.
yeah, you pretty much always play it on turn 1 against those aggressive decks. You hope it blocks. It just takes something, stops your opponent from developing their board or something.
Yeah.
And late game you just win because you have much better cards, a lot of card draw.
Absolutely.
Counter
Absolutely.
spells.
We can focus on flipping her as soon as possible.
Not
perhaps?
really. No. It's
or
more
is it
it's more like thing that draws 2 cards a turn or like extra card a turn.
Yeah.
So you like sometimes you flip it, but it's not like main goal to flip it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Because you need to protect it then, and that's like the thing is you don't have many ways to catch up back on board. So if you
Absolutely.
like invest a lot into flipping Tameo and hers plus 2 ability isn't enough to like contain the board.
Yeah.
And they get some free creatures or something, they can just attack Tameo and kill it.
Right.
So like flipping it like in some matchups they can't interact with it, so you flip it
That's
as soon
true.
as possible. But in most of the matchups it's like just free that either blocks
Yeah.
or attacks and just draw small cards.
Was Tamio your first choice for commander and only? Because it's so good?
No, I actually played a lot, and we like discussed a lot what to play, what are good decks, bad decks, and stuff. And in the last 2 decks, I was actually considering Flage, Azusa, and Tameo. And Flage, at some point, I was like, well, maybe just not powerful enough
Yeah.
compared to other decks. And Azusa, I kind of liked, but
its matchup against Tameo is just horrendous. So it's like, well, we don't expect many Tameos here, and it's like good against those mid-range decks like Slime Food, Felia.
Absolutely.
I think even against those aggressive decks like Yoshimaru, Felden, and also against controls, but it's sometimes a bit inconsistent. So it's like, well, I'm not sure. And my the guys I tested with were like, well, you should just play Tameo. It's clearly the best deck, and you will do well with it. So I was like, well, yeah, I'm not very sure with Azusa. And Tameo, it's all nice cards and nice interaction, and it's very powerful. So
I agree, like especially against aggro decks, the fact that it's 0/3 flyer.
and it's for 1 mana.
Yeah.
That's like nice thing with having commander for 1
Thanks, Wizards.
What did they think?
Yeah, it's like you look at your seven cards, and all you need is 2 lands and 2 mana counter spell. You don't really care about the rest.
Yeah.
Because every time
You can just keep 4 cards, basically. Or 3.
Yeah, you need 2 lands and counter spell.
Yeah.
Because turn 1 you play Tameo, and if they don't have removal, well, then you're drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah.
You need some kind of interaction, and the rest of the cards, well, you need to make your land draws, but you will pretty much keep everything that has 2 lands counter spell.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But in this situation, when Damio gets answered early with some cheap removal spell, then
Well-
the deck is kind of worse.
Yes, of course. It's like we looked at it like turn 1 you play Tameo. If they don't have removal, you're so much ahead. It's very good. And if they have removal, you are kind of playing a normal game. Like you are, you are a bit worse because they answer it, but it's not like you're huge under.
So
at
then
that point.
it's fair.
Yeah, exactly. I would say it like that. Then it's fair. Then it's in their advantage.
Right.
But still you can play it for 3 mana. It's like not the worst. So
And if you manage to flip it, you get a lot of advantage from it.
yeah, and the thing is like it's not reliant only on Tameo.
Right.
You have so many extremely powerful cards in the deck.
Right.
You have Oko, you have True Name Nemesis, you have Vidalcan Checkless,
Hello,
Urza,
Nadu.
yeah, Nadu.
Nadu.
So you have all those great cards. So sometimes you just play Tameo as kind of decoy. They spend their interaction on it, and
Right.
then you play Oko.
Right.
Well, Oko is pretty much unbeatable
Yeah.
when it's in play. So
Goku can run with the game quite easily.
and you have counter spells, so whenever you get ahead, it's very easy to stay ahead and just win the game. So so the games where they answer Tameo and you don't have any of those extra powerful cards, well, you pretty much lose. So that's just how it goes. You are unfavorable at that point, but there are a lot of those. So
Okay,
We'll see.
we have the meta share now. What the top is going to look. We don't know who wins this round, of
Right.
course. Is there? We established that Tamio is very powerful deck. Is there some matchup that you are looking forward more than the others,
yeah, well, like it's
or players even?
not players. It's the matchups are pretty much pretty straightforward with Tameo. So the aggressive decks that can get on board early and have early board presence, those are tough matchups. And the expensive decks, expensive commanders, combo decks, control decks, those are good matchups.
Yeah.
Because like in the control matchups, let's say you play against Atraxa or Tivit or those expensive,
Yeah.
you have similar decks. Yours is even a bit better because you have more counter spells, and you have 1 mana commander, and they have 6 mana commander.
You have more card advantage.
That they can't ever resolve in the game.
Yeah.
So you are favorite, and something like Aragorn 2.
What about Slime Food?
Slime Food is bad matchup. I don't think it's that bad, but the games are extremely close, and I think Slime Food is one of the best decks. But the problem I have with it, it's kind of inconsistent. It's like it's 3 colors, so
Dork. So
mana 3 colors, mana dorks, and then you also need like kind of action cards because sometimes you can ignore Slime Food. But if they have Phyrexian Tower to sacrifice the Slime Food and some kind of enter battlefield trigger, then it's pretty much unbeatable and no one can beat it. That's just how it goes. But most of the games, Slime Food doesn't draw that well, and you can do something with it.
especially if you manage to flip Tamio, then all the support tokens and
Yeah, exactly. Like if you can counter, for example, all some of the like important cards, and they have Slime Food and some Sepperling tokens.
And just mana dorks, for
Yeah,
example.
and Manadorks, and you flip your Tameo, then they have 2 free attacking Slime Food.
Yeah.
That your Tameo just +2, so it doesn't do anything.
Right.
They are, and you can just like counter the 2 like other cards that are relevant, and you can
Absolutely.
do your stuff. So the deck is powerful, but sometimes it doesn't do much. So, you know,
Right.
I don't want to play against it, but
Yeah. Well, you
I-
might.
I played against three already, and it was
Yeah.
exhausting. Kind of.
Well, the slime food, well, Tameo was the most represented
Yeah.
in the whole meta share with 16 decks, but I believe that slime food was like 13
Yeah,
or
yeah.
12, so quite close behind.
Yeah.
In the top 16, it's also interesting. We will get to that together after the interview. But Lukasz, we wanted to thank you and wish you the best of luck in
Thank
the
you.
upcoming upper top 8, as we explained before, which there will be 2 top 8s separate, one for the winners and one for the losers. So Lukasz will continue in his way to fight for the title
Okay, thank
of
you.
the king, well, not king, champion of our Prague Duel Commander. Now, best of luck, Lukasz.
Thank you.
And I believe that you could manage with the Tameo. I
Well,
trust
well,
that.
well, there's a slight disadvantage because I'm going second every single match. there is. So
last in the top 16.
yeah, I was 16. So there's that, but you know that's
You
how it
can
is.
still one more card.
If we saw already, then you can manage it.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not complaining. Like if every round goes like this one, well, I'll be happy, obviously.
All right, Lukasz, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll, as I said, we'll wish you the best of luck, and we'll come back to you just in a moment with the coverage for the top 16 meta breakdown. Just give you a little comments on that just in a second, and then we will join you for round number 2 of our top 8 now. So first round of top 8. So see you in a moment.
Right. See you.
Close.
And welcome back to the meta breakdown, as we promised. Now, exciting. After this round with Tamio, and I already started to ask you.
Yeah.
So, do we remember how many Tamios do we have in the meta? In top 16.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, you forgot.
3.
Yeah, it was 3 Tamios.
What do I win?
Well, nothing. Good day, sir. But it's 3 Tamios. One of them definitely going to top. We've seen right now because Lukasz
The
won.
top bracket.
Yes,
To the top
that-
8.
That's what we are saying.
Top 8.
That's right.
From top 16.
The first top 8. The winner's top 8.
The round, the fun rounds is just finishing, so we are not in the next round yet.
That's right.
Just wanted to say
We don't know the definite results of all of those matches, but we definitely know result of the
So
feature
some of the
match.
players we are talking about are in the top bracket, some are in the lower bracket, and it's being decided right now. We just want to take the whole 16 because we
Absolutely.
haven't got the time before.
Exactly. But now, as we said, so the most represented deck is Tamio with 3 decks representing it. Now, can you try to guess what's the second one?
Slime food.
Slifoot and Squids on 2, and you might remember that outside we spoke about, that's basically it, on 2 decks. There is just one more, and that is the combination of Rogreth, if I'm pronouncing that correctly,
And Silas.
and Silas.
There are 2 Rograk Silas.
2 Rogreth Silas decks,
Wow, I
which is
believe
interesting.
There was only one, and that case they are both similar versions, I believe.
Yeah, they might be very similar. I just might do a real quick check on
Because
that.
the Rograk Silas, the last couple of mentions on NTG Top 8 is usually some kind of storm variant that really abuses the fact that you have a 0 mana commander, which is legal, but the partner rule is nerfed due to the fact that you can only cast one of them throughout the
Okay,
game.
scrap that. Those guys should should be crossed. Well, they are brothers. They have the same surname, but they are both in top 16.
Yeah.
They have the same name. So there's only one Silas. I'm sorry.
I thought I saw only one.
Yeah,
I
in
was a
the
bit
in the
confused.
meta breakdown, you're absolutely right. There is only one. The other guy, and now we are just getting
It's
to
Yoshimaru.
singletons. Very good. It's Yoshimaru. So we have 2 Yoshimarus, but not the same builds. Well, Jakub's build that we saw earlier was Yoshi and Crown, but as he said, it's just
Tiny bit of
it's just
blue.
Boros with mental misstep.
Just a small drop of the blue
Yeah,
mana.
it's just a little. Well, it's not even a drop. There's just one volcanic island, and that's it.
Yeah. One
So,
molecule of water.
basically, it's Bruce Tarl, well, Yoshi and Bruce. And Yoshi and Bruce is the second one we have in top 16. So you have 2 Yoshimarus, one with the traditional, well, more traditional Bruce Tarl. Only 2.
In the top 16.
If I'm not
No,
mistaken.
Yoshimaru Silas.
Uh,
Manas?
I'm checking the
have those streams.
list.
Yoshi and Silas Ran. Yeah, because we got one Rock Silas,
Yeah?
and you got one Yoshimaru and Silas.
Okay, that's on me. That's on me. There was just Silas and not Yoshi written in the meta share.
Is
Okay, so
around
3
there.
Yoshis. I'm sorry.
Okay,
So, well, that's interesting. We have 3 Yoshimarus and 3 Tamios.
And we have 3 different Yoshimarus.
Absolutely. Well, the Crown and Bruce Star are basically the same style.
But this one, as we saw earlier today, because it was one of the
Feature match, yeah.
I don't know which round it was.
It was at the start of the day, I believe. Like 3rd round, 4th round, something like that.
second or third.
Could be.
I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we saw the deck, so it plays kind of differently. Doesn't have a deck chock full of legends, just only also have the counter spells.
Yeah, and there
to
are some
present us
spicy
directions.
options. Spicy options
Yeah.
with blue. Like
Also,
definitely like the K9, for example, or Pippin was there as well.
You got
Yes.
Bowmasters.
You get Brewmasters as well. There's a lot of nice options. And now a lot of one-offs. It's basically it for duplicates.
That's perfect, right?
I love that.
Diverse.
I love that.
top
Diverse
10, top
meta.
16, because no 6 times Tamio. And consider that it is not top 8 yet.
Yes.
We know that one Tamio is in the top 8, right?
We don't know
But-
if the others.
But yeah.
So
Yeah.
there is a very regular possibility that we have 8 different decks in the top 8, and you couldn't get this diversity in any other format.
I just love that. I just love that. And even like, okay, the top 8, even the bottom top 8, there is a lot of different variants altogether.
You had to have a really good run today to get there.
Yeah, exactly. And now to the decks. So we have. Can you try to guess?
What decks are
Any,
there?
just any that could be there.
The first sliver.
Absolutely. We will see the first
so.
sliver again.
Not
It's a fantastic
that,
deck.
Not that version. I believe this is the second one.
That
unfortunately.
might be.
But not unfortunately.
It might be similar.
Yeah. Maybe something different.
Yeah, could be as well. We don't really know. 100%.
Different convoke. Sorry.
Yeah, different cascade.
Yeah,
Okay.
cascade.
Any other guesses?
Okay.
Some strong choices from today as well.
Well, Aragorn.
Aragorn. There is one Aragorn. Absolutely. One that we also saw today on the coverage. The one we were not present for.
Yeah, that was Gerson.
There is one Gerson in top 16. Unfortunately, I know he's not in the top bracket. I spoke to the person, so he's on in the lower side.
And you know who he?
I don't know who he played with, unfortunately. Then we have Yuri.
Yep.
Which
playing
is-
right now.
Yeah, and that's a
battling
fantastic
the, Martin Jonas with the Yoshimaru.
Yeah.
Don't know how it. ends
Yuri
up
is a
yet.
fantastic deck, honestly. I just
it's
love the
fun.
value, just the sacrifice shenanigans there.
Yeah. There is no deck like that one. And
Absolutely.
This is the beauty of Dual Commander. Not only we see the really stereotypical archetypes
Yeah.
in
Deep
control,
control, yeah.
all control, or all aggro, all combo. We
Yeah.
also have these interesting decks. We have no enchantress.
Yeah, well, you
For
could
example.
play cities, but it's
Cities.
not the
Yeah,
most
no,
popular
I
choice.
want to say it is not present today, cities.
Yeah,
right?
it is not
but
today.
It is one of the decks that you have a really competitive choice
Yeah.
and play such an interesting and specific archetype.
Absolutely.
As you mentioned, the Yuri as a distinct archetype in the sacrifice region, the deck can put a lot of pressure. very
Absolutely.
early.
Absolutely.
It can also go through the more combo-ish route, trying to one-shot kill with sacrificing all
And
Brahmans
there are
to
options for it,
Great
definitely.
Gargadon and stuff like that, and all the different archetypes. Some other? spicy
You
one?
can try to guess one more. You will probably think about it. It's more of a control-y deck.
Okay.
We spoke about the big bad. that gives you-
Atraxa?
Atraxa,
Yes,
absolutely. There is
I'm just
Singleton
so
Atraxa.
good. I think
Yeah, very good. You're doing very well. There is one Atraxa,
Okay,
which we spoke about quite a lot, so we don't have to break it down. It's a deep control, you could say. Just a lot of value, a lot of controlling. Then you play Atraxa, and you win? Question mark?
Yeah.
Basically.
Or you play Dream Horse and
Yeah.
you play something else and then you win.
It's a sort of, it can have like a combo win-ish, sort of. Okay, there is also an aggressive deck. Super aggressive deck.
Feldon.
There is one Feldon,
There
absolutely.
were a lot of them. And I
Absolutely.
still, even some matchups are really toxic for the deck. Consider it to be competitive
Yeah,
by the sheer consistency the deck is of being filled with similar cards like aggressive creatures and burn spells. So we have the one, okay?
at least one. And the last deck we did not mention is Golos. Tireless Pilgrim, which
And-
is a fantastic choice.
And I would like to see what kind of version it is. Because
Absolutely.
usually it is some kind of a mid-range value goals that
Could be.
plays a lot of interpretable creatures, maybe some creature-based combos, but you can play it. And I also built a lot of variants. You can build it heavily towards blue or heavily towards black. You can
Yeah.
play it reanimator because you can bring tutor the reanimation lands.
Yeah.
Have enough mana to cast those big creatures. There is so many choices because you have
Absolutely.
you can play land deck. Yeah.
Well, honestly, I would love to see Maze's End as a deck here. Unfortunately, I don't believe the fact that Maze's End will be presented here. Not really sure about that.
We got 5 minutes to the next round. You think the Gloss is not Maze's End deck?
I believe
Not the game
that
deck?
we can check it though, but I don't really think that. But also, we basically, if I look at this, we have a very nice representation of aggressive archetypes, which is like the Yoshimaru decks are usually quite aggressive. The Felden and Gerson are both very aggressive, different angles, but still super aggressive decks.
The Gerson deals damage, Feldon deals damage.
Yeah, well, I would say that the Felden is more consistent.
Yep.
Gerson is more explosive.
And as a trade-off, he has the variant, as we saw in one of the games, a chance to play a bit more controlling.
Absolutely. You can just like chill for a bit, and then you kill them.
Yeah. And then you top deck the island and
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's the one we saw, and it was just fantastic. Now, when it comes to like the mid-range style of decks, you've got the Slime Foods.
Yeah,
You've got
obvious
Yuri as well. It's sort of a similar-ish.
I would put it more
More
in
aggressive?
the aggressive bracket.
Yeah, more aggressive.
Yeah, based on build, you can put it
Yeah.
in damage and
It can
mid
take the
range as
angle,
well.
at least.
As outdoor, it is not a deck that is easily specified by those three distinct archetypes.
Right, you're absolutely right. It's very specific. Then the Ragrak duos. What do you think? How would you classify it? Like it's
With Silas?
yeah, with Silas.
That's a combo deck.
Yeah.
So
It's-
it tries to usually combo as soon as possible, or whenever the player gets a choice to hands down and has a window of opportunity, just going for it as soon as possible against aggressive decks, and whenever it's the
Whenever
best
it's free,
choice
yeah.
against the more control variant.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the control decks, we also have those. And now we can give you the idea of the people who will be presented in
We
the
are gonna
next
see some names.
round. So one of them will be the Yoshimaru Silas player
Yes.
that we've seen today.
Wilnas.
Martin Vilnas, very good. And we also already saw his deck, although it did not really succeed in the match we saw. I believe
lost,
so. It lost the feature match.
Yeah, and
Against another Yoshimaru player, against the Yoshi and Crown.
but now I believe he won, so he's in the
Right.
top eight, right?
That's right. He's still in top 8. You can lose, but you can still get through to the finals. And the second,
We most likely saw one of the two or the only loss of the deck.
right? That's
Which is
possible. We
kind
just
of-
saw the only loss.
Ironic.
Well,
Yeah.
you need to love them at their worst as well to enjoy them at their best. And on the other side, we will see another Tamio
Yep.
in the hands of Marek Mayer.
Yep.
So,
And I just want to confirm
that I'm not basically just telling you some absolutely lost things, or you're
when-
checking with the
about
comments.
the chat. Yes, the Roxy player is indeed Marek Marcik.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. The Roxa, yeah. Checking for friends. We understand that. We do understand.
He has played the deck for years in various iterations. When the cards that comboed with Underworld Breach were still legal, I believe the deck still relies towards the route. You have some options how to combo with Underworld Breach still after the ban of Lotus Petal. But as we see today, the deck then can still put some weight, and I believe he has a chance to compete as well. I hope we get to see it.
Absolutely, I hope so as well. But we will soon get to the feature match, which, once again, to remind you, there is the Yoshimaru and Salas. And against that, good old Tamio, that we've seen quite a lot of today.
Yeah.
So we will slowly transition to see our players getting ready to start their game.
Yes, I'm curious if we see Tamio turn 1, Yoshimaru turn 1,
Do we know which player is
We
going
will
first?
learn. We will learn
Yep,
soon
that's
enough. But you're absolutely right that starting is very important in this aggro against control matchup. And if the Yoshimaru player starts, it will be a huge advantage for him. And I think that Martin will be very happy if that is the case. Although we have to say that Martin's build, if we remember, and it's also including black and blue, it has more of a controlly angle.
Yeah. So it might not succeed in putting as much pressure early, but as a trade-off, the Tamio might have a slightly more difficult time to get it under control.
Absolutely, because he can just put up some pressure and then protect it with his own counter magic and with his own reactions. So we will see how this whole match turns out and what
Frankly,
can we expect.
I would really want to know which player is starting, because that will affect the outcome. Pretty heavily.
Absolutely. Well, there is still the possibility that our players did not yet roll.
No,
for it?
they are not rolling. They're still.
That's
I
true.
believe
That's true. It's
it's,
based on the standings.
yep.
So I think we will learn at the same time as the viewers.
Yes.
So by a player starting.
Okay, it's going to be surprise.
Yeah.
I don't want to oversell the going first advantage, because as
Absolutely.
we saw in the previous round, it might not result in a win.
Yeah,
You might still lose.
it's
if you're going
definitely
first.
it's definitely not everything. You're absolutely right, but it does give you a nice advantage and a nice start, especially if you're the Yoshi player,
Yeah.
and you can just stick the Yoshimaru in without any interaction coming from the other side.
As well as the other player does the Temio.
Yeah,
He start
absolutely.
making clues while not being under so much pressure.
You're absolutely
Or
right.
if he gets to flip the Tameo very early,
Yeah.
he can just run over with the game.
Absolutely. And hopefully we will also see Yoshimaru with a lot of +1/+1 counters coming from the lands. Because
legendary lands.
Legendary lands, because this is what makes and breaks the deck in a way.
Important segue. You need those legendary lands, and I believe the black has quite a nice quality choice.
There
of
are
them.
some options. I can, for example, see the Flagstones in there.
Yep, that's
So
legendary.
that is a legendary land.
We saw Urborg earlier.
Okay, and there is a mulligan coming from Martin. Just looking at the top card, maybe it was not good enough. We will see about Marek Ontamio if he's choosing to keep or choosing to mulligan.
He looks kind of keepy, I believe.
He looks quite confident with those hands of his.
Both hands.
Both hands, exactly.
And the floor
Well, I
cards.
can't see anything else. I can see just the hands on the guy. Okay, and the watch, but both of them have them. Now, it looks very likely for Marek to keep his hand, but as we were told by Lukáš here,
You
piloting
only need like two lands and counterspell.
2 lands and a counter
you're
spell,
golden.
and the rest is just nonsense. Basically, you don't care what's the rest. You can have
rest
more
is extra,
lands, more-
basically.
yeah, it's just extra. Well, probably you want something that works as well, right? But,
Especially if you are on the draw.
right.
Like the slight little mental misstep on
Yeah.
the Shimaru. On the
Like
map.
you would like a mental misstep. Okay, and it's Marek
Marek with
starting,
something.
which is very important for the Tamio player. I don't really want to put Yoshimaru behind, but it will be an uphill battle against that. Now,
bit,
in
from
his
the
hand, I can definitely see Orcish Bowmasters,
And a force spike.
and a Force Spike was also visible in there.
Okay.
Now that's a
Yes,
basic
classic.
plans and Yoshimaru. A classic start, nothing really scary.
Turn one, both players, their commander online.
Yeah.
That's what you want. And because the Tameo cannot affect the Yoshimaru in play as much, the main source is still the interaction. But as we saw, there are some options in the volatile Storm Drake, with Welcome Shackles, etc. Bouncing with spells like Snap.
And there
And-
is the Witness Protection
Yes.
coming to hit Yoshimaru, making him no longer Yoshimaru but a legitimate business person.
The dog just stopped attacking and get the job.
Absolutely, yeah, he got employed. I'm not sure who's employing the dog, but he's doing his best job.
I think Yoshimaru just saw some really bad stuff and had to be protected.
Yeah, he had to be protected, right? There's been a murder around next to him. Yeah.
So instead of 1-1, Martin gets 1-1.
Yes.
But that
It-
doesn't have the
importantly-
growing ability. So
Yeah, so
it
now
is-
the legendary lands are basically useless for Yoshimaru.
and the reason why Tamio really loves those cancel cards and Amphibian Dokor being the second one
Yeah.
is because making opponent's creature 1-1 means that once you flip Tamio, they are nothing.
Right, absolutely. And especially with decks that are heavily built around the commander, which in case of Yoshimaru is the case.
On Martin's side, though, as you told before, the Orchid Bowmasters.
That is an option
That
there.
is a really good card against Tamio.
Absolutely, but that was in the previous hands. We are not sure about this one.
Okay, sorry. You confused me talking about the cards.
It's
Okay,
alright.
sorry.
It might be there.
yeah,
We don't know. Yeah.
Well, I would be happy to see that it is because
I would-
Masters.
Yeah, they are a very
great
strong counter to the card draw advantage engine coming
It's
from
like-
Tamio.
Okay, Tamio, you wanna sacrifice boost? Here, damage, and my token is big.
Okay,
enough
for
to
2
threaten me.
mana, there will be
Something,
something.
maybe.
Orcish Bowmasters
So it
coming
was this
down.
hand,
It was this,
or-
or he just removed, but there's Stern Scalding,
Yep.
Lord of the Rings cards
Yeah,
all the way.
Me playing Lord of the Rings block here.
Yeah, that would be nice. That's not
Lord
the
of the
case.
Rings. Lord of the Rings.
I would actually love
turn
that.
here. And the stun scolding might be printed just to get rid of the Bowmasters.
Yeah, and it just got rid of a very strong card that would be quite nasty for Marek to deal with
And
otherwise.
Martin consciously played the Bowmasters in his main phase,
Yes.
thinking that his opponent has only 1 mana. So he
Absolutely.
has limited options to counter
Absolutely.
it. But he had the answer.
It's basically just 2, maybe 3 cards, Force Spike could be the option, or Spell Snare, or the Stern Scalding, but still not a lot of options
Now
on
the
Marek's side.
situation is heavily favored towards Marek.
Absolutely.
Because, Martin Lenas has lost maybe one of the most infocus cards.
Yes.
His dog got a job.
You mean the legitimate business person on our side?
Exactly.
Yes,
And let's see what he can resolve.
absolutely. But the
Against
dog
control
is
deck.
not growing. Okay, there is Denik coming down.
That's great. That's possibly a second card when it gets countered. And put in the
Absolutely.
graveyard.
It is an option. We will see if it resolves, but it looks by the hand gesture on Martin's side that he just passed the turn, which would mean that Danik
It
was
might be
resolved.
Danik if the results go, etc.
It's a possible
Or
option
on
here.
Marek's side, just okay, I can't trade. Just let me fetch this.
Could be. We
Yeah.
shall see.
Noticeable is if Danik gets countered and played as a flip side, he is a 3-power flying creature. So
Absolutely.
Tamio doesn't cannot block.
Yeah,
as
he's a
easily.
3-2, and there
resolves,
is
and
a
there-
dissolve.
Repeal,
Repeal, that's a repeal, sorry.
repealing, or there's is the force spike.
We will see. Ah, it's a
Oh.
4 spike
Nice.
as a response. So
I would-
Martin managed to protect it, though is it a big victory? That's the question.
I don't think the Danik is as good as here. because
Absolutely. Like, okay,
Doesn't grow. Yoshimaru has
Right.
only 2 power. If Tamio flips at Colin's 1
Right.
power creature lifelink, doesn't that matter?
and you don't really care about the lifelink in this case.
Maybe if Martin Lunas.
And there is upkeep on Martin's turn,
But-
where Marek plays Vandalion click.
And Martin probably wishes to respond, as you can see. But I want to say that I would prefer Martin casting the Nick on turn 2
Mm-hmm.
and then trying to resolve Bowmasters and have it covered by the post play.
And there is an attempt to counter the click, which was responded to by spell. Spell Pierce, that's the card. It's too many counter spells. I'm sorry. Okay, now the Vandalion click revealed the hand.
Yeah, this is Niambe.
Yeah, there is the Niambe, and also
the Kutsil's flanker.
absolutely yes.
Nice
I'm lost on
choices.
names,
Niambe returns a creature control into your hand.
which would be very nice with returning Yoshimaru and allowing you to actually
Yeah.
play it again.
Like, Yoshimaru, sorry, you have got to lose to your job. You have
Yeah.
Tamios to bite.
And also,
the Kotzel Flanker is a really nice flash threat that
Absolutely.
might put some trouble.
It might, because Niambe is coming down, so that the Yoshimaru will still remain
It's
a legitimate business person.
yep, that was a legitimate play
Mm.
because if you are the Tamil player, really want the dog to keep his job.
Absolutely, absolutely. We want the dogs to be employed in this country, and I 100% agree with the fact that if you would just let it grow again, it would be a problem.
Yeah, sure. And though Amrot as Minamo coming in,
Yeah, Minamo does not really do much in this case again,
it is a legendary land. But
which
sadly doesn't.
which sadly does not really work together with legitimate business people.
Okay. Katzel's flanker. Let me see that. Okay.
Yeah, just
throw
remind me what does it do?
I'll almost throw it in his face.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
catch.
3 modes. It's put counter on it for each creature that left battlefield this turn.
Yeah.
It is a graveyard and some other third choice.
Gains you life and scries you,
Yep.
just like
Okay, that's it.
safe choice. And then there is the
There's the
block, so a trade. Danik will trade for the Vandalion click, or the other way around. And Marek will take
really
1
curious about
damage.
it.
I'm not
Marek
really
seemed
sure.
to like keep the board as low as possible on Martin's side.
it looks
but on
like
the other
it.
hand, the Danik is maybe better value in the graveyard to cast
Absolutely.
back as a disturb, threatening another counter.
It means that
forcing
Marek must be prepared to get rid of the Danik from the graveyard. Or counter it on
have
the stack.
Too many counter spells to count because, or planning to flip Tamio because he knows the coast is clear, presumably because he doesn't know only 1 card on Martin's side,
And
then
there's Gitaxian Probe, just to
which
be sure.
flips the Tamio. And
Absolutely.
also shows if the hand is clear, and we see island on
Yeah,
Martin's
just
side.
a
He don't have
meager
anything.
islands.
Nothing important.
Nothing
so the
really.
Tamio is free to flip, and as we predicted earlier, the Yoshimaru is now doing his job slightly worse.
Well, absolutely worse, because as Tamia grows and uses the plus ability, the creatures on Martin's side are just 1 attack weaker, which makes the 1/1 very sad.
He might want to stay home.
Yeah, he
He's
might
feeling
try.
kind of sick.
I think there is a home office coming for him.
Just trying to.
Or potentially just attack to assert dominance in this
Yeah.
position. Send a message to the Tamio. I'm not
or
sure.
maybe Marek won't remember the trigger, right?
Might be the case. I'm not sure if that would happen. Martin just chose to pass.
Yep.
Uh,
The Godzilla
Yeah,
is
it's a
most likely
flasher.
the only hope to do something meaningful.
Right.
Because Tamio is now firmly in the driver's seat. We got 6 counters on air, so 2 turns till the ultimate, 5 mana worth of lands and 2 clues.
Yeah,
and additional card
he's
advantage.
just drawing cards and getting there, And Martin needs to
Drawing
do
cards
something.
in man phase, which means he on one hand maybe has all the interaction he needs, or maybe just kind of slightly desperately digging for additional land drops.
Might
which
be,
would,
might be.
really help him in this situation.
Maybe he's in such a comfortable position that he can dig for lands without any problem.
We are gonna see, considering the Katzil's Flankler is resolving. That maybe mean that Marek just sucked the clue to find something.
Might be the case.
He apparently didn't get the right answer.
At least he did not get a counter spell. There still might be some instant interaction
Yeah.
coming his way.
But also it is not a counterspell, which is the most
And-
like interaction.
There is Graveyard Exile coming from the flanker to Marek's Graveyard. Not really sure how much value does that add to
Well,
Martin.
the problem is the Katzil's Flanker is a free power creature.
Yeah.
The Tamio only takes 1 power. So
That's
it means
true.
unless Marek has some sort of answer, the Katzil's Flanker can pressure her.
Absolutely.
And, force her to go down and not
just dig
go
for
for the
cards.
ultimate.
Absolutely.
So Tamio will be probably used as a -1, as we saw
Yeah.
later in the earlier game, minusing to return the high value counter spells and cards.
And there was the attempt to cast the Danik, which was promptly dealt with by Wash Away.
Yeah, so
because Wash Away
Marek
works nicely
has
on those
something.
kinds of cards.
but decided not to counter the Quetzal's flanker.
Right. He just chose to get
Because
rid
he
of
had
Danny.
the free mana. He could
Yes.
also use it. Most likely because he also has something for 2 mana, or used the 2 mana to sacrifice the clue. So he, on that turn, or
Now there was 2 damage coming to Tamio, but there is an instant reaction with the Ice Fanged
Quattro.
Quattro? Okay.
Quattro, yeah, the winged snake thing.
Yeah. The Ice Fang Wing Snake thing.
Yes. With the death touch, not really meaningful.
That's
because
super
the
relevant.
Quetzal's flank, is 1 toughness.
But it's a card draw and it's a trade. Potential
Meaning
trade.
The Tamio is out of the danger.
Well, there is still
Maybe.
potential for Martin to react, and he will face out the
Yeah.
card by Galadriel's gift, I believe, is the card?
Yep.
Dismissal,
Dismissal.
that's it. Galadriel's Dismissal.
Galadriel's the gift is also a card, I believe, but
Potentially.
not this one.
Potentially.
That it wasn't the best answer. We see that Martin's deck is not really pulling through that well, because in the situation, every single piece of other interaction of removal was way better.
Yeah.
Because you put 2 damage into a dent into Tameo, but you didn't solve the situation.
Absolutely.
The Ice Fang Quattro is back again, presenting as a blocker, and there has to be some other answer Martin has to
I don't
provide.
even know what Martin can find just to help him out. There's been brainstorm from Marek digging deeper
This
to
is
find
not
some
the
answers.
case of if Martin has some kind of play, or on the Marek side, if it
Yeah.
lets it resolve in time.
And
Okay.
there is Nadu coming down, the winged
Wow.
wisdom itself.
Yeah, flying creatures all around.
It's a 3/4 and a special with the Tamio.
Please don't tease
There
me
is
with the
another
Shuko
one.
check.
Now Shuko check.
Please don't give me hope.
We will do a quick Shuko check for Marek Meyer just to see if there is hope for Honza to see the combo.
I don't believe it is.
Did it? Have you seen the Modern Horizons 3 Pro Tour?
Yep.
Did you get enough of the Shuko?
Not really.
Not
because
enough.
I'm doing it to other players on a regular basis.
My. What a Shuko you are. Unfortunately, there is no Shuko in the list.
Yeah, I don't. Okay.
It's
I'm not
usually.
even hoped
Yeah,
anymore.
well, you can.
Wait, there is an attack. I believe the Tamio blast, so there is no threat from attacking Yoshimaru, I believe, unless there is some trick.
There might be a
We
trick
are not
coming.
gonna see Embercleave though.
Well, no, we are not in the colors
Because
for
it,
it.
it would look like Embercleave from my side.
Yeah, but I think it was just an attempt to maybe scare Marek by Martin, because like, what else can you do with the one legitimate business person?
Just be sad.
Just be sad, really, because
Wish for the number to come back.
yeah, wish for them to retire and maybe come to their own self again.
And since Martin used the Galadriel's gift, which would ironically be much worse now the Nadu is in play. It's like
Yeah.
3 cards again. And this is a curious situation when we either go into the I am trying to ultimate
Yeah.
Emil, unless there is the Nadu. So yeah, it was a joke.
Yeah, the Embercleave was a joke. It was a
We
joke.
saw,
Last round
Embercleave
it was there.
multiple times today, Embercleave, and the attack with 0-1 Yoshimaru.
Damn! Being cast as an attempt to deal with Nadu without it
not-
being triggered.
Not
Yeah.
targeting anything that not targeting. Nadu.
Also, importantly, if it resolved, well, big emphasis on the word if,
Yeah.
is the fact that Yoshimaru could be brought back, though I'm not sure how good would that be in this state.
Yeah.
For 3 mana, a 1/1 dog.
Well, it turns on anything, any like land, legendary land,
Yeah.
with being a potential threat. It is not good. This is the disadvantage, as I said before, of the 1 mana commanders.
Absolutely.
They are great because they are turn 1.
Suspend.
Yeah.
That's a great card. I love to see that.
Yeah.
I love the card.
Yep. I
And
Void.
getting
Force
a
of negation.
force of negation. Now, now that he's suspended,
Yeah.
he doesn't want to cast that.
Well, the dam can reset the Roshimaru, so he doesn't probably
Does
let
he,
that
does he
happen.
care?
But firing a force of negation for that, no, I don't
I
think
would
so.
not. Yeah, he's just celebrating. Martin
Yeah.
is celebrating the fact that he's gonna get this Yoshi back.
He basically played a board wipe just to set his 1-1
To
commander
kill his
free.
own commander. Yeah.
Yes, he
I think Martin is trying to say, damn.
Yeah, exactly.
Now ponder
Nadu,
on side of
Nadu
Mark.
got the trigger last for turns to come back, and meanwhile the board is clear for the Tamio
Absolutely.
to safely, presumably safely, get to the ultimate. Because next turn, Yoshi comes into play. I think
Does it really matter?
it is almost time for the game 2, I believe.
I believe so as well. I don't want to predict. There could be some hasty thread. There could be some interesting thing.
We maybe have some clue left, even.
I'm clueless on that, but I think there might be just one.
Something below the Tamio.
It looks like
And
it.
6 mana open, some cards in hand.
Regardless, the ultimate is coming next turn, basically. And I'm not really sure if Martin could do anything about it.
But once the ultimate comes, it is loss of time, basically.
It's absolutely
to
brutal.
play the game out.
Yeah, and he's got a single card
see.
in Yoshimaru. Lurus of
Okay.
the Dream Den.
There can be some gas. I
No.
really cannot believe what or remember if there's
I
something
don't
relevant.
remember what exactly is present in the graveyard, but I do not think that there is enough.
Nope.
Bowmasters, okay. It's-
Pink Tamio for once, so it cannot activate.
well, it's only during his turn, the ability.
Yeah, but you play it, you
Yeah.
shoot it for 1.
I
And
know.
you decrease the
Or you just let him ultimate.
or you could counter it.
Yeah,
And
it's
it
true.
does
It will be
nothing.
countered. But you could just let him ultimate with the Bowmasters in play. That would be fun.
Yeah,
I think Marek would not ultimate at that point.
well, it is what 7, 8 p.m. and
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
played the
it's
whole game.
it's a bit late,
And
it would
I
be
was,
fun.
I was mentioned that one player has already ultimate into the Bowmasters.
My lord.
Not in ultimate in place, but just the Bowmasters was cast in response. to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ultimate.
That's brutal.
it was-
That's brutal.
It is
That's
not-
how you kill people.
Yeah, this is ultimate. I win the game. No, you lose the game.
Yeah, and I think this is scoop on the side of Martin, actually realizing that Marek resolved the ultimates of Tamio.
Well, even so, he has a cat in play, and he's supposed to play the dogs. So,
That's right. It's a bit unorthodox to bring a
wrong
cat.
creature type.
Yeah, that's a wrong creature type. You're absolutely right.
Lurus might be ironically one of the good cards in the deck.
Absolutely.
Because,
Absolutely. This is the power you get from playing black with Yoshimaru.
Yep.
You can get access to such a ridiculously good card.
Yeah, Lurus is great even as a card in the deck and not a companion, just because it can recast all your good cards as you see in the form of Bowmasters, and also the every single cheap legendary
Right.
creature. As
It's just a lot of value in just one. Well, small. It's still 3 mana, 3/2 with lifelink. It's not that bad. But the ability to just recast it is fantastic. Now, we are going to see game 2.
Yeah, this game was decided by domination.
Absolutely.
Yoshimaru didn't get much attacking.
Absolutely.
He decided he wants none of it. and
Yeah,
just-
Yoshi chose business, I suppose, instead of fighting.
Yeah.
And now we are going. Yeah, exactly. He became a legitimate business person.
But now Martin is on the play, and we see because now the Tamio was on the play, and it kind of helped.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Martin didn't have a cheap removal option other than the Bowmaster to like pressure or some
Sure.
affect the board state in a meaningful way.
Yes.
The Danek didn't do anything much.
I'm not even sure why fight for Danik
Well,
with the counters.
you want to resolve something.
Yeah.
And by going to turn 4, the force spike is becoming more and more
Right,
useless.
right. You're right. It stops being as useful as it
It makes
is
sense.
normally.
I would much rather see Danik cast on turn 2.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that was the option, but Danik cast on turn 2, and then the attempt of casting Orchid Bowmasters on instant speed, preferably, and covered by the force
Yeah.
spike in case your opponent. Basically, maybe in response to Keck and Clues, this is the best time to cast Bowmasters.
100%
Yeah.
in this case. Like Bowmasters is one of the core cards that Martin really needs to get.
Yeah.
To get in this match.
Even sweeter if you manage to cast Bowmasters in response to the Brainstorm.
Absolutely.
Or some other attempt to flip Tamio in one go, because instead of I'm flipping Tamio, you get 3 damage to Tamio and it dies.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And honestly, I love the idea of seeing a lot of different options. But you can see I see like Teferi for 3 in the hands. I also saw a lot of nice creatures on Martin's side, but not a lot of lands. I believe this was a mulligan due to the lack of lands on Martin's side.
Again.
Which is a bit unfortunate.
You think the Esper version might not be so consistent, and not in the sense of putting pressure early, but also in what cards do you have? Because if you have just lands and counter spells and not even any legendary lands, do you really keep that hand thinking your commander, the reason you play this deck is 1-1?
Well, yeah, I understand your point in this case. Like, you need quite a specific
Because
set of
if you
things.
play, for example, the Boros version
Yeah.
or the Naya version, your whole deck is pressure.
Yeah.
You have aggressive cards,
100%.
aggressive legendary cards, etc. If you have this mid-range control,
Yeah, it's more controlling, 100%.
your hand might not be good enough, because
It's true.
Outside of Tamio, that or in comparison, Tamio provides you with the card advantage from the start.
Certainly.
And Yoshimaru doesn't. He provides you with pressure, and if he doesn't grow enough, he cannot provide the pressure, so he's not that useful.
That's what we saw
And
in the
you
first
need to
game.
mulligan in
Yes.
order to Yoshimaru to be good. Or
But
maybe
that-
this is the weakness of this version.
Exactly, and as I was saying, that's what we saw in the first game
so I
by just stopping Yoshimaru in his tracks by the witness protection, completely destroyed the deck.
Finito. Okay,
Now,
this is a
again,
mulligan.
going down to
I
5
believe
on Martin's
it
side.
had to be one lander, because I
be.
saw a Mana Confluence and also Shadow Spear. Which
Okay.
both cards are pretty much a reason to maybe consider
They are
keeping
very
the hand,
fantastic, but
And-
it's possible it was one lander on play.
since you one lander in play, even if
Yeah.
you can follow up with the Shadow Spear, that doesn't do enough.
Does not do
to,
enough.
justify.
Absolutely. You're going against the odds. You might be hoping, but I think that a solid hand of 5 can still be much better than just a weak one-lander.
It's going to be slightly tough. but,
Absolutely.
Having a really good opener beats having 7 cards with just
100%. 100%. And hopefully...
Oh man, I see.
Yeah,
I see
I see
see
a
bad
lot
things.
of I see mental misstep in
Yes.
there. I also seen Urza Saga on the side of Marek, but definitely there is mental misstep, which means that Martin's initial plan to just get on Yoshi is not good enough.
Yeah.
But he's going down to 4. I haven't seen a single land
It's-
maybe
it's
in
5.
the land.
It's 5, man.
Now it's going down to 4.
This is 4?
This will be 4.
I believe it's 5.
This is the third mulligan he's doing.
Yeah. Okay. So this is.
I believe so, at least. I might have miscounted.
You got
But if
6,
I'm not
5.
mistaken, I think he
Yeah.
went.
I believe you got
He's going down to 4 cards now.
in the top 8.
In the
of
top
the
8.
biggest dual commander.
And on the you're absolutely right. Going down to 4 in the top 8 of the dual commander series here in Prague, fighting for the championship now, still trying to survive.
And notice that I believe in the previous rounds you could still fight for the as big position as
Right
possible.
now, it's single elimination.
Yes. this time, if you lose, you're out. You have nice prizes because
Yeah.
you got top 8. You
Right.
are
Yeah, dual lands are basically certain for
you
you.
are exhausted but happy.
But now let's see.
Yeah.
I think if I'm not sure if I miscounted, but he should be putting down 3 cards. And I think I see Bowmasters in there. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to put down 3 cards.
Bowmaster might seem something that can.
Yeah, that's just brutal. Going down to 4, and Marek just kept a solid, possibly solid
So
hand of
possibly
5, so
Martin
7.
goes to Shimaru, gets to mid-step, Marek goes to Tamio, and Martin can also maybe play the Bowmasters to some
I
extent.
don't really know what can Martin do in this case, because he will just
Look,
fetch.
look.
He'll fetch. Well, certainly.
Wait.
He's just thinking.
He's thinking about fetching, and Marek just is on the edge of his seat.
Yeah, Marek is just preparing to
say-
go for
To
it.
say,
Yeah.
no.
I think he's just letting you like first fetch, please.
Yep. To
Yeah.
put on the
The land
Yeah.
itself. Yeah, like honestly, I do like to shortcut, but if you play 3 colors, I think you should show which land you
I
use.
would not want to prolong the pain. in
But
this
this
situation.
is just brutal.
Yeah.
He kept a hand of 4, and now he lost his most important tempo piece in the matchup, which is his commander Yoshimaru Ever Faithful.
Yeah, you can say the losing the job from the previous round was a bit of a misstep.
I think, yeah, absolute misstep. Well, now Yoshimaru can't get a break, honestly. He came back from the retirement from his job. Well, he came to a retirement, sort of. Stopped being a business person,
I
but
want
now
to see Bowmasters
there's
and
no option for me.
and something.
And now-
Bowmasters themselves basically deny pretty much the advantage.
Here we have
It is-
Flagstones, which is a nice land with Yoshimaru, but it doesn't do much.
No,
Now,
just-
Brazen Borrower just bouncing Tamio back,
Thieving her
maybe
mentally.
just doing a little bit. I'm not even sure how much does this achieve, honestly.
It
There's a
it
pawn
prolongs.
there.
It prolongs. It
That's
gives him
right.
some time. Delays the card advantage from Tamio.
You're
from
right,
turn.
you're right.
And also, Marek has now the option either recard Tamio at only 1 land, which basically usually is enough
Yeah.
for some kind of interaction, but he won't have in that case an option to cast 2 mana interaction.
You're absolutely right.
So Martin kind of you either get your Tamio back or I got maybe a free turn, which I so desperately need.
Absolutely. Also, we have to consider the fact that Martin is not working with a lot of cards. Now he has only 2 cards and the Brazen Burrow on Adventure,
Okay.
which will allow him to do stuff. Now,
Boseiju.
Shadow Spear
And Boseiju, so now
and Boseiju, okay, that's not super crazy. Well, he doesn't have the ability to use it to channel, but still, Shadow Spear,
the Shadow Spear
can be
is
brutal.
now oddly effective against the Brazen Borrower.
Absolutely.
Because Borrower can block and kill Tamio, but now the Tamio is 1/4
Right.
and it kills Brazen Borrower.
Right, absolutely.
So it is not good anymore.
And also, the lifelink can be quite important in this matchup because even though this Yoshi build is more controlly, it is still technically more aggressive than Tamio.
The aggression and the damage is what your commander provides. If you manage
Absolutely.
to deny that or offset that, then you have incredible advantage over your
Absolutely.
opponent. And also, we saw in the first game, if you recall, after the Harbinger of the Tides
Mm-hmm.
hitting play, we got Wendelin Plague with Shadow Spear.
That's
closing out the
true,
game.
that's true.
So I don't think if this card is played at least partially, thanks to the Urza Saga being present in the list.
I think that might be the case quite a lot. If
if
you
you-
really want to find via the Urza Saga-
Speaking of,
yeah,
because
the call.
yeah. Because if you don't have Urza Saga, do you play Shadow Spear?
I'm
What?
not
Wait,
really sure.
what?
No, I'm not sure what that card was.
That was a miscalculation,
miscalculation. Okay.
and it was cycled.
Yeah, cycled
Which
miscalculation
I don't
and Samuel.
really understand that well. What is going on?
Also interesting play on Martin's side, quite conservative. He chose to play his flashy Brazen Borrower in his main phase to achieve, basically the fact that the borrower will actually hit the table.
Most likely.
Yeah, well, he did because Marek was tapped out and it resolved. But still, it was an interesting choice to not play around, try to bait it at the end of his turn, or like Marek's turn.
The Tamio is not attacking for the next turn because it was in hand, so you can pretty much run out the present borrower on
Absolutely.
your turn, because you still want to cast as soon as possible to try to get at least some damage in.
Here,
But that plan of attacking and try to bring opponent's life total down is pretty tough to achieve with the Urza Saga in combination with Shadow Spear.
Absolutely.
Because you start creating tokens, you start creating clues, you can equip those tokens to
Yeah.
have a big lifelink.
and those
trampler.
Urza tokens will grow quite fast. And Marek can just easily choose to use the Urza Saga twice to make 2 tokens
Which
and
will
just
most likely be the
run
case,
with the game.
because he just has the option to abuse the
Absolutely,
fact
and
that Martin has very few cards.
Exactly.
And
Martin
if
even
you-
had to pay
if-
Yoshimaru for 3.
If Martin would play as a 7
Yes.
7-card hand Yoshimaru, he would play threat after threat.
It might be a little different, but we need to remember keep of 4 cards on Martin's side. It was brutal.
And the Marek was the one who missed land drops, not the Martin.
That's actually
Apparently.
true.
And has the 5th one.
Yeah,
So
that's
Martin
true.
is, you could say, a bit
Flooded. It's also flooded, which is a brutal thing to happen to you when you're just on 4 cards.
Low amount of cards. Your
No.
commander is not even legendary, right?
Right. I would love to see any option for Martin to get out of this
He has,
mess.
I think, 2 cards.
He's got 2 cards in his hand.
something.
But as we mentioned a moment ago, the Urza Saga with the Shadow Spear is going to run away with the game regardless of cards in Marek's hand. But we can see plenty of them. He's got about 5 or 6 cards.
Gigs.
And now Giggs is coming down. Maybe this will allow Martin to get some card draw. Although I believe that Marek does not really want to allow that.
Wait. He resolved?
Did it resolve? Okay.
I believe Marek is only one blue land. Is his count?
That's true.
Stifled. on
That's
mana?
true. Kinda.
Oh, they kind of sped up.
Also-
maybe Marek wants to interact.
Also, it's very important to see that Marek missed a land drop, and one of his
Again,
lands is Urza Saga, which will blow up next turn.
Yep. Well, to some effect, but
Yes,
and
yes.
we see the snap,
There is a snap.
which is a fine piece of interaction that does both things. Deal with the gigs and the card advantage. It threatens
That's
to
true,
provide,
that's
and
true.
also untaps the Ursa Saga. So the plan on putting
Right.
out those 2
He
tokens
can still get 2
is
tokens.
still
Right.
in line.
But I mean, even if Marek chokes on 2 mana, I don't really think it's a problem for him. Because he has got the clues, he has got the Shadow Spear, he can
it
just run away
is
with the
a
game.
problem, but he is still in way better position.
Absolutely.
Because of the sheer card advantage.
Absolutely.
Thanks to just keeping 5 lands.
Yeah, now there is the trigger probably on the stack after Marek drew a card, so he'll
response.
make another construct, and now he's going to blow up his Urza Saga
4/4, about to be most likely 5/5.
5/5 and then 6/6.
Yeah,
If Tamio attacks again, which is probably likely.
exactly. Before the damage is dealt.
Now
So,
what? Another well, there are usually 2 targets for it. Now I would love for it to be Shuko, but it's probably not that. There was the lantern I've seen. That's 1 mana. And
not
that's
necessarily.
about it. I haven't seen anything else
no
in his deck.
bubbles.
I haven't
They
seen a
are usually,
bubble.
Often played to help flipping.
No, I haven't seen a bubble.
Marek,
I have only seen a lantern.
Marek goes through the deck again.
He is trying
tries
to find
some
it, but there was only the lantern, as I said.
Lantern and Shadow Spear.
Well, yeah,
Because
lantern and Shadow Spear, and because he drew the Shadow Spear,
that might be relevant for the future turns.
could be,
know,
could
for
be.
us.
Yeah,
If
that's
you-
true. Yeah, like for seeing Marek in yes, you're absolutely right. But the fact is that now there should be blue bubble. What do we mean by blue bubble?
Well, no blue bubble can be searched because there finds only generic mana artifacts.
Right.
Maybe thought about the Mishra's Bubble or Urza's Bubble, which like, honestly they are the ones that I would put in the deck
Yeah.
because they help tremendously with flipping
Absolutely,
Tamio
they
as
help you
possible.
flip Tamio.
Yeah.
But
Apparently not. Apparently
well,
there's no
maybe you don't have to.
good
depends.
bubble here.
But there has been attack, and as we were saying, the constructs are growing very quickly.
Notably without Shadow Spear because there's not
Not enough
for that.
mana, but importantly, Marek also drew another land, so he's stabilizing on mana.
Yep. No.
There are six construct. They will run with the
gigs.
game.
6 and gigs.
6 and gigs, but I'm not sure if this gigs is good enough.
Yeah. It needs some.
I think there has been a miss trigger on Yoshimaru, but that's not really that important for us.
Okay. Yeah.
It should have gotten a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, but
Not
the
super
gigs
important.
was returned to hand, so maybe he'll have a
He'll have a chance to
chance.
try it again next turn.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if that's good enough.
Wait.
That will be Pippin again.
yes.
But I don't really see
there
an
we go.
option. There we go. There is the counter.
Yoshimaru woke up, still kind of dizzy from
Yeah,
drop.
yeah. Little sleepy. It's still a good body.
Okay, now 8/8.
But now I don't really see any
8/8
way
lifelink.
for him. Yeah, 8 lifelink trample. I
Puts
don't
an end
know.
to any hopes
Yeah,
getting tempo up.
and he'll be
Smack and
he'll
smack.
just need to block with the Pippin, the bigger construct, because
This is lethal.
otherwise it's lethal.
And one of them is trample.
Or maybe he can do it with Yoshimaru, but still he has to just chomp the construct that does not have the Shadow Spear. That's a brutal situation for Martin, and I think it will not allow him really to get back into the game, because the construct with Shadow Spear will gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 life, if I'm counting correct.
Well, you got 3 clues, 4, 5, 6, 7,
And 8 plus one.
Yes.
8 life, which is,
Indeed.
yeah.
From
So
9
Marek is
to 17 against 3 on Martin's side, it's look dire from
I
VR.
think I'm sorry for
interesting.
our Yoshimaru fans. I'm sorry. Me, myself, I'm very sad about that.
Well, we get some other Yoshimaru, so you don't have to be that sad.
Well, I'm sad
Okay.
for every single
Yeah.
lost dog.
And this is
And
it.
this is it. It's the
Okay.
end. So Martin scooped quite logically and understandably in the situation that was super dire for him. And we have Marek Meyer coming up to the semifinals.
And notably, another win for the Tamio.
That's true. It's another win for Tamio. Maybe we'll be actually seeing more and more Tamio.
against Yoshimaru as
Once
well.
again against Yoshimaru. So once again, with the Moonfolk bullying the dogs. You heard it here first. You should ban the Tamio because it's bullying dogs.
Go Peta.
Yeah, well, don't call them. they will just put down the dog. But don't call Pira. Sorry for that. But we really need to protect our dogs against those aggressive moonfolks out there.
Do something. Are we gonna have some kind of interview? Maybe?
I think we can try that. I can ask for that.
How many times do we have?
Do we have time? We do have time.
Okay. So let's have a just quick few minutes pause. Or there is indeed something spicy. Let me just tell you, we get, I don't know how this round ended up. So those players are might not be in play anymore. But we got Golos, we got the Rograxilas, and there is a bunch of one-offs. There was only 3 Tamios and 2 Slime Foods. Yeah, there is the top 16, thank you. So the meta, as you might see in the stream, is much more diverse than just Tamios against other decks. Okay, so here you go. Okay.
And we will have Marek here for an interview.
Welcome.
Unfortunately, Marek, we have to say the unfortunate truth. Twice on the feature match, twice a loser. It's a little sad, but still, I loved your deck.
Okay,
To be
okay,
honest, it was
okay,
very
thanks.
fine.
Oh
Now,
my God, Mulligan to 4.
Yeah.
and Mulligans for
Yeah, because I got just like one fetch land in the first one.
Mana Confluence in second.
Yeah, and Mana Confluence in the second, and then Swamp in the third. So
Yeah, it was
and nothing more. So I really had to. It
Or-
wasn't
yeah.
there.
Yeah,
That wasn't
yeah.
chance I could keep.
Sometimes happens. Yeah.
And the cases, those mulligans were, I think, justified. And if I kept one lander,
Definitely.
then I would be stuck. As you saw, I got misstep in addition. So-
We saw that in the Marek's hand previously.
Okay.
So we fully expected you to be set even more
Yeah, yeah.
after that will come up. You had already Masters in 2 of those hands.
Yeah, I
but
got both.
in
Yeah.
the third.
Uh-huh.
In the game 1, I want to ask you something. Was there an option to cast the Danik on turn 2? Because the Tamil player had only 1 mana left, so you might expect that he doesn't have an sort of a counter spell for a creature card.
Yep.
But you
Besides
had
turn
the-
scalding
yeah,
or
yeah,
the one.
Yeah.
that you
Yes.
can. So yeah.
Or the spell snare, but the Bowmasters might look, or at least from our point of view, as a more impactful card in the matchup.
And I cast actually Danik.
Yes.
Instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have it protected with the force point.
Yeah. And the cases, I really thought that I might be able to use Bowmaster later,
yeah,
just in response to him fetching the clue.
Sacrifice. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
sacrificing the clue.
Yeah.
Because
Or ultimating.
that's
Tamil.
that's the dream, right?
that almost happened in the game 1.
Yeah.
If he hadn't, okay, he wouldn't probably.
We just were saying like now he can ultimate.
Yeah,
It's an option.
That would be something I would really cheer for. But
Yeah,
actually, he's not stupid, so
yeah. He might be tired.
It's around 9.
yeah.
So
Magic happens.
Yeah,
Actually, I never. Okay, if you just ask me which deck would I prefer, if Tamio or was it Flage, the red
Yes.
card?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really scared of Flage, and
Yeah.
and I managed to defeat him, I think twice today.
removal in the command
And
zone.
yeah, and Tamio is kind of favorable matchup for me as from what I have played on Modo. So
yeah.
I think I wasn't bad. I was like really looking forward to this game because I didn't see anyone countering anything whole day, and yeah, he just
It's a pure
explained
proof.
it to me.
The
Honestly,
Kashlohoy
he-
said the same thing, that the Yoshimaru, not especially your version, of course, but Yoshimaru is one of the most difficult matchups for me.
Yeah, because it's very aggressive and quite consistent. But I have to appreciate your approach to the Yoshimaru deck. Because, you know, I'm more of the traditional kind of Bruce style and Boros style, but I really liked the options that the blue mana and even the black mana gave you. Like Pippin, for example, the K9 was just fantastic. And especially Bowmaster and those cards. Do you find it, well, we are trying to give like analysis on it, that it's just a little slower than the Bruce style, but more reactive?
Actually, I started to play white black Yoshi.
Yeah.
And it was somehow different than the red one, which I tried as well, but it was just too much aggro. And once you just got the board cleared, which in this meta is quite often, then you are just fucked. So sorry my English. And then like somehow I found Silas and I say, okay, there's so many good cards that is either white, blue, or black, blue.
Yeah.
So let's try to fit it in. And it works because you have card advantage. You can draw shitloads of cards. If you have the right draw, of course.
Right.
And you are not as fast, but you're reactive. And against deck like in the top 16, I played against Jory.
Yeah.
Which is quite a difficult matchup for the white-red one. But this one, I was able to manage the damage, manage the cards, and that's what the deck does actually. I'm really bad against the Felden card, and I'm even really bad against white-red.
Because you're
It's a classical
Yoshimaru
Yeah.
to handle.
He's just faster.
Yes.
Right.
I can manage it.
But I really like the approach, for example, with kicks. You know, there's a lot of options to draw a lot of cards. Just get the advantage.
But aside of the free mana spells, you know, there is a possibility of having a Miara along with Yoshimaru and having Lurus as a companion.
Okay, I haven't thought about it actually.
That's a nice option. You can think
Back to
about.
your deck. Is there any other cards? We saw you. You are
I think one of the two players we saw twice on the stream
yeah,
today.
that's right.
Actually, is there some really good card we haven't seen yet?
Something
that's
you're
why
very
are you
proud of.
playing
Yeah.
black or playing
I think
blue?
like the last two additions to the deck that I was really thinking about, and then they actually overperformed were Sick, the River Cathedral, the two mana legend.
Can we get it?
Yeah, it's a Merfolk 1/3 and Sig the River Cathedral.
Sig the River Astro. Yes, the shifted one. Yeah.
Binary mana.
Yeah, I know. It's the hybrid, two hybrids
yeah,
mana,
yeah,
and it's
hybrid.
the, like it was the white and blue, and then it, with the, I forgot the name of the plane, but the morning tide when it happened there,
even
just like changed. Yes.
Yeah. And he's quite good because you can play him turn 2, and even if you manage to get 3/3 Yoshimaru, by legendary land him, so you can draw right away from the second turn, and then the first two turns are critical generally because if you survive them somehow or with at least something, then you are able to control it with counter spells or something else. And if you have the card draw, this is really good. And the best card of the deck is, of course, the flowering of the white tree.
That's
the same for the white red.
the card, absolutely.
Because you have full legends, so they all they get +2, +1, and war.
Yeah. It's absolutely crazy. I love the card in my deck.
We also seen that's what we have seen perform in one of the matches, the Basim, the new legendary from the Assassin's
He's
Creed.
quite good as
And
well. He's
along
quite-
with Sig, they are kind of a similar stance in a way that they both provide card advantage, which is a curious approach because most Yoshimaru decks include legends that pressure opponent, but you have an option that conditionally, yes, but they provide card advantage, so you keep the cast going and can guide better.
You've
some
got
control matchup.
Dark Confident as well. If you
Yeah,
want to try
yeah,
to
that was there
throw
as well.
more, because he is there. So you just try to stick as many creatures that can provide you the advantage as possible.
Yep.
And really try to.
This
hope
is
that you-
fantastic because I usually know when you lose with Yoshi Bruce, it's usually because you run out of gas.
Yeah.
You can't really put on more pressure. They usually don't win faster than you if it's not Felon, for example. And this solves the problem in a way. It pivots the deck in completely different area, but it's fantastic.
And
I really like
you
that.
pay the price by making it slower. of
Yeah,
course.
because you don't play reds, basically.
It's always meta dependent. If there will be like the meta will be full of aggro,
Yeah.
I wouldn't pick this one.
Right.
But in this meta with a lot of Tamios and
slime
other stuff,
foods,
I just showed that it can be as good as I
You
thought. but
can lose, that's
Yeah,
true,
of
but
course.
still, it's a
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
miracle. I like that.
Have you played Silas?
Never ever. I used to play something else, and maybe I used to play him some day before, but not in his deck.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. I got like few questions today. Like, is it that I like artifact something? And like, I play a lot of artifacts, and then Doomsday to finish you off. So you should be really scared. And
Yeah, you can abuse this because
Only again
people
for artifact hate.
like, what is this? Yeah.
And I'm really
it's fun.
proud that like I was the only one who played the
Absolutely, this
Desperate
combination
Bear.
was
Yeah,
singleton,
so
right?
That's something that
Yeah, basically the only version that was really like pivoting towards black, I believe.
Yeah.
There was the green splash with Tina. There was also blue splash with Chrome.
White
Yeah.
black.
That black was dirty.
There was white black. Okay, but there was no like three color with blue and black as well. So that's the only one we've seen. And like, as I was saying, a lot of nice thing like you've got another bomb in the deck. You've got Pippin.
Yeah.
Which came quite often actually in your case.
It does, and usually it does really good.
Yeah.
Because he can attack, he can protect, so that's what you want
Right.
from this deck. So.
It's absolutely fantastic. All right, we are sorry to let you go as a loser, but it was fantastic.
I'm really glad I made it.
Only
to the
game to
base,
4.
Yeah, that was just brutal, but it was fantastic performance. We
you
really
had a pretty
enjoyed
good
it.
run, right?
Yeah, it was like
Something difficult. You encountered some flage.
I played Flage. I managed to defeat him like really bad. I'm sorry, it shouldn't be like that. But
he got cooked.
He got good.
Yeah.
He got countered actually because I just managed something to put there, and then it was like counter due to the counter, and just like trying to keep
As
the board
the deck is
clean.
supposed to go.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, and this was the most like the longest match probably, or I don't know how long we played, but the jury in the top 16 was a really great match, which ended by me top decking flowering for the win.
Oh,
And,
That can do that,
yeah,
definitely.
that's what happened. And then it was like, yeah, Flage, Wilson Green, Wilson Blue.
Mhm.
What else? Some Kruxa, some the black one, Sheldred.
But you've seen a lot of different decks.
Yeah.
Like, as we are saying, especially on the singleton side, there were like 42 singleton decks, which is fantastic. Like a very diverse meta. Even that, as we said for the top 16.
Yeah.
Okay, there are 3 Yoshimarus, but all of them different.
Yeah.
And also,
3 Tamios,
okay,
2
3 Tamios and
Everything
3
else
two
is
slime foods. But yes, everything else is just singleton. So
The
it's
slivers,
fantastic.
those slivers.
Yeah, there are slivers.
Are they still here? Or-
Well, we don't know how far they got, but
I think they got both eliminated,
That's fu-
or at least
yeah.
one got eliminated in the top 16.
yeah, there was one in the top 16, but we had one on the feature match and we just loved that. Well, especially the
Very
fact
cool
that
we
we
got
had
to-
no idea what it's going to do because we both missed the Tybalt's trigger in the list, so we did not really know what was the plan.
Okay.
Possibly some cascade, but
Yeah.
for what?
Yeah, so cascading into, we'll find
Yeah.
out. It was fantastic. Now, Martin, thank you very much for being
You're
with
welcome.
us. It
Thank
was
you for the commentary. Actually.
fantastic.
This is awesome what you did today. So,
Wow, thank you.
yeah,
We need to stay humble, of course. Thank you very much.
all of us.
It was fantastic. So congratulations on your result. It was very nice.
Thank you.
And I hope to see you on another event.
I will probably try to. give it a
Yeah,
chance.
hopefully it's top 8
Figure
again.
out some new brew.
Yeah.
Yeah, some new meta cards.
Okay.
Now, we will come back to in a couple of moments and we will continue with the semifinals.
Yeah.
Getting very close to the end. Now, see you in a moment. Bye for now. Right, and welcome back with the coverage. Now, here we have Jakub again.
Yeah, here we go again.
Here we
Hello.
go again. Now, we are going to go to the coverage of semifinals soon enough. There were some slight problems, so we will see the round 2 of Tamio against Tamio Mirror in the semifinals. But in the meantime, we bring you back Jakub, which unfortunately I have to say also had some trouble against our beloved Moonfolk.
Yeah.
Now, can you give us some comments on that? Like, how did you feel in the match?
Well, yeah, I guess he had answers for everything. He let me like do something at the beginning, and then he blocked me with Nadu, or then with like a lot of counters. I was like missing some legendary lands to get my dog bigger.
That's
To
true. We spoke
like
about that.
Noticing
swing.
every legendary rand counts when
Yeah, and I like basically have none, or in some late game where it wasn't like relevant. So yes, I lost, and
It's
he played it
unfortunate,
like
we know.
perfectly. Like Lukáš is like, I don't know, one of the best players in Czech Republic.
As you
He's
said,
a
his
legend.
plays were very sharp.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Now,
it
now,
was
do you
like-
feel it's a bit of a meta call, sort of? Do you feel that Samuel is a little too much?
I'm not sure. Like it's really strong.
Yeah.
Definitely, but it has bad matchup with like really swift aggros like Yoshimaru.
Yeah,
I
you were
defeated.
favorite in the matchup, absolutely.
Yeah, I defeated. I played like 3 games today with Tamios. I defeated 2 and
Yeah.
lost the third with Lukáš. So it looks like you can defeat Temeo, but you can't defeat Temeo with Bloin. So
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
We had so many Tamios in the whole tournament,
Right.
but only so few Tamios in the top 16. So the conversion is not like 50% or something crazy. It is
Right. But
just
we see
a
very
fair
good
shot.
results of those 3 Tamios, and basically we have 2 Tamio Mirror in the semifinals.
Yep.
So we will 100% see a Tamio in finals.
Yep, and it is kind of deserved because the deck is very good and performs very well against majority of the matchups.
You're
As we
absolutely
talked
right.
about it in the previous interviews, maybe if you know that so many important matches will be against Tamio, would you maybe improve your deck in some way?
well, I guess in case of my deck, there is like basically no need or nothing more like to change.
Best legendary cards.
Yeah, best legendary cards, and I'm playing Mental Misstep. Like Mental Misstepping Tameo is like always good. So
That's great. I love that. You're basically playing Boros with mental instead. It's fantastic.
yes,
It's
yes,
fantastic.
yes.
I love that.
yes. So maybe like for other boros, let's go just guy with that Mental Misstep for Tameo.
It's an
works.
option.
Some other meta calls like Pyroblast.
No.
But still, the fact that it's 0-3, so it can block quite a lot. And in
Yep.
the early game where it matters, it blocks and then it goes to the other side and basically lowers your board by 1.
Coincidentally, when you miss those necessary land triggers.
Yeah, exactly.
Have the Yoshimaru too small to be
Yeah.
That's
different
right.
blocks.
Yeah, you need definitely second turn legendary land, legendary creature. Yoshimaru is free, and Tameo will not block
Yeah,
it. So
absolutely. We've also seen another, well, kind of a different build just 1 match ago of Yoshimaru once again, but it was in Esper colors.
yeah, I played against it.
Yeah, and we remember, right?
Yeah.
And it was very interesting, even like your matchup in that case. But trying to pivot more to control, sort of, but it was not good enough against Tamio.
yeah.
Well, there was the Mulligan to 4. To be
Yeah,
perfectly
it's
fair.
true, there was Mulligan to
deck
4.
seemed not that bad at all. What's your opinion? Do you think might reconsider putting Yoshimaru in some other colors?
Well, I seen this deck for the first time. It looks definitely interesting. and it will be basically working better against other aggros, where like this Boris Yoshimaru or this fake Jeskai Yoshimaru can have some trouble sometimes.
Yeah.
For example, with against Limefoot. Because he's also really fast, and but has bigger creatures.
That's right. And turn to, you know,
And,
3/3 and 1/1. It's a lot of
Yeah, and
lands.
a lot of removal, so probably your Yoshimaru will not stay there.
Right.
So
There was some variants included, but we see that in some games with we got the Yoshimaru that stayed 1/1 throughout the whole game,
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah.
that may
Also,
happen.
if you lower the number of these powerful legendary threats that grow Yoshimaru and put the pressure at the same time, you have to mulligan in a way that grows your Yoshimaru if you don't
Well,
have the options, because
yes.
you cannot keep the hand that's all those lands and counter spells, because then your commander is just useless 1/1.
Yeah.